In a secluded cavern, a man awakened from his stupor, his gaze fixated on two ethereal white rabbits bounding in his line of sight, accompanied by the soft gasps of a woman. Blinking, his muddled consciousness gradually sharpened that those were not rabbits. Rather, they were manifestations of a rather risque dream that he found himself inexplicably enamored with. The air was suffused with an intoxicatingly sweet aroma, and his eyes glowed a fiery red. A wave of heat surged through his body as an unfamiliar restlessness coursed through his veins, compelling him to move instinctively. Noticing the man's movements, the female jonin from a Hokage tenderly caressed his chest with her delicate hand. Giggling, the effects of the medicine are quite remarkable. Your body seems to be quite honest. Serve your elder sister well, and I shall spare your life. His breath quickened as a torrent of alien memories flooded his mind, rendering his awareness increasingly nebulous. Amidst the fog, a mechanical voice echoed in the depths of his consciousness. Ding! Absorbing special in-release chakra, converting it into Sharingan experience points. You have gained 7,280 experience points. This skill can be upgraded. Ding! Host is engaged in mutual cultivation with partner. Aoyama Yui. Affection level 12. Chakra limit increased by 2. Ding. Host is engaged in mutual cultivation with partner. Aoyama Yui. Affection level 10. Chakra limit increased by 2. Ding. 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 The following morning, he opened his eyes once more, still in a daze. By now, he had fully integrated the memories of his former self. Though his head felt somewhat heavy, his heart exclaimed, I have traversed into another realm. Taking a deep breath, he turned his head slightly to glance at the woman beside him. She was Aoyama Yui, a female jonin from a Hokage, approximately 26 years of age, her skin smooth, her figure well-proportioned, and her beauty rated at about 70%. Overall, she was not exceptionally beautiful, but exuded an alluring mature charm. Upon inspecting his own state, he realized his garments had been stripped away and his limbs were ensnared by rock, rendering him utterly immobile. He took a slow breath, striving to calm his tumultuous thoughts, and then closed his eyes, feigning slumber while contemplating his predicament. It is the 48th year of Konoha, during the Third Shinobi World War. Konoha and Hokage have been at war for over a year. Due to the recent surge in Hokage's offensives, the clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku, dispatched reconnaissance teams that on their return journey, they encountered this female jonin's pursuit. To protect his two cousins' retreat, he stayed behind, only to be captured by her. However, due to her intent to seize the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit, they found themselves in an unspeakable situation. But what should I do next? Should I placate her to survive, or risk being returned to a Hokage, destined to become a breeding vessel or a test subject? With that thought, he cast another glance at the woman beside him, his emotions swirling in complexity. In his previous life, he had remained a virgin, and now he found himself in such a predicament. Yet, escape remained his primary objective. After pondering, he began to mentally recite, System, Golden Finger, Grandfather, Character Panel. With a chime, a virtual character panel materialized in his mind. Host, Uchiha Sanfeng. Strength, Shunin. Status weak. Lifespan, 1686. Partner, Aoyama Yui. Affection level, 42. Health, 152/520. Chakra, 35/416. Eye power, 92/398. Chakra affinity, fire, 72, wind, 28, lightning 6, Yin 53, Yang 12. Bloodline limit, 1 Tomo Sharingan, 7280/1500, upgradable. The original host perished due to the drain inflicted by the Hokage female jonin, which explained his current frailty. Fortunately, he possessed a cheat, and Uchiha Sanfeng finally breathed a sigh of relief. He glanced once more at the still slumbering Aoyama Yui. Yesterday, the original host had succumbed to her genjutsu. It was a disgrace for an Uchiha to be bested in the domain of illusions. He silently commanded within his mind, Upgrade Sharingan. Ding. Upgrade conditions met. Please select the evolution direction for the Sharingan. 1. Enhance dynamic vision. 2. Strengthen genjutsu affinity. 3. Increase eye power limit. Considering his current environment, Uchiha Sanfeng pondered and then mentally declared, Select 2. Strengthen genjutsu affinity. Ding. Upgrade to 2 Tomo Sharingan successful. Current status, 2 Tomo Sharingan, 7280/5000. Upgradable to 3 Tomo Sharingan. Would you like to continue upgrading? Continue upgrading. Ding. Upgrade conditions met. Please select the evolution direction for the Sharingan. 1. Enhance dynamic vision. 2. Strengthen Jinjutsu affinity. 3. Increase eye power limit. Select 2. Strengthen Jinjutsu affinity. As he made his selection, the Sharingan within Uchiha Sanfeng began a whirl, swiftly transforming from 1 tomo to 2 tomo, then to 3 tomo Sharingan. His vision sharpened multiple times, and his dynamic perception improved. He could see the delicate flutter of Aoyama Yui's eyelashes. Even the wisps of vapor from her breath were crystal clear, as if time itself had decelerated. Sensing the unusual fluctuations of chakra, Aoyama Yui suddenly awoke. Her own scarlet 3 tomo Sharingan meeting his gaze. 3 tomo Sharingan. This is bad. Aoyama Yui understood all too well the peril of facing a 3 tomo Sharingan. Yet it was too late. A palpable sense of dread enveloped her heart as an intense foreboding washed over her. A sly smile crept across Uchiha Sanfeng's lips as he declared, Sharingan. Jinjutsu. An invisible force enveloped the space around them. Aoyama Yui felt her surroundings blur, her consciousness fading as she unwittingly succumbed to the grip of his Jinjutsu. In that moment, fear and resentment filled her heart, and though she yearned to resist, she found her willpower to be as fragile as a mere wisp in the face of the 3 tomo. Sharingan's might. Under the influence of the Jinjutsu, Aoyama Yui's eyes grew vacant. She mechanically began to weave hand seals. Rat, boar, ox. Doton. Iwa Robaku, Kai. With the conclusion of her incantation, the stones binding Uchiha Sanfeng's limbs gradually softened, ultimately vanishing without a trace. As the restraints dissipated, Uchiha Sanfeng rose to a sitting position, stretching his limbs that had been confined for so long, the joints cracking audibly. After exhaling a breath of pent-up frustration, he revealed a charmingly mischievous grin. The potency of Jinjutsu, having been reinforced twice, proved to be remarkably formidable. Yesterday, the original host had employed his 1 tomo Sharingan to ensnare Aoyama Yui in a Jinjutsu, only to be swiftly countered, resulting in significant mental backlash that led to his capture. Yet now, the tables have turned. In the midst of his triumph, a sharp pang of discomfort coursed through his lower back, a consequence of the night's fervent escapades. He rubbed his aching back and donned his attire. Inspecting his ninja tool pouch, he then clasped his hands together, forming the Jin seal, and dispelled part of the Jinjutsu. Ensnaring Aoyama Yui's the enchantment began to fade. Aoyama Yui's gaze gradually regained its clarity. She warily observed the man before her, remaining silent as if she had already discerned the depths of life and death. Recalling the wild events of the previous night, Uchiha Sanfeng felt a ripple of complex emotions stir within him. He extended his right hand, gently gliding it across Aoyama Yui's smooth cheek, and remarked, In light of the fact that you are my first woman, I shall spare your life. This war will not endure for long. Do your best to survive. The remnants of the illusionary power should not bind you for much longer. Until we meet again. With that, Uchiha Sanfeng did not linger, his form flashing like lightning as he swiftly exited the cave where they had sought refuge. In the blink of an eye, he vanished into the forest, leaving only the rustling of leaves in his wake. Aoyama Yui intently fixed her gaze on the direction of Uchiha Sanfeng's departure, her eyes filled with vigilance and caution. After a long while, she exhaled softly. That young man has not deceived himself. The power of his illusions is indeed waning, and it seems he will soon be able to break free. A flicker of curiosity arose within her. Yesterday, he could only activate a 1 tomo Sharingan. Yet today, he has transformed into a 3 tomo Sharingan. Rumors suggest that Uchiha clan members, upon experiencing intense mental stimulation, will awaken their eyes and continue to evolve. That I never imagined this rumor to be true. Last night, I humiliated this 16-year-old virgin so thoroughly, yet he chose not to kill me. Could it be that he has developed feelings for me? Amidst Aoyama Yui's spiraling thoughts, Uchiha Sanfeng, in flight, received a notification from the system. Ding! Relationship with Aoyama Yui has increased by 18. Current affection level is 60. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have attained your first partner with a 60 affection level, earning 1 fusion skill opportunity. Chapter 2. Transformation of Gods and Demons. Two-headed forearmed. Upon hearing the system's notification, Uchiha Sanfeng did not slow his pace. Instead, he accelerated towards the thicket ahead, where he could find cover. He leaped onto the branch of a large tree, utilizing its foliage for concealment before finally examining his system rewards. However, an inexplicable chill surged from the depths of his being, a sensation he recognized all too well, the intent to kill. His three-tomo Sharingan flared open, the crimson pattern spreading like a web. In an instant, he evaded, and dozens of earth spikes erupted from the ground like black arrows, targeting his former hiding place, causing branches and leaves to scatter in chaos. Moments later, 4 rock-hidden ninjas sprang from the underbrush, led by a man in his 30s, flanked by 3 male chunin in their 20s. Upon sighting the enemy, Uchiha Sanfeng instinctively began to form hand signs, intending to retaliate with the fire release. Great fireball technique, but he abruptly halted. Midway, he swiftly made for the southwest, knowing that he was in the land of earth, while the land of fire lay to the south. Suppressing his desire to fight, Uchiha Sanfeng inwardly scoffed at the arrogance and madness of the Uchiha bloodline. The pursuer was a male jonin, accompanied by 3 male chunin, while he himself was left with only about 40 of his chakra and visual acuity. The disparity in their strengths was vast, yet the instincts of this body urged him to charge forth and engage. He found himself at a loss for words. Seeing the Uchiha youth fleeing, the male rock-hidden jonin signaled for pursuit. The 3 chunin immediately understood, splitting to surround him. Realizing the urgency, Uchiha Sanfeng did not hesitate. He formed a rin seal with his left hand while retrieving 4 shuriken with his right. With a forceful flick, he shouted, "Shuriken, shadow, clone technique." Instantly, over 60 shuriken erupted into the air, hurtling towards the 4 rock-hidden ninjas. Typically, an Uchiha ninja with a 3-tomo Sharingan was of elite jonin caliber, and the shadow clone technique was classified as an A-rank ninjutsu. Coupled with the Uchiha clan's renowned throwing technique, the rock-hidden jonin quickly executed hand signs, slamming his hands to the ground. Earth release, earth flow wall, summoning an earthen wall to shield the 4 rock ninjas. Seconds later, the anticipated fierce assault did not materialize as expected. Only the sound of shuriken embedding into the earth wall could be heard. Realizing he had been deceived, the rock-hidden jonin's expression shifted, understanding that this was not an A-rank technique, but rather a mere E-rank clone technique. The adversary, seeing their pursuit, had turned to flee and employed a low-level jutsu to delay them, indicating that his chakra reserves were dwindling. The swift analysis of the opponent's information revealed the jonin's rich experience, prompting him to dismantle the earth wall, angrily commanding, "Pursue." Their remaining chakra must be low. At this, the 3 chunin behind him eagerly surged forward, intent on striking down a cornered foe. Uchiha Sanfeng's speed was remarkable. With the delay, he had covered over 80 meters, leaving a distance of approximately 110 meters between them, still relatively safe. Desperate to enhance his power, he mentally recited, "Fusion of skills, ding, detection complete. Clone technique, transformation technique, fire release, great fireball technique, all reaching the minor proficiency level. Fusion simulation is now possible. Ding. Preliminary simulation concluded. Please select a direction for the simulation. 1. Fire release, Phoenix return, based on fire release chakra. Integrating the transformation technique to create a firebird, increasing the number of firebirds with the principles of the clone technique, which possess a degree of intelligence and can autonomously fly around enemies to execute self-destructive attacks. 2. Fire release, tenfold ambush, utilizing fire release chakra, combining with the transformation technique to create special explosive traps that confuse enemies, augmented by the principles of the clone technique to increase the number of traps. When triggered, they will explode and unleash a torrent of flames. Note, the caster can actively detonate the traps. 3. Transformation of gods and demons, based on the transformation technique, integrating the principles of the clone technique, allowing the caster to assume a 2-headed four-armed state. Since this ninjutsu employs fire release chakra as its foundation, the resulting special clones will consume less chakra when utilizing fire release techniques. After pondering for 2 seconds, Uchiha Sanfeng silently declared, "Select 3. Transformation of gods and demons, ding. Fusion simulation complete. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a new skill, transformation of gods and demons." With the acquisition of this new skill, a surge of recollection flooded his mind, as if he had mastered this ninjutsu for ages. Observing the distance increasing, the rock-hidden jonin, Fujino, narrowed his eyes, and signaled before swiftly forming hand signs. Rat Pig Snake Tiger. Earth Release. Earth Stone Dragon. Upon completing the signs, a massive earth dragon, measuring several meters in length, swiftly emerged from the ground. Subsequently, the four rock ninjas leaped onto the dragon's head, which then surged forward, racing after Uchiha Sanfeng. The earth dragon, stretching over 10 meters, moved with astonishing speed, rapidly closing the distance between them. Noticing Uchiha Sanfeng mumbling to himself, the rock-hidden Jonin coldly remarked, "You can still be distracted in battle. If you wish to die, I shall oblige." With that, the rock-hidden Jonin resumed forming hand signs. Rat, horse, dragon, tiger. Earth Release. Earth Dragon Bullet. The swiftly advancing Earth Dragon opened its maw, launching sharp earth shards in a barrage. Thanks to the dynamic vision granted by the Sharingan, Uchiha Sanfeng was able to evade the incoming projectiles even as he continued to run at full speed. Thud, thud, thud. The earthen projectiles hurtled toward the ground, incessantly striking it, resulting in the emergence of over 20 craters surrounding Uchiha Sanfeng's path of flight. At this moment, Uchiha Sanfeng's heart raced, and his mind whirled with urgency. Host, Uchiha Sanfeng. Status, weakened. Life, 192/520. Chakra, 365/996. Eye power, 316/958. Following the upgrade of his Sharingan, both his chakra and eye power surged dramatically, yet his body remained in a state of frailty. If he continued to flee in such a manner, he feared that he would meet an untimely demise, prompting him to meticulously survey his surroundings. Soon, his gaze fell upon a towering tree ahead, and an idea sparked within him that, in a flash, he darted behind the tree, swiftly forming hand seals. Rat, snake, boar, horse, tiger. Transformation of the divine beast. As he tilted his neck to the left, a fiery red-haired head sprouted from the right side, while an additional pair of arms emerged beneath his original. The appearance of this two-headed, four-armed form was undeniably peculiar. Chapter 3. Flames and Gale. The third great ninja war between Konoha village and Iwagakure has persisted for over a year. After enduring the brutal baptism of war, both sides have grown exceedingly familiar with each other's tactics, possessing an intimate understanding of one another's capabilities. As he observed the enemy hiding behind a tree, Iwagakure's Jonin, Fujino, narrowed his eyes slightly, exuding composure and confidence. He swiftly brought his hands together, forming the in-hand seal, and instantly, a Doton clone coalesced above the great serpent. This clone, akin to a streak of lightning, surged towards the tree with astonishing speed. However, before the clone could reach its target, a rustling of branches echoed from the top of the tree. An extraordinary figure with 2 heads and 4 arms leapt forth like a specter, tracing an arc through the air and entering the field of vision of those present. What is that? Does the Uchiha possess such ninjutsu? One Chunin, standing behind the Jonin, gasped in disbelief. Fujino furrowed his brow and cautioned, "Fool, do not look into his eyes. Beware of the Sharingan Jinjutsu." Suspended in midair, Uchiha Sanpu looked down upon the astonished trio with a malevolent smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The 3 tomo of the Sharingan in each of his heads began to whirl rapidly, their glimmering lights swirling. Sharingan Jinjutsu. An intangible force spread quietly like ripples, enveloping the Iwagakure ninja in a web of illusion. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Fujino's mind raced with alarms. Years of teetering on the brink of life and death granted him a reflexive edge over his thoughts. Instinctively, he sidestepped to the left, propelling himself off the ground with the agility of a hunting cheetah, narrowly evading a strike from behind. As he swiftly turned, he noted his 2 disciples, staring vacantly, their bodies rendered uncontrollable, clearly ensnared by the Sharingan's Jinjutsu. In a hurry, he gathered chakra in his palms and struck both of them with a firm hand. A powerful surge of chakra flowed from his palms into their bodies, instantly awakening them from the illusion's grasp. The Iwagakure Chunin on the left, regaining his senses, glanced at his right hand, which clutched a bloodied kunai. The Chunin in the center, Yamakaze, felt a searing pain in his back. Upon inspection, his hands were stained with blood, and his face paled, revealing anger and defiance. "Am I to perish?" "I'm sorry, Yamakaze, it was unintentional." The Iwagakure Chunin, Yamakaze, staggered and bit out, "Daishi, this is not your fault. I realize you fell victim to their Jinjutsu." Daishi, unable to articulate his feelings, simply supported Yamakaze and cursed. Cursed Uchiha. As they spoke, the flames of anger and resentment ignited in their eyes. Meanwhile, suspended in the air, Uchiha Sanpu showed no mercy. Laughing maniacally, "Is that all you have? Prepare to meet your demise." With a flurry of movements, his forearms danced like the tentacles of a nimble octopus, chakra swirling between his fingertips. Upon completing the hand seals, both heads operated in unison. The right head opened wide and bellowed, "Fire release." Great fireball technique. A massive fireball, exuding scorching heat, erupted from his mouth, warping the surrounding air with its intensity and producing a cacophony of crackling sounds. Simultaneously, the left head roared, "Wind release." Great breakthrough. Waves of tempestuous wind surged forth, slicing through the air and propelling the fireball forward, reshaping it into a monstrous tidal wave of flames hurtling toward the four Iwagakure ninja. Sensing the imminent danger, the Doton clone halted abruptly, crouched low, and swiftly formed hand seals, ultimately slamming its hands against the ground. Doton. Earth flow wall. A sturdy earthen wall rapidly emerged from the ground, standing over 7 meters tall and approximately 8 meters wide, effectively shielding the four ninjas. However, the searing fireball and howling winds crashed against the earthen barrier with ferocity. In an instant, a deafening roar reverberated through the air, shaking the very forest itself. The wall trembled violently under the dual assault, fissures appearing as debris began to crumble. After merely 2 seconds, the wall could no longer withstand the overwhelming force and collapsed with a thunderous crash. The shattered earth transformed into countless fragments, propelled toward the Iwagakure Four by the violent combination of wind and fire techniques. Without hesitation, Jonin Fujino swiftly executed a series of hand seals, Doton, underground navigation technique. A vortex of chakra formed beneath his feet, and with slight tremors, he and his 3 disciples rapidly sank into the earth, disappearing without a trace. Observing the Iwagakure quartet fleeing underground, Uchiha Sanpu smiled with satisfaction. The power of this combined technique is indeed formidable. Were I to solely employ the Great Fireball technique, its range would be limited to about 10 meters. However, by augmenting it with the Great Breakthrough, the attack range expands to over 30 meters, and its destructive capability escalates significantly. Currently, few shinobi in the ninja world can execute combined techniques single-handedly, the most renowned being the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who could wield 5 elemental combinations: fire, wind, lightning, earth, and water. Another notable figure was the bounty hunter Kakuzu from the Akatsuki organization. While Uchiha Sanpu reveled in his victory, admiring the might of his jutsu, the Doton clone left behind by Jonin Fujino refused to concede defeat. It charged forward, forming hand seals, Doton, rock cannon. From its mouth, a barrage of stones erupted, each stone rapidly enlarging as it soared toward the airborne Uchiha Sanpu. With a slight furrow of his brow, Sanpu's displeasure flickered in his eyes as he drew 2 kunai embedded with explosive tags. With a swift motion of his arms, he hurled them with precision, one after the other. The sound of 2 thunderous explosions resounded, the shock waves generating a tempest in the air, causing nearby trees to sway violently and leaves to cascade down. Following this, Uchiha Sanpu joined his 4 arms together, flapping them like wings to increase his body's resistance, deftly avoiding the incoming stones as he began to descend from the sky. Though the Doton clone possessed a physical form, its resilience was limited. The shockwaves and debris from the 2 explosions shattered it completely. Upon landing, Uchiha Sanpu heightened his vigilance, meticulously surveying his surroundings. Presently, he found himself in the land of Earth, where Iwagakure shinobi could pursue him at any moment. Thus, he needed to vacate the area promptly. Before departing, he checked his attributes: chakra, 81, 996, eye power, 72, 958. Sighing at the dwindling reserves of chakra and eye power, he turned and sped off toward the southwest. Chapter 4. Escape and Utilizing Others as Tools. Jonin Fujino, accompanied by 3 Chunin disciples, retreated to a distant safe zone. With a grave expression, he addressed his disciples, Aoi and Daishi, escort Yamakaze back to the base for medical treatment. Additionally, relay the information from here and request a Jonin for support. I shall continue the pursuit of that Uchiha ninja. This mission is of utmost importance and must not fail. The Iwagakure Chunin Daishi frowned slightly, harboring doubts as he inquired, Sensei, judging by my observations, The opponent appears to be merely 16 or 17 years old. Can he truly be so formidable that we require a Jonin's assistance? The rock-hidden village's Jonin, Fujino, explained with a grave expression. The technique we just witnessed, the dual-headed four-armed ninjutsu, can effortlessly unleash combined ninjutsu. More troubling is that he can simultaneously activate two Sharingan jinjutsu, effectively casting 4 ninjutsu at once. Thus, the potency and strategic value of this technique are beyond imagination. Moreover, individuals like him, a prodigy of Konoha, are our primary targets. Upon hearing this, the Chunin, Qingyan, nodded in understanding, saying, "Understood, teacher. We shall take Yamako back for treatment and relay the information." Fujino nodded slightly, then performed the body flicker technique, vanishing from sight. Watching his teacher depart, Chunin Qingyan turned to his 2 companions, his expression serious, and said, "Dashi, you carry Yamako, and we must hasten back to our base." Chunin Dashi patted his chest and said, "I'm sorry, Yamako, bear with the pain, I'll carry you back for treatment." With that, he crouched down carefully to lift Yamako and rushed northward. Meanwhile, Uchiha Sanfeng, having escaped just minutes prior, sensed someone pursuing him. The pursuer was none other than Jonin Fujino from the rock-hidden village. He did not conceal his presence, instead resembling a tenacious leech, intermittently launching attacks to disrupt Sanfeng. When met with resistance, he swiftly retreated underground, his speed proving exceedingly vexing. Faced with such a slippery opponent, Uchiha Sanfeng felt a flicker of irritation but had no choice but to strategize. The adversary was an experienced veteran Jonin, positioned at the border of the Land of Earth, and reinforcements for him would likely arrive soon. Thus, the attack seemed aimed at disrupting his escape, prolonging the confrontation, potentially leading to his demise. The wind against his face offered him a semblance of clarity, easing his furrowed brow. He devised a plan to traverse the heart of the Land of Grass. Though this route would invite significant aggression from the grass-hidden village's ninjas, it still afforded a glimmer of hope for escape. During the Third Shinobi World War, the primary battlefield for Konoha and Iwagakure was indeed located in the Land of Grass, a predicament for such a small nation. The ninjas of the grass-hidden village appeared to show deference to Konoha and Iwagakure, yet behind the scenes, they played both sides, selling information to Konoha while simultaneously betraying it to Iwagakure. When encountering isolated ninjas from either village, they would not hesitate to strike or capture them. As Uchiha Sanfeng altered his course towards the grass-hidden village, Jonin Fujino discerned his intent. His expression darkened, and after leaving some coded messages on the ground, he pursued. The border of the Land of Grass was adorned with a variety of grasses, and even the scattered trees were not particularly tall, leaving little room for concealment. As he dashed forward, Uchiha Sanfeng glanced back at his pursuer. The Jonin from the rock-hidden village was exceedingly cautious. The activation of Sharingan Jinjutsu required direct eye contact. And despite over 2 hours of pursuit, he had yet to find an opportunity to employ it. As he neared the perimeter of the grass-hidden village, his pursuer showed no signs of relinquishing the chase. He took out an energy pill to restore his stamina and chakra. Shortly thereafter, 3 grass-hidden village ninjas appeared ahead, armed with kunai, adopting defensive stances while declaring, "You are in the territory of the grass-hidden village. Please vacate immediately." Activating his 3 Tomo Sharingan, Uchiha Sanfeng assessed them and recognized they were merely 3 low-ranking ninjas. He swiftly threw 6 shurikens, creating a series of metallic clashes. The 3 grass ninjas clutched their throats and collapsed, evidently near death. Having dealt with the grass ninjas, he glanced back at the pursuing Jonin, who showed no signs of retreating. Thus, he steeled himself and pressed deeper into the territory of the grass-hidden village. While the Sharingan's probing ability was not as potent as the Byakugan's, it was still formidable. Soon, Uchiha Sanfeng spotted 9 grass ninjas in the distance, 3 Chunin and 6 Genin, perhaps an opportunity. Without regard for the 6 Genin, he stealthily approached the 3 Chunin. As he closed the distance, now at 120 meters, 50 meters, and finally 30 meters, Uchiha Sanfeng concealed himself and unleashed the dual-headed forearm technique, charging towards the 3 Chunin. The sudden appearance of a monstrous entity caused the 3 Chunin to momentarily freeze, and alarm bells rang in their minds. Not good. Sharingan Jinjutsu. 2 of the Chunin thrust their kunai at the one in the center. In an instant, that Chunin staggered and fell, grasping his lower back while exclaiming, "Enemy attack." This cry quickly drew the attention of nearby grass ninjas, while Uchiha Sanfeng concealed himself. Next, he commanded one of the Chunin ensnared in the Jinjutsu to shout. At 3 o'clock, there is a lone Jonin from the rock-hidden village. He killed Chugai Chunin, and I shall avenge him. Unable to watch idly, Jonin Fujino formed hand seals and slammed his hands to the ground, invoking Earth Release, Earth Stone Dragon. A massive earthen dragon, over 10 meters long, erupted from the ground. He swiftly leaped atop the dragon's head, calling down from his lofty perch, I did not kill anyone. I am pursuing an Uchiha. If you recognize the situation, step aside. The two Chunin under the Jinjutsu ignored his words and charged at Jonin Fujino. As they closed the distance, Fujino noticed something amiss. Their eyes had transformed into the shape of Sharingan, a telltale sign of Jinjutsu control. Realizing persuasion would be futile, he unleashed his ninjutsu, Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bullet. The massive Earth Dragon opened its mouth and began firing earth chunks, and in an instant, one Chunin was struck, collapsing to the ground, motionless, blood quickly soaking his attire. Seeing this, the other Chunin shouted, Damn it, Chugai Chunin has been killed. I will avenge her. He charged forward, detonating the explosive tags affixed to his person, creating a cacophony of explosions. Witnessing such a brutal display of death, the surrounding grass ninjas felt a surge of adrenaline. They ceased their concealment, rapidly surrounding the Jonin from a Wagakure and drawing their weapons to attack. While the plan had succeeded, the 6 grass genin could not delay for long. Fortunately, the series of explosions had caused quite a stir, drawing more grass ninjas towards the explosion site. As Uchiha Sanfeng observed dozens of grass Chunin racing towards the chaos, a smile crept upon his lips. He was confident. This was a guaranteed victory. The Jonin pursuing him would have no choice but to retreat. And even if he miraculously survived, he would surely be gravely injured. Just as he prepared to slip away quietly, he detected 3 ninjas swiftly approaching. Thus, he remained hidden, contemplating. Judging by their chakra levels, 2 appeared to be Chunin, while the final one's chakra was extraordinarily high. Could it be an elite? But how could the grass-hidden village possess such a formidable expert? No, the red-haired woman must be Uzumaki Kairin's mother. Both Uzumaki Kairin and her mother bore the exceptional physiology of the Uzumaki clan, endowed with remarkable vitality and chakra. A single bite could restore injuries and chakra. Upon this realization, a twinge of greed stirred within Uchiha Sanfeng. This woman shall be mine. As the 3 figures drew nearer, he suddenly sprang from his hiding place. Utilizing the dual-headed form granted by his transformation, he simultaneously unleashed 2 Sharingan Jinjutsu, ensnaring the 2 grass Chunin in an instant. Caught off guard by this sudden turn of events, Uzumaki Kei was startled and instinctively attempted to defend herself, but was unexpectedly knocked unconscious by the nearby grass Chunin. Next, Uchiha Sanfeng controlled the 2 grass ninjas, preparing to extract information, for it is a fundamental tenet of a ninja to gather intelligence to enhance the likelihood of mission success. What are your names? Mizuno and Mutu. In the past couple of days, have there been any changes in the deployment of a Wagakure on the eastern battlefield? The frequency of a Wagakure's attacks on Konoha has increased somewhat. Uchiha Sanfeng intended to continue his inquiries, but 4 more grass ninjas appeared at a distance, one of whom appeared to be a Jonin. With time pressing, he could not afford to continue probing for information, so he decisively cast a Jinjutsu, compelling Mizuno and Mutu to walk into a dense thicket. There, he instructed them to slash their own necks with kunai. The pain instantly jolted them awake. Their eyes were filled with terror and struggle, as if they wished to convey something, yet blood gushed forth from their necks, staining the grass beneath them crimson. Having completed this grim task, Uchiha Sanfeng did not linger, hastening to the side of the unconscious Uzumaki Hai. He crouched down, lifted her arm, and gently bit into it. In that moment, a warm surge of energy flooded into his body, dissipating his weakness like morning mist, and his chakra began to recover steadily. Even his ocular power regained some strength. Thus, he promptly checked his system panel. Host, Uchiha Sanfeng Life, 520-520 chakra, 996996 ocular power, 598958 moments later. The 4 grass ninjas passed by. The Jonin among them twitched his nose, seemingly catching the scent of blood in the air. His expression hardened as he leaped to the treetops, his gaze sharp as he began to scan the surroundings. However, before he could locate the source of the blood, the sound of successive explosions in the distance captured his attention. Weighing his options, he could only lead his team swiftly toward the area of the explosions. More and more grass ninjas were gathering, growing stronger, rendering it increasingly unsafe to remain. 2 minutes later, Uchiha Sanfeng disguised himself as a mere grass genin. He then picked up Uzumaki High and swiftly made his way eastward. The land of grass was merely a small nation, powerless to halt the war between the two great powers of Konoha and Iwagakure. Reluctantly, they had to temporarily cede the eastern region of their country as a battlefield for Konoha and Iwagakure. This was precisely why Uchiha Sanfeng chose to move eastward. Comparatively, the number of grass ninjas there would be less, affording him greater safety in his movements. After sprinting for more than 5 minutes while carrying Uzumaki High, the surroundings gradually quieted and the sounds of battle faded away. He slowed his pace and roused Uzumaki High. After all, fleeing with another person would be exceedingly inconvenient in the event of an unexpected confrontation. He gently patted her cheek and said, "Wake up, stop pretending." Uzumaki High opened her eyes, and what flashed within them was not only vigilance and hostility, but also a hint of disdain. She fixed her gaze on Uchiha Sanfeng and coldly stated, "Let go of me, you Konoha scum. I will never trust you. You Konoha village betrayed the alliance, leading to the destruction of our nation and the tragic deaths of countless clansmen. We will settle this score sooner or later." Observing her agitated demeanor, Uchiha Sanfeng furrowed his brow slightly and patiently replied, "I understand your feelings. If you wish to harbor hatred, direct it towards Sarutobi Hiruzen and the other Konoha higher-ups. Konoha bears no grudge against the Uzumaki clan. At least your in-laws, the Senju clan, were instrumental in preventing your near annihilation." Uzumaki High scoffed. "I do not believe a single word that comes from your Konoha lips. Do you think you can deceive me this way? Dream on." Uchiha Sanfeng gazed intently into her eyes and said earnestly, "The second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, met with an untimely death, and Sarutobi Hiruzen and others, as his protectors, bear an undeniable share of responsibility. Subsequently, Sarutobi Hiruzen accepted Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jeriah as disciples, gaining the support of the Senju clan and becoming the third Hokage. However, as time passed, Tsunade and the others matured, which threatened Sarutobi Hiruzen's position as Hokage. Uzumaki High found this difficult to comprehend, dismissively replying, "What does this have to do with our Uzumaki clan?" Uchiha Sanfeng continued to hold her gaze, causing Uzumaki High to feel a touch of embarrassment, lowering her head slightly. "Before your nation was annihilated, you sought aid from Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen, in his capacity as Hokage, denied assistance, leading to great discontent among the Senju clan. They organized over 1,000 individuals to support the Land of Waves, but all perished, igniting a fervent desire within the Senju clan to reclaim the Hokage position. Then, the Second Shinobi World War broke out. Sarutobi Hiruzen, citing insufficient merit, sent Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jeriah, along with the Senju clan, to confront the Rain Village. This battle resulted in heavy casualties for the Senju clan. The memory of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama's might, loomed large in their minds. Thus, Sarutobi Hiruzen proposed the human experimentation project involving Hashirama's cells. The participants were Senju clan members from the Umbu. Ultimately, all of them perished, and the Senju clan's influence within Konoha's upper echelons was eradicated. Hearing of the Senju clan's tragic fate piqued Uzumaki High's curiosity, and in a subdued voice, she inquired, "What happened next?" At that time, the leader of the Senju clan was Uzumaki Mido, the wife of Senju Hashirama, and also a princess of your Uzumaki clan. The fall of the Land of Waves and the significant losses suffered by the Senju clan dealt her a heavy blow, stripping her of the will to live. Yet she left behind a contingency for your Uzumaki clan, the new Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Uzumaki Kushina. However, a Jinchuriki who separates from their beast faces death. Hence, Uzumaki Mido passed away. Little did she expect that with her demise, the Senju clan would also lose their most vital deterrent. On August 10th of the same year, the Senju clan's young leader, Rope Tree, died unexpectedly. In December of that same year, Tsunade's lover, Dan Kato, also perished unexpectedly. Following this, Tsunade left Konoha under the pretext of suffering from hemophobia, thereby preserving the remaining Senju clan members. Uzumaki High fell silent for a moment, understanding in her heart that what he said was true, yet years of hatred made it difficult for her to compromise easily. After a while, she gritted her teeth and asked, "Why are you telling me all this?" Uchiha Sanfeng replied with confidence, "I wish for you to realize that your true enemy is Sarutobi Hiruzen. Our Uchiha clan does not have a good relationship with him. Thus we share a common foe, establishing a foundation for cooperation. I trust you are aware of the Uchiha clan's strength. If you seek revenge, you cannot do so without us. The land of waves had been obliterated for over 14 years, and the Uzumaki clan had scattered far and wide, surviving only by aligning with other powers. Having endured countless hardships, she struggled to comprehend what the Uchiha clan could covet from them. With this thought, Uzumaki High spoke uncertainly. What do you wish us to do? Uchiha Sanfeng smiled slightly. I wish for you to become my woman. Chapter 6. Kidnapping a wife. Upon hearing Uchiha Sanfeng's request to become his woman, Uzumaki High felt utterly deceived. Her eyes widened in disbelief, and she furiously questioned, why do you toy with me like this? Her voice trembled, a clear manifestation of the tumult of anger and grievance within her. Observing her distress, Uchiha Sanfeng gathered his thoughts. Uzumaki High was approximately 16 or 17 years old, standing 162 centimeters tall, with a slender frame and faint bite marks on her arms. He met her gaze with sincerity and replied, the land of waves has been gone for over 14 years. Your clan has wandered for years, enduring tremendous hardship. It is entirely natural to lack trust. But do you truly believe I would risk my life to come here just to jest with you? Upon hearing this response, she lowered her head slightly, falling into silence. After a while, she slowly lifted her head, her eyes filled with concern, and inquired, if I were to accompany you, what would become of the other clan members residing in Grass Hidden Village? Upon hearing her words, Uchiha Sanfeng felt a surge of joy within. Her inquiry indicated a burgeoning inclination towards him. Thus, he replied in a composed manner, I propose that you and your kin become an affiliated clan of the Uchiha. This way, I will possess a legitimate reason to send individuals to retrieve them and provide the necessary protection and resources. By the way, how many of you currently reside in Grass Hidden Village? Vortex Hui fixed her gaze upon Uchiha Sanfeng's eyes, ensuring he spoke the truth, before she responded slowly, including myself. There are a total of 16 individuals, comprising 3 children and 2 elders. What method do you intend to employ to bring them back to Konoha? Initially, he assumed that the Vortex clan members in Grass Hidden Village numbered no more than 34, thus dispatching 56 ninjas to infiltrate the village would suffice. However, learning there were merely a dozen individuals necessitated a change of strategy. After a moment of contemplation, Uchiha Sanfeng spoke with an authoritative tone. Grass Hidden Village is home to over 1,000 ninjas, with 63 jonin, and merely 11 elite jonin among them. When the time comes, I shall bring 20 elite Uchiha jonin with me, compelling the leader of Grass Hidden Village to hand over your kin without resistance. In truth, given his standing within the Uchiha clan, he lacked the authority to dispatch 20 members. However, he could leverage the Shinto transformation technique to entice many elite jonin. Upon hearing his plan, Vortex Huei felt a twinge of hesitation. He intended to send only 20 individuals, while Grass Hidden Village boasted over 1,000, leaving her anxious about her clan's future. Noticing the subtle shift in her expression, Uchiha Sanfeng resolved to act decisively. Rest assured, within 3 days, I will rescue your clan members. Additionally, your 2 teammates have perished, and releasing you would bring reproach upon me, so you shall feign being my captive. With that, he produced a length of rope and expertly bound Vortex Hui, securing her firmly behind him. Before they set off, he added, the journey back to the Konoha frontline base will take approximately 90 minutes. We may encounter some ninjas along the way. I shall engage them with my techniques. And should my chakra be excessively depleted, I will require your assistance. I understand. After a series of challenges and stealthy maneuvers, they finally approached the defensive perimeter of Konoha's frontline after over 50 minutes. As the subsequent path appeared relatively secure, Uchiha Sanfeng ceased to conceal himself and strode forward with purpose. This action immediately drew the attention of several individuals. Upon seeing Vortex Huei bound to his back, Grass Hidden Jonin Kakuta's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted, stop him. The girl on his back is the village's medical ninja. She is a vital asset. Following Kakuta's call, 11 Grass Hidden ninjas emerged, pursuing Uchiha Sanfeng. An atmosphere of tension enveloped the surroundings. Observing the approaching Grass Hidden ninjas, Uchiha Sanfeng's lips curled into a confident smile. He whispered to Vortex Huei, watch closely and witness the might of the Uchiha. With that, he maintained his pace and swiftly formed hand seals. Wei, Sun, Heng, Shinto transformation. Suddenly, a head of crimson hair sprouted from his shoulder, and arms emerged beneath it. The monstrous figure with 2 heads and 4 arms materialized before the onlookers once more. As the grass-hidden ninjas surrounded him in a circular formation, Uchiha Sanfeng soon encountered his adversaries. 2 grass-hidden chunin swiftly approached, wielding kunai, one aimed at his heart, the other at his abdomen. Unfazed by their assault, Uchiha Sanfeng activated his Sharingan, perceiving their movements as if in slow motion. In an instant, he unleashed 2 colossal fists that crashed into the faces of the chunin, sending them hurtling backward like cannonballs, raising clouds of dust in their wake. Seeing the 2 on the verge of escaping the encirclement, grass-hidden Jonin Kakata grew anxious, shouting, "If we cannot capture them, then do not hesitate. Eliminate the woman on his back, without mercy." At his command, the surrounding grass-hidden ninjas ceased to hold back and launched lethal attacks. Wind release, wind blade. Water release, water bullet. In an instant, an array of ninjutsu, kunai, and shuriken rained down upon the 2. Vortex Huei, merely a medical ninja with chunin-level strength, turned pale in the face of such overwhelming assault, her palms sweating and heart racing. Yet Uchiha Sanfeng remained calm, his fingers moving like shadows as he formed seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. Wind release, great breakthrough. The more chakra infused into the jutsu, the more formidable its power. With Vortex Huei beside him, he decided to be extravagant, channeling 25 times the usual chakra. Upon completing the hand seals, a 10-meter-wide fireball materialized, and a tempest of wind howled forth, the flames surging toward the grass-hidden ninjas with the force of a tidal wave. It was November, and the land of grass was lush with vegetation. Thus, as the flames swept through, they crackled ominously, as if the entire hillside were on the verge of being consumed by the intense inferno. Witnessing the formidable combination of techniques unleashed by his adversary, grass-hidden Jonin Kakuta sensed impending doom. He swiftly retreated like a specter, calling out, "Fall back! Evade!" Their jutsu possesses immense power. The 12 grass-hidden ninjas, all at least chunin level, reacted promptly, retreating hastily. However, 3 unfortunate souls failed to escape in time, consumed mercilessly by the fiery wave, leaving behind charred remains. Gazing at the semicircular wall of flames with a radius of approximately 60 meters, the remaining 9 grass-hidden ninjas exchanged glances, their eyes filled with hesitation and fear. For a moment, they were uncertain whether to continue their pursuit. Seizing the opportunity, Uchiha Sanfeng quickened his pace, making his way toward the Konoha frontline defensive area. As he ran, he turned to Vortex Huei on his back and inquired, "So, what do you think of my prowess?" "Indeed, it is quite impressive." Chapter 7. I suspect you have been sold out by a Wagakure. Upon returning to the operational area of Konoha's frontline, Uchiha Sanfeng swiftly untied Vortex Huei and gestured for her to conceal the headband of the grass-hidden ninjas. Vortex Huei complied silently, yet her heart brimmed with trepidation regarding the unfamiliar environment and the challenges that lay ahead. After a few minutes of advancing, they encountered Uchiha Inaho and Uchiha Tetsuho. Uchiha Tetsuho approached with a look of delight, rushing over with a tone of concern, "Brother Sanfeng, it is wonderful to see you unharmed." Uchiha Inaho's gaze fell upon Vortex Huei, his expression laced with confusion. "Brother Sanfeng, what is the situation with this lady?" Uchiha Sanfeng's lips curled into a smile as he introduced, "This is Vortex Huei, my partner. You should address her as sister-in-law." Upon hearing this, both Uchiha Inaho and Uchiha Tetsuho exchanged glances before respectfully greeting in unison. "Greetings, sister-in-law." Vortex Huei, unaccustomed to such attention, felt her cheeks flush crimson, and she shyly replied, "Hello to you all." Noticing the somber expressions of the surrounding Konoha ninjas, bustling about in haste, Uchiha Sanfeng felt a flicker of confusion. After all, he had been absent for only 2 days. Thus, he inquired of Uchiha Inaho, "Inaho, it is barely past 9. Have you encountered some trouble on your way back to the base?" Uchiha Inaho sighed with resignation, his expression weary. "Alas, in the past 2 days, our supply quota has been reduced to half of what it used to be. We have exhausted our kunai and explosive tags, and we're just preparing to return to the base for resupply." Uchiha Tetsuho continued, "Sampo, you are unaware that the recent offensive from the Iwagakure village has been fiercer than ever. However, the logistical supplies for our village have yet to arrive, leading to casualties that have surged by 30% over the past few days. It is rumored that the higher-ups are considering abandoning the frontline stronghold in the Land of Grass. Uchiha Sanpo's eyes flickered with deep contemplation, yet he refrained from immediately expressing his thoughts. He shifted the topic, saying, "Let us return to the stronghold. This place is not particularly secure." After a brief period, they arrived at the stronghold. Uchiha Sanpo looked towards Uchiha Inaho and Uchiha Tetsuho, instructing, "Inaho, Tetsuho, please look after Hui while I report on my duties." "Rest assured, Sanpo, we shall take good care of her," the two affirmed, patting their chests. As Uchiha Sanpo turned to head towards the command room, he could already hear the sound of heated arguments from within. "Zenkai Ryusai, I have lost 53 clansmen in 2 days under your medical department's care. You must provide me with an explanation, or I swear I shall end you today." The voice of Onmai Yuhai was filled with rage and sorrow. Zenkai Ryusai's voice trembled slightly as she attempted to pacify him. "Onma clan leader, please remain calm." "Calm? To hell with calm. Since the war began, my clan has lost 401 out of 1,000 ninjas, with 172 injured, over half of our forces. How can you expect me to be calm? If you do not provide an explanation now, I will kill you." Onmai Yuhai's furious roar made the table tremble. With tears in her eyes, Zenkai Ryusai responded, "You seek an explanation? Very well. Due to the delayed logistical supplies, we are experiencing a shortage of medicine, leading to many wounds becoming infected. Some critically injured patients, in an effort to conserve medicine, chose to take their own lives. Our medical team has not slept for days to ensure the other patients are cared for. We have done our utmost." Onmai Yuhai clasped his hands together and cried to the heavens, "Ah, Shichiro Taro, I will kill you." "Yuhai, please calm down. This is not my fault. You are aware that the last ambush on our supply transport by the Iwagakure elite squad resulted in our supplies being burned. 3 days ago, I requested emergency supplies from the village, yet none have arrived, so killing me will not resolve anything." Shichiro Taro's voice was laced with helplessness and grievance. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Sanpo gained a general understanding of the situation. He gently knocked on the door and called out, "Clan leader, I have important intelligence to report." Uchiha Fugaku's cold voice emanated from within, "Enter." Uchiha Sanpo pushed the door open gently and stepped inside, closing it behind him. Upon seeing him, Shichiro Taro furrowed his brow and spoke with hostility. "Uchiha Sanpo, were you not captured by the Iwagakure Jonin? How did you return? Have you betrayed the village?" Uchiha Sanpo maintained his composure, activating his Sharingan with 3 tomo, and replied coldly, "I feigned capture and then used Jinjutsu to control the Iwagakure Jonin, ultimately infiltrating Iwagakure to gather crucial intelligence." Uchiha Fugaku's gaze intensified as his fingers rhythmically tapped on the table, producing a steady sound. Slowly, he asked, "Sanpo, what intelligence did you uncover? Speak." After the Iwagakure ambushed and killed the 3rd Raikage, 2 factions emerged within Iwagakure. The radicals, who believe that with their morale high, they should take the opportunity to cripple Konoha and establish Iwagakure as the leading ninja village, and the conservatives, who fear that the son of the 3rd Raikage will inevitably wage war against Iwagakure. They believe that, when that time comes, Konoha and Kumogakure will cease their conflict and may even ally against Iwagakure to prepare for a possible attack from Kumogakure. The conservatives have begun to mobilize troops along the borders of the Land of Water. After hearing the report, the room fell silent as everyone exchanged glances. Their expressions varied. Mikamura Yatsukawa looked towards Uchiha Fugaku and inquired, "Commander Fugaku, since the personnel and supplies from Iwagakure are being shifted for the defense against Kumogakure, should I still take 100 men to defend the Kamikaze Bridge?" Uchiha Fugaku pondered for a moment before responding, "Since it is the village's order, you should proceed with your men to guard it." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Sanpo interjected urgently, "No. The Kamikaze Bridge lies at the junction of the Land of Water and the Land of Earth. Yatsukawa, taking 100 men there would be utterly insufficient for defense. Sending them would be tantamount to sending them to their deaths." At the challenge to the village's order, Shichiro Taro slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "Preposterous. That is an order from the village's higher-ups. There are considerations behind sending them. Uchiha Sanpo, your constant defense of Iwagakure raises my suspicions that you might have been compromised by them, and an investigation is necessary." Sensing the atmosphere growing tense, Mikamura Yatsukawa quickly intervened. "The order states that the village will send Namikaze Minato for support, so it should not be too dangerous." Uchiha Fugaku's expression hardened as he said, "Sanpo, you may leave for now. I prefer that you do not disclose any information regarding Kamikaze Bridge. Namikaze Minato is the commander of the Eastern Front. If the village can send him over, it indicates that the higher-ups have reached a peace agreement with Kumogakure. If Kumogakure's war has indeed ceased, then the conservatives can withdraw over 3,000 ninjas. If the village truly intended to support our northern front, they would have dispatched at least 1,000 reinforcements. However, the village has not sent reinforcements, but instead sent Namikaze Minato, which indicates he is not coming to assist us, but rather to claim credit. After delivering his thoughts, Uchiha Sanpo observed the immediate shift in the expressions of those present, their faces darkening, and he turned to exit the room. Chapter 8. Joining the Hawk faction after leaving the command room, Uchiha Sanpo deliberately took a detour past the supply warehouse. The empty stockroom contained only a meager amount of supplies. Uchiha Sanpo entered to find 2 clansmen counting the scant remaining ration pills and ninja tools. Lowering his voice, he inquired, "Has there been any word on when the supplies will arrive?" One of the Uchiha clansmen forced a smile and replied, "The clan leader says to wait a bit longer. The Hokage has promised that the supplies will arrive soon. However, we have heard that Shichiro Danzo intercepted our second batch of supplies and redirected them to the battlefield in the Land of Mist. Clan leader Fugaku previously sent someone to protest, but there has been no result. Protest? In times of war, such weakness is tantamount to endangering the lives of the entire clan." Reflecting on the history of the original work, it was precisely Uchiha Fugaku's weakness and compromise that led our clan to the brink of annihilation. The future appears rather bleak. A wave of melancholy surged within Uchiha Sanpo. It seemed that this feeble clan leader could not be relied upon. Since the Dove faction's leader was unreliable, he resolved to seek an alternative path for the Uchiha clan's future. Thus, he thought of Uchiha Hakadai, the renowned elder of the Hawk faction. The Hawk faction advocated for a more assertive approach to safeguard clan interests, standing in stark contrast to Uchiha Fugaku's Dove faction. Furthermore, given the current wartime context, with over 1,100 Uchiha clansmen having perished, death and hatred inevitably breed radicalization. Hence, the influence of the Hawk faction within Uchiha was steadily growing. With a decision made, Uchiha Sanpo adjusted his attire and strode purposefully towards Uchiha Hakadai's office. Uchiha Hakadai glanced up, and upon recognizing the visitor, a look of surprise crossed his face. He knew this junior as Uchiha Sanpo, previously a member of the Dove faction. Now, with his 3-tomo Sharingan activated, it was evident he had come with a purpose. "You have come to see me. Is there something you wish to discuss?" Uchiha Hakadai inquired. Uchiha Sanpo bypassed pleasantries and directly recounted the recent events, emphasizing Fugaku's hesitance and the conspiracies within the higher echelons of Konoha. After listening to the account, Uchiha Hakadai fell silent for a moment, pondering the implications, and did not immediately express his stance. His fingers lightly tapped the table, imbued with an air of scrutiny. "Since you have discerned the village's intentions and wish to send Minato Namikaze to seize the credit, what solution do you propose?" Uchiha Sanfeng did not shy away from the gaze directed at him, his eyes resolute. "The solution is rather straightforward, but I require your support and a measure of authority. In exchange, I am willing to join the hawkish faction and ardently advocate for our clan's future." Upon observing this promising, ambitious, and driven junior, Uchiha Hakadai raised an eyebrow. Intrigued, "Please, share your proposed solution." Uchiha Sanfeng took a deep breath and began to articulate his plan. Minato Namikaze, serving as the commander on the eastern battlefield, had already amassed significant accomplishments and renown in the conflict against the Hidden Cloud Village. The village's decision to dispatch him to the Kamizakimi Bridge was merely a self-staged spectacle. Once he completed his mission, the village's upper echelons would undoubtedly portray him as the hero who saved the entire village, thereby elevating him to the position of 4th Hokage. Naturally, the decision to allow Minato to claim our achievements was also a tactic employed by the higher-ups in Konoha to suppress our Uchiha clan. Hearing this, Uchiha Hakadai appeared somewhat taken aback and interjected, "It is unsurprising that the Konoha elite would seek to undermine our Uchiha clan. But why are you so certain that Minato will become the 4th Hokage and not Orochimaru?" Orochimaru, a legendary hero from the Second Shinobi World War, had also served as the commander on the battlefield during the Third War. To many, Orochimaru was the undeniable candidate for the position of 4th Hokage, given his experience, achievements, and prowess. Uchiha Sanfeng explained, Orochimaru's considerable accomplishments and vast network of supporters mean that his ascension would undoubtedly threaten the vested interests of certain higher-ups. In contrast, while Minato is exceptionally talented, he is still quite young and hails from a civilian background, which renders his foundation rather shallow. Even if he were to become Hokage, he would have to rely on the Council of Elders to govern Konoha. Uchiha Hakadai nodded silently, acknowledging that Sanfeng's assessment was astute. The Konoha elite favored Minato precisely because he was easily manipulable and posed no threat to their power. After the war, the upper echelons would undoubtedly go to great lengths to promote and glorify Minato as the savior. At that juncture, we could publish a series of comics documenting the brutal realities of the battlefield, the silent sacrifices of numerous ninjas, and simultaneously unveil the truth behind the Kamizakimi Bridge, that the village had sent 100 civilian ninjas to their demise to facilitate Minato's theft of credit for the accomplishments on the Northern Front. Once this deception was exposed, it would undoubtedly incite a tremendous uproar within the village. The enraged populace and skeptical gazes would inevitably turn toward Minato and the shadowy elite behind him. In that moment, Minato's heroic status would be irrevocably shattered. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Hakadai's eyes glimmered with approval. He clapped his hands and laughed heartily. Excellent. This strategy of leveraging power against power is indeed ingenious. Utilizing public opinion to counter the elite will have them inadvertently undermine themselves. However, I have one more question. Do you believe our patriarch, Fugaku, has any chance of becoming the fourth Hokage? Uchiha Sanfeng pondered for a moment before replying. In the year-long conflict against the Hidden Stone Village, our 8,000 troops have managed to hold their ground against 11,000 of their ninjas, which is a testament to Patriarch Fugaku's merit. If we were to reveal the casualty list of our clan members, it would likely garner him sympathy and supporters. The only issue is that the Patriarch's personal achievements pale in comparison to those of Orochimaru and Minato. At this, Uchiha Hakadai fell silent. Although Fugaku had earned the moniker of Fierce Eyes during this war, his accomplishments were indeed less impressive when compared to the two others. Sensing the somber atmosphere, Uchiha Sanfeng suddenly lowered his voice. In truth, the Patriarch possesses the Mangekyo Sharingan. This revelation struck like a bolt of lightning, causing Uchiha Hakadai to lift his head with a gleam of ecstatic surprise in his eyes. Is what you say true? The Patriarch has indeed awakened the Mangekyo? If Fugaku truly wielded the Mangekyo, his strength would elevate to that of a Kage, rendering him fully qualified to contend for the position of Hokage. Uchiha Sanfeng solemnly nodded. Absolutely. Each Mangekyo Sharingan has a unique pattern. If you wish to know the pattern of the Patriarch's Mangekyo, I can sketch it for you. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Hakadai stood up, pacing excitedly around the room. Clenching his fists, he declared, "Wonderful. This is truly a boon for our Uchiha clan. With the Mangekyo, Fugaku's power will be sufficient to intimidate the masses. Coupled with our control over public opinion, we can certainly confront the elite. It is high time that the position of Hokage is bestowed upon our Uchiha clan." After the initial shock, the seasoned hawkish Uchiha Hakadai, who had navigated through blood and fire throughout his life, suddenly changed his expression. He reconsidered the earlier question. Fugaku, why conceal the Mangekyo? After enduring such a prolonged war, with 132 clan members perishing, if the Patriarch had utilized the power of the Mangekyo sooner, many lives could have been spared. With this thought in mind, Uchiha Hakadai lost the motivation to continue the discussion. He now felt an urgent need to seek out Fugaku for clarity. Thus, he retrieved 2 scrolls and offered them. This is a reward for the intelligence you provided earlier. From today onward, you are a member of my hawkish faction. I can secure you a position as a squad leader, but since we Uchiha value strength, you must also enhance your own abilities swiftly. Uchiha Sanfeng carefully accepted the scrolls, preparing to utilize his Sharingan to copy the ninjutsu inscribed within when suddenly 2 electronic notifications echoed in his mind. Ding. Acquired B-rank ninjutsu. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Current status. Not yet mastered. Ding. Acquired A-rank ninjutsu. Rewriting seal. Current status. Not yet mastered. Chapter 9. Please, do not act this way. I am somewhat afraid. Upon arriving at the Konoha outpost, Uzumaki Huei was filled with a sense of novelty regarding her surroundings. Uchiha Inaho and Uchiha Tetsuho displayed an exuberance that bordered on excessive. Particularly Uchiha Tetsuho, who had a tendency to be overly talkative, posed questions that often led to some awkwardness. Sister-in-law, How did you come to know Brother Sanfeng? He is usually so cold. We all thought he would spend his life with ninjutsu scrolls, he inquired. We met in the land of grass, she replied. Sister-in-law? How did you come to be with Brother Sanfeng? This question was somewhat uncomfortable, as they had only become acquainted after Uchiha Sanfeng had knocked her unconscious and abducted her. So she was reluctant to answer. Noticing that Uchiha Sanfeng had yet to return, she said, Tetsuho-kun, could you take me to Sanfeng's room? Sure thing, sister-in-law. Follow me. He cheerfully replied, leading Uzumaki Huei forward. Upon entering the room, Uzumaki Huei surveyed her surroundings. The room was modestly sized, approximately 16 square meters. Yet it was arranged quite simply. A single bed occupied one corner, accompanied by a wardrobe, a desk, and a chair. Uzumaki Huei gently picked up a wooden basin and smiled as she asked, Tetsuho, I would like to tidy up the room. Where can I find some water? Uchiha Tetsuho politely responded, Sister-in-law, I will show you. Just go left out the door. There's a communal well where we usually fetch water. After saying this, he guided Uzumaki Huei to the well. The surrounding Uchiha clan members were somewhat surprised to see Tetsuho accompanying a member of the Uzumaki clan. Since the betrayal of the alliance by Sarutobi Hiruzen, which led to the downfall of the Uzumaki clan, they had rarely seen any of their kin. A woman in her 30s smiled and remarked, Tetsuho, so you prefer older women? Uchiha Tetsuho, slightly embarrassed, replied, Aunt Mirasai, please don't joke around. She is Brother Sanfeng's girlfriend, so please do not tease her. Another woman chimed in with a laugh. Haha, little Tetsuho, we're just chatting because she seems so adorable. We wouldn't dream of teasing her. Although Uzumaki Huei sensed the light-hearted banter, she remained oblivious to any malicious intent. The relaxed atmosphere made her somewhat uneasy. After filling a basin with water, she lowered her head and departed. Uchiha Tetsuhira seemed to sense her discomfort and quickly followed her. Sister-in-law, please don't be upset. They mean no harm. Though they appear to be laughing and joking, they are merely finding joy amidst their suffering. Take Aunt Mayarina, for instance. Both her husband and son have fallen in battle. Uzumaki Kei raised her head slightly, her eyes reflecting a flicker of emotion as she softly replied, I'm not angry. Just unaccustomed to such an atmosphere. Thank you, Tetsuhira-kun. You may attend to your matters. I can manage alone. Misinterpreting her desire for solitude as shyness, Uchiha Tetsuhira nodded and said, Sister-in-law, if you require assistance, feel free to seek me out. If you cannot find me, you may approach Aunt Mayarina. She is quite eager to help. All right, if I need anything, I shall ask her for help. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Tetsuhira discreetly exited the room. After a while, the door opened again, revealing Uchiha Sanpu, who entered with a package in hand. Noticing the neat and tidy room, he displayed a brief look of surprise before shutting the door and locking it behind him. Seeing him lock the door immediately, Uzumaki Kei instinctively stood up. He approached her, and in the confined space of the 16-square-meter room, she soon found herself with nowhere to retreat. As she leaned back, she fell onto the bed, its soft texture evoking a sudden jolt of awareness, prompting her to spring back up and swiftly draw a kunai, thrusting it forward. Uchiha Sanpu seized her arm and, looking down at her, inquired, What do you intend to do? At that moment, Uzumaki Kei's mind was a whirlwind, and she could not meet his gaze. Noticing her silence, Uchiha Sanpu released her arm and offered her the package. Having just returned from the battlefield, we both carry the scent of sweat. Inside are clothes suitable for you. Shortly, I will take you to the women's bath. After you finish, return here. I will prepare lunch for you. With that, he opened the nearby wardrobe and retrieved a set of clean clothes for himself. Stand up and let us freshen up. Uzumaki Kei mechanically rose to her feet and followed him. I apologize, I was a bit frightened earlier. Uchiha Sanpu reopened the door, saying, I didn't take it to heart, but you are destined to be mine. There's no need for fear. Upon hearing this, Uzumaki Kei trembled slightly, unsure whether it was from shyness or the fear of the unknown. Perhaps it was a blend of both. The frontline base, after all, was a military installation, and many of the living facilities were not particularly convenient. They took over a minute to arrive at the women's bath. Upon seeing the large characters spelling out women's bath on the wall, Uchiha Sanpu calmly stated, I can only take you this far. You may enter and freshen up. Uzumaki Kei nodded slightly, uttering a soft before clutching the clothes and walking inside. The men's bath was over 60 meters away from the women's bath. After watching her enter, Uchiha Sanpu headed towards the men's bath. The previous night, The Iwagakure Kunoichi Aoyama Yui had left some intimate marks on him, and as he cleaned them away, he thought of her, causing an involuntary reaction. However, Aoyama Yui was far away, and they were enemies, which led him to think of Uzumaki. As his thoughts wandered, Uchiha Sanpu felt a heat rising within him. After showering, he went to the dining hall and fetched some food, returning to his room. Moments later, Uzumaki entered, now clad in the clothes he had provided. The white long-sleeve shirt paired with a pink dress exuded youthful vibrancy. Uchiha Sanpu smiled and remarked, "Recently, supplies at the base have been scarce. I managed to grab only 3 dishes and a soup. Once we return to Konoha, I shall take you to enjoy some delectable cuisine." Feeling his intense gaze, she shyly approached the table and gently sat down. "It's all right. This is already quite satisfactory." Uchiha Sanpu picked up his chopsticks and urged, "Then let us eat. The food will cool soon." They spent over 20 minutes finishing their lunch. Uzumaki stood and said, "I'll go clean the dishes." Uchiha Sanpu firmly grasped her arm, saying, "No need to rush, we can clean them later." With that, he used his body flicker technique to flash to the door and lock it. Seeing him lock the door again, Uzumaki's heart raced, and she exclaimed, "Please don't do that. I'm a bit afraid." Uchiha Sanpu approached her, his fingers gently gliding down her nose as he said, "Some encounters, once made, can feel eternal. Some feelings, once ignited, cannot be extinguished." With that, he opened his arms and forcefully embraced Uzumaki. Her body trembled slightly, her breath becoming erratic, and she whispered, "I wish to be yours. Please grant me some time. I will slowly accept this." Chapter 10. I want you to aid my training. Uchiha Sanpu kissed Uzumaki's earlobe, his hands growing restless. You may find me domineering, but you are destined to be my woman, so please do not reject me." Listening to his steady heartbeat, Uzumaki could feel her body responding in ways that seemed to betray her rationality. She felt weak, as if all her strength had drained away, relying entirely on his solid and warm embrace. Her breathing quickened, and her cheeks flushed. "Sanpu, please don't." Sometimes, when a woman says don't, it actually means do. Uchiha Sanpu gently lifted her and laid her down, employing every technique he had learned from previous encounters. Ding. The host and partner, Uzumaki have engaged in dual cultivation. Affection level, 26. Chakra limit, 3. Yang affinity, 001. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the bloodline limit. Incomplete, Uzumaki sage body. Upon hearing the system's notification, Uchiha Sanpu's breath quickened. He excitedly activated his Sharingan and pounced back onto Uzumaki. Ding. The host and partner, Uzumaki have engaged in dual cultivation. Affection level, 28. Incomplete, Uzumaki sage body experience, 20. Chakra limit, 3. Ding. Partner, Uzumaki affection level has reached 100. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 skill fusion opportunity. Having only engaged in intimacy twice, Uzumaki affection level had already maxed out. What an endearing woman. After obtaining the incomplete Uzumaki sage body, Uchiha Sanpu felt invigorated, even the fatigue from earlier fading away. Glancing at the shy girl beside him, he lunged toward her once more. Ding. The host and partner, Uzumaki have engaged in dual cultivation. Incomplete Uzumaki sage body experience, 25. Chakra limit, 3. Yang affinity, 001. Upon hearing the system notification, he checked the information within the system. Bloodline limit. Incomplete Uzumaki sage body, 45,100. Attributes. Lifespan, 5 years. Life, 300. Chakra, 100. Life recovery, 3. Yang affinity, 5. Seeing that he only needed 3 more instances to upgrade, he lunged at Uzumaki again. "Why do you keep coming back? You are simply too adorable. I need to do this 3 more times. Sanpu, I truly can't anymore." Ding, ding, ding. Fortunately, Uzumaki possessed the Uzumaki clan's sage body, granting her exceptional recovery abilities. Otherwise, she would have struggled to cope with his fervor. However, even so, the 6 consecutive intimate encounters left her utterly exhausted. Ding. Upgrade conditions met. Incomplete Uzumaki sage body upgrade successful. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the primary Uzumaki sage body. Bloodline limit. Primary Uzumaki sage body, 120,500. Attributes. Lifespan, 10 years. Life, 800. Chakra, 500. Life recovery. 5. Yang affinity. 10. Upon witnessing the enhancement of the beginner vortex sage body, Uchiha Sanfeng felt a wave of elation. He gazed once more at the slumbering vortex Huei, gently kissing her forehead, and mused, what a treasure of a girl she is. Host, Uchiha Sanfeng strength, elite Jonin status, normal lifespan, 16101 partner. Vortex Huei, affection, 100, Aoyama Yui, affection, 60, life, 16151615 chakra, 16081608 eye power, 996996 generally speaking. The chakra capacity of an ordinary Jonin typically ranges from 500 to 699. However, the original body's initial chakra amount was merely 416, classifying him among the ninjas with relatively low chakra. Such ninjas must judiciously utilize their jutsu during combat, lest they find themselves in dire straits due to chakra depletion. Nevertheless, the situation has dramatically transformed. After advancing to the 3-tomo Sharingan and the beginner vortex sage body, his chakra surged to 1608, successfully elevating him to the ranks of elite Jonin. This change was akin to transforming a pistol into a submachine gun, resulting in a qualitative leap in his combat prowess. Just as Uchiha Sanfeng was filled with joy and prepared to lie down for a brief respite, a voice resonated from outside the door. Sanfeng, the order for your promotion to team leader has been issued. The 8th elder requests your immediate presence in the command room for a meeting. Understood, I'll be right there. Uchiha Sanfeng promptly replied, hastily dressing himself. Once he was adequately prepared, he stepped out of the room, only to overhear the whispers of neighbors. Upon seeing him, some young girls' faces flushed crimson, and they shyly lowered their gazes. Little Sanfeng, you seemed a bit frail before, but I never imagined your prowess would be so formidable. You can battle for over 2 hours at a stretch, surpassing my husband's peak strength by a fold. I find myself envious of your girlfriend. Indeed, as a young man, your vigor is remarkable. After such a lengthy battle, you haven't turned into a softie. It seems one girlfriend may not suffice. Perhaps I should introduce you to another. Another aunt, busy washing vegetables, chimed in with laughter. Don't forget, as Ironfire mentioned, Sanfeng has now been appointed as team leader. To be a team leader in our Uchiha clan, one must possess at least a 3-tomo Sharingan. This young man possesses such strength. His future is limitless. Marina, your daughter Yame will soon turn 17. Why not introduce her to Sanfeng? He would make a fine son-in-law. Uchiha Marina retorted in annoyance. Go away. Do not set your sights on my daughter Yame. The aunt, still laughing heartily, exclaimed, look at Yame's face. It's as red as a monkey's backside. She must have some interest in Sanfeng. Yame, do not be shy. A man of such excellence will surely be regretted if you let him slip away. If you heed your aunt's advice, I shall play matchmaker, and you will lead a blissful life. Perhaps due to the monotony of life on the battlefield. The women around began to indulge in flirtatious banter, their gazes increasingly fixated on Uchiha Yame. The young girl, feeling the weight of so many eyes upon her, turned beet red and hurried into her room, firmly shutting the door behind her. As Yame retreated, the attention of those around shifted back to Uchiha Sanfeng. Some single girls even cast him affectionate glances, secretly sizing him up. Meanwhile, the aunts and younger women grew bolder, engaging in animated chatter. Hearing their discussions about him, Uchiha Sanfeng surmised the reasons behind it. The ninja world resembles the era of the Republic, allowing for multiple wives. Furthermore, with the significant male casualties in the ongoing war, the post-war environment would likely encourage marriage and procreation. Thus, the aunts and younger women, with nothing else to occupy their time, had begun to contemplate the future. Chapter 11. Stand tall inside the command room. A sand table dominated the center, adorned with numerous small flags representing troop strength. Over 50 elite Jonin gathered, each wearing expressions of profound fatigue and anxiety. The first to voice his displeasure was Uchiha Hakadai, who slammed his hand on the table and shouted, Fiake. You know very well that the kamikaze bridge operation is merely a facade. Why did you agree to let Mikamura Yakai lead 100 men there? What difference is that from sending them to their deaths? Infuriated by the sudden outburst, Fiake slammed the table and retorted, Enough, Hakadai. I am the commander-in-chief. I will say this once more. The kamikaze bridge operation is a directive from the village's higher-ups, so let us cease this discussion. We must focus on how to navigate the challenges ahead. Fiake's assertive demeanor temporarily quelled the room. However, Kuruma Yunkai soon rose to present a more pressing concern. 3 days ago, the logistics team was ambushed and all supplies were destroyed. The village has yet to resupply us. Our medical supplies are nearly depleted, and people are dying every moment. We have enough weapons and ammunition to last until tonight. What shall we fight with tomorrow? Elder Karuma's words detonated like a bomb, igniting the anxiety of everyone present. Clan leader Kazami echoed with a morose expression, "Fiake, you must devise a solution. We, with our 8,000 men, are battling against 11,000 of a Wagakure. We have held our ground for a year and a half, not counting the severely injured. We have lost over 3,000 men, leaving us with barely 4,000 capable fighters. If this continues, we may all perish here." Upon hearing this, the elite jonin began murmuring among themselves, some even despairingly suggesting, "We were already outnumbered, and now the village isn't sending reinforcements." The blockade on supplies clearly indicates a desire for us to perish here. As the discussions escalated, the atmosphere in the command room grew increasingly chaotic, filled with voices of doubt and complaint. Uchiha Fiake's forehead bulged with veins, his eyes nearly ablaze. He pounded the table again, shouting, "Enough about the supplies. I will find a way to resolve this. Let us move on to the next topic." Seeing Fiake's demeanor, the crowd gradually quieted, leaving only heavy breaths in the air. Uchiha Hakadai inappropriately broke the silence, saying, "Sanfeng, analyze our current situation." Recognizing this as an opportunity to showcase his abilities, Uchiha Sanfeng surveyed the room, stood, and spoke. "I believe everyone has heard that the third Raikage was besieged and killed by numerous Iwagakure ninjas. The question remains, how could a Wagakure have ambushed so many? The answer is simple. The movements of a village leader can only be known to the upper echelons of the village. This suggests that there is a problem within Kimogakure. His words stunned the assembly. Whispers circulated, and expressions of realization spread among the crowd. Uchiha Sanfeng continued, "Given the fourth Raikage's brutish nature, he would certainly eliminate internal traitors before waging war against a Wagakure. Furthermore, according to Kimogakure customs, he must keep vigil for 3 days for his father. And the third Raikage has been dead for exactly 3 days. Therefore, the earliest he could launch an attack on a Wagakure would be tomorrow. This means that we can expect to see Kimogakure ninjas near the land of waterfalls the day after tomorrow." His analysis was coherent and well-supported, gradually captivating the audience. The conference room fell into an unusual silence, with everyone holding their breath, their gazes fixed intently on the young Uchiha, awaiting his further insights. Suddenly, a civilian jonin interjected, "Since a Wagakure is fortifying in the land of waterfalls, it is in anticipation of an attack from Kimogakure. Why, then, would the village assign Mei Murakami, a jonin, to lead 100 men to guard the Kamikaze bridge at the border of the Takigakure? Could it truly be merely a facade for glory and accolades?" Upon hearing the mention of the Kamikaze bridge once more, Uchiha Fugaku clenched his fists, his heart ablaze with indignation. He understood all too well that this was a scheme by the village's higher-ups to claim credit while simultaneously suppressing the Uchiha clan. Yet could he voice such thoughts? A moment of indiscretion could harm the morale of those on the front lines, rendering their situation even more precarious. Noticing Fugaku's intense gaze, Uchiha Sanpaku responded in concert. "The fact that Namikaze Minato can go to the Kamikaze bridge indicates that an agreement has been reached between the village's higher-ups and Kimogakure. In other words, the war between Konoha and Kimogakure has effectively concluded." This startling conclusion sent ripples of astonishment throughout the assembly. He then turned towards the map adorning the wall. Once hostilities cease in the Kimogakure battlefield, the Konoha ninjas stationed there can be redeployed. "I estimate that we could extract at least 2,000 to 3,000 ninjas." Hearing this, Arama Yunkai's eyes lit up as he interjected, "If that is the case, can we request some reinforcements from the village? Even just 500 would greatly alleviate our pressure here." Upon hearing Yunkai's proposal, whispers of renewed hope began to circulate within the command room. Uchiha Sanpaku gently shook his head, saying, "I suspect the village will send reinforcements to the Kirigakure battlefield. With those additional troops, we could thoroughly repel the invasion of Kirigakure by February of next year. At that point, with Kimogakure at peace and Kirigakure in retreat, our only remaining adversaries would be a Wagakure and Tsunade." At this revelation, the head of the Kazekage clan felt a spark of realization and murmured, then the war would be utterly concluded. These few words instantly captivated the attention of those around him. After more than a year of conflict, with countless lives lost, many had grown weary of war. The land of wind was barren and desolate, reliant on imports of grain from our land of fire. Should the situation deteriorate, Tsunade would have no choice but to surrender. Furthermore, the war between Iwagakure and Kumogakure was unlikely to end swiftly, so to avoid being besieged on two fronts, Iwagakure would likely seek peace with us in Konoha. Thus, the war would naturally come to an end. Following Uchiha Sanpaku's strategic analysis, the atmosphere in the meeting room shifted dramatically. The earlier sense of oppression and anxiety was replaced with astonishment and exhilaration. The attendees began to engage in hushed discussions, some nodding in agreement, while others whispered to confirm the logic of the assertions made. Uchiha Fugaku cleared his throat, signaling for silence. Sanpaku's analysis is indeed insightful. It appears we are not fighting alone. The dynamics of the entire shinobi world are shifting in our favor. Everyone, let us endure a little longer. If we can weather this final storm, victory will be within our grasp. Upon hearing this, the elite shinobi present straightened their backs, their eyes rekindled with determination. Chapter 12. 3 defensive lines. After Uchiha Sanpaku's thorough analysis, everyone nodded in agreement. However, with over 2 months remaining until the war's end, the current supply and defensive situation was exceedingly dire. Despite Fugaku's steadfast assurances that he would resolve the material shortages, unease lingered in the hearts of many. The head of the Arama clan turned his gaze towards the young Uchiha, earnestly inquiring, "Dear Sanpaku, while we all find your analysis to be coherent, the war is set to continue for more than 2 months. Do you have any strategies to help us navigate this imminent crisis?" Uchiha Sanpaku then turned to Fugaku, calmly asking, "Clan leader, how do you plan to address the supply issue? Surely you do not intend to return to Konoha in search of resources from the third Hokage? If that proves futile, would you consider utilizing clan funds to purchase supplies yourself?" Uchiha Fugaku sighed, a resigned smile gracing his lips. "Alas, you have seen through my intentions. That is indeed what I had in mind." Hearing this, Uchiha Sanpaku's brow furrowed. He recalled similar events from the original narrative. Upon Fugaku's return to the village, accompanied by a 4-year-old Itachi, they were met with the grim sight of countless corpses belonging to Konoha and Iwagakure ninjas along the way. One could only surmise the ferocity of the battles that transpired then. Consequently, he raised his voice, speaking with gravitas. "If the fourth Hokage declares war on Iwagakure tomorrow, then tonight and tomorrow morning will be crucial. I suspect Iwagakure may launch a large-scale night raid, aiming to crush us before Kumogakure intervenes. Should Commander Fugaku depart from the front lines at this juncture, not only would it leave our stronghold leaderless and disorganized, but we would also forfeit a potent combatant." Upon hearing that Iwagakure would initiate a large-scale surprise attack that evening, the assembly suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation and tension gripped the room. The head of the Kazekage clan gasped, "Indeed, once Kumogakure declares war on Iwagakure tomorrow, the latter will have no choice but to divide their forces to defend the land of lightning. Their numerical advantage against us will vanish, and the tides of battle will surely turn. If I were the commander of Iwagakure, I would seize the opportunity to launch a full assault tonight, while our forces are still at a disadvantage. If Commander Fugaku is not present to oversee our stronghold, the consequences could be dire." The surrounding elite shinobi nodded in agreement. "If Iwagakure is set to launch an all-out assault tonight, we must immediately prepare traps and stand ready, ensuring they have no means of retreat." Impressed by the insightful analysis of this junior, Uchiha Hakadai felt an increasing admiration for him and decided to lend further assistance. "Sanpaku, do you have any thoughts on our trap arrangements?" Uchiha Sanpaku humbly bowed and replied, "In matters of trap deployment, I am still relatively inexperienced and have much to learn. I would prefer to hear the esteemed opinions of the seniors present, so that I may learn from your wisdom." This display of humility endeared the young Uchiha to the elite shinobi gathered, for in the brutal theater of war, a leader who values collective wisdom and respects their elders commands greater trust. The manner in which this young shinobi lowered himself in humility instantly garnered him the favor of many senior members. The Third Shinobi World War had now raged for over a year, with the conflict between Konoha and Iwagakure enduring through 5 assaults on their part. Both sides had garnered experience in offensive and defensive maneuvers. Yet, as they discussed setting numerous explosive tags at the valley entrance and heavily fortifying 2 elevated positions, the prospect of a direct clash left Uchiha Sanpaku increasingly troubled. I have some thoughts regarding our defense strategy, but I am uncertain if I should voice them." Upon hearing Uchiha Sanpaku's words, the room fell silent as everyone granted him their attention. We number only about 4,000 shinobi, while a Wagakure boasts over 6,000. The enemy's advantages lie in their manpower and resources, while our advantage is time. We have no need to engage a Wagakure head-on. We can trade space for time, minimizing our casualties while amplifying our strategic advantage. After he finished, the attendees began to engage in discussion once more. The head of the Kazekage clan, quick-witted, spoke up. Indeed, Kumobikure will declare war on a Wagakure tomorrow, and the day after we'll see their offensive. As long as we can hold out for a single night, the Wagakure will inevitably retreat. We have no need to confront them directly. The Kazekage's analysis struck at the heart of the matter, redirecting the attention of the assembled elite shinobi back to Uchiha Sanpaku. My suggestion is to establish 3 defensive lines. The first line should consist of the valley entrance and the 2 elevated positions, all defended by shadow clones, with the goal of hindering the enemy rather than eliminating them. The second line should be positioned in front of the stronghold, with elite shinobi dispersed for defense, again aiming to impede rather than engage. Once their jutsu and shuriken are exhausted, they must retreat without lingering. With the delays caused by the first and second lines of defense, the enemy will inevitably concentrate their forces at the third line of defense. The third line of defense lies within the stronghold itself, where the terrain is relatively complex due to the presence of buildings. Thus, we shall concentrate our traps within the stronghold, employing shadow clones as bait, and ultimately triggering the traps to maximize their lethality. After hearing the layout of the 3 lines of defense, everyone turned their gaze to the sand table and began to engage in discussion. Uchiha Hakadai, stroking his beard, remarked, "Currently, we have 439 special jonin, 165 jonin, and 37 elite jonin. Based on this arrangement of the 3 lines of defense, we should be able to inflict casualties on the enemy amounting to approximately 800 to 1,200 at minimal cost to ourselves." Upon learning of such a considerable number of jonin-level combatants, the jonin in the command room gathered in groups to discuss, their eyes sparkling with excitement. At this moment, the head of the Arma clan incredulously questioned, "Did we not suffer over 3,000 casualties? How can we still have this many jonin-level fighters?" In response to this skepticism, Uchiha Hakadai rubbed his sore chin and explained, "We have lost a total of 3,226 fighters, of which 2,515 were Genin and 604 were Chunin. The casualty rate among Jonin-level fighters is actually quite low, which is why we are not lacking in high-level combat strength. This is also the reason we have managed to endure until now." Kazami, the clan leader, narrowed his eyes and expressed his doubts. While this plan appears to be highly feasible, it has the drawback of requiring considerable chakra from the Jonin. Should they run low on chakra, their strength would only marginally surpass that of Chunin, and if the battle reaches a stalemate, it would result in significant Jonin casualties. In the command room, where only those with at least Jonin strength were present, the mention of a plan that could lead to numerous Jonin casualties sparked immediate dissent. Within the command room, murmurs of debate filled the air. At this juncture, a civilian Jonin stepped forward, proclaiming, "Perhaps we should consider an alternative plan, as I find these 3 lines of defense rather unreliable." Upon hearing this challenge, a seasoned Uchiha Jonin abruptly stood and shouted, "As ninjas, have we ever executed a mission without danger? To disregard such a promising strategy, are you merely afraid of death?" Recognizing that a heated argument was inevitable, Uchiha Sanfeng cleared his throat, prompting an immediate silence in the command room. With a smile, he gently stated, "In fact, there are 2 critical steps remaining. First, we should have Commander Fugaku utilize the Mangekyo Sharingan to activate Susanoo, leading the charge against the Wagakure ninjas. Standing at several meters tall, Susanoo's defenses are impervious to ordinary ninjutsu. After having navigated through numerous traps, encountering a formidable and invincible monster in pursuit would surely shatter the Wagakure ninjas' morale. At that point, all of you would merely need to lead thousands of ninjas to strike down the defeated." Hearing of the Mangekyo Sharingan and Susanoo, the breaths of many Jonin grew heavier. Observing their expressions, Uchiha Sanfeng exuded strong confidence as he continued, "Next, we must execute the most crucial step. I propose we employ the Uchiha Fire Formation to cut off the Wagakure ninjas' retreat. In doing so, we can capture thousands of Wagakure ninjas alive. At that point, Wagakure will have no choice but to surrender, and I recommend we demand 30 billion ryo in war reparations from them." Upon hearing this, even the usually assertive head of the Arma clan felt a tinge of doubt. To capture thousands of Wagakure ninjas, force them to surrender. and demand 30 billion ryo in reparations. Can we truly accomplish such a feat? Uchiha Hakadai, tugging at his sparse beard, explained, "You are all aware that we Uchiha are adept in fire techniques. The power of the Uchiha fire formation is formidable. When 4 jonin combine their efforts, they can withstand the attack of a tailed beast bomb. If over 20 join forces, they can indeed contain thousands of Awagakure ninjas for a significant period." Uchiha Fugaku, not only the clan head but also the head of Konoha's security department, was familiar with the village's annual income, expenditures, and surplus. Tapping his fingers on the table to organize his thoughts, he stated, 30 billion ryo seems excessive. Our village's annual income is approximately 13 billion ryo, and after deducting various expenses, we are left with about 4 billion ryo. Awagakure is far less prosperous than us. If they can manage a surplus of 3 billion ryo in a year, that would be impressive. Demanding 30 billion ryo would equate to their total income over a decade. They are unlikely to agree. Under normal circumstances, as Fugaku pointed out, Awagakure would indeed struggle to produce such funds. However, Uchiha Sanfeng radiated confidence as he asserted, "On the battlefield of Awagakure, we have suffered 3,226 casualties among Konoha ninjas, including those lost in the battlefields of Kumogakure, Tsunade, and Kirigakure. The estimated total casualties of Konoha ninjas exceeds 110,000. Furthermore, with thousands of severely injured Konoha ninjas, the compensation for casualties post-war will amount to approximately 40 billion ryo." Hearing the staggering figure of 40 billion ryo, the ninjas present gasped in shock. Just moments ago, Commander Fugaku had mentioned that Konoha's surplus was over 4 billion ryo, but that was during peacetime. With more than half of the village's ninjas lost, the village's income for the coming years would undoubtedly diminish. Consequently, the village would be unable to afford such compensation, which is why I suggested demanding 30 billion ryo from Awagakure, as it is ultimately for everyone's benefit. With this sum, not only could the families receive compensation for their losses, but the survivors would also earn their rightful rewards. Uchiha Sanfeng's analysis was both logical and audacious. Kazami remarked in astonishment, "However, 30 billion ryo is an enormous sum. How can we compel Awagakure to part with such funds? Should we demand they pay with mineral resources?" The Arma clan had already suffered severe losses in this war. If they were unable to secure compensation after the conflict, their clan would inevitably weaken. Seeing an opportunity to obtain the funds, the head of the Arma clan quickly concurred. The land of Earth is the largest of the 5 great nations in terms of territory, with abundant mineral resources. A proposal to pay with minerals is certainly viable. A civilian jonin murmured. While feasible, transporting these minerals back to the land of fire would be quite troublesome. Uchiha Sanfeng surveyed the assembled group and stated, "Once we capture these thousands of Awagakure ninjas, Awagakure will be left with only 600 to 700 ninjas. They will undoubtedly be unable to withstand the assault from Kumogakure. Under the threat of annihilation, Awagakure will have no choice but to pay up. However, it is likely that the nobles of the land of Earth, who live in luxury, will be the ones to cover this sum." Upon hearing this, the crowd displayed expressions of realization. Indeed, while Awagakure may struggle, the wealthy nobles of the land of Earth are far from impoverished. Knowing that there would be rewards after the war, many jonin began to roll up their sleeves, brimming with enthusiasm. Suddenly, Uchiha Yakumi rushed into the command room, urgently declaring, "Report. Jonin Minamura Yawaki encountered 50 elite ninjas led by the East Deadman near the Kaminarabashi Bridge, resulting in 96 of our casualties, with only 4 rescued by Jonin Minato Namikaze." Upon hearing of the loss of 96 of their comrades, the atmosphere in the room instantly grew tense. Uchiha Sanfeng glanced at the time, his brow furrowing. Minamura Yawaki departed around 10 a.m. with over 100 civilian ninjas towards the Kaminarabashi Bridge, yet by 3 p.m. we suffered 96 casualties. What a grim turn of events. Uchiha Hakadai sighed and inquired, "Did Minato Namikaze return with them?" Uchiha Yakumi calmly replied, "No. It is said that Minato Namikaze went to rescue his 3 disciples and did not return with Minamura Yawaki." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Sanfeng silently criticized the situation in his mind. He was familiar with this plot. Uchiha Obito was crushed by a boulder, leading him to transplant his 2 Tomo Sharingan to Kakashi, and ultimately, it was only when the cave collapsed that Minato Namikaze arrived to save the day. The command room fell into silence once more, as the heads of the Arma clan, Kazami, and Uchiha Hakadai exchanged glances. Uchiha Fugaku lightly tapped the table and declared, "Esteemed colleagues, let us conclude this meeting. We shall proceed with the previously discussed layout of the 3 defensive lines. It is now 3:21 p.m., and time is of the essence. Therefore, I urge all teams to swiftly take their positions and prepare traps and ambushes. We must be ready to confront the impending night raid from a Wagakure. Additionally, the medical team and the injured must be properly relocated. Friends, we must secure victory tonight. Defeat is not an option. I implore you all to strive together towards this end." Upon hearing these words, numerous elite shinobi straightened their posture and promptly departed to fulfill their orders. Chapter 14. The Downfall of Shamura Taro. At 3:40 p.m., Shamura Taro, the logistics chief, was ousted from the warehouse by members of the Uchiha clan. He observed the Uchiha tirelessly transporting supplies and swiftly distributing them at the warehouse entrance. A wave of unease washed over him. Having not attended the urgent meeting, he remained oblivious to the imminent peril. However, the scene before him was enough to raise his vigilance. Damn it! The injured and medical ninjas are beginning to evacuate, and they are setting numerous traps within the stronghold, indicating their intention to abandon this position. Why was I not informed of such a significant development? It seems I have been sidelined. How despicable! Despite his position as the logistics chief, which implied a certain level of intelligence, the realization struck him with panic. Tonight, the Wagakure is likely to invade. I cannot remain here to await death alongside them. My life is precious. I must return to Konoha. With this thought, he hastily returned to his quarters to gather his belongings, intending to slip away amidst the chaos. However, as Shamura Taro reached the stronghold's entrance, he was intercepted by 2 Uchiha guards. "Stop! The stronghold is under lockdown. No one is permitted to leave without orders," one guard commanded sternly. Shamura Taro, forcing an air of calm, explained, "Supplies are critically low on the front lines. I must return to Konoha to transport them. A delay could cost lives. Can you bear that responsibility?" The guard scrutinized him, his gaze landing on the package at Taro's waist. "What is inside? I must inspect it." Taro's heart sank, and cold sweat beaded on his brow. "It contains 7 storage scrolls for transporting supplies. Surely, an inspection is unnecessary. We have worked together on the front lines for over a year. Do you not trust me?" Nevertheless, the Uchiha guard disregarded his words and forcibly unfastened the package. Upon opening it, he found only 7 sealed storage scrolls. The guard seized one and demanded, "What is contained within these scrolls?" Shamura Taro stammered, "They contain some documents and personal items." The 2 Uchiha guards exchanged glances, and one performed several hand seals before slamming his palm onto the scroll. In an instant, instead of documents, stacks of cash surged forth, forming a small mountain on the ground. Witnessing this, the other guard opened all the storage scrolls, revealing 7 piles of glaringly white cash that shone under the sunlight, causing Taro's complexion to drain of color. The allure of wealth was potent, especially with the estimated sum exceeding 200 million ryo, drawing a crowd of hundreds in an instant. Recalling how this man had accused him of being bribed by a Wagakure earlier that morning, Uchiha Sampu felt a surge of indignation. Activating his 3-tomo Sharingan, he prepared to interrogate Shamura Taro with Jinjutsu. "By what means did you acquire this wealth?" Shamura Taro, his gaze vacant and devoid of spirit, replied, "I secretly assumed the identity of a deceased ninja, signing the supply requisition forms to smuggle ninja tools and medical supplies out of the stronghold, selling them at the black market in the land of rain for profit." No one had anticipated that this normally glib and cowardly man would audaciously embezzle military supplies. It was well known that a single explosive tag typically sold for around 600 ryo, and during wartime, it could fetch about 1,200 ryo. How much material had to be sold to amass over 200 million ryo? A chilling tone edged into Uchiha Sampu's voice as he pressed, "How many ninja tools and medical supplies did you sell?" "I can't recall precisely, but I sold around 19 billion ryo worth of ninja tools and over 74 million ryo worth of medicine." Noting the discrepancy, Uchiha Sampu frowned and continued his interrogation. "If you sold 264 billion ryo, then aside from the 210 billion ryo here, where is the remainder?" Shamura Taro appeared dazed, seemingly lost in a daydream. "I spent over 50 million ryo at a brothel." Under the duress of the Jinjutsu, Shamura Taro divulged all his crimes. When he awakened from the illusion, he found himself bound to a wooden post in the central square. The commotion escalated, and many people gathered, their numbers swelling as they witnessed the 7 mountain-like piles of cash on the ground, all filled with righteous indignation. No wonder there are always shortages of medicine on the front lines. It turns out this scoundrel has been stealing it for profit. Such a traitor should be dealt with swiftly. Listening to the surrounding discussions, Uchiha Sanpu maintained a stoic expression. According to Konoha's military laws, embezzlement of military resources and desertion were grave offenses. However, if Shamura Taro were brought back to Konoha for trial, he would likely end up in prison. And given the influence of the Shamura clan, he could be released in a few years. With this thought, Uchiha Sanpu's gaze turned frigid. He summoned Uchiha Inaho and whispered in his ear, "Go to the command room and inform clan leader Kurama of the situation here." Uchiha Inaho nodded slightly before using the body flicker technique to depart. Observing the increasingly cold expressions of the gathered crowd, Shamura Taro felt a sense of foreboding. He shouted, "My uncle is Shamura Danzo. If you kill me, he will seek vengeance." At the mention of Danzo's name, a brief silence enveloped the crowd. Seeing this, Uchiha Sanpu gripped 2 kunai, scraping them together to produce the distinctive sound of metal. "Make way, everyone. I wish to practice throwing kunai. Do not obstruct my path. If anyone gets hurt, it will be their own fault." Upon hearing this, the crowd parted to create a path. Suddenly, Uchiha Sanpu hurled the 2 kunai, and they struck Shamura Taro squarely in his eye sockets, eliciting a scream. "Ah, my eyes. I will kill you." Uchiha Fugaku had initially intended to remain uninvolved, but upon witnessing Shamura Taro's eyes burst, he felt compelled to intervene. "Sanpu, cease. I acknowledge his guilt, but you cannot administer vigilante justice. It will only bring trouble upon us." Uchiha Sanpu chuckled. "Oh dear, I did warn everyone before practicing my kunai throwing. I simply did not anticipate that someone would be standing in front of the post. Alas, my skills are lacking. I merely pierced his eyeballs. Wouldn't you all agree?" At this, the onlookers erupted in laughter, echoing, "Indeed. We all heard him declare his intent to practice throwing kunai. It was merely an accident." Realizing the crowd's complicity in Uchiha Sanpu's defense, Shamura Taro was consumed by pain and fury. "You wretched scoundrels, I will not let you escape." In response to his arrogance, clan leader Kurama produced a kunai and thrust it into Taro's mouth, twisting it cruelly and severing his tongue. Given the heavy losses his clan had suffered in battle, Uchiha Fugaku merely frowned, choosing not to intervene further, and turned to leave. As Fugaku departed, Uchiha Sanpu revealed a cruel smile. "Do you understand now why I am so enraged? This wretch's embezzlement has led to a shortage of medicine, causing numerous injuries to become infected. To conserve supplies, dozens of severely wounded patients chose to take their own lives. Tell me, does he not deserve to die? Kill him! Kill him! Kill him!" In an instant, hundreds of kunai and shuriken were unleashed upon Shamura Taro. With a scream, he breathed his last. Chapter 15. Night Assault and Ambush in the Deep of Night. A waning moon concealed itself behind dark clouds, plunging the entire valley into an impenetrable darkness. The peculiar calls of cuckoos echoed, signaling the stealthy approach of the ambush unit from a Wagakure. They believed themselves to be undetected. Yet little did they know they had already stepped into the meticulously crafted traps set by the Leaf Ninjas. Boom, boom, boom. A series of deafening explosions erupted suddenly. Debris and flames soared into the air, devastating the foremost dozen Wagakure ninjas, leaving them either dead or grievously injured. The fiery glow of the explosions illuminated the night sky, revealing the targets for the hidden Leaf Ninjas. Seizing the opportunity, they unleashed a barrage of expansive fire and wind combination jutsu. Fire release, great fire dragon technique. Wind release, great breakthrough. Fire release, great fire extinguishment. Wind release, wind cutter technique. In an instant, fire dragons intertwined with raging winds, causing flames to surge within the valley, engulfing the Wagakure frontline in a sea of fire. Unwilling to yield to such fierce onslaught, the Wagakure forces quickly organized their Earth Release ninjas to establish a defense. Earth Release, 10,000 miles of Earth Flowing Wall. Earth Release, 10,000 miles of Earth Flowing Wall. As the Earth Release technique was executed, the Wagakure ninjas expelled vast amounts of soil from their mouths, rapidly erecting a long earthen wall in front of their ranks, effectively blocking most of the flames and safeguarding the rear forces. Subsequently, the Wagakure ninjas employed the Earth Release, cracking Earth technique, channeling chakra into the ground. Instantly, The earth before them began to crack and surge as if plowed repeatedly by a colossal plow, soil and stones being hurled into the air. Amidst this seismic upheaval, the explosive tags buried by the leaf ninjas were triggered, detonating in quick succession. Report. The traps within 50 meters ahead have been cleared. Shall we continue the assault? The current commander of Awagakure was Kodo, the son of the third Tsuchikage Inoki, towering at 17 meters and weighing 12.05 kilograms, a figure of remarkable stature. Standing atop the earthen wall crafted by the earth release technique, he gazed intently ahead and waved his hand, stating, "The duration of the recent explosions was somewhat brief," suggesting that the enemy's traps are few in number, which is rather unusual. Proceed with caution. Send out some earth clones to probe ahead while the rear forces follow gradually. Understood. With the command given, the Awagakure Jonin began forming hand seals to perform the earth release, earth clone technique. These clones could sense the situation ahead, and even if destroyed, would not incur casualties among their ranks. This was a customary reconnaissance method employed by Awagakure in unfamiliar terrain. The primary objective of this first line of defense was to delay and exhaust the enemy's chakra. Upon witnessing the deployment of the earth clones, the Leaf Jonin immediately utilized explosive tags and shurikens for targeted clearance. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions echoed as hundreds of earth clones were obliterated. Seeing the number of clones diminish, Uchiha Sanfeng emitted a series of urgent sounds, signaling the team to begin their retreat. Report. The C group of earth clones was entirely obliterated at a distance of 60 meters. Report. The A group of earth clones engaged the enemy at 100 meters, and it seems they are preparing to establish a new defense line at that distance. Listening to the continuous stream of frontline intelligence relayed by his subordinates, Kodo instinctively rubbed his head, then turned to his female secretary beside him, asking, "Hanakira, these leaf ninjas are acting strangely. Can you analyze what they intend to do?" Although just 22 years old, Hanakira was an experienced female jonin. At this moment, her brows furrowed as she calmly observed the flickering flames in the distance. When we breached the enemy's first line of defense, they employed combination jutsu for their ambush. Based on the range and power of their techniques, it appears they deployed approximately 500 jonin for the surprise attack. Now that they have retreated to 100 meters, it is evident they intend to engage us there once more. Kodo furrowed his brow in confusion. But what advantage do they gain by facing us with fewer numbers? Hanakira replied cautiously, "Tonight, the darkness obscures vision, and we are fighting on their territory. The enemy's deployment of over 500 jonin for ambush clearly indicates their intent to exhaust us with elite forces. If we rely primarily on chunin and genin to confront them, our casualties will undoubtedly be severe. Therefore, their strategy seems to be compelling us to deploy our own jonin for an elite confrontation." Kodo stroked his chin, pondering, "I see. But the chakra reserves of jonin are also limited. Generally, a jonin can exhaust their chakra after using techniques 10 to 20 times consecutively. What could be their ulterior motive behind such reckless chakra expenditure?" Hanakira gazed toward the distant battlefield, responding, "Jonin lacking chakra possess only a marginal advantage over chunin. In the event of a large-scale confrontation, casualties would be catastrophic. Perhaps they aim to force us into a retreat through this method. Thus, we must not follow their rhythm. We need to organize elite jonin to launch an attack, creating a breach in their lines to exploit our numerical superiority." At just 25 years of age, Kodo was brimming with youthful fervor. After absorbing Hanakira's analysis, he bellowed, "Excellent. We shall proceed as you suggest. I will personally lead the elite jonin into battle while you remain at the rear to command the main forces to follow." With that, Kodo stretched his muscles, his joints cracking audibly. His excited gaze radiated a fierce battle spirit, akin to a bear poised to pounce on its prey. Hanakira, understanding Kodo's nature, knew that no one could deter his actions at this moment. Thus, she sighed in resignation, saying, "As you command. I will relay the orders. And once a gap appears ahead, we will initiate a full-scale assault." With a series of commands dispatched, the ninjas of Awagakure quickly assembled. Kodo led the elite squad forward, charging toward the vulnerable segment of the leaf defense. Cuckoo, cuckoo, cuckoo. The urgent calls of birds pierced the air, signaling a retreat in the face of a formidable enemy. Uchiha Sanfeng, bold and skilled, rushed toward the source of the calls, soon encountering two familiar figures. Uchiha Yahweh, retreating, exclaimed, "Sanfeng, we must fall back. The Wagakure Commander Kodo, leading a dozen elite jonin, has breached the right flank and is heading this way. With the Sharingan's ability to discern chakra flow, Uchiha Sanfeng observed the distant battle, noting that Kodo's chakra was at least twice his own. No wonder his earth release techniques possessed such formidable power. After a moment of contemplation, realizing he could not contend with Kodo, he retreated alongside Uchiha Yahweh and the others. Chapter 16. Tonight, I shall kill with abandon. Amidst the smoke-laden borders of the land of grass, the setting sun painted the sky crimson. Uchiha Sanfeng clenched his teeth, his fingers digging deep into the bark of a tree. Damn it, it seems there are indeed clever individuals among the Wagakure forces. And Kodo, that scoundrel, forsaking his role as commander to lead an elite squad on a surprise attack against the west flank. In the distance, the sound of explosions echoed, signaling the collapse of the first line of defense. With his exceptional vision granted by the Sharingan, he clearly observed Wagakure ninjas gathering 200 meters away. Behind him, Uchiha Tiehu trembled as he asked, "Sanfeng, what shall we do?" Turning back, Uchiha Sanfeng saw that only 5 members remained in his squad, 3 chunin and 2 special jonin, all battered and bruised. Plans had been overtaken by unexpected developments. He had not anticipated Kodo's bold move to assault the weak point in the west, resulting in the disintegration of their first line of defense. Before the conflict began, Uchiha Sanfeng instinctively activated his system, only to be bombarded with a flurry of notifications. Ding! The host has observed a multitude of ninjas utilizing B-rank jutsu, shadow clone technique through the 3-tomo Sharingan, gaining 2,672 experience points in that technique. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully copied a ninjutsu and acquired the B-rank technique, shadow clone, minor mastery. Ding! Through the 3-tomo Sharingan, the host observed numerous ninjas utilizing the B-rank ninjutsu, fire release, great fire dragon technique, gaining 1,502 experience points in this art. Ding! Congratulations, host. Ninjutsu replication successful. As a torrent of information flooded his mind, Uchiha Sanfeng felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Yet, the revelation of the new feature of his external enhancement filled him with exhilaration. With the aid of this enhancement, the Sharingan would automatically record, analyze, and summarize when copying certain ninjutsu and taijutsu, thereby further enhancing the host's abilities. In other words, at this moment, he had already mastered various formidable techniques, including shadow clone, fire release, great fire dragon technique, and fire release, great fire extinguishing technique. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble, and a series of booming sounds erupted from the rock-hidden's encampment ahead. "Sanfeng, brother!" Uchiha Tehuo called out again, his voice tinged with confusion and fear. Uchiha Sanfeng opened his eyes, the 3 tomos in his pupils spinning faster than ever. He commanded, "It seems the rock-hidden ninjas are about to initiate a new wave of assault. You all, retreat to the second line with the injured. I will hold them off." "But brother Sanfeng, there are at least 20 elite ninjas. Execute the order," Uchiha Sanfeng barked. His 5 subordinates dared not utter another word, swiftly carrying the wounded backward. Uchiha Sanfeng took a deep breath to steady his racing heart, swiftly forming hand seals: rat, snake, boar, horse, tiger, demon transformation. As he completed the final seal, a powerful chakra surged within him, transforming his appearance into that of a bizarre creature with 2 heads and 4 arms. The red-haired head on the right chuckled. This is just the beginning. Tonight I shall revel in slaughter." Shadow clone technique. Instantly, 2 clouds of smoke dispersed, revealing 2 identical 4-armed, 2-headed shadow clones at his sides. The 2 clones then split apart, their 4 faces radiating a fierce killing intent as they charged toward the rock-hidden encampment. The left clone took the initiative, rapidly forming hand seals, fire release, great fireball technique. In an instant, a colossal fireball erupted from its mouth, soaring directly toward the rock-hidden encampment. Concurrently, the other head unleashed another ninjutsu, wind release, great breakthrough. As a powerful gust of wind swept through, the massive fireball was propelled forward, intensifying in ferocity, resembling a dragon of flames as it lunged toward the rock-hidden encampment. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The rock-hidden sentinels finally sensed the anomaly, but it was too late. As the warning barely escaped their lips, they were engulfed in the roar of flames. Where the fire dragon passed, 3 rock-hidden ninjas, caught off guard, were instantly transformed into human torches, their screams piercing the air. Some quick-reacting rock-hidden ninjas hurriedly formed seals to save themselves. Earth release. Earth flow wall. A series of earthen walls rose in response, attempting to block the fire dragon's advance. However, the combined might of the wind and fire ninjutsu was overwhelming, and the earth walls were swiftly breached. While the rock-hidden ninjas were preoccupied with the left shadow clone, the right shadow clone seized the opportunity to strike with precision. Its four arms began forming seals, fire release, great fire extinguishing. In that moment, a flame even more ferocious than before, accompanied by a tempestuous wind, surged forth, creating a terrifying conflagration. Caught between the left and right assaults, the rock-hidden ninjas found themselves utterly defenseless, with 7 ninjas falling in an instant, leaving only 15 to struggle against the onslaught. Observing the success of his shadow clones, Uchiha Sanfeng couldn't help but smirk. My shadow clones truly excel. Why do I feel increasingly formidable? The ensuing chaos on the battlefield drew the attention of the rock-hidden's commander, Huangtu. His figure darted through the fray like lightning, and upon arrival, he witnessed 2 monstrous figures recklessly unleashing their combined ninjutsu. Uchiha. Earth release. Multiple earth flow walls. A dozen earth walls, each over a meter thick, rose to temporarily shield against the ravaging fire dragon. Uchiha Sanfeng narrowed his eyes, carefully observing Huangtu's movements. Truly a shadow-level powerhouse. His chakra is indeed remarkable. Yet his offensive strategies seem rather singular. Earth release. Rock fist. Huangtu executed the body flicker technique, closing in on the right shadow clone with ghostly speed. A thunderous crash resounded as the ground where the right shadow clone had stood was violently struck, leaving a massive crater in its wake, dust and debris flying. However, this seemingly ferocious strike failed to connect. The right shadow clone, equipped with the dynamic vision of the 3-tomo Sharingan, easily anticipated Huangtu's attack and evaded it effortlessly. Seeing Huangtu's strike miss, the right shadow clone wasted no time. Suspended in midair, it rapidly formed seals. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Instantly, a gigantic fireball erupted from its mouth, hurtling toward Huangtu. Faced with the sudden onslaught, Huangtu crouched low, slapping the ground with both hands. Earth release. Earth stone pillars. In an instant, dozens of sharp stone pillars erupted from the ground like bamboo shoots after rain, thrusting upward toward the airborne enemy. While some stone pillars were shattered by the fireball, many others continued their relentless assault toward the right shadow clone. With a resounding thud, the clone found itself caught off guard and was pierced by the sharp stone pillars, exploding like a punctured balloon. Chapter 17. The spectacle of Susanoo's arrival. Huangtu's fist, accompanied by the sound of slicing air, crashed down onto the ground, causing Uchiha Sanfeng's final shadow clone to dissipate into white smoke under the impact of the earth release, rock fist technique. From this exchange, it was evident that Huangtu possessed shadow-level strength. His chakra was indeed formidable, and the might of his earth release techniques was impressive. Yet he lacked the lethal prowess of techniques like dust release or explosion release. With intelligence gathered, it was time to retreat. Caw caw caw. A peculiar bird call echoed across the battlefield, prompting the elite ninjas of Konoha to spring into action. While they appeared chaotic, they retreated in an orderly fashion toward their stronghold. The rock-hidden ninjas erupted in victorious cheers, pursuing relentlessly into Konoha's territory. Standing at the forefront, Huangtu suddenly felt a sense of unease. Everything was proceeding too smoothly, as if it were orchestrated. Boom, boom, boom. The entire encampment was suddenly engulfed by a cacophony of explosions. The ground trembled, flames soared high into the sky, and the anguished cries of the rock-hidden ninjas rang out. Damn it, it's a trap. We were too careless. Huangtu's eyes widened in horror as he watched his subordinates disintegrate in the explosions. Quickly forming seals, he unleashed his chakra like a torrential flood. Earth release. Mountain earth technique. The ground shook violently as a small hill erupted from the earth, providing temporary shelter for the surviving rock-hidden ninjas. Breathing heavily, Huangtu felt cold sweat bead on his forehead. This technique had drained nearly half of his chakra. Protect the injured. Regroup, Huangtu shouted, only to be met with the terrified screams of his subordinates. Looking up, his pupils constricted in shock. A towering green giant, over 70 meters tall, loomed before them, wielding a scythe reminiscent of the Grim Reaper, exuding an oppressive aura that was suffocating. Huang Tu's throat tightened. He had faced Uchiha Fugaku in battle before, but never anticipated such a concealed power. Uchiha Fugaku, commanding the third stage of Susanoo, issued the command, "All units, attack." With that order, over 4,000 Konoha ninjas, lying in ambush, surged forth like a tidal wave. The battle cries echoed, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" Uchiha Fugaku stood atop Susanoo's head, resembling a war god descending upon the battlefield. As Susanoo wielded the 60-meter-long scythe with a gentle sweep, several rock-hidden ninjas who failed to evade were cleaved in two, meeting a tragic end. Confronted with such a terrifying assault, the rock ninjas were caught off guard. Nevertheless, they promptly organized a counterattack, unleashing a torrent of earth-based ninjutsu upon the Susanoo. However, these techniques proved utterly futile against the impenetrable defenses of Susanoo, akin to striking a stone with an egg, failing to inflict even the slightest harm. Witnessing the ineffectiveness of their assault, despair surged within the hearts of the rock ninjas. Yet, they did not falter. Instead, they intensified their onslaught, desperately seeking a chink in Susanoo's armor. The commander-in-chief, Inoki, forcefully gathered his chakra and struck the ground with both hands. The earth release, hard earth technique. A colossal puppet, constructed of solid earth, rose to a height of approximately 48 meters, wielding a conical hammer. The giant puppet charged towards Susanoo, followed closely by Inoki. Earth release, stone pillar. From behind Susanoo, he summoned a massive stone pillar, seemingly intending to coordinate a pincer attack with the giant puppet. "Commander, beware of the ninjutsu attack from behind." Uchiha Fugaku's Mangekyo Sharingan rotated, blood seeping from the corners of his eyes, rendering his expression all the more menacing. An interesting little toy, though it lacked speed. With a swift turn, Susanoo's scythe of death cleaved through the giant puppet's waist to shoulder, instantly bisecting it. Yet, that was not the end. The scythe swept through the base of the stone pillar like cutting grass, severing it as well, causing it to topple awkwardly to the ground. Observing the futility of even his own ninjutsu, Inoki momentarily fell into a daze. How could it be so powerful? Just moments ago, they had suffered a devastating ambush, losing over 1,000 men, and now they were being hunted by a Susanoo towering over 70 meters. Even the commander Inoki was no match for it. In an instant, the morale of the rock ninjas began to crumble, and they turned to flee. Dozens of elite Uchiha ninjas had now arrived at their rear, forming intricate hand seals before slamming their palms onto the ground. Ninjutsu, Uchiha Flame Barrier. The earth trembled as two walls of crimson fire erupted from either side of the canyon, converging towards the center at an astonishing speed. The searing flames formed an impenetrable barrier, enveloping the entire stronghold. Several rock ninjas attempting to break through were instantly reduced to cinders upon contact with the flames. Despair spread like wildfire among the rock forces. Inoki surveyed the devastation around him, his heart twisted in anguish. Over 1,000 had perished in mere minutes, and now they were besieged by the leaf ninjas. He raised his gaze to Fugaku within Susanoo, whose eyes bore a chilling calm. "Rock ninjas." Fugaku's voice echoed through Susanoo, each word striking the hearts of the rock ninjas like a heavy hammer. "Tomorrow, the Cloud Village will formally declare war on the Rock Village. If you all perish here today, the Rock Village will be unable to withstand the impending attack from Cloud Village. What awaits you is annihilation, and the land of Earth will be carved up by neighboring nations." The rock ninjas exchanged fearful glances, dread spreading in their eyes. Commander Inoki clenched his fists but found himself powerless to refute. Fugaku's voice softened slightly. "However, if you surrender now, we can guarantee your safety. I, as a member of the esteemed Uchiha clan, assure you that if the Rock Village declares defeat and pays a compensation of 3 billion ryo, you shall be allowed to leave unharmed." A profound silence enveloped the fiery cage, broken only by the crackling of the flames, all eyes fixated upon Inoki. He closed his eyes, the stern visage of his father, Inoki, flashing through his mind. As a commander, he could not allow over 5,000 compatriots to perish in vain after losing more than 1,000 in just over an hour. Inoki's voice emerged hoarse and heavy. "I accept your terms. We surrender." Fugaku imperceptibly nodded, as Susanoo gradually dissipated, and the Uchiha flame barrier was lifted in kind. The leaf ninjas swiftly advanced to confiscate the weapons of the rock ninjas. Let a few return to deliver the message, particularly to inform Inoki that his son is in our custody. In the Rock Village's Tsuchikage office, a resounding crash echoed as Inoki smashed his palm against the desk, splinters scattering. his aged features twisted with rage, his small frame quivering uncontrollably. Over 6,000 against 4,000, and it has ended like this? Have I truly given birth to such a useless offspring? It drives me to madness. Inoki roared within the confines of the Tsuchikage's office. The surrounding Umbu ninjas rendered silent. Tsuchikage-sama, our time is limited. You must make a decision swiftly. An Umbu reported cautiously. Taking a deep breath, Inoki forced himself to regain composure. He approached the window, gazing out at the nightscape of the rock village. All these years of toil, is it to be destroyed in an instant? Chapter 18. This is not infighting, but a cleansing of pests. In the rock village before dawn, within the Tsuchikage office, Inoki stood before the window, his gray-white brows tightly knitted. His rough fingers absent-mindedly caressed the window frame as he murmured, over 70 meters tall, the green Susanoo, that brat Fugaku possesses eyes akin to Uchiha Madara's. Is the Leaf Village poised for resurgence? Outside, the first rays of morning light pierced through the clouds. Inoki turned to face the mirror and noticed that he seemed to have aged a decade overnight. More strands of white hair adorned his forehead. Remembering his captured son, Inoki, the 5,000 elite rock ninjas in peril, and the 3 billion ryo in war reparations demanded by the Leaf, a weight akin to a boulder pressed upon his chest. Suddenly, Inoki inhaled deeply and declared, Kagari, accompany me to the front lines for negotiations. Kagari bowed respectfully. Yes, Tsuchikage-sama. He was a member of the Rock Village's explosive team, possessing the bloodline limit of explosion release, making him a formidable ally. Perhaps that was why the Tsuchikage chose him to accompany him. The two ascended to the rooftop of the Tsuchikage building, the morning wind biting, causing Inoki's robes to flutter. He formed hand seals, chakra flowing within him, earth release, lightweight rock technique. An unusual sensation of weightlessness enveloped them as their bodies slowly ascended. Inoki controlled the flow of chakra, carrying Kagari towards the border of the land of grass. Below, the rock village gradually diminished in size, the morning light casting a golden hue upon the rocky structures. At the Leaf Front camp, within the central tent, the hurried footsteps of guards shattered the morning tranquility. Report. Commander Fugaku, the 3rd Tsuchikage Inoki and his bodyguard Kagari have arrived and demand to see you. Within the tent, Uchiha Fugaku opened his eyes, glancing at his watch, 5:58. His voice was as calm as still water. Please have them wait in the main tent, and notify Uchiha 8, clan leader Kuruma, and clan leader Kazami to assemble. Also, bring along that brat Sanfeng. Yes. As Fugaku stepped into the main tent, the higher-ups of the Leaf had already gathered. Inoki sat opposite, his diminutive form radiating an undeniable authority. Uchiha 8, Uchiha Sanfeng, clan leader Kuruma, and clan leader Kazami regarded one another warily. The atmosphere within the tent as tense as iron. Uchiha Fugaku took his seat at the head, his voice measured. 3rd Tsuchikage Inoki, thank you for your patience. Inoki snorted disdainfully. You Uchiha brat, spare me the pleasantries. If you have a surrender document, I will accept it, but 3 billion ryo in war reparations is non-negotiable. Uchiha Fugaku raised a hand, signaling a servant to present hot tea. He leisurely sipped before responding. War has always been judged by its outcomes. Furthermore, during the 3rd Great Ninja War, it was your side that first tore up the peace treaty. It was you who allied with the other 3 major ninja villages to besiege us in the Leaf. The unexpected directness of Uchiha Fugaku sent a chill through the tent. Inoki's countenance turned a shade of ashen gray. The 4 major ninja villages besieging the Leaf. You should reflect on your own shortcomings. Moreover, in warfare, it is survival of the fittest. Uchiha Fugaku set down his teacup, the crisp clink of china interrupting the Tsuchikage's fury. He wore a faint, enigmatic smile at the corners of his mouth. Inoki, perhaps we in Konoha should ally with the Cloud Village to launch an assault on the land of Earth, to annihilate its villages and nation. From next year onwards, the land of Earth shall exist only in the annals of history. This statement struck Inoki's heart like a precise kunai. The old Tsuchikage's pupils constricted sharply. He was acutely aware of the predatory ambitions of the Cloud and understood that Uchiha Fugaku was not merely posturing. Unable to restrain himself, he stepped forward. Do not overreach. Konoha. Uchiha Fugaku did not spare him a glance, his gaze fixed firmly on Inoki. 300 billion ryo is indeed a substantial amount. Yet we do not intend to burden the Iwagakure with this cost. Inoki furrowed his brow. What do you mean? Fugaku's fingers lightly tapped the table. In the face of annihilation, The nobility of the land of Earth would surely be quite willing to pay this sum for your sake. A profound silence enveloped the tent. Inoki's hands trembled slightly as he grasped the underlying implications of Fugaku's words. He faced a stark choice: persuade the daimyo and nobility to finance this, or allow a Wagakure to bear the brunt of destruction. This was blatant political extortion, yet it left him with no rebuttal. Uchiha Sanpu could not help but chuckle, only to be silenced by a glance from the 8th Hokage. The leader of the Kurama clan stroked his beard, a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes. Inoki's posture hunched slightly as if burdened by an invisible weight, and he rasped, "Bring me a pen, I shall consent." A servant respectfully presented the pre-prepared agreement and brush. Inoki took the pen, his fingers whitening from the pressure. Just then, Uchiha Sanpu interjected. "I have heard that members of Danzo Shamura's route have leaked intelligence regarding our positions to your village. These traitors have led to our repeated failures in operations. I request that the surrender agreement specifically stipulates the handover of all related evidence and personnel information from a Wagakure." At this, several Konoha leaders exchanged shocked glances. Even Uchiha Fugaku raised an eyebrow. A glint of sharpness flashed in Inoki's eyes as he weighed the pros and cons. The war would soon conclude, and it would be wise to relinquish these items. Let the Konoha forces turn on one another, inflicting further losses. That would be advantageous. With this thought, Inoki feigned a smile and replied, "Indeed, we possess some intriguing intelligence." Uchiha Sanpu suppressed his elation, adopting a serious tone. "Please include this evidence as an annex to the surrender document. Konoha must root out the traitors." Inoki stroked his beard, a calculating glimmer in his eyes. "I am more than willing, for our Wagakure despises treacherous disloyalty, even if it originates from other nations." The negotiations continued, yet the atmosphere had palpably shifted. When Inoki finally signed the agreement, the special annex explicitly detailed 7 instances of clandestine contact between Root and a Wagakure, along with comprehensive information on 3 key contacts. Shu quickly understood and summoned a large scroll, unsealing it to retrieve several other scrolls, which he placed on the negotiation table. As Inoki rose, he cast a meaningful glance toward Uchiha Sanpu. "I hope this intelligence proves useful to you. By noon, I shall deliver the 300 billion ryo. I trust that upon receipt of the funds, you will release our people immediately." Uchiha Fugaku's gaze lingered on the scrolls before he nodded slightly. "Rest assured, once we receive the funds, we will promptly release them." After the tent flaps fell, Uchiha Hakadai immediately erected a soundproof barrier. The leader of the Kazama clan could not contain his inquiry. "Sanpu, are you inciting internal strife?" Uchiha Sanpu calmly unfurled the scroll. Observe the date of the 3rd intelligence exchange. It coincided with the day the Kazama clan transported supplies and encountered an ambush by a Wagakure's elite. The Kazama leader's expression shifted dramatically. That ambush had cost him his eldest son. Uchiha Sanpu's voice was as cold as ice. Danzo, in his quest to weaken Konoha's clans, resorted to treachery and betrayal. This is not infighting, but the purging of parasites. Uchiha Fugaku finally rose, his Sharingan gleaming ominously in the shadows. "The war is not over. Today's matter shall cease here." A solemn hush fell over the assembly. All understood that once this evidence returned to Konoha, the inevitable confrontation between Danzo Shamura and the Uchiha would be unavoidable. Chapter 19. The Wrath of Namikaze Minato at Dawn. Just outside the Konoha base on the border of the Land of Grass, over 5,000 Wagakure captives were confined within a hastily erected barrier. As Inoki's figure appeared on the horizon, the captives stirred, hope igniting in their eyes. "The 3rd Tsuchikage has come. He has come to rescue us." Indeed, the 3rd Tsuchikage would never abandon us. Cheers erupted. The spirits of these Wagakure shinobi, though defeated and captured, had not entirely shattered. They believed their leader would find a way to bring them home. Yet, hope arrived swiftly only to dissipate even faster. Inoki entered the central tent and emerged with a darkened expression less than half an hour later, utilizing the light heavy rock technique to fly away without casting a glance at the captive camp. Has the 3rd Tsuchikage abandoned us? 300 billion ryo. Could he truly not procure it? Have we become mere pawns? Despair spread like a plague. Some began pounding on the barrier, others muttered curses, while many slumped to the ground, their gazes vacant. The unrest escalated, and the Konoha shinobi on guard tightened their grips on their kunai. The news swiftly reaching the central tent. An Uchiha shinobi knelt, reporting, "Lord Fugaku, unrest has erupted in the captive camp." They seem to believe that Inoki has forsaken them. Uchiha Fugaku was reviewing the details of the ceasefire agreement when he replied solemnly, Sanpu, attend to this matter. Understood. A few minutes later, Uchiha Sanpu stood before the captive camp. He crossed his arms and cleared his throat, addressing the Iwagakure shinobi, esteemed members of Iwagakure. The third Tsuchikage, Inoki, has gone to the land of Earth to negotiate war reparations. By noon, the 300 billion ryo will be delivered in full, and you shall return safely. A murmur of skepticism rippled through the barrier. Lies. How could negotiations conclude so swiftly? 300 billion ryo is no trifling sum. The daimyo could not possibly part with it so easily. The nefarious Uchihas must be plotting something. Are you starving us by withholding breakfast? Listening to these doubts, Uchiha Sanpu maintained his smile, having anticipated such a reaction. After more than a year of warfare, how could centuries of blood feuds be resolved with mere words? He thus adopted a serious tone. The war has dragged on for over a year, with both sides suffering losses. It is entirely natural to harbor grievances. However, let us face reality. It is Konoha that has triumphed over Iwagakure. Some Iwagakure shinobi shouted defiantly, Has Konoha no one left? Sending a mere child to speak to us. Uchiha Sanpu remained unperturbed, deftly shifting his discourse. Those of you who have survived this war, we Uchiha believe you are far from incompetent. Our clan has always respected the strong, and thus, even though you are now captives, we have not subjected you to harsh treatment or humiliation, for we understand that this defeat is not your fault. He deliberately paused, allowing his words to pierce the hearts of the captives like a shuriken, striking at their most vulnerable points. Noticing some expressions soften, he continued to press. If not for your Iwagakure clan, the third Raikage would not have been slain 3 days prior, and the fourth Raikage would not have declared war upon you. If you were not faced with the pressure of a two-front battle, you would not have risked a nighttime raid on our Konoha base, nor would you have fallen into our ambush. Uchiha Sanpu raised his right hand, passionately proclaiming, in fact, we Konoha had anticipated your assault last night due to the death of the third Raikage. Therefore, this defeat was inevitable, a misjudgment of the decision-makers, and in no way a reflection of the bravery of you frontline warriors. The atmosphere within the barrier subtly shifted. The captives began to converse, many wearing expressions of relief. Indeed, how could they, having fought valiantly, suddenly find themselves utterly defeated? It turns out that it was merely a miscalculation by the higher-ups. Uchiha Sanpu smirked inwardly. He had prepared this line of reasoning long ago. In a previous life, when faced with defeat in games, it was common for individuals to shift the blame onto their teammates. This tactic remains effective even in the world of Naruto. As the chaos gradually subsided, Uchiha Sanfeng nodded in satisfaction before departing. However, his peripheral vision caught 3 familiar figures approaching the central tent. Namikaze Minato, Hatake Kakashi, and Noara Rin. What could bring them here? Namikaze Minato deeply bowed and sincerely apologized, saying, Chief Fugaku, I am truly sorry for not taking better care of Obito. Hatake Kakashi and Noara Rin followed suit, with Rin's eyes red from recent tears. Uchiha Fugaku, accustomed to the cycle of life and death, coldly remarked, in battle, life and death are fated. Minato, there is no need for you to blame yourself. It is merely Obito's unfortunate destiny. Minato raised his head, his azure eyes filled with guilt. But if I had resolved the enemy's plans more swiftly and meticulously. Hearing this, Uchiha Sanfeng stormed into the tent, sneering, Minato, spare us the false pretenses. As the commander of the Eastern Front, after facing the fourth Raikage multiple times, you cannot be unaware of his character. Minato was taken aback. Sanfeng, what do you mean by that? The demise of the third Raikage at the hands of Iwagakure would undoubtedly incite the fourth Raikage to seek vengeance, leading to a declaration of war against Iwagakure. Thus, Iwagakure positioned its forces along the borders of the land of Waterfall to counter the impending attack from Kumogakure. Under such circumstances, the mission at Kaminarabashi holds no benefit for us in Konoha, yet you still choose to proceed, merely seeking to claim credit for our Uchiha clan's achievements to pave your way to becoming the fourth Hokage. A heavy silence fell over the tent as the blunt accusation hung in the air. Kakashi's eyes widened, his breath quickening. He recalled Obito's final words. The foolish latecomer with that radiant smile, was all of it merely a political charade? Is what you say true? Noara Rin gasped, tears spilling over. Obito. Minato's complexion turned ashen. Sanfeng, you misunderstand. I never thought that way. Uchiha Sanfeng scoffed, pressing on relentlessly. The war has dragged on for over a year, leaving Konoha in dire straits. If a Wagakure truly intended to transport supplies from Kaminarabashi, then you would have received a mission to compete for those resources, not to destroy a bridge. For the sake of your performance, they sent Mikura Yakai, alongside 100 shinobi, to guard the borders of the land of Waterfall. Furthermore, Sarutobi Hiruzen assigned you the Kaminarabashi mission as a solo endeavor, yet you brought 3 disciples along, slowing your march and resulting in the needless deaths of 96 of those brave shinobi. Minato staggered back, his pallor deepening. I genuinely did not know the truth. Uchiha Sanfeng relentlessly pressed, Iwagakure excels in earth release. Constructing a bridge would take them no time at all. Our shinobi can leap through trees and run across water. What purpose does blowing up a bridge serve? It's a laughable excuse. Uchiha Fugaku rose, his gaze sweeping across the gathered assembly. Enough. The war is not yet completely over. Internal disputes serve no purpose. Though reluctant, Uchiha Sanfeng took a step back, still glaring at Minato. Fugaku approached Minato, speaking calmly. Obito sacrificed himself for Konoha. The Uchiha take pride in him. I believe you did not act with malice. Minato bowed deeply, exiting the tent with his 2 dazed students. Uchiha Sanfeng was indignant. Chief, you are too lenient. That Namikaze Minato is clearly. Fugaku interrupted. Sanfeng, remember that true strength does not require the belittling of others to affirm oneself. Outside the tent, Kakashi remained in shock, mechanically following Minato, the words of Uchiha Sanfeng echoing in his mind. If the Kaminarabashi mission was truly inconsequential, then what did Obito's sacrifice signify? Chapter 20. Blood stains the clan emblem. Once Minato departed, the oppressive silence within the command tent returned. Outside, the occasional groans of the wounded and the shouts of medical ninjas could be heard, yet these sounds seemed to be separated by an invisible barrier. Uchiha Hakadai's aged fingers lightly tapped against the table. Sanfeng, you should not have spoken so impulsively. In the future, you must act with greater prudence. Although his tone was calm, the sharpness of his gaze felt like a blade, each word striking Uchiha Sanfeng like a hammer upon his heart. Sanfeng felt his throat tighten, fully aware of the elder's intent. Previously, he had shared with Hakadai that after the war, to support Minato's ascension, Konoha's leadership would undoubtedly engage in grandiose promotion, crafting him into a savior figure. By then, revealing the truth of Kaminarabashi would shatter Minato's heroic facade and the people's trust in him. Now, with Minato dismissed and the card laid bare, he lacked a reliable ally. After a moment of contemplation, Uchiha Sanfeng stated, last night, we faced over 6,000 Iwagakure shinobi with our 4,000, capturing over 5,000. Today, the 3rd Tsuchikage, Anoki, has come to sign a surrender agreement, promising to deliver 30 billion ryo this afternoon. In such a short time, I have turned the tide and gained significant recognition. I may have gotten a bit carried away, but I believe everyone can understand, and I will be more cautious in the future. Seeing Sanfeng's sincere admission, Uchiha Hakadai's gaze softened slightly. They had previously been at a disadvantage, necessitating some leverage and hidden cards. Now, having triumphed over a Wagakure, with achievements surpassing Minato's, the truth of Kaminarabashi had become largely irrelevant. His warning was meant to guide Sanfeng, who was still young, to prevent the development of arrogance. The recent incident had not weighed heavily on anyone's mind. Uchiha Hakadai stroked his beard, his gaze shifting to the sand table at the center of the tent, which still displayed the battle arrangements from the previous night. Now that a Wagakure had surrendered and they would receive payment by noon, the question arose, what to do with over 5,000 Wagakure prisoners after their release? A hint of confusion crept into Hakadai's voice. Kazami, the clan leader, anxiously tapped the edge of his teacup, murmuring, indeed, our war with a Wagakure has concluded. Now, where do we go from here? The water's surface in the cup rippled, reflecting his furrowed brows. All eyes turned to Uchiha Fugaku, the frontline commander. Fugaku stood before the sand table, hands clasped behind his back, his 3-tomo Sharingan slowly revolving. He scrutinized the sand table as if deciphering every detail. Since Uchiha Sanfeng's return from intelligence gathering, everything had shifted. Initially, they had planned to withdraw their frontline forces back to the borders of the Land of Fire due to a lack of resources. However, through Sanfeng's analysis and strategy, they had indeed defeated a Wagakure. Now, not only had they captured over 5,000 Wagakure shinobi, but they had also successfully demanded a war indemnity of 30 billion ryo. The swift arrival of fortune, coupled with its rapid transformation, left Uchiha Fugaku pondering the next steps. Fortunately, as the clan leader and frontline commander, he may have been uncertain, but his subordinates must possess clarity. Thus, he turned to Sanfeng. What are your thoughts? All eyes in the tent shifted towards Uchiha Sanfeng. This 16-year-old young ninja had displayed remarkable tactical talent during the previous night's battle. Sanfeng instinctively straightened his posture, inwardly cursing, I am merely a squad leader. Why is everyone looking to me? Uchiha Fugaku is the one who should be thinking. If he does not wish to become the fourth Hokage, then once we secure the 30 billion ryo, we can share the spoils and return to Konoha to enjoy a life of ease. Given the current accomplishments of Uchiha Fugaku, the higher-ups of Konoha would undoubtedly refrain from allowing the clan leader to accrue further accolades. Uchiha Sanfeng's words fell like a stone into the placid waters of their minds, stirring ripples of contemplation within each individual present. To ascend to the position of Hokage was a coveted aspiration for many within the Uchiha clan. The tent fell into a profound silence, as each person silently reassessed their perception of Uchiha Sanfeng. This audacious individual truly dared to voice such sentiments. Not receiving the desired answer, Uchiha Fugaku would not let him off easily. With a slight furrow of his brow, he inquired, Sanfeng, what are your genuine thoughts? Uchiha Sanfeng inhaled deeply, locking his gaze onto Fugaku's eyes, and articulated with precision, do you genuinely wish to become the fourth Hokage? This inquiry pierced Uchiha Fugaku's heart like a sharpened blade. It was a question he had pondered, yet never with earnest contemplation. His pupils constricted slightly, and the three-tomo Sharingan began to rotate involuntarily. The high-ranking members within the tent exchanged astonished glances. Uchiha Hokage clenched the edge of the table, revealing his inner turmoil, while Kazakami, the clan leader, narrowed his eyes, seemingly reassessing the audacity of this young man. Uchiha Fugaku's furrow deepened. What price must I pay if I wish to become Hokage? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Sanfeng's heart mirrored clarity. He astutely perceived the wavering undertones in Fugaku's voice. The inquiry could be interpreted as, if the cost were minimal, then perhaps he would attempt to become the fourth Hokage. However, if the price were excessively steep, he would forego the ambition, indicating that his conviction in becoming Hokage was not particularly fervent. He surveyed the room, allowing his gaze to linger momentarily on each face. Hokage's palm pressed against the table, veins subtly protruding. Kazakami, appearing composed, had tea spilling over the edge of his cup, while Kuruma, the clan leader, fixated intently on the sand table, as if it concealed the answers they sought. Based on their current achievements, they had already qualified to select the fourth Hokage. However, to garner further support, a journey to the battlefield of the mist was imperative. The issue lay in the opposition from Sarutobi Hiruzen, who would not consent to their assistance on the battlefield and might even obstruct their efforts. Thus, any expedition to the mist would necessitate confrontation with Sarutobi. Excitement flickered in Uchiha Hokage's eyes as his Sharingan activated instinctively. He rose abruptly, exclaiming, Sanfeng, according to your strategy, what are our odds of success? Uchiha Sanfeng responded without hesitation, 70%. The crux lies in whether we can resolve matters swiftly at the mist battlefield. If prolonged, Sarutobi and Shamura Danzo will have ample opportunity to undermine us. Uchiha Fugaku closed his eyes, the visages of his wife Mikoto and young Itachi emerging in his mind. If he chose caution, he could at least ensure his family's safety. Yet should he elect a more aggressive path, success would elevate the Uchiha clan to unprecedented heights. Conversely, failure might lead to demise on the battlefield or encirclement by the Umbu, staining their clan emblem with blood and obliterating all they held dear. Within the tent, the conversation regarding the fourth Hokage continued, though the expressions of the attendees had grown increasingly solemn. Uchiha Fugaku's voice resonated with gravity, as if each word bore immense weight. Esteemed colleagues, we must reach a decision. Shall we return to Konoha with honor and wealth, content with our current standing? Or shall we take the risk and vie for the position of fourth Hokage? As his words hung in the air, Uchiha Hokage sprang to his feet, his Sharingan spinning fervently, the crimson hues aflame with suppressed fury. His palm struck the table with force, causing the teacups to rattle. Fugaku, is there truly a choice to be made? Our Uchiha clan has endured in silence for far too long. The battle last night proved we possessed the capability to alter the landscape of the shinobi world. If we let this opportunity slip away, the Uchiha will forever remain marginalized from the core of Konoha's power. The water in the teacup surged violently, dark brown liquid spilling forth. Coursing across the mahogany table like the pent-up wrath of the Uchiha clan finally finding an outlet. Kuruma, stroking the fresh scar on his chin in contemplation, voiced his concerns. But supporting the mist battlefield will undoubtedly incur significant casualties without the village's logistical support, and we will also contend with the higher-ups sabotaging our efforts. Can we truly secure victory? His gaze swept across each face in the tent, ultimately resting on Fugaku. Kazakami methodically turned his ring, the emerald face reflecting a gentle glow. Yet this is also our finest opportunity. In times of war, strength reigns supreme. We have just secured a decisive victory against a Wagakure, and our reputation is soaring. If we can achieve further success at the mist battlefield, the position of 4th Hokage may not be out of reach. Upon hearing Kazakami's agreement, Uchiha Hakadai erupted once more. The 3 tomo of his Sharingan whirling in a frenzy as Crimson Chakra threatened to overflow. Esteemed colleagues, in last night's battle, we captured 5,000 Wagakure shinobi and demanded 300 billion ryo in reparations. Such an accomplishment has certainly unsettled Konoha's higher-ups. We have already posed a threat to them. So even if we return meekly, can we truly be safe? His voice dipped ominously, sending chills through the assembly. What became of the Senju clan? How did Hatake Tsukumo meet his end? It was merely a few years ago. Have you all truly forgotten? The tent fell into a profound silence. Only Uchiha Hakadai's furious breaths reverberating, as expressions among the attendees morphed unpredictably. Listening to the debate, Uchiha Fugaku's gaze fixed upon the small flag representing Konoha on the sand table. It stood at the heart of the Land of Fire, encircled by the banners of the other 4 great nations. Much like the Uchiha clan's position within Konoha, it appeared central, yet remained isolated. If we decide to defy orders and head to the mist battlefield, how shall we proceed? As for Sarutobi, he will surely dispatch individuals to obstruct us. Uchiha Fugaku's voice shattered the silence. Uchiha Sanfeng's eyes sparkled with an unexpected wisdom beyond his years. We require a legitimate reason. For instance, we could receive an urgent plea for assistance from the mist battlefield, compelling us to act in Konoha's interest. Once we arrive and secure a decisive victory, even the 3rd Hokage would be unable to reproach us before the villagers. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the tent, and an Uchiha ninja lifted the tent flap. Report. Inoki has arrived with the 300 billion ryo in war reparations and is currently at the entrance of our stronghold. Uchiha Fugaku nodded, his expression revealing no sign of emotional fluctuation. Understood. Have them wait outside for the time being. After dismissing the reporting ninja, he surveyed the assembly. Let us temporarily halt discussions regarding support for the mist battlefield until we refine our plans. First, we shall meet with Inoki and secure the 300 billion ryo in reparations. Outside the camp's main gate, Inoki's diminutive figure hovered in midair, the lines on his face appearing deeper than ever. Behind him stood several Iwagakure jonin, their bodies tense, eyes burning with indignation. Inoki's voice was gravelly and parched, as if he had not quenched his thirst in ages. Shuri, bring forth the war reparations. The Iwagakure shinobi named Shuri stepped forward, his movements stiff and mechanical, as if each joint resisted this humiliating task. He placed a large sealing scroll on the ground and, forming hand seals, slapped it down. With a loud bang, white smoke billowed, dissipating to reveal dozens of dark metal boxes neatly arranged on the ground, each adorned with a seal inscribed with the character for rock. The edges of the paper still bearing signs of having torn away from other seals. Uchiha Fugaku gestured for his subordinates to inspect the boxes while discreetly instructing thousands of Konoha ninjas to prepare for battle should Inoki attempt treachery. His Sharingan remained locked onto Inoki, ever ready to counter any possible ambush. Uchiha Fugaku raised his hand slightly, and a squad of elite Uchiha stepped forward to conduct the inspection. To guard against any potential betrayal from Inoki, thousands of Konoha ninjas have quietly prepared for battle. The cold glint of shurikens flickering among the branches, while explosive tags were cautiously gripped in hand. Inoki, his expression impassive, stated, "I have brought the money. When will you release the hostages?" Uchiha Fugaku calmly replied, "Bring them all out." The camp's gates slowly opened, and over 5,000 IWA Nin prisoners filed out in a long line. Most bore injuries and appeared dispirited, a stark contrast to their ferocity on the battlefield just a day prior. Inoki's gaze searched among the captives until it suddenly fixed upon a tall figure, his son, Kuratsuchi. Bowing his head, Kuratsuchi deliberately avoided his father's gaze, the shame evident on his face. Inoki erupted in anger, his voice laced with disappointment. "You worthless fool. After such a disastrous war, how dare you show your face?" Kuratsuchi's body visibly trembled, yet he kept his head down, unable to meet his father's eyes. Several IWA nin attempted to assist him, but were brusquely pushed away. The exchange proceeded unexpectedly smoothly. Despite Inoki's grim demeanor, he refrained from any outlandish actions. As the last IWA prisoner exited the camp, Uchiha Fugaku's tense shoulders relaxed slightly. An Uchiha ninja quietly reported, "Lord Clan Leader, the inspection is complete. It is indeed 30 billion ryo, not a single coin less." Uchiha Fugaku nodded subtly, watching Inoki lead the IWA forces away, a question forming in his mind. Would that vengeful old fox truly concede so easily? Chapter 22. The distribution meeting. As the third Tsuchikage Inoki departed with over 5,000 IWA captives, the tense atmosphere at the Konoha front began to ease. The only department still operating efficiently was the frontline intelligence system, which periodically relayed new information. Uchiha Fugaku stood outside the command tent, listening to the reports from the intelligence ninjas. 12 minutes later, a report indicated that 10,000 meters from the base, Inoki and the IWA army were accelerating away. 25 minutes later, another report confirmed they were 20,000 meters from the base, still accelerating away. 60 minutes later, the report stated that Inoki and the IWA army returned to the IWA base, taking some individuals towards the land of Earth, confirming their departure. Uchiha Fugaku released a gentle sigh. He turned to Uchiha Hakadai and said, "Prepare to summon everyone. It is time to share our accomplishments." In the central clearing of the camp, over 4,000 ninjas stood in orderly lines. Even the severely injured were carefully brought forth and placed at the front of the ranks. On a hastily constructed platform, boxes of money piled high glimmered under the setting sun. Uchiha Fugaku stood at the center of the platform, the fan emblem on his black battle cloak standing out prominently. He glanced at the script handed to him by Uchiha Sanfeng, committing its contents to memory, and projected his voice clearly to everyone present. "Esteemed comrades, after more than a year of effort, we have finally triumphed over the IWA village. As the frontline commander, I have not betrayed your trust and have delivered a satisfactory outcome. As for the 30 billion ryo in war reparations, I must admit that I obtained it through forceful means from the third Tsuchikage Inoki." The crowd erupted in sporadic cheers, alleviating the tension in the air. However, as the conversation turned to the use of the compensation, silence fell once more. All eyes were fixed on the pile of money, the atmosphere thick with anticipation. A gust of wind blew through, rustling the empty sleeve of a ninja in the front row who had lost his left arm. Uchiha Fugaku's voice resonated with unwavering resolve. During the Third Great Ninja War, Konoha was besieged by the 4 major ninja villages. The anticipated casualties exceeded 10,000. The village will need to pay approximately 40 billion ryo in compensation for the losses. It can be said that for the next decade, the village may struggle to meet such immense reparations. Suddenly, a young female ninja covered her mouth, her shoulders trembling slightly. Her companion gently embraced her. Her brother had perished in the battle the night before. Several ninjas in the back exchanged worried glances, each having lost loved ones. After a brief pause, Uchiha Fugaku raised his voice. "Thus, I have decided to allocate 15 billion ryo from the 30 billion specifically for compensating the families of the fallen within our base. We, the Uchiha, will not allow the heroes of Konoha to bleed and weep in vain." This proclamation sent ripples through the crowd, igniting an uproar. Cheers, cries, and applause intertwined. The one-armed ninja stood frozen, tears silently tracing the dust-covered contours of his face. Uchiha Sanfeng's lips curled slightly. The scene exceeded his expectations. Even several Hyuga clan members, who had long harbored resentment towards the Uchiha, bore expressions of admiration. Uchiha Fugaku's expression turned grave as he raised a hand for silence. "Regarding the remaining 15 billion ryo, I will distribute it according to each individual's contributions during the war. First, the top contribution goes to Uchiha Sanfeng, who infiltrated the IWA ranks, gathering critical intelligence and deducing that IWA would launch a night raid last evening. His invaluable suggestions during the defense arrangements were crucial. Additionally, He engaged in battle with Iwa's commander, Kuratsuchi, testing his strength and intelligence, and single-handedly eliminating 3 IWA Jonin and several Chunin. For his efforts, I hereby reward him with 36 million Ryo and promote him to captain. As Uchiha Sanfeng ascended the platform, gasps erupted from the crowd. Fellow frontline comrades, well aware of his previous capabilities, marveled, Sanfeng, how did he become so formidable? It's truly hard to believe. Yashiro Mei, the Jonin, whispered, I was near him last night. I witnessed his battle. He possesses the 3-tomo Sharingan and can utilize the dual-headed, 4-armed ninjutsu. With this technique, he can unleash a combination of wind and fire ninjutsu single-handedly, creating a fearsome impact. Realization dawned upon the onlookers, who erupted in astonishment. The second place goes to Kurama Yuhai, the clan leader of the Kurama clan. With 1,000 of his clansmen stationed at our base, 472 have perished and 58 are disabled, suffering considerable losses, yet he continues to lead his people steadfastly at the front line. For his significant contributions to this war, he receives a reward of 35 million Ryo. In truth, Kurama Yuhai was only 21 years old and possessed Jonin-level strength. Nevertheless, no one contested his ranking. It was an honor earned through the sacrifices of hundreds of his kin. The third place goes to Kazami Tomohiko, the clan leader of the Kazami clan, who lost 158 members and has 27 disabled, serving in the frontline operations. His numerous recommendations have been essential in maintaining our defense for over a year, earning him a reward of 32 million Ryo. The fourth place is myself, Uchiha Fugaku. I rank myself fourth because I led 500 clansmen to the front line, with 227 casualties and 112 disabled. I have fulfilled my duty to Konoha. Yet I feel I have let my clan down. Thus I deserve only the fourth place reward of 30 million Ryo. This humble self-deprecation had an immediate effect. The Uchiha clansmen shouted in unison, Lord Clan Leader, you have done exceptionally well, and we are proud of you. Other clan ninjas regarded this modest commander with respect. The fifth place goes to Uchiha Ryu, the frontline captain. Last night, he personally led 27 Jonin into enemy territory, executing the Uchiha fire formation to sever the IWA army's retreat, playing a pivotal role in capturing over 5,000 IWA nin, and thus he is awarded 28 million Ryo. In sixth place, Uchiha Hakadai. In 7th, 8th, and 19th, Uchiha Boda. And in 20th, Aoi Jun Uchiha Fugaku cleared his throat gently and raised his voice, proclaiming, All right, I am aware that you are all weary from listening. I shall not forget the contributions and efforts of everyone here. I will compile the achievements of Sanfeng and all of you into a book for future generations to admire. Chapter 23. The Divine Demon Squad, as Uchiha Sanfeng descended. Uchiha Yaomei, Uchiha Daohua, and Uchiha Tiahua approached him eagerly. Uchiha Tiahua squeezed to the front, excitedly exclaiming, Brother Sanfeng, how did you secretly become so strong? Please teach us. Sanfeng smiled faintly, his gaze sweeping over the trio. Yaomei, who was taciturn yet formidable, Daohua, meticulous and analytical, and Tiahua, passionate and impulsive, each possessing unique talents. These three were carefully chosen as his future confidants. Given the urgent need for personnel to promote to squad leader, Uchiha Sanfeng sought to display his prowess, thereby attracting more clansmen to join him. He intentionally raised his voice so that more people could hear. Well, it is the perfect opportunity to demonstrate my self-created ninjutsu, divine demon transformation. As his words fell, he vanished in an instant, employing the body flicker technique to appear 50 meters ahead in an open space. This exquisite application of the technique immediately drew gasps of admiration. He then formed hand seals, rat, monkey, boar, tiger, divine demon transformation. The moment the seals were completed, a fiery red-haired head sprouted from his right side, accompanied by 2 robust arms extending from his armpits. This dual-headed, 4-armed form rendered him akin to a mythical Azura, exuding an overwhelming aura of intimidation. Uchiha Daohua's eyes widened, the tomo in his Sharingan whirling frantically as he attempted to decipher the principles of this ninjutsu. So this is divine demon transformation. It appears quite complex. It must be a B-rank ninjutsu. Transformation ninjutsu were not uncommon, but one capable of simultaneously augmenting both head and arms while maintaining perfect coordination was unprecedented. The right head of Uchiha Sanfeng, adorned with fiery red hair and a proud grin, boomed, Watch closely, fire release. Great Fireball Technique. A blazing white fireball erupted from Sanfeng's mouth, its diameter rapidly expanding to 12 meters, an effect achieved only through mastery and a substantial infusion of chakra. The left head then manipulated its own pair of hands to execute another technique. Wind Release. Great Breakthrough. A dozen gusts of wind howled forth, morphing the flames under the wind's influence, which then surged forward with immense force. Instantly, a firewall measuring approximately 12 meters in width and 66 meters in length emerged on the training ground. The flames roared, distorting the air with heat, casting a crimson reflection on the astonished faces of over 4,000 onlookers. "This surpasses even some A-rank ninjutsu," exclaimed a senior Uchiha ninja amidst the crowd. Whispers filled the air, as A-rank ninjutsu were typically reserved for elite jonin. Yet Uchiha Sanfeng had achieved equivalent power through a combination of 1 B-rank and 2 C-rank techniques, shattering their understanding of ninjutsu rankings. Feeling the awe of the crowd, Sanfeng smiled faintly, achieving precisely the effect he desired. The Uchiha clan revered strength. As long as one demonstrated formidable martial prowess, there would be no shortage of followers. Yet, there's more. Watch me continue. Uchiha Sanfeng's forearms moved in unison as he completed the intricate hand seals in an instant. Fire Release. Great Fire Extinguishing. Wind Release. Gale Wave. This time, the chakra expenditure was even more staggering. Under the dual seals and combined effects, the power of the B-rank ninjutsu escalated exponentially, unleashing a fan-shaped firewall with a radius of over 72 meters. The surrounding heat alone forced the observing ninjas to retreat over 10 meters. "Enough, Sanfeng. If you continue, the cost of reconstructing the training ground will be deducted from your mission rewards," came Uchiha Fugaku's gentle voice from the high platform. Laughter erupted throughout the crowd, alleviating the tense atmosphere. Uchiha Sanfeng dispelled the divine demon transformation, returning to his normal state, and respectfully bowed. "My apologies, Lord Fugaku." Uchiha Fugaku nodded with a smile. "This divine demon transformation technique is truly impressive. Henceforth, your squad shall be officially named the Divine Demon Squad. I hope you can achieve even greater brilliance." "Thank you, Lord Fugaku." Uchiha Sanfeng bowed deeply, a glimmer of ambition flashing in his eyes. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Uchiha Yaomei, Uchiha Daowa, and Uchiha Tiewa immediately gathered around him. "Brother Sanfeng, could you teach us this divine demon transformation technique?" Yaomei, usually reticent, now spoke up, his eyes reflecting a rare yearning. Uchiha Sanfeng's lips curled into a subtle smile as he surveyed the approaching Uchiha clansmen, raising his voice. "The Divine Demon Squad is recruiting today. Those who pass the test may learn the Divine Demon Transformation technique." This declaration resonated like a stone cast into still waters. In less than half an hour, over 200 Uchiha clansmen had signed up. Uchiha Sanfeng scrutinized the familiar faces before him, having executed missions alongside them for over a year. He was well aware of each individual's abilities and character. "Uchiha Yaomei, Uchiha Daowa, and Uchiha Tiewa, you three have passed." After careful selection, 35 ninjas emerged, including 11 jonin and 24 chunin, each possessing their own unique strengths. Watching his neatly lined up new subordinates, Sanfeng felt an immense surge of pride. "Follow me. We need to find a quiet place to commence our training in divine demon transformation." As the sun set, the valley echoed with the sounds of ninjutsu training. Occasional pained groans broke the air, but more frequently, cheers of triumph erupted. Uchiha Sanfeng stood elevated, silently observing each individual's performance. Uchiha Yaomei progressed the fastest, already able to briefly maintain the dual-headed, four-armed form. Uchiha Daowa, though slower, exhibited remarkable precision and control. Uchiha Tiewa, leveraging his astonishing chakra reserves, attempted the dual-headed form, albeit only sustaining it for 3 seconds before reverting. As night fell, Sanfeng announced the conclusion of the first day of training. While most were utterly exhausted, their eyes burned with excitement. They sensed they were on the precipice of a monumental transformation. "We shall continue at the same time tomorrow," Uchiha Sanfeng briefly instructed before dismissing the group. That night, upon returning to the base, a Uchiha ninja awaited him. "Lord Sanfeng, the clan leader requests your presence." Uchiha Fugaku sat in the main seat, 2 cups of tea before him. He spoke warmly. "Sanfeng, you performed admirably today. The divine demon transformation technique holds immense strategic value. Should a chunin master this technique and refine it, they could wield jonin-level destructive power. This technique will become a vital asset for our clan. Uchiha Sanfeng humbly replied. You flatter me, Lord. I am, but willing to contribute my modest efforts for the glory of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku sipped his tea and remarked, however, I am curious. Does this technique truly suit all Uchiha clansmen for learning? I cannot say for certain. Let me first evaluate the members I have selected. Chapter 24. Whisper of the Night. That night, intelligence from the front lines reported that the Hokage forces in the Land of Grass had retreated to the Land of Earth, and the frontline outpost had been abandoned. Having recently received a staggering 300 billion ryo in war reparations from Hokage, Uchiha Fugaku pondered and swiftly decided to take action. He ordered the Leaf Ninjas at the front lines to withdraw entirely from the Land of Grass and return to the borders of the Land of Fire. Due to the substantial bonuses dispensed at midday, the Leaf Ninjas were flush with cash, resulting in a particularly jubilant and lively atmosphere during their retreat. They animatedly discussed how to indulge in life upon returning to the Land of Fire and how to lavishly spend their unexpected fortune. Yet amidst this revelry, one individual appeared troubled, Vortex High, because she was always concerned about the members of the Whirlpool clan trapped in Grass Hidden Village. Her heart grew increasingly anxious as everyone stepped into the Land of Fire. Would Sanfeng truly honor his promise and rescue her kin? What would she do if he failed to keep his word? Yet, she found herself with no retreat. The border city of the Land of Fire was ablaze with lights, bustling with ninjas just returning from the front lines. The taverns, casinos, and hot spring inns were all filled with a jubilant atmosphere. Above the captain was the chief strategist, and above the chief strategist was the commander-in-chief. The strategist held only a slight rank above the captain and could not directly command him. Thus the captain was already among the upper echelons of power. Uchiha Sanfeng held the position of captain, which granted him a rather splendid room. The room was spacious and luxurious, featuring a natural hot spring pool at its center, the gentle steam filling the air with a subtle fragrance. Tonight, they would rest here. Uchiha Sanfeng removed his forehead protector and outer garment, carelessly placing them aside. Uzumaki Huei bit her lip and finally nodded. Yes. She walked into the bathroom, donned the yukata provided by the inn, and carefully stepped into the hot spring pool. Sanfeng, the water is ready. After defeating the Hokage forces the previous night, he had kept watch over the prisoners until dawn and then busied himself throughout the day. Now, his muscles ached, and the warm spring water was exactly what he needed. Uchiha Sanfeng stepped into the pool, the temperature perfect, enveloping his weary body instantly. Huei, you have worked hard. He sighed deeply, choosing a comfortable position, leaning against the smooth stone at the edge of the pool, and closed his eyes. In the mist, he could smell the unique fragrance that lingered on Uzumaki Huei. The gentle sound of water was accompanied by a pair of soft hands resting on his shoulders. Sanfeng, you are too tense. Relax a little. Huei's voice was right beside him, her fingers skillfully kneading his tense neck and shoulder muscles. Uchiha Sanfeng turned slightly to see Uzumaki Huei standing by the edge of the hot spring, her orange-red hair damp and cascading over her shoulders. Her chakra seeped through her fingertips into his meridians, infused with the distinctive warmth of the Uzumaki clan, soothing his aching muscles. Sanfeng closed his eyes in comfort, a slight smile gracing his lips, feeling immensely grateful for his choice. Huei was indeed a treasure. Seeing him on the verge of sleep, she understood he was tired, but thoughts of her clan reminded her of what she needed to do. The heat of the spring made their skin flush pink. Huei slowly leaned closer, biting her lip. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, and then suddenly, she leaned down and kissed him. Uchiha Sanfeng felt a rush of iron tang fill his mouth, accompanied by a surge of unique chakra. This chakra was as gentle as a spring breeze, instantly dispelling some of his fatigue. He pushed her away abruptly. Huei, why must you? Water droplets cascaded from the tips of Huei's hair, sliding down her fair neck. Sanfeng's gaze followed a droplet until it disappeared into the shadow of her clothing. Suddenly, he felt a wave of thirst, not entirely due to the hot spring. Sanfeng, my people. Huei hesitated, her fingers ceasing their movements. Uchiha Sanfeng understood her worries. Do not fret, I will certainly keep my promise. Huei did not reply, instead expressing her determination through action, her garment slipping away quietly. Ding. Host and partner. Uzumaki Huei have engaged in a dual cultivation, gaining 25 experience in basic Uzumaki Sage Body, Chakra Limit 3, Yang Attribute Affinity 0. 01. The moonlight poured through the window, casting mottled shadows. After a series of fierce battles, Uchiha Sanfeng lay back, his chest heaving and releasing deep, relieved breaths. Uzumaki Huei curled up beside him, her cheek resting against his chest, listening to the rhythm of his still racing heart. Sanfeng, when will you go to retrieve my clan? Uchiha Sanfeng turned to look at her, noticing the anticipation and anxiety reflected in her red eyes. He gently patted her back and said, "Tomorrow, I will train with the demon squad. Then I will take them to Grass Hidden Village, and you shall come with me. We will bring your kin back to Konoha." Upon hearing this, Huei's eyes lit up like stars suddenly ignited in the night sky. She propped herself up and exclaimed, "Really?" Uchiha Sanfeng smiled. "Of course, when have I ever deceived you?" After receiving his promise, Huei's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she said, "Sanfeng, you are so good to me. I don't know how to thank you." Uchiha Sanfeng chuckled, pinching her cheek. "Silly girl, you are my woman. Who else would I treat well?" This statement made Huei's face flush once more. Suppressing her shyness, she leaped forward, saying, "Sanfeng, I want to help you cultivate." 16 minutes later, Uchiha Sanfeng let out a long sigh. "Huei, you have become quite mischievous. But I like this version of you. Full of youth and vitality." Ding. Host and partner. Uzumaki Huei have engaged in a dual cultivation, gaining 25 experience in basic Uzumaki Sage Body, Chakra Limit 3. Yang Attribute Affinity 0.01. As the fourth prompt echoed, Uchiha Sanfeng gazed at the ceiling, his thoughts drifting towards the morrow. Chapter 25. I said, "You are my woman." As the morning mist had yet to dissipate, Uchiha Sanfeng had already set off towards Grass Hidden Village with the members of the demon squad. Uzumaki Huei followed closely behind, her long red hair billowing in the morning breeze, her heart a mix of tension and anticipation. When the team reached a secluded valley, Uchiha Sanfeng raised his hand, signaling everyone to halt. "Let us rest here for a moment and practice the demon transformation. I need to check your progress." Uchiha Tiewa, Uchiha Daowa, and Uchiha Yaoi grinned widely. "Sanfeng, we were busy last night." Before he finished speaking, they swiftly formed hand seals. Rat, snake, pig, tiger. Demon transformation. In an instant, the three transformed into beings with 2 heads and 4 arms. Following suit, the remaining 31 members of the demon squad also executed the transformation, filling the valley with the astonishing sight of Uchiha ninjas in their new forms. Uzumaki Huei's eyes widened in surprise, her crimson gaze filled with awe. They had mastered this ninjutsu in just one day. The head on Uchiha Tiewa's right side burst into laughter. "Ha ha, brother Sanfeng. The chakra consumption of the demon transformation is very low, and unlike Shadow Clone, it does not split our chakra in half, allowing us to practice frequently." Uchiha Sanfeng nodded in satisfaction. "Very well, let us attempt to combine ninjutsu." 35 two-headed, 4-armed beings formed hand seals simultaneously. Fire style, great fireball technique. Wind style, great breakthrough. Although their combined fire and wind ninjutsu was significantly weaker than Uchiha Sanfeng's, the sheer number of 35 executing it simultaneously created a firewall stretching 1,000 meters. The temperature in the valley soared, waves of heat distorting the air, even causing the surrounding rocks to glow red. Uzumaki Huei stood nearby, feeling the scorching wind wash over her, her heart filled with awe. The power of this team was simply terrifying. With 11 Jonin and 24 Chunin, all having mastered the demon transformation, their combat strength equated to 11 elite Jonin and 24 ordinary Jonin. Such power would not be easily provoked, even by one of the 5 major ninja villages. Her previously anxious heart finally found peace. At noon, as Uchiha Sanfeng led the demon squad to the outskirts of Grass Hidden Village, the grass ninjas atop the watchtower immediately sounded the alarm. "Enemy attack. Uchiha is approaching." The urgent tolling of bells reverberated through the village, and within mere minutes, hundreds of grass ninjas surged from all directions, densely blocking the village entrance. The leader of Grass Hidden Village, a middle-aged man with a stern visage, coldly inquired, "Uchiha, what brings you to our Grass Hidden Village?" Uchiha Sanfeng wasted no time, directly stating, "The Uzumaki clan has now become a subordinate family of the Uchiha. Surrender 15 members of the Uzumaki clan." The grass leader narrowed his eyes, replying, "The Uzumaki clan is our property. What gives you the right to demand them?" Uchiha Tiehu scoffed, "Property? Keeping people like livestock? You Grass Hidden Village are truly shameless." The grass leader's expression darkened. "It seems you have come seeking trouble." Uchiha Sanfeng replied indifferently, This is your last chance. Hand over the people or face death. The grass leader laughed derisively. I have heard of the arrogance of the Uchiha. Now I see it is sheer hubris. Slay them, and let them know that our grass-hidden village is not to be trifled with. Over 500 grass ninjas had gathered, forming hand seals in unison. The air thick with murderous intent. Uchiha Sanfeng commanded, let them witness the power of the Uchiha. The 36 members of the Divine Demon Squad spread out, simultaneously forming hand seals. Shun, Hien, Divine Demon Transformation. In an instant, the bodies of the 36 Uchiha ninjas underwent a drastic transformation. Flesh and blood writhed at their necks as new heads erupted forth. 2 robust arms extended from their sides. The twin-headed, four-armed forms, adorned with crimson Sharingan, resembled demons clawing their way from hell. What manner of monstrosity is this? The grass ninjas' faces paled in shock. Uchiha Sanfeng coldly commanded, combine ninjutsu, prepare. The 36 twin-headed, four-armed Uchiha ninjas simultaneously formed seals, their 4 hands moving in unison, completing the jutsu in an instant. Fire release, great fireball technique. Wind release, great breakthrough. The left head spewed forth waves of scorching fire, while the right head summoned a violent tempest. The fusion of wind and fire coalesced into a fiery sea, stretching over a radius of more than 1,000 meters, crashing towards the grass ninjas. Boom. It was December now, and the vegetation lay withered. Wherever the firestorm swept through, the flora turned to ash, and the frontline grass ninjas were incinerated before they could even scream. The grass leader shouted in terror, scatter. Quickly disperse. However, the assault from the Divine Demon Squad had only just begun. A second wave erupted, another 36 combined ninjutsu unleashed. The fire surged like a tsunami across the battlefield, with clusters of grass ninjas collapsing, cries of despair echoing. Earth release, earth flow rampart. Water release, water barrier. The grass jonin desperately executed defensive techniques. But against the terrifying power of the wind and fire combination, the earthen walls crumbled, and the water screens evaporated, their defenses as fragile as paper. With over 1,000 ninjas in grass-hidden village, in less than a minute, more than 90 had perished, and the remaining ones lost all will to fight, retreating in fear. The grass leader's face turned pale as he finally realized the grave error he had made. The strength of this Uchiha force was beyond their capability to contend with. The grass leader gritted his teeth and bellowed, damn it, retreat, we concede. We will hand over the people, just cease the fighting. Uchiha Sanfeng raised his hand, and the Divine Demon Squad immediately halted their assault, yet maintained a combat stance, exuding formidable intimidation. Soon, 15 ragged Uzumaki clan members were brought forth, their eyes glazed with despair. Uzumaki Huei rushed forward, her voice choked, everyone, it's me, Huei. I've come to save you. The Uzumaki clan members stood stunned, until an elderly woman trembled and reached out. Is it truly you, Huei? Uzumaki Huei nodded vigorously, tears streaming down her face. Yes, it's me. We are free. Uchiha Sanfeng cast a cold glance at the grass leader. Remember today's lesson. Do not covet the Uzumaki clan again. The grass leader gritted his teeth and lowered his head, not daring to retort. After departing grass-hidden village, Uchiha Sanfeng instructed the members of the Divine Demon Squad to take turns watching over the Uzumaki clan members, ensuring their safe passage to the Land of Fire. Initially, the Uzumaki clan members were filled with trepidation towards the Uchiha ninjas, but under Huei's explanation, they gradually lowered their guard. The elderly Uzumaki woman, Uzumaki Chinxia, approached Sanfeng and deeply bowed. Lord Sanfeng, thank you for saving us. Uchiha Sanfeng glanced at her and replied nonchalantly, no need to thank me. If you wish to express gratitude, direct it towards Huei. Uzumaki Chinxia smiled wanly. Even so, we shall never forget your kindness. Uchiha Sanfeng offered no further words, simply commanding, once we reach the Land of Fire, you will temporarily accompany the Uchiha clan. We will provide shelter and resources. The Uzumaki clan members exchanged glances, ultimately nodding in agreement, for they had no other choice. Uzumaki Huei approached and softly said, Lord Sanfeng, thank you. Uchiha Sanfeng turned to her. Huei, there is no need for such formality. I have said before, you are my woman. Uzumaki Huei felt warmth in her heart, a slight smile gracing her lips. In Chapter 26, the talent of stopping water rivals that of our ancestors. On the watchtower at the border outpost of Konoha, The sentinel's hands trembled with the telescope. In the distance, over 30 Uchiha ninjas were escorting a group of red-haired men and women towards the outpost. The sentinel shouted below, "Quick, open the gates. Lord Uchiha Sanfeng has returned." The gates of the outpost swung open with a resounding crash, and the members of the Divine Demon Squad strode in proudly, flanked by the 16 Uzumaki clan members who, though ragged, now bore glimmers of hope in their eyes. An Uchiha ninja rushed out from within the outpost. "Hey, Tiehu, where have you been? Why did you bring back so many Uzumaki clan members?" Uchiha Tiehu, with his double tomo Sharingan gleaming proudly, replied, "We visited Grass Hidden Village. We 36 faced over 500 grass ninjas, and they lost more than 90 of their own while we suffered not a single scratch. Huh, I have never fought so exhilaratingly." The news spread like wildfire, quickly circulating throughout the entire outpost. Within half an hour, every corner buzzed with tales of the Divine Demon Squad's grand exploits, as teammates surrounded them, eagerly recounting the earth-shattering battle. You should have seen it. We 36 formed seals simultaneously, and the flames shot higher than the mountains. The useless grass ninjas attempted to use water techniques to defend? They were simply steamed to death. The leader of Grass Hidden Village was so frightened that he surrendered and obediently released the Uzumaki clan members. Before long, the news of Uchiha Sanfeng's audacious incursion into the land of grass to rescue 15 Uzumaki clan members and slay over 90 grass ninjas reached the higher echelons. Soon, Uchiha Uchiha approached. "Sanfeng, the clan leaders wish to see you." A glimmer of amusement flickered in Uchiha Sanfeng's eyes. "Uncle Uchiha, I shall be there shortly." Moments later, within the high-level conference room, Uchiha Sanfeng pushed the door open, for pairs of eyes piercing into him like arrows. Uchiha clan leader Fugaku sat at the head of the table, his expression calm. Elder Hokage rested his chin on crossed hands, brow furrowed, and clan leaders Arima and Keisuke occupied either side, their expressions inscrutable. Noticing only the four of them present in the conference room, Uchiha Sanfeng maintained an air of composure. He smiled confidently. "Clan leader, Elder Hokage, Uncle Arima, Uncle Keisuke, you all seem to be in good spirits. I wonder which lovely lady you spent last night with." The corner of Arima's eye twitched, while Keisuke chuckled awkwardly in response. Elder Hokage abruptly slammed his hand on the table. "Sanfeng, you just became the squad leader and already took it upon yourself to mobilize 35 subordinates to attack Grass Hidden Village. Do you not recognize your error?" The atmosphere in the conference room felt as if it had solidified, yet Uchiha Sanfeng remained unfazed. He leisurely approached the table, found an empty chair, and gracefully seated himself. The air seemed to freeze once more, but Uchiha Sanfeng calmly settled into the empty chair. His hands crossed on the table, he maintained his smile as he replied, "Though the Uzumaki clan has perished, Konoha has not dissolved its alliance. According to the original pact, as a ninja of the Hidden Leaf Village, I am duty-bound to rescue our allies trapped in the Grass Hidden Village." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku nodded slightly. They did not genuinely wish to blame Uchiha Sanfeng, but rather aimed to refine his ability to perform under pressure. After receiving intelligence from the Grass Hidden Village, they were more concerned about the changes within the Divine Demon Squad. After all, this squad had only been established for just over a day, yet demonstrated such formidable combat prowess. Uchiha Fugaku's voice was deep and powerful. "I have heard that over 500 grass-hidden ninjas were dispatched, and you managed to counter with the loss of over 90 of them. Please recount the details of that encounter." Upon hearing the clan leader's inquiry, Uchiha Sanfeng stood upright and replied, "At that moment, over 500 grass-hidden ninjas charged towards us. Our 36 members activated the Divine Demon Transformation and then collectively employed a combination of wind and fire techniques to retaliate. We conjured a wall of flames over 1,000 meters long and over 30 meters wide, which instantly claimed the lives of several grass-hidden ninjas." The meeting room fell silent. Even the 8th Elder's eyes widened in astonishment. Some grass ninjas attempted to block our assault with earth release techniques like earth flow wall and water release techniques like water barrier. I instructed my team to use the combined ninjutsu again, and the flames penetrated the gaps in their defenses, roasting those who were hiding behind the earthen walls. The clan leader of Kazekage swallowed hard. And then, Uchiha Sanfeng shrugged and said, "The leader of the grass-hidden village knelt and begged for mercy, surrendering 15 members of the Uzumaki clan." The four individuals in the room exchanged glances, They had expected some cunning strategy, but the process was shockingly straightforward and brutal. Uchiha Hakadai, coming back to his senses, incredulously asked, "Isn't your divine demon transformation a B-rank ninjutsu? They learned it in just one day?" Uchiha Sanfeng spoke with a pride that seemed utterly reasonable. What is there to be surprised about? Our Uchiha ninjas possess a solid foundation in ninjutsu, and with the Sharingan, they naturally learn techniques swiftly. However, their control over wind release was inadequate, which diminished the potency of the wind and fire combination technique. Excitement flickered in Uchiha Fugaku's eyes. "Sanfeng, I wish to promote your divine demon transformation throughout the Uchiha clan. It should be accessible to all Chunin and above." Uchiha Sanfeng had contemplated this matter long beforehand. "Clan leader, I have no objections. The divine demon transformation only materializes a head and a pair of arms, resulting in minimal chakra consumption. Moreover, having an additional head facilitates analysis, thus doubling the training efficiency for ninjutsu, which can accelerate the cultivation of the clan's advanced combat strength." Upon hearing about the additional benefits of the divine demon transformation, clan leader Arima and clan leader Kazakage's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Noticing their fervent gazes, Uchiha Sanfeng feigned ignorance. "However, our current focus should be on the battlefield of the Mist-Hidden Village. I have heard that to counter the Mist-Hidden Village's offensive, Sarutobi Hiruzen has allowed the students of the Ninja Academy to graduate early. Along with the elderly and young conscripted from within the village, they barely managed to muster 3,000 troops to confront the large army of the Mist-Hidden Village. Furthermore, Elder Mirror's 8-year-old grandson, Uchiha Shursui, awakened the 3-tomo Sharingan on the battlefield of the Mist-Hidden Village and earned the title of Instantaneous Shursui." Clan leader Arima exclaimed, "An 8-year-old with a 3-tomo Sharingan. Another genius has emerged from your Uchiha clan." Uchiha Fugaku lamented, "Shursui's talent is truly comparable to that of our ancestors." Uchiha Hakadai hung his head, his expression darkening. "When we Uchiha established the village with the Senju, it was to prevent children from going to battle. That beast, Sarutobi Hiruzen, has sent an 8-year-old child to the battlefield. Has his will of fire been devoured by dogs?" Clan leader Kazakage hesitated to speak. "Why have we not received any news regarding the mist-hidden battlefield? Are the higher-ups deliberately concealing information?" Upon hearing this, clan leader Arima let out an enraged roar. "Damn it, these people are simply beasts. While we risk our lives on the front lines, they send our children to their deaths on the battlefield." Chapter 27. The position of the 4th Hokage rightfully belongs to clan leader Fugaku. The Uchiha Sharingan typically awakens only in moments of life-threatening danger or profound sorrow and despair. Uchiha Sanfeng's voice resonated throughout the meeting room, each word piercing the hearts of those present like poisoned kunai. He paused momentarily, allowing the weight of his statement to settle before continuing. What kind of sorrow and despair must a mere 8-year-old endure to awaken the 3-tomo Sharingan? Uchiha Fugaku's voice was so low it was nearly inaudible, his furrowed brow deep enough to crush a fly. What trials must an 8-year-old endure to achieve that? Clan leader Arima's fists cracked as his nails dug painfully into his palms, drawing blood. Clan leader Kazakage's face turned ashen, his lips trembled, as if he wished to speak but found himself voiceless. Even Uchiha Hakadai, known for his composure, resembled a volcano on the verge of eruption, the fury in his eyes threatening to burst forth. He slammed his palm on the table, causing a crack to form in the solid wood surface. His voice was as cold as ice. "Sanfeng, speak your mind. If you continue to beat around the bush, I will not hesitate to give you a beating." Uchiha Sanfeng surveyed the room, then calmly approached the ninja world map on the wall. His slender fingers precisely pointed at the location of the Mist-Hidden Village. The Mist-Hidden Village is the weakest among the 5 great ninja villages, with around 10,000 ninjas. After Kagaya Shinkage launched a coup against the 3rd Mizukage, he became the 4th Mizukage. The old and new factions within the Mist-Hidden Village clashed, conservatively estimating that over 2,000 lives were lost. Subsequently, the Sand-Hidden Village attacked the Mist-Hidden Village, resulting in an additional estimated 2,000 deaths, leaving the Mist-Hidden Village with just over 6,000 ninjas remaining. Clan leader Arima impatiently interrupted. "Sanfeng, we are already aware of this. Get to the point." Due to these developments, the Mist-Hidden Village could only dispatch 3,000 troops to attack the Land of Fire, which led Sarutobi Hiruzen to appear somewhat overconfident, prompting him to send Hyuga Hayashi, the head of the Hyuga clan, as the commander on the battlefield of the Mist. I have heard this commander had his right eye gouged out by the Mist Jonin, AO, leading the Hyuga clan to issue a high-level bounty against him. Cold snickers echoed through the high-level meeting room. Uchiha Hakadai cursed vehemently. The Hyuga clan is a bunch of useless fools, living in luxury while bringing disgrace to themselves on the battlefield. Uchiha Sanfeng remained calm, his finger moving to the vicinity of the cloud-hidden battlefield. The cloud-hidden battlefield is quite close to the mist-hidden battlefield, since the Leaf Village's higher-ups signed a peace treaty with the cloud-hidden village. The Leaf ninjas retreating from the cloud-hidden battlefield should have been dispatched to the mist-hidden battlefield. I have learned that Orochimaru seems to be in a predicament at the sand-hidden battlefield, having retreated to the interior of the Land of Fire near Kikyo Mountain. Clan leader Kazekage pondered for a moment before saying, "Since our ninjas at the cloud-hidden battlefield have already gone to support the mist-hidden battlefield, why don't we assist at Kikyo Mountain and earn some merits?" This would benefit clan leader Fugaku in his bid for the position of 4th Hokage. Everyone's gaze turned to the overall commander, Uchiha Fugaku. He raised his hand to signal for silence. "Sanfeng, your intelligence is quite detailed. What do you think of clan leader Kazekage's proposal to support Kikyo Mountain?" Uchiha Sanfeng swiftly moved his finger to Kikyo Mountain. "That is inadvisable. Namake's Minato can use the Flying Thunder God technique and may have already returned to the Leaf Village ahead of time. He is likely en route to Kikyo Mountain now. Upon seeing Namake's Minato, the Sand-Hidden Village will surely realize that the Cloud-Hidden battlefield has concluded and may choose to retreat. Therefore, our chance of gaining any merit by heading to Kikyo Mountain is slim." Clan leader Arima, unwilling to concede, asked, "So we are to just wait idly?" Uchiha Sanfeng suddenly smiled, a hunter's grin as he beheld his prey fall into a trap. He raised 3 fingers and declared with a powerful voice, "No. We shall undertake 3 actions. First, we will withdraw all 4,000 ninjas from our outpost back to the Leaf Village. Second, we will fully disperse compensation. And third, we will widely publicize our achievements on the Iwagakure battlefield." Uchiha Hakadai finally grasped the situation, narrowing his eyes as he spoke. "You intend to win people's hearts." Uchiha Sanfeng deliberately lowered his voice, as if whispering sinisterly, "Not just that. Once over 4,000 of our comrades return to Konoha, they will inevitably learn of Sarutobi Hiruzen's decision to allow the Ninja Academy students to graduate early, and the deployment of 3,000 elderly and infirm to counter against the Mist Village. At that point, we can accidentally leak some details, such as the heavy casualties on the battlefield against the Mist, or the fact that the commander of the Hyuga had his right eye gouged out." Upon hearing this, the leader of the Kuruma clan gasped, "How ruthless. The people of Konoha will surely riot." Uchiha Sanfeng's gaze shifted to Fugaku. "When the time comes, the clan leader will volunteer to support the Mist battlefield. With your current achievements, the higher-ups will either reject or delay your request. In either case, it amounts to digging your own grave and losing the people's trust." The meeting room fell into a profound silence, the sound of breathing distinctly audible. All eyes were fixed on Uchiha Sanfeng, as if they were seeing the terrifying potential of this young Uchiha for the first time. Uchiha Fugaku remained silent for a long moment before finally speaking. And then, Uchiha Sanfeng's smile gradually widened, his finger shifting towards the Mist battlefield. Subsequently, clan leader Fugaku raised his arm decisively, rallying his followers. "We will lead our forces directly to the Mist battlefield. Once we defeat the Mist Village, the position of the 4th Hokage shall undoubtedly belong to you, clan leader Fugaku." Truth be told, Uchiha Sanfeng's real intention was to elevate Uchiha Fugaku to the position of 4th Hokage to shield himself from danger, while he would grow stronger in the shadows until he became invincible. Clan leader Kazama suddenly stood up, his chair clattering to the ground. "A brilliant plan. This way, we won't have to defy orders, and Sarutobi Hiruzen will reap the consequences of his actions." "Sanfeng, what kind of brain do you have to come up with such a brilliant idea?" Once support was sent to the Mist battlefield, casualties among their clan members were inevitable, so Uchiha Fugaku refrained from expressing immediate agreement. He walked to the window, gazing at the Uchiha clansmen training in the distance. "Sanfeng, during the battle at Iwagakure, we lost 227 clan members. If we were to engage in battle with the Mist Village, how many do you think we would lose?" At this, Uchiha Sanfeng felt a surge of frustration. Previously, Sarutobi Hiruzen had used a widely circulated phrase when facing the Uchiha with Sharingan. The usual tactic is to engage 2 against 1 in the rear, for to face them one-on-one is to flee. Naturally, the proud Uchiha Fugaku was quite taken by this. Thus, he led 8,000 Konoha ninjas against 11,000 Iwagakure ninjas in a daunting mission. The war dragged on for over a year, resulting in 226 casualties among the 8,000 ninjas, leaving Uchiha Fugaku shaken and timid. Chapter 28. The days when Noera Rin's heart was plundered are approaching within the command post at the border of the Land of Fire. Flickering candlelight illuminated faces bearing various expressions. Uchiha Sanfeng stood before a sand table, his slender fingers gently tapping on the map of the Land of Water, his crimson Sharingan glimmering in the dim light. His voice was unusually calm. The Mist Village differs from the Rock Village. They first experienced internal strife due to a coup, followed by a surprise attack from the Sand Village. Now, their remaining fighting force is merely 6,000. He raised his head, his gaze sweeping across the 4 individuals in the room: Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Hakadai, clan leader Kuruma, and clan leader Kazama. The Mist Village has no intention of capturing cities in the Land of Fire. They resemble a band of robbers, seizing resources amid chaos. Thus their fighting spirit is weak. This is also why Sarutobi Hiruzen underestimates the Mist Village. Uchiha Hakadai narrowed his eyes, greed unmistakable within. Sanfeng, is there a chance for our Uchiha? Uchiha Sanfeng's fingers lightly tapped the edge of the sand table, his voice low and dangerous. In truth, were it not for the need to assist the clan leader in vying for the position of 4th Hokage, I would suggest we annihilate the Mist Village entirely. Turning it into the Uchiha's backyard. The room fell silent for a moment. Uchiha Hakadai's breath quickened. Sanfeng, if we were to strike, how confident are you in annihilating the Mist Village? Uchiha Sanfeng's gaze was confident and resolute as he chuckled softly. 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10? Clan leader Kuruma exclaimed in disbelief. Uchiha Sanfeng's fingers traced the location of the Mist Village on the sand table, his voice chillingly calm. The 4th Mizukage, Kagaya Shikaku, ascended through a coup, meaning the existing Mist leadership will surely be purged. In other words, the Mist Village's advanced combat power has been severely depleted. He tapped his fingertip. Continuing his analysis, they dispatched over 3,000 Mist ninjas to pillage our Land of Fire amid the chaos, which alleviated their internal pressure but also plunged them into a critical crisis. Clan leader Kuruma asked eagerly, "What crisis?" Uchiha Sanfeng's eyes sparkled with a glint, as if he saw a precious prey. Within the Mist Village, there are now only a little over 3,000 defenders left. We, on the other hand, have more than 4,000 elite. He lifted his head, his gaze sharp as a blade, taking advantage of the Mist Village's main force being away. We shall strike directly at their heart, and the Mist Village will surely perish. The air in the room seemed to freeze for a moment. Such a reckless plan, if proposed by another, would have drawn scoffs. Yet the one uttering these words was Uchiha Sanfeng, a man capable of creating legends. In terms of strength, he was merely at the elite Jonin level. However, in terms of intelligence analysis and strategic warfare, his talent was frighteningly strong. If he spoke of annihilating a village, it was indeed within the realm of possibility. Just like days ago, they had defeated over 6,000 Iwagakure ninjas in a night raid with a smaller force. Annihilating a major ninja village? The prospect held a considerable chance of success, naturally possessing immense allure. Uchiha Hakadai, clan leader Kuruma, and clan leader Kazama seemed to reach a consensus. They turned their gazes toward Uchiha Fugaku, awaiting his decision. Uchiha Fugaku fell into a deep silence, his 3-tomo Sharingan flickering in the shadows. The temptation of annihilating a village was indeed substantial, but those within the clan understood their own affairs. During the previous night raid against Iwagakure, he had utilized Susanoo, which appeared powerful but drained a significant amount of ocular power, leading to a noticeable decline in his vision. Winning against the 4th Mizukage in a death match seemed plausible, yet how long could his Mangekyo Sharingan endure after such a victory? Seeing him hesitate, clan leader Kuruma could not help but urge, "Clan leader Fugaku, the opportunity is fleeting." The fact that prolonged use of the Mangekyo could lead to blindness was a crucial secret within the Uchiha, and thus Uchiha Fugaku did not reveal it. His gaze subtly shifted toward that man. Uchiha Sanfeng immediately understood, suddenly shifting his tone, laughing heartily. "Ha, everyone. My previous suggestion to annihilate the Mist Village was merely a jest. Oh, Uchiha Hakadai raised an eyebrow, a hint of skepticism in his expression. Uchiha Sanfeng raised his hands and feigned helplessness. The land of water is an island. Even if we conquer it, we cannot hold it. And the actual gains would be limited. It would also provoke other ninja villages to ostracize Konoha. Therefore, as I previously stated, our true objective should be to return to Konoha and vie for the position of 4th Hokage. Uchiha Fugaku subtly exhaled in relief, seamlessly continuing. Sanfeng is right. Our immediate priority is returning to Konoha. He stood up, his Mangekyo Sharingan slowly rotating. Issue the order, the entire army shall march. We are returning to Konoha. As the command was given, over 4,000 Konoha ninjas were initially stunned, then erupted into thunderous cheers. Finally, we can go home. Haha. This bonus will be enough for me to drink for a whole year. Hataki Kiai, big brother is leaving. You'll have a hard time alone. Why not come live with me? The faces of the ninjas radiated long-lost smiles. The war had dragged on for over a year, leaving everyone utterly exhausted. Now, they could finally return to their familiar village and reunite with their families, a joy that was impossible to conceal. Uchiha Sanfeng stood high above, gazing down at the jubilant crowd, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Vortex K stood beside him, softly remarking, "It seems everyone can hardly wait." Yes, this war has lasted far too long. His gaze swept over the crowd, noticing that many ninjas had begun to pack their belongings, with some eagerly pulling out their recently awarded bonuses, excitedly discussing which tavern to visit for celebrations upon returning to the village. As night fell, an army of over 4,000 set forth in grand procession. Yet, amidst this seemingly jubilant atmosphere, shadows lurked quietly in the darkness. Swift, dark figures flitted through the treetops, vanishing swiftly into the night. Report: Uchiha Fugaku has led the frontline troops back to Konoha, numbering approximately 4,000. Continue surveillance. Such scenes unfolded repeatedly along the way. Spies from various nations, rogue ninjas, and even scouts from other clans within Konoha closely monitored the movements of this formidable force. The midday sun cast its rays upon the towering gates of Konoha, and as the 4,000 ninjas caught sight of the familiar silhouette, a thunderous cheer erupted. They have finally returned. Look, it's Hokage Rock. Akiyama Jun declared, "You promised that upon returning to Konoha, you would marry me. You must not go back on your word." The weary faces of the ninjas finally broke into relaxed smiles, with some even excitedly removing their headbands to wave them in triumph. The war was over. They had returned home alive. Uchiha Sanfeng stood at the front of the ranks. Yet his mind was occupied with calculations. It had been more than 4 days since the Kamizumi Bridge incident, and Kakashi and Noara Rin had already been dispatched to support the battlefield in the mist. The day when Rin was heartlessly taken from him was fast approaching. Chapter 29. The Siege of Hokage Tower. In front of a dilapidated wooden house, an old door was gently knocked upon. It creaked open to reveal the face of a weary woman, her eyes red and swollen. "Greetings, I am Uchiha Yaomi. Your husband fought alongside me at the front lines of Iwagakure. Regrettably, he has fallen in battle. The Uchiha clan has issued a one-time compensation of 2.16 million ryo. Please sign for it." Yaomi's hands cradled a bulging envelope, his voice steady and resolute. "The Uchiha clan expresses gratitude for his sacrifice for Konoha. Should you encounter any difficulties, you may seek me out at the Konoha Security Department." Trembling, the woman accepted the envelope, and as her fingers brushed against the thick stack of bills, tears streamed down her cheeks. Thank you," she choked out, clutching the envelope to her chest. "With this money, at least my children won't go hungry." Inside the house, 2 small figures peeked from behind the door. Yaomi retrieved 2 bags of candy from his pack. "Do not be afraid. These are gifts from your uncle." Such occurrences were happening all over Konoha. Ninjas from the Akamatsu clan set up a platform in the town square, their voices booming. Uchiha Fugaku's troops have captured over 5,000 IWA ninjas. Inoki has surrendered. He has paid 30 billion ryo. The Uchiha clan ensured that the heroes of Konoha would not bleed and weep in vain. Compensation for the fallen from the Iwagakure battlefield would be preemptively distributed. Genin would receive 2.16 million ryo, Shunin 8.64 million ryo, and Jonin 30 million ryo. His voice, amplified by chakra, echoed throughout the commercial district. At a ramen stall, a middle-aged man lowered his voice. "I heard we defeated Kumogakure. But why did none of the fallen from the battlefield receive a single Rio? His companion slammed the table in anger. Exactly. My neighbor's son died at the Kumogakure battlefield. His wife and children are near starving. Young ninjas from the Kazami clan darted between taverns, shouting upon entering each one. Victory at the Iwagakure battlefield. Uchiha Fugaku's troops have captured over 5,000 IWA ninjas. Inoki has surrendered. He has paid 30 billion Rio. Meanwhile, the plaza in front of Hokage Tower was teeming with people. Families dressed in mourning attire crowded the front, their cries resonating in waves. The ninjas returning from the Iwagakure battlefield stood in the second row, their faces etched with fury. Ordinary villagers formed an outer circle, murmuring amongst themselves. My son died at the Kumogakure battlefield. Why is there no compensation? An elderly woman leaned on her cane, her voice surprisingly strong. Those from Iwagakure received so much. What about us? Shouted a one-armed ninja, waving his empty sleeve in outrage. The ENBU guards, sweating profusely, formed a human barrier, yet the surging crowd threatened to overwhelm them. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the air. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Come out here. The crowd parted to reveal a scruffy-looking jonin striding forward. His forehead protector was askew, his bloodshot eyes glaring, and his battle attire stained with unwashed blood. His voice was hoarse and desperate as he brandished a photograph high above his head. My daughter is only 10. She is just 10 years old. Why did you allow her to graduate early and send her to the battlefield? The photograph depicted a little girl with pigtails, smiling sweetly at the camera. This image brought tears to the eyes of all present who were parents. My son is only 8, barely completed his basic techniques. And he was sent to the mist battlefield as well. Are you even human? Return our children to us. Return our children. The roar of anger crescendoed, shaking the very glass of Hokage Tower. Inside, Hiruzen Sarutobi stood at the tall window, his extinguished pipe resting in his hand. He gazed silently at the dark mass of people below, his brow furrowed in deep thought. Shamura Danzo emerged from the shadows, leaning on his cane, his single eye glinting coldly. Hiruzen, this cannot be allowed to continue. The crowd will only grow larger. With a heavy sigh, Hiruzen turned towards his desk, tacitly agreeing to Danzo's proposal. At this moment, his silhouette appeared particularly stooped. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of root ninjas suddenly sprang from various corners, swiftly subduing several of the instigators. The leading root ninja coldly announced, "We arrest you on charges of espionage. We hope for your cooperation." The crowd erupted in chaos. Nonsense. I just returned from the Iwagakure battlefield. How can I be a spy? Roared a scarred ninja, his left arm still bandaged. A female ninja shrieked, the third Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi dares to do without taking responsibility? My husband perished at the Kumogakure battlefield, and my son was sent to the mist front. Kill me if you must. I no longer wish to live. The ninjas who had just returned from battle were already seething with rage. Hearing the woman's lament ignited their fury even further. They used the body flicker technique to close the distance, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks upon the root ninjas, quickly bringing dozens of them down. A ninja in his 40s suddenly leaped atop a fountain statue, his voice hoarse as he declared, "Breaking news. Over 1,000 have died at the Kumogakure battlefield. The overall commander, Hokage, has had his right eye gouged out." This news fell like a bucket of ice water into a boiling pot of oil, sending the crowd into complete frenzy, their shouts deafening. Hiruzen Sarutobi, give us an explanation. Hiruzen Sarutobi, you scoundrel, return our children. The guards of Hokage Tower were pushed back, the situation teetering on the brink of chaos. Observing the turmoil directed at Hokage Tower, Uchiha Sanfeng quietly remarked, "Clan leader, it is your turn to step forward." Uchiha Fugaku nodded slightly, adjusting his collar before striding toward Hokage Tower. "Esteemed citizens, I am Uchiha clan leader, and my clan has over 300 children dispatched to the Kumogakure battlefield. The youngest among them is only 8, and the oldest scarcely 11. Uchiha Fugaku's voice was not loud, yet the raucous crowd fell silent in an instant. Many ninjas felt their eyes welling up, some already beginning to sob quietly. Uchiha Fugaku's voice suddenly rose. "In the name of the Uchiha clan leader, I propose that we immediately support the battlefield of the mist and rescue our children. Furthermore, we must take revenge on the hidden mist village." A thunderous cheer erupted, echoing through the air. "Support the Uchiha. Strike against the hidden mist village." The waves of support surged, shaking the very foundations of Konoha. Within the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen crumpled the documents in his hand, his face ashen as he observed the uproar through the crystal monitoring device. He noted that many from the Inuzuka, Nara, and even Hyuga clans were chanting in support, a realization that weighed heavily on his heart. "Kurenai, we cannot allow the Uchiha to achieve military glory," she exclaimed, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Midogate Kane adjusted his glasses, their lenses reflecting a cold light. Over 3,000 Konoha ninjas have retreated from the cloud battlefield and have been stationed in the mist for some time. "We shall soon receive good news." Danzo stood in the shadows, a cold smile gracing his lips. Let the Uchiha march to their doom. It would be for the best. After a prolonged silence, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood, adjusting his Hokage hat. "I will offer my apologies. The populace will understand." Chapter 30. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you are unworthy of being Hokage. Outside, the protests of the villagers of Konoha grew louder, the crowd swelling in numbers. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Danzo's eye as a subtle smile crept onto his lips. In that moment, he reveled in his thoughts. "Hiruzen, it seems you must step down now. The position of 4th Hokage is mine by right." "Haha." Midogate Kane pushed up his slipping glasses. "Hiruzen, this is not the time for inaction. There are tens of thousands gathered below. If this continues," as if to validate his words, a deafening explosion suddenly reverberated from below, causing the Hokage building to tremble. The glass windows rattled, and shards fell from their frames. "Hokage-sama, they are starting to break down the doors." A member of the Umbu rushed in, panic evident in his voice. Just then, a loud knocking echoed upon the Hokage office door. Knock, 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 knock. The rhythmic knocking indicated it was an Umbu member, and Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow, calling out, "Enter." An Umbu ninja stumbled in, pale-faced. "Hokage-sama. Urgent news from the front. The frontline stronghold has been stormed by the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, suffering heavy casualties, and over 20 medical ninjas have been captured." Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand froze in midair, his features aging visibly beneath the hat. Danzo's single eye narrowed, lost in thought. Kurenai and Midogate Kane were left speechless, the gravity of the situation overwhelming them. The office fell into a heavy silence. Sarutobi Hiruzen set down his pipe and waved his hand. "I am aware of this matter. You may leave." The 2 Umbu ninjas took a few steps when Kurenai's voice rang out. "Did we not dispatch over 3,000 reinforcements? Why was the stronghold still overrun?" The Umbu ninja lowered his head, his voice trembling. "The reinforcements have yet to reach the White Bird City. The mist dispatched the 7 ninja swordsmen to assault the city with their powerful 7 ninja tools. The last intel from Hyuga Hayashi before his sacrifice indicated a possible leak of information." Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly approached the window, gazing down at the throng of angry citizens. He saw the furious ninjas and the grieving parents, crying out for justice. He witnessed once loyal villagers holding placards demanding his resignation. At the forefront of the crowd, Uchiha Fugaku was being hailed like a triumphant hero, embraced by the citizens of Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen removed his Hokage hat and straightened his attire. His voice low and weary. "Prepare the amplification barrier." Danzo suddenly grasped his arm, feigning concern. "Hiruzen, what are you planning?" Sarutobi Hiruzen shook off his hand, not looking back as he headed toward the balcony. "I intend to put an end to this farce." When Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared on the balcony, the crowd below erupted in a cacophony of boos. Rotten tomatoes and foul eggs flew from all directions, splattering against the barrier. "Sarutobi Hiruzen, you deceiver. Return my son. Get off the stage, liar." Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his hands to signal for silence, only to be met with even more intense vitriol, until Uchiha Fugaku raised his hand, using chakra to amplify his voice. "Everyone, please quiet down. Even if the 3rd Hokage is guilty, we must grant him a chance to defend himself." At his words, the crowd gradually quieted. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a tightening in his chest as his voice resonated across the plaza. "People of Konoha, I understand your anger." A one-armed ninja shouted back. "What do you understand? Have you felt our pain on the front line? We crawled back from piles of corpses only to find our young children deceived into battle by you. You have betrayed us. You are unworthy of being Hokage." From the chaotic throng, voices of agreement erupted. "Sarutobi Hiruzen, you are unworthy of being Hokage." Listening to the roars from below, Danzo reveled inwardly. "Teacher, you were wrong. Only I am fit to be Hokage." Hiruzen is far too weak. Had it been me, I would have sent the route to suppress this situation before it escalated. Sarutobi Hiruzen was compelled to raise his voice. We have made great efforts, and I dispatched over 3,000 ninjas to support the battlefield of the mist. But the assault from the hidden mist was utterly sudden and beyond our expectations. A widow cradling a baby interjected sharply. My husband perished 6 months ago. I have sought your assistance for relief funds 3 times, yet not a single coin has come. My child nearly starved. And now you appear pretending to be a good man? Cold sweat beaded on Sarutobi Hiruzen's brow. That may be due to negligence within the logistics department. I was unaware of these matters. He noticed Uchiha clan members distributing bread and water among the crowd, and ninjas from the Akimichi clan treating the wounded. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt an increasing sense of foreboding, as if all of this were part of a Uchiha scheme. His voice began to tremble, in light of the urgent situation. I made the grave mistake of sending children to the front lines. I acknowledge this was an error. A scarred young genin roared in madness. Acknowledgement is not enough. My sister's body is still missing. She was only 9 years old. The crowd's anger surged again, pressing against the barrier. Sarutobi Hiruzen realized they had reached a critical juncture. With all his strength, he declared, I announce that after the war concludes, I shall immediately resign from the position of Hokage. This is my way of atoning. Instantly, the plaza fell into an eerie silence. Sarutobi Hiruzen hunched over, as if that single declaration had drained him of all energy. His gaze swept over the faces filled with rage, settling finally on Uchiha Fugaku, whose expression bore a silent challenge. Sarutobi Hiruzen struggled to add, furthermore, I will donate all of my personal savings to the village. The anger among the crowd seemed to quell slightly, though the animosity lingered. At that moment, Uchiha Fugaku suddenly shouted, Third Hokage, the immediate priority is to rescue those children trapped in the mist battlefield, as well as to recover the bodies of those who have fallen. I request that reinforcements be organized immediately. His words ignited the crowd's emotions like a spark in a haystack. Yes, yes, save our children. Uchiha Fugaku is right. Strike against the hidden mist village. We shall take revenge. Sarutobi Hiruzen witnessed the hearts of the citizens of Konoha fully swaying in favor of the Uchiha, and could only bitterly nod, approved. As the old Hokage stumbled back to his office, the resounding cheers of the crowd thundered behind him. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen retreat in disarray, Shamura Danzo cast a sinister gaze at Uchiha Fugaku. In the square beneath the Hokage building, the populace spontaneously began dismantling the banners that proclaimed you are unworthy of being Hokage, and replaced them with ones that shouted support for the Uchiha, urging, march on Kirigakure and save our children. Once the most beloved of the Hokage, the third now appeared painfully isolated. The power dynamics of Konoha were about to undergo a seismic shift. Chapter 31. The Senju Clan, in such decline in the Konoha Guards conference room. A heavy wooden table bore a list that circulated among the attendees. The document explicitly stated, total number of sign-ups, 5, 220 Uchiha Clan, 2, 302 Akimichi Clan, for 20 Kazama Clan, 300 Hyuga Clan, 200 Inazuka Clan, 100 Senju Clan, 42 smaller clans, and civilians. Uchiha Fugaku scanned the figures on the paper, his brow furrowing slightly. Only 42 members of the Senju clan have registered? He mused, noting the breakdown. 3 Jonin, 9 Shunin, and 30 Genin. The Senju clan had indeed fallen into a woeful decline. Uchiha Hakadai let out a derisive laugh. They clung to the remnants of the first Hokage's legacy to maintain their position, yet now they cannot even muster a formidable warrior. Uchiha Sampo took the list, a smirk playing at his lips. The Senju have suffered greatly due to Sarutobi Hiruzen. After the Second Shinobi World War, Tsunade left the village citing her blood phobia. However, many Senju women married out, so their influence remains significant. Their presence could be advantageous for us. Uchiha Fugaku chose not to respond, continuing to scrutinize the list. Uchiha Sampo's fingers lightly tapped the table as he analyzed. The Inazuka and Sarutobi Hiruzen have grown close, yet they sent 100 here, indicating they don't wish to misalign themselves. The Yamanaka clan has a close relationship with Danzo, sending 10 to register, which suggests they are still observing. The Hyuga clan's main force is at the Tsunade battlefield. Being able to send 200 is already a sign of goodwill. Uchiha Fugaku nodded slightly. It seems the dynamics of Konoha have indeed transformed. Uchiha Sampo closed the list, his gaze sharp as a hawk, as if he could see through the paper to the hidden truths beneath. while we, the Uchiha clan, have registered 302 members. We cannot take them all. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen has declared his resignation post-war, that old coot Shamura Danzo will undoubtedly not relent easily. Thus, we shall only take 1,000 elite warriors to the battlefield at Kirigakure, while the remaining 302 will guard Konoha, just in case. Uchiha Hakadai, his expression grave, nodded in agreement, stating solemnly, I am willing to remain in the clan to guard it. If Shamura Danzo stirs up trouble, I shall eliminate his claws. You need not worry about village affairs or the guard. I will handle it. Uchiha Fugaku, with a serious demeanor, declared, Sampo, I appoint you as the instructor for the Shinto transformation technique. This is an immensely important task. You must impart this technique to our Jonin and Chunin today. Without hesitation. Uchiha Sampo nodded. No problem. I will devote myself to completing the task. However, there is one matter I must trouble Elder Hakadai with. The Uzumaki clan members are those I brought back. I currently lack the time to arrange for them, so please do not allow them to leave Uchiha territory. That fellow Danzo might target them, and we cannot grant him the opportunity. Uchiha Hakadai chuckled coldly. Rest assured, I will keep a close watch. After the meeting, Uchiha Sampo approached the quarters where the Uzumaki clan resided. A dozen red-haired ninjas were seated, engaged in discussion, and upon his entrance, they all rose. Lord Sampo. Uchiha Sampo raised a hand to signal them to sit, and surveyed the group, his gaze ultimately resting on Uzumaki Chika. I have something to convey to you. The one responsible for your nation's destruction is Sarutobi Hiruzen. He has announced his resignation post-war, but matters will not be so simple. The clan leader and I must head to the battlefield at Kirigakure and will be unable to protect you in the short term. Therefore, you must remain within Uchiha territory and refrain from venturing out. If you require supplies, you may approach Uchiha Hakadai. He will assist you. Uzumaki Chika clenched her fists, a glimmer of hatred flashing in her eyes. I understand. Noticing that the Uzumaki clan's emotions were relatively stable, Uchiha Sampo calmly stated, as long as you harness the power of the Nine Tails, you can become the top powerhouse in the village. Thus, Uzumaki Mito designated Uzumaki Kushina as the Nine Tails Jinchuriki to provide a foundation for your clan. However, she has yet to master the Nine Tails power, so her current strength is limited. The Uzumaki clan began to murmur, Lady Mito. The power of the Nine Tails, Kushina. Uchiha Sampo waved his hand, commanding silence. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shamura Danzo are also eyeing this power, which is why there are Umbu monitoring Uzumaki Kushina. Chika may visit her at the edge of our territory, but avoid excessive contact. You may tell her the truth, but be sure to advise her to stay close to Namikaze Minato. That young man is highly formidable. Uzumaki Eiji, standing nearby, softly inquired, and what about me? Uchiha Sampo looked at her, a smile gracing his lips. You will accompany me to the battlefield at Kirigakure. I would feel quite unaccustomed without you by my side. Uzumaki Chika could not help but laugh. Eiji, you must take good care of him. Now we rely entirely on your man. Uzumaki Eiji's face flushed crimson, and she hid behind him. At the Uchiha training grounds, over 1,000 Uchiha ninjas stood in formation, their eyes fixed intently on Uchiha Sampo. He turned to face them, his voice resonant. Today, I shall teach you the Shinto transformation technique, which I developed by integrating the principles of transformation and substitution techniques to create a unique form of two-headed, four-armed stature, with two minds connected through dual heads. We can effortlessly execute combined ninjutsu. Watch closely. This technique comprises 12 hand seals. No Shin, Imuin. Uchiha Sampo's hands swiftly formed the seals, and in an instant, his body contorted and transformed. Flesh and blood writhed at his right neck, and a new head burst forth. Two robust arms extended from his armpits. The crowd gasped in awe. The two-headed, four-armed form reminiscent of a mythological Asura. The left head spoke. Next, I shall demonstrate the power of combined ninjutsu. Fire release, great fireball technique. Wind release, great breakthrough. From the mouth of the right head emerged a fireball 10 meters in diameter. Simultaneously, a fierce wind erupted from the other head, propelling the massive fireball, intensifying its flames, and transforming it into a fiery dragon that lunged forward 30, 60, 72 meters. The surrounding Uchiha ninjas stared in astonishment. How can his combined ninjutsu strike so far? Uchiha Sampo elucidated. The ninjutsu performed by Genin typically has a range of about 10 meters, Chunin around 20, Jonin between 30 to 50 meters. An elite jonin exceeding 50 meters. This reflects the mastery of ninjutsu. The dual-headed characteristic of Shinto transformation doubles training efficiency, which is crucial for your rapid enhancement. So practice diligently. The Sharingan inherently allows for the replication of taijutsu and ninjutsu. Among the 524 Uchiha ninjas present, 983 possessed the Sharingan, 136 of whom had even awakened the 3-tomo variant. For them, learning ninjutsu was considerably more accessible than for ordinary ninjas. In less than 3 minutes, chakra glowed across the training grounds. I did it. A jonin with a 3-tomo Sharingan exclaimed first. Muscles writhed at his right neck as a new head began to take shape, and 2 sturdy arms extended from his armpits. Though his form was still unstable, he had grasped the essence of the Shinto transformation. Soon, a second and then a third Uchiha ninja also succeeded in their transformations. A chunin excitedly flexed his newly acquired arms, exclaiming, "Ha! Is this what it feels like to have 2 heads? It's incredible." His right head grinned. "I feel like my thoughts are clearer now." The atmosphere on the training ground gradually intensified, with an increasing number of successful individuals, while those who faced failure continued to strive under the guidance of their peers. Ding! The host, through the 3-tomo Sharingan, observed 524 ninjas employing the transformation technique, acquiring 7,085 experience points in this ninjutsu. Ding! The transformation technique has automatically upgraded to extraordinary, awakening the 3-headed and 6-armed form. Chapter 32. This is to roast Sarutobi Hiruzen over the flames. Registration has concluded, and in 2 hours, over 4,000 ninjas stood ready at the entrance of Konoha. Uchiha Fugaku stood atop a high platform, his black hair billowing in the wind, his voice deep and powerful, resonating throughout the square. Instantly, silence fell among the ninjas below. All eyes fixed upon him. "We are about to embark on the battlefield of Kirigakure. Let us rescue our children. Avenge our fallen comrades. The glory of Konoha shall be reclaimed by our own hands." With a sudden sweep of his right hand, he commanded, "Now, let us depart." Boom. Over 4,000 ninjas leaped simultaneously, surging forth like a black tide through the gates of Konoha. The streets were lined with villagers bidding farewell. An elderly woman with silver hair stumbled out of the crowd, thrusting a bouquet of dew-kissed wild chrysanthemums into the hands of a familiar Uchiha ninja. Her frail fingers clutched the ninja's sleeve tightly. "Please, bring back my grandson. He loves the rice balls I make." The ninja solemnly accepted the flowers, nodded, and then leaped onto the treetops, vanishing into the ranks. Some departing Uchiha clan members shouted loudly, "Victory for Konoha! Victory for the Uchiha!" Amidst the cheers, a red-haired little girl suddenly broke free from her mother's grasp, chasing after the departing team for several meters until intercepted by a patrolling chunin. "Daddy, you must come back." Her tearful cries pierced through the clamor. Upon entering the dense forest, the pace of the march abruptly quickened. The silhouettes of ninjas flickered among the treetops, resembling a legion of silent phantoms. Uchiha Fugaku's footsteps never faltered. He slightly turned his head to his companion, "Sanpaku, are you certain the ninjas of Kirigakure will raid Nansha City?" Uchiha Sanpaku leapt in from the side, along the southern coast of the Land of Fire. There are only 3 cities, Bear City, Whitebird City, and Nansha City. Bear City, being the wealthiest, has already been raided multiple times. Whitebird City, located in the center, has also seen a rise in attacks. Nansha City, close to the Land of Water, will inevitably be targeted after they finish with Whitebird City. Clan leader Kuruma caught up from behind, speaking gravely, "Why not directly head to Nansha City to intercept them?" Uchiha Sanpaku shook his head. "No, we first go to Bear City." Clan leader Kazami frowned. "Wouldn't that delay us too much?" Uchiha Sanpaku's gaze was sharp as a blade. Sarutobi Hiruzen allowed the children to graduate early, forming a 3,000 strong army of the young and old. The casualties are already devastating. Uchiha Fugaku pondered for a moment. "Are you suggesting we first rescue the children of Bear City, dispatch a portion to escort them back to Konoha, and then bring back the bodies of the fallen children? We must ensure the villagers of Konoha witness the hell their Hokage has sent the children into. Following that, we will proceed to Whitebird City and repeat the same actions. Finally, we will take only 300 jonin and hasten to Nansha City to intercept the main force of Kirigakure." Clan leader Kazami still had concerns. "Isn't it too risky to send only 300 jonin? The reason the over 3,000 ninjas of Kirigakure are difficult to eradicate is that they lack a base, operating as nomadic raiders, fleeing after looting. Now that they have amassed enough, their desire for battle has diminished. Uchiha Fugaku's Sharingan flickered slightly. Very well. We shall proceed as Sanfeng advises. 11 hours later, in Bear City, the sunset bathed the once thriving coastal city in a blood-red hue. The walls lay in ruins, and the streets were strewn with uncollected ninja tools and bloodstains. The air was thick with the stench of charred remains and blood. 5 children, all under 10, lay in a fan-shaped formation, the furthest clutching an unlit signal flare. Clan leader Karuma's voice trembled. Team 47 has been completely annihilated. This marks the 7th group we have encountered today. Clan leader Kazami's fist slammed against a tree trunk. That old man Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uchiha Fugaku's kaleidoscope, Sharingan slowly rotated, his gaze landing on the small corpse cradling a stuffed doll. Collect all the remains. The Konoha stronghold within Bear City, originally home to 1,000 ninjas, now comprised only 53 survivors. In the desolate training ground, several grimy-faced children huddled in a corner, their eyes vacant. A one-armed Uchiha Chunin staggered forward, his voice hoarse. Lord Fugaku, you have finally arrived. Uchiha Fugaku scanned the surroundings, his Sharingan immediately capturing the remnants of battle. The Chunin gritted his teeth. The ninjas of Kirigakure came 2 days ago. They took all the supplies, and anyone who refused to surrender was killed. Uchiha Sanfeng's fists crackled ominously. What about the children? All the living ones are here. A girl, appearing no older than 10, timidly approached, clutching a blood-stained photograph. Uncle, will my daddy come back? Uchiha Sanfeng knelt down, gently stroking her head. We will make them pay dearly for this. A report stated that 841 bodies had been collected, including 754 children and 87 adults, with 43 bodies too disfigured to identify, and 59 individuals still missing. Clan leader Kuruma approached. Sanfeng, it is time to head to Whitebird City. We will leave 2,000 behind to handle the aftermath. They will manage the remaining tasks. Uchiha Sanfeng coldly replied. Let these 2,000 take the surviving 53 back to Konoha, and also bring these bodies along. Before entering the gates of Konoha, have them remove the bodies from the storage scrolls and transport them on stretchers to the plaza of the Ninja Academy. And finally inform the families to come claim the bodies. Clan leader Kuruma gasped upon hearing this. Merely hearing of a few hundred casualties does not evoke much understanding for many. However, if we proceed as Uchiha Sanfeng suggests, transporting 884 bodies on stretchers to the school plaza, with 2 people per stretcher, this would create a line of nearly 2,000 meters. The reaction of the villagers of Konoha witnessing this long procession of corpses is unimaginable. Uchiha Sanfeng gazed toward Konoha, his tone icy and laced with murderous intent. I want them to see clearly that every small corpse is a nail driven into Sarutobi Hiruzen's coffin. Clan leader Kazami suddenly smiled, a chilling grin. Displaying the bodies at the Ninja Academy's plaza is indeed a brilliant idea. Sarutobi Hiruzen is the principal of the academy, and it was he who ordered the students to graduate early. This will surely roast Sarutobi Hiruzen over the flames. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku issued an unassailable command. Execute the plan. Let the 3rd Hokage witness his creation with his own eyes. Chapter 33. It's all Shamura Danzo's doing. At the gates of Konoha, shrouded in morning mist, the first rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds. The Chunin on guard suddenly tightened his grip on his kunai. What is that? A black line was slowly writhing toward the village on the horizon. As it drew nearer, the clattering of metal stretchers mixed with muffled sobs grew increasingly distinct. Open the gates. Uchiha Yakumo's hoarse shout shattered the morning fog. As the first stretcher passed through the gates, the gathered villagers collectively gasped in shock. On the stretcher lay a boy who appeared no older than 7 or 8, his pale face frozen in an expression of terror. A diamond-shaped wound marred his throat, unmistakably inflicted by the unique kunai of Kirigakure. Yet, there were 884 similar corpses, and the end of the line was nowhere in sight. Clear the way. Step aside. With each step, Uchiha Yakumo left bloody footprints on the ground. The bodies on the stretchers were not covered by sheets, allowing those around to clearly see the wounds inflicted upon the children. As the procession advanced into the commercial street, a woman clutching an infant suddenly burst forth from the crowd. Xiaowu. That is Xiaowu. She frantically lunged toward stretcher number 147. where a child lay with a charred hole in his left chest, clearly pierced by a fire technique. The trembling fingers of the woman caressed the child's rigid cheek. He had just celebrated his 8th birthday not long ago. Suddenly, her wailing ceased, and she collapsed beside the stretcher like a marionette with its strings cut. At noon, the playground of the ninja school transformed into an open-air mortuary. When the final body was laid upon the ground, the playground was teeming with the lifeless forms of children. The surrounding parents were already inconsolable in their grief. A one-armed ninja knelt before body number 326, his trembling hands flipping through a blood-stained diary. The last entry, dated 3 days prior, read in shaky handwriting. Another comrade has died today. I am so scared. Daddy, I want to go home. Blood suddenly welled in the lone eye of the one-armed ninja as he tore at his own hair in a frenzy. My son was only 9. The protests before the Hokage building had escalated into a riot. Rocks, rotten vegetables, and foul eggs were hurled at the edifice, and the glass on the 5th floor finally shattered into 1,000 pieces. A shard grazed the cheek of Tsunade, leaving a crimson streak. As her trembling fingers wiped away the blood, this is madness. Hiruzen Sarutobi, come out. Murderer, return my daughter's life. The enraged crowd surrounded the Hokage building, leaving no avenue for escape, prompting some ANBU to flee in the face of the chaos. Mito Gate, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, declared, immediate action is necessary. His words were abruptly cut off by a thunderous crash as the doors of the Hokage building burst open and hundreds of villagers surged inside. Led by the one-armed Jonin who had lost his son, hatred burned in the Jonin's single eye. Where is he? That old fool who ordered the children to their deaths. With the Hokage office already damaged by the furious villagers, Hiruzen Sarutobi and his companions retreated to an underground office. Alone in the darkness, Hiruzen sat. A picture frame on his desk capturing a moment with his 3 disciples, Jeriah's cheerful grin, Orochimaru's brooding gaze, and Tsunade's proud demeanor. Hiruzen, what are you still hesitating for? The Uchiha are inciting this turmoil. Shamura Danzo emerged from the shadows, his bandaged eye glaring. Hiruzen slowly raised his head. Those children, Danzo slammed his hand onto the table. Weakness. Now is not the time for remorse. The root is ready. Just give the word. The 3rd Hokage abruptly stood, weariness replaced by resolve in his eyes. No, I will bear the consequences of my own mistakes. He removed his Hokage hat and gently placed it on the table. Tomorrow, I will publicly announce my resignation. Danzo's single eye narrowed menacingly. Have you lost your mind? Stepping down now plays right into the Uchiha's hands. Hiruzen gazed out the window at the moonlight. Perhaps, but it is the only way to quell the fury. Suddenly, a female ENBU appeared, whispering urgently in Hiruzen's ear. Seeing him nod, she signaled, and 3 ENBU materialized, surrounding Danzo. Hiruzen, what are you trying to do? The 3rd's voice was hoarse. Danzo, someone must take responsibility for this. It's merely a small sacrifice. You will not be harmed. Having grown up alongside each other, Danzo instantly grasped Hiruzen's intent. Hiruzen, you cannot do this. Danzo, I am the Hokage. Upon hearing those words, Danzo seemed to lose all strength. Hiruzen, you will regret this. At that moment, Ambu lunged forward, seizing Danzo and forcibly silencing him. A notice was posted on the Hokage bulletin board regarding the early graduation and deployment of children to the Mist battlefield. All proposals and executions were initiated by Shamura Danzo. Due to the urgency of the situation, this meeting's contents are hereby released. Attendees, 3rd Hokage, Shamura Danzo, Tsunade, Mito Gate. Agenda, response plan for the Mist invasion. Incident, on November 4th, 3,000 Mist ninjas breached the southern coastal defenses, advancing into the Land of Fire. Tsunade proposed, the front lines are in crisis. We must send reinforcements immediately. Mito Gate adjusted his glasses. However, the regular forces are engaged on the Iwagakure, Kimogakure, and Sunagakure front lines. Danzo's single eye glinted ominously in the shadows. Draw over 1,000 ninjas from the clans of Konoha, and select 2,000 children from the Ninja Academy. That should suffice. The 3rd's hand trembled suddenly, causing his pipe to clatter onto the table. Danzo, are you mad? Those children haven't even learned the basic techniques. Danzo scoffed. Foolish, antiquated thinking. Hiruzen, compassion cannot govern military matters. We need someone to hold them back. If we allow these Mist ninjas to advance unchecked, the consequences would be unimaginable. Hiruzen admonished. Danzo, children are the village's future. How can you do this? Danzo's expression remained impassive. If you lack the courage, allow me to take charge. I will bear the responsibility. With that, he stormed out. Upon learning of the early graduation being Danzo's scheme, enraged villagers, unable to find him, began to ransack the Shamura family's shops. Several members of the Shamura clan were brutally beaten to death in the streets, leaving many too frightened to venture from their clan's territory. Chapter 34. Evening shadows. The dawn sun appeared atop the distant mountains, and many Konoha ninjas looked up in awe. January 1st. 49 of Konoha should have been a day of celebration. However, the 2,000 Konoha ninjas who arrived at Hakubert City wore grim expressions. Uchiha Fugaku leaped onto a large tree, surveying the devastation of this city of death. Uchiha Sanmori held a personnel list and paused momentarily upon seeing the name of Noera Rin among the captured medical team. His voice was as cold as ice. Report to clan head Fugaku. Intelligence gathering within the base is complete. Confirmed dead. 817 individuals. 24 medical personnel captured. 20 missing. 139 survivors, 34 of whom are severely injured. Fugaku did not respond, his gaze fixed on a small corpse, the child clutching a Konoha headband tightly even in death. Fingers stiff and unable to release their grip. The blood-red claw marks on the city walls indicated their futile attempts to climb and escape. Uchiha Sanmori sighed. It appears these individuals were civilian students who graduated early. They hadn't even learned the basic techniques of using chakra to scale walls. Suddenly, Uchiha Ryuka appeared. Report, clan head. We have discovered the body of Hinata Hayashi. It seems he chose to take his own life after defeat. Although Hinata Hayashi was the overall commander of the Mist frontline, he seemed more like a tragic joke. He led over 3,000 Konoha ninjas, among which 450 were children under the age of 12. In this war, he played a tragic role, commanding a troop of child soldiers against the bloodthirsty executioners of the Mist village. The Mist battlefield marked the peak of Uchiha Shirsue's prowess. At the age of 8, he awakened the three-tomo Sharingan and excelled in the body flicker technique, earning the title of Shirsue of the body flicker. His ocular prowess was said to surpass even that of Uchiha Itachi. However, that was merely the surface. The truth was that at the age of 9, Shirsue had already unlocked the Mangekyo Sharingan. Thinking of this enigmatic child, Uchiha Sanmori calmly inquired, "Is there any news of Shirsue?" Some survivors mentioned he was transferred to Nansha City for deployment a few days ago, replied Uchiha Ryuka. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside the tent as a bloodied jonin rushed in, cradling an unconscious little girl. "Please, she is still breathing." Beside him, Hyuga Hikaru activated his Byakugan, his gaze sweeping over the grievous wound on the girl's chest, pierced by a kunai, then glancing at the dwindling medical supplies. He slowly closed his eyes. Such an injury could only be saved with the presence of Tsunade. Otherwise, survival was utterly impossible. Uchiha Fugaku, accustomed to death, sighed softly. Proceed with the original plan. Ryuho, take 700 men to escort the survivors and the bodies back to Konoha. We shall take 300 men to Nansha City to pursue those Mist ninjas. Uchiha Ryuho knelt on one knee, his forehead protector glimmering coldly in the morning light. As you command, clan leader. In the Mist village, 7 uniquely shaped ninja swords were plunged into the crevices of the rocks, their blades reflecting a ghostly blue flame. Tsukuwa Yujiro hammered his fist against the rock wall, sending fragments cascading down. Gritting his teeth, he said, "I never expected the assault on Whitebird Castle would cost us over 700 men." Biwa Jizo wrapped his bandaged sword. "I heard Konoha has signed a peace treaty with the Cloud Village. These men were withdrawn from the battlefield, mainly consisting of the Konoha clans like Inazuka, Nara, and Akimichi. So it's only natural they're stronger." Suigetsu's grotesque face contorted. "The Land of Fire is indeed wealthy. Just a few days ago, we looted over 30 billion ryo from Bear City. Yet, at Whitebird Castle, we only managed to seize a little over 10 billion ryo and lost more than 700 men. I feel this war is becoming quite costly." Wary Shinpachi stated solemnly. "Had we not captured 24 medical ninjas from Konoha at Whitebird Castle, the 4th Mizukage would certainly hold us responsible for the loss of over 700 ninjas." Suigetsu's small eyes darted. "I hear Uchiha Fugaku has defeated the Rock Village. The war should conclude swiftly. If we wish to plunder again, we may not have another opportunity. I suggest we take advantage of the situation and raid Nansha City before the war ends. Surely we could seize over 20 billion Rio. Kurocho Rega, with a wicked grin, replied, we can raid Nansha City, but we must devise a solid battle plan. Kurasame Shigeru stroked his chin, proposing, what if we seal the three tails within the body of a Konoha medical ninja, and then release them near Nansha City? With the village's sealing techniques, the three tails could escape within half a day, forcing Konoha's ninjas to contend with it while we seize the opportunity to plunder, resulting in significantly fewer casualties. Tsukuwa Yajiro pondered briefly. I concur with Kurasame Shigeru's plan. We should submit it to the fourth Mizukage, and he is likely to approve. Kurocho Rega, expressionless, remarked. Sealing the three tails and sending it near Nansha City will take about 12 hours. Why don't we venture deeper into the Land of Fire? Stir up some commotion to attract the attention of Konoha ninjas, thereby reducing the resistance we face when our main force attacks Nansha City. Suigetsu agreed. I also support this plan. Tsukuwa Yajiro decreed, then let us proceed. 1 hour from now, we will create chaos deep within the Land of Fire, diverting Konoha's forces. And perhaps we can eliminate some Konoha ninjas to weaken their village. In the Land of Fire, 13-year-old Might Guy, Nara Shikamaru, and Ebisu stood in the cold air, their breaths crystallizing into white frost. Damn, how did we encounter the 7 ninja swordsmen? Ebisu's hand trembled as he gripped his kunai. 7 dark figures emerged slowly from the mist. Tsukuwa Yajiro raised his dull blade. Konoha's brats, let your blood be the offering for my sword. At that moment, a green figure crashed into the center of the battlefield like a shooting star, causing the ground beneath to crack. He widened his eyes, recognizing the familiar silhouette clad in green spandex. Father, why are you here as a chunin? Might Dewey did not turn back, but gave a thumbs up, his voice unusually grave. Guy, take your comrades and retreat immediately. Ebisu shouted, Uncle Dewey, they are the 7 ninja swordsmen. We cannot defeat them. You must flee. Ebisu, never underestimate a father's resolve to protect his child. Now you shall witness the true strength of a father. During the 4th Great Ninja War, Might Guy opened the 8th Gate of Death at the age of 31. Currently, Might Dewey is around 35, having trained in the 8 gates for over 4 years. His true combat strength is formidable. However, he only specializes in taijutsu, lacking ninjutsu, which is why he is still classified as a lowly chunin. It is also because of Might Dewey's tenacity in battling the 7 ninja swordsmen that Konoha has opened the path for Might Guy to become a jonin. Otherwise, he would have remained a lowly chunin forever. One could say that Might Dewey paved the way for Might Guy's promotion with his very life. Might Dewey clenched his fists, his gaze resolute as iron, charging towards the 7 ninja swordsmen with a determination to perish. 8th Gate of the 8 Gates, open. Blood-red steam surged into the sky as Might Dewey's skin began to crack. Kurasame Shigeru's long sword was the first to attack. The first step of the evening elephant, Might Dewey's fist pierced the air, creating a vacuum shockwave. The moment the long sword made contact with the shockwave, it was repelled, and the wave crashed into Kurasame Shigeru, crushing his chest inward. Might Guy, being pulled back by Shikamaru, could not help but glance back. He saw his father's figure weaving through the onslaught of the 7 legendary swords, each punch imbued with the power to split mountains and shatter stones. Tears blurred Might Guy's vision. Father's techniques are truly incredible. He is not the useless chunin others claim. The second step of the evening elephant, another shockwave struck Kurasame Shigeru, reducing him to a mass of flesh. The third step, Suigetsu, realizing the peril, quickly manipulated his hair to shield himself. Yet, even so, he was sent flying by the shockwave. The fourth step, where Shinpachi intended to rescue but was blasted away before he could detonate his explosive tag, crashing through 7 large trees before coming to a stop, coughing up blood and collapsing motionless to the ground. Biwa Juzo and Kurocho Rega, sensing the danger, immediately utilized water body techniques to escape. Tsukuwa Yajiro, the slowest of the 7, recognizing he could not flee, charged headlong back, shouting, The Mist Village has true men who fear not death. I admire your courage. But this is my youth. The 5th and 6th steps, Might Dewey gazed in the direction where Might Guy had fled, their gazes seemingly crossing over the distance. Guy, my life is drawing to a close, and the path ahead is one you must walk alone. You will always be your father's pride. Might Dewey raised his right fist, as he always did, giving a thumbs up. Might Guy, tears streaming down his face, reciprocated his father's gesture, also raising his thumb. Chapter 35. Odd Creatures. The Land of Soup is a geographically elongated nation. The Eastern Army, led by Minato Namikaze, is currently engaged in battle with the Cloud Village in the central region of the Land of Soup. Nansha City is situated near the southern part of the Land of Soup, relatively close to the Eastern Army. Thus, it was the first to receive reinforcements, resulting in fewer personnel losses. The city's defense system has thus been maintained adequately. As Kakashi, Minato's prized disciple, ascended to the rank of Jonin at the tender age of 12, he shone like a rising star, naturally drawing much attention. Consequently, many Konoha ninjas flattered Kakashi, eager to establish a favorable relationship with him. However, ever since the fall of White Bird Castle, the medical team led by Noera Rin, consisting of more than 20 members, had been captured. For over 10 days, Kakashi had tirelessly sought news of Rin's whereabouts, but had yet to receive any concrete information. In the afternoon, deep within the forest, 3 Konoha ninjas hurried towards Hatake Kakashi. The leading ninja bowed respectfully. Jonin Kakashi, we have discovered traces of Noera Rin near the eastern coastline. There are over 50 mist ninjas surrounding her, seemingly preparing to withdraw to the Land of Water. Should we wait for Lord Minato? Upon receiving news of Noera Rin, Kakashi's pupils slightly contracted. There's no need for that. I shall handle this matter myself. His voice bore a hint of coldness as he bit his thumb and struck the ground, summoning jutsu. As the smoke dissipated, 8 uniquely shaped ninja dogs lined up in formation. The lead bulldog, Pakin, sniffed the air and inquired, Kakashi, are you looking for that young girl again? Kakashi's tone, unusually laced with excitement, responded, Pakin, please assist me in locating Rin. She is near the eastern coastline. Pakin nodded, assuring him, rest assured, Kakashi, we are quite familiar with Rin's scent. He then turned to the other ninja dogs, instructing, Buru, Urushi, you will search the eastern coastline. Akino, Garuk, investigate the rocky area. Kakashi dashed forward, his white, spiky hair flickering in and out of sight among the shadows of the trees. Pakin sighed and hurried to catch up, cautioning, Kid, try not to be reckless this time. The ninja dogs, with their remarkable sense of smell, swiftly located Noera Rin, bound by ropes within a cave. Pakin raised his head, nostrils quivering. Kakashi, it's a trap. There are over 50 scents surrounding us. Upon seeing Rin, Kakashi wasted no time. He utilized the body flicker technique, appearing beside her instantly, gently rousing her and freeing her from her bindings. Upon awakening, Rin sensed something amiss. Her trembling fingers pressed against her abdomen as she uttered, Kakashi, it feels as though something is inside me. More than 50 members of the Mist's Umbu lay concealed nearby, intently observing the two. A Mist Jonin whispered, Captain, should we not capture them? The captain signaled tactically, do not forget our mission. We must feign pursuit and drive them towards South Sand City. Then, we will release the seal and allow her to unleash the 3 tails. As Noera Rin extricated herself, the Mist Umbu no longer needed to remain hidden, revealing themselves in unison. Pakin raised his head, adopting a defensive stance, reminiscent of a feral dog protecting its food, growling ominously. Yet, upon witnessing the Mist ninjas hurling shuriken, he quickly exclaimed, we must retreat. With that, the ninja dogs vanished in a cloud of smoke. Kakashi and Noera Rin had no choice but to flee. Uchiha Obito sprinted through the wooded terrain, his form darting between the trees. White Zetsu, YISNT my teacher by Rin and Kakashi's side. White Zetsu replied with a voice like a creeping shadow, Minato is engaged in other missions. Obito ran with fervor, damn it. He is always absent when he is needed most. Kakashi, you promised to protect Rin. I must reach you quickly. As an exceptional medical ninja, Noera Rin sensed abnormalities within her body. Kakashi, you seal the tailed beast within me. You must kill me, as I can no longer control my body. Kakashi drew 2 kunai, turning to her. You must escape. I will hold them off. I promised Obito I would keep you safe. However, just as Kakashi activated Raikiri and charged at the Mist ninjas, Rin unexpectedly leaped in front of him. With a sickening sound, a gory flower blossomed from her chest, blood splattering across Kakashi's stunned face. Her eyes widened, disbelief etched across her features, as her body suddenly went limp. She longed to utter that it was a conspiracy, but her lips trembled. Kakashi. After calling his name, she succumbed to death, collapsing into Kakashi's embrace. A heart-wrenching roar echoed within 100 meters. As Obito's Sharingan spun furiously, morphing into the shape of a 3-bladed shuriken. Kakashi's right eye transformed into the kaleidoscope pattern of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Kakashi's chakra, already scant, was swiftly drained by the power of the Mangekyo, causing him to faint. Observing this chaos, the Mist Umbu recognized their mission's failure, their frustration palpable. The lead Mist ninja seethed, "Send a few to eliminate that wailing brat." He.s. insufferably loud. One of the Mist Umbu utilized the body flicker technique. But the Kamui space warped around Obito, allowing the attack to pass through him. In response, a branch extended from Obito's arm, piercing the body of the Mist Umbu. "This guy has some skill. Let us all attack together." For Mist Umbu advanced from different directions, but their blades merely passed through Obito's form, rendering him an elusive specter. Each flicker of his presence was accompanied by the sound of flesh tearing. "Monster!" The Mist Captain stared in horror as his companion was suddenly impaled through the throat by an emerging wooden spike. As the last Mist Ninja was twisted into a grotesque shape, Obito gently cradled Rin's increasingly cold body. Blood tears streamed from the spirals of his white mask, and his voice resonated as though from the depths of hell. "This false world is the true abyss. Rin, I shall create a world in which you exist." Chapter 36. Kakashi, cease reading such books. It may lead to impotence. The fierce aftermath of the battle on the eastern coastline naturally drew the attention of numerous leaf ninjas. Shortly thereafter, the unconscious bodies of Kakashi and Noara Rin were transported to the infirmary. As Kakashi was carried into the ward, Uchiha Sanpu felt a tumult of emotions within him. While others knew Kakashi's left eye to be a two-tomo Sharingan, Sanpu was aware that it had transformed into the Mangekyo Sharingan. To excavate or not to excavate? Contemplating the formidable power of the Mangekyo, Uchiha Sanpu resolved to follow his heart. Thus, he sought out Uzumaki Ki, who had previously served as a medical ninja in the grass village. Possessing basic medical knowledge and healing chakra, Uchiha Sanpu instructed that she be taught the sage art and the technique for extracting ailments. "Ki, are you capable of performing an eye transplant?" Uzumaki Ki pondered briefly before replying. "I can perform the transplant, though I lack experience." Uchiha Sanpu stepped closer, a faint smile gracing his lips. "No matter, I trust you. Soon, you will extract Kakashi's Mangekyo, and I shall provide you with a Sharingan to transplant in its place." He produced a specially designed nutrient vial containing a left eye. Uzumaki Ki accepted the vial, feeling the coldness of the glass. Without further inquiry, she nodded in agreement. Before long, they arrived at Kakashi's ward, where Uchiha Sanpu stationed guards outside. Upon entering the room, Ki's fingers glowed with a pale green chakra as she delicately peeled away the eyes, nerves using the sage art. Finally, she extracted Kakashi's Mangekyo and placed it within the specially designed nutrient vial. Uchiha Sanpu accepted the vial, his fingers trembling slightly. "Now, replace Kakashi's eye." Uzumaki Ki remained silent, then carefully implanted the eye into Kakashi's left socket. This being her first eye transplant, Ki felt a surge of anxiety as she wiped the sweat from her brow. She announced, the surgery was successful. The transplanted left eye was, in fact, a three-tomo Sharingan, but it was not activated, thus sparing Kakashi from continuous chakra depletion, allowing his condition to gradually improve. After the procedure concluded, Uchiha Sanpu's gaze shifted to the adjacent bed where Noara Rin lay. The young girl's lifeless form rested there, a gaping wound in her chest. Given her recent death, blood still oozed from the wound. "Ki, I require you to extract some of Rin's ova and bone marrow for future cloning purposes." As the fingers of Uzumaki Huei trembled violently, the surgical knife nearly slipped from her grasp. However, upon meeting the unwavering gaze of Uchiha Sanfeng, her inner hesitation dissipated entirely. She made an incision in the abdomen of Noara Rin, extracting several ova along with genetic material. Finally, employing her medical ninjutsu, she cultivated flesh and skin, seamlessly closing the wounds on her abdomen and left chest. At that moment, Kakashi's eyelashes fluttered and his eyes gradually opened. He stared vacantly at the ceiling, murmuring Rin's name. From beside him, Uchiha Sanfeng's voice resonated. "Kakashi, your Sharingan cannot be deactivated, leading to a continuous drain of your chakra, ultimately resulting in your unconsciousness. I have temporarily addressed the issue." Kakashi's expression remained unchanged upon hearing this. "Do you wish to see Noara Rin's body? We have closed her wounds." Kakashi turned his gaze toward the adjacent bed, where Rin's body lay, meticulously arranged, her fatal wound now mended by medical ninjutsu. His fingers instinctively clenched the bedsheet. as if summoning all his strength to utter 2 words, "Thank you." Suddenly, Uchiha Sanfeng picked up a book with an orange cover, flipping through its pages casually. Kakashi's pupils constricted in shock, feeling a hint of social embarrassment. I never expected our genius Jonin Kakashi to enjoy such literature. Kakashi's face flushed crimson. "Return it to me. How dare you pry into my reading?" Uchiha Sanfeng leaned closer, his 3-tomo Sharingan fixed intently on Kakashi. "Do not fret, since you cherish Rin so dearly. How about I clone her for you to have as your wife?" The room fell into an eerie silence as Kakashi abruptly sat up, only to collapse back onto the bed due to dizziness. His Adam's apple bobbed nervously, his voice wavering. That would be a desecration of Rin's body. Kakashi's words were fragmented and hesitant. Uchiha Sanfeng chuckled lightly. "The deceased Noera Rin belongs to Obito. They will live joyfully in the afterlife. The reborn Rin shall belong to you, Kakashi. Is that not splendid? You should comprehend Rin's true feelings." Upon hearing this, Kakashi fell into a contemplative silence, pondering the proposition seriously. The room again succumbed to quietude, and sensing the tedium, Uchiha Sanfeng opened the door. At that moment, Kakashi spoke up. "Thank you. You are a good person." He never anticipated receiving a commendation from Kakashi. Uchiha Sanfeng did not turn around, merely responding softly. "Take care of your injuries, Kakashi. Refrain from reading such books in the future, otherwise, your vitality may dwindle." "Ha." Kakashi opened his mouth to retort, but found himself at a loss for words. Gazing at the distant sunset, a profound malice lurked within Uchiha Sanfeng's eyes. In truth, his actions were intended to provoke Uchiha Obito. Imagine the impact when Obito witnesses Noera Rin and Kakashi living blissfully together. The emotional turmoil would be immense. "What shall we do next?" Uzumaki Huei's voice came from behind. "Within our stronghold, there are some Uchiha children who have had their Sharingan extracted. I happen to possess several Sharingan that you must transplant into those children." Uchiha Sanfeng's calm tone concealed an unspoken chill. He held 28 pairs of Sharingan, ranging from 1 to 3 tomo. After becoming the captain on the battlefield of Iwagakure, he sought out Uchiha Hakadai to learn the forbidden technique Izanagi, intending to collect some Sharingan for future use. He then approached the medical department, concocting a tale regarding the numerous Uchiha children who had their Sharingan taken during the war, expressing his hope that after their demise, they would donate their eyes to those in need. Unexpectedly, some clan members willingly extracted their own eyes on the spot. That scene felt akin to a knife piercing deeply into Uchiha Sanfeng's heart. How could he deceive such innocent clan members? Chapter 37. The Great Flying Stick arrives. Uchiha children begin learning chakra refinement at the age of 5, by the age of 7 to 8. They start practicing fire release techniques, and by 11, they typically possess Chunin-level strength. Yet, despite this, over 300 participated in the battle at Kirigakure, with more than 100 perishing. This was still due to Uchiha Shirsue's efforts to turn the tide. Uchiha Sanfeng, accompanied by Uzumaki Hui, arrived at a small courtyard within the stronghold, where 11 Uchiha children were present. Their eyes were bandaged, yet the hollow sockets indicated that their eyes had been forcibly removed. They heard footsteps approaching from a distance. The 10-year-old Uchiha Yaho took a defensive stance, exclaiming, "Who goes there?" "Brother Xiaoyan, I am frightened," Uchiha Misha's trembling voice replied, her small hands grasping onto Uchiha Xiaoyan's sleeve. Uchiha Xiaoyan unclenched his fist, gently finding Misha's shoulder and patting it reassuringly. "Do not fear, and avoid touching your wounds. They may become infected." The 9-year-old Uchiha Xiaoyan endeavored to keep his voice calm, even as his heart raced within his chest. Uchiha Misha clutched Xiaoyan's sleeve, noticing the fabric dampened by his cold sweat. She then realized that Xiaoyan's voice concealed a fear akin to her own. Uchiha Sanfeng spoke gently. "Fear not, children. I am Uchiha Sanfeng. You may call me Brother Sanfeng. Some esteemed members of our clan, upon learning that your eyes were taken, voluntarily donated their own. Thus, I am here to perform the transplants, allowing you to regain your sight." At his words, the children stirred with anticipation. Regain our sight. Is that truly possible? Just days prior, they had been captured by the ninjas of Kirigakure, forcibly having their Sharingan extracted, and had resigned themselves to a fate of eternal darkness. Uchiha Sanfeng glanced at the list and declared, "Quiet down. The first is Uchiha Misha. She is a girl of only 8 years, so we shall transplant for her first. The others will have to wait a moment." As the footsteps of Uchiha Misha receded, a prolonged silence ensued. Time dragged painfully in the darkness. and Uchiha Shayin felt sweat trickling down his back. The other children remained eerily silent, as if even their breathing was cautious. After an indeterminate period, a light-hearted cadence of footsteps shattered the stillness. "I can see again. Brother Shayin, I can see again." Uchiha Misha's voice brimmed with an elation he had never heard before. She leaped into Uchiha Shayin's embrace, her small hands excitedly patting his chest. Uchiha Shayin's heart nearly skipped a beat. Did it truly succeed? The second is Uchiha Shayin, aged 9. As his name was called, Uchiha Shayin's body involuntarily trembled. Strong hands gripped his shoulders. Uchiha Sanfeng's voice was notably gentler than usual. "Do not be anxious, child. Sister Huei is the most skilled medical ninja of the Uzumaki clan. The procedure will be swift." Uchiha Shayin was guided to lie on a hard bed, the scent of antiseptic wafting through the air. A warm hand brushed against his forehead. "It may sting a bit, but it will soon pass." A gentle female voice reassured him, presumably belonging to Uzumaki Huei. Uchiha Shayin gritted his teeth as the anticipated pain surged through him. Yet it was trivial compared to the agony of losing his sight. He sensed something being carefully placed into his empty eye socket, followed by a peculiar flow of chakra that was warm and soothing. "Try to slowly open your eyes." Uzumaki Huei's voice guided him. Could it be so soon? Uchiha Shayin hesitated but eventually lifted his eyelids. Initially, he was met with a blurred light, which gradually sharpened into focus. A woman with a warm smile gazed back at him. The crimson locks cascaded over her shoulders. Could this be Uzumaki Huei? How beautiful she is. "Thank you for your success, Uzumaki Huei." Uchiha Shayin's voice quivered, sounding almost foreign to him. Uzumaki Huei nodded, tears glistening in her eyes. "Yes, Shayin-kun. Welcome back to the world of light." Uchiha Shayin's gaze drifted past her to Lord Sanfeng, who stood nearby. Then, he noticed the other children in the room, still blindfolded, quietly awaiting their turn. An indescribable emotion surged within Uchiha Shayin. He abruptly sat up, too hastily, causing a wave of dizziness to wash over him. Uchiha Sanfeng steadied him. "Take it slow. Your eyes need time to adjust." Uchiha Shayin urgently inquired. "Who is it? Who granted us our sight? I wish to meet them." Uchiha Sanfeng's expression grew complex. "Some elders from the clan. They knew of your loss and voluntarily donated their eyes. You will meet them once you return to Konoha." A sharp pain pierced Uchiha Shayin as he activated his Sharingan, revealing the coveted two-tomo design that countless adversaries coveted. Yet now, his kin were willing to part with them? Uchiha Sanfeng exchanged a knowing glance with Uzumaki Huei and said, "All right, Shayin, you may leave. The others are still waiting for their eye transplants." The third, Uchiha Baiwe, aged 9. In the hours that followed, Uchiha Shayin sat aside, witnessing child after child regain their sight. Each moment the bandages were removed. The blossoming surprise and joy constricted his heart. Misha, Yahu, Baiwe, one by one, they beheld the world and each other. That night, Uzumaki Huei playfully complained, "Sanfeng, assisting so many with their eye transplants has utterly exhausted me. How do you intend to reward me?" Uchiha Sanfeng grinned mischievously. Lunging towards Uzumaki Huei, "Here comes the great flying rod." "Oh, Sanfeng, you are so naughty. I absolutely adore it." Ding. Host and Dao partner, Uzumaki Huei, engaged in a dual cultivation session, yielding 25 experience points in beginner Uzumaki Sage Body, Chakra Limit 3, Yang Attribute Affinity 0.01. Upon hearing the system notification, he examined the information within the system. Bloodline Limit, Beginner Uzumaki Sage Body, 375-500. Attributes, Lifespan 20 years, Life 800, Chakra 500, Life Recovery 2, Yang Attribute Affinity 10. Uchiha Sanfeng pondered. By dual cultivating with Uzumaki Huei once, he could gain 25 experience points. At 4 sessions a day, he could level up by tomorrow. Reflecting on this, he realized today's dual cultivation count had not yet met the target, so he engaged Uzumaki Huei in playful games once more. Here comes the great flying rod. Chapter 38. All blame on Sarutobi Hiruzen, that old beast. Report. 6 mist ninjas detected on the east coast, led by Mist Joninao. Lord Shursui has gone to intercept them. A hasty knock interrupted the intimate atmosphere within the room. Uchiha Sanfeng's hand lingered on Uzumaki Huei's smooth back. They had just concluded an intense game of tugging the radish, their sweat still undried. The game was abruptly interrupted, and a crimson hue flashed in Uchiha Sanfeng's eyes as his 3-tomo Sharingan activated, clearly indicating his fury. He forcefully suppressed his anger and commanded, "Gather the demon squad. We will surround them." Feeling Uzumaki Huei tremble slightly in his embrace, he bent down to kiss her smooth forehead. "I'll step out for a moment. I'll return shortly. You should rest early." Uzumaki Huei understood that urging him not to go would be futile, so she merely nodded. "Be safe." With that, she nestled into bed, having nearly exhausted her chakra and energy after performing eye transplants for 12 individuals. Uchiha Sanfeng dressed quietly, deliberately easing the door closed. The moment he turned, the tenderness on his face had vanished, replaced by the steely demeanor of a battlefield commander. Outside, 35 demon squad members stood in neat formation. Under the moonlight, the Uchiha fan emblem glowed behind them, each member activating their Sharingan, the crimson reflections resembling a legion of reapers in the night. Target: the mist ninjas on the east coast. Move out. At Uchiha Sanfeng's command, over 30 figures vanished into the darkness like phantoms. This afternoon, the Mist Village dispatched over 50 elite Umbu to escort the Three-Tails Jinchuriki, Noira Rin, planning to create chaos in South Sand City. Now, with the elite Umbu and the tailed beast missing, the high-ranking officials of the Mist Village were understandably anxious, prompting the deployment of AO to gather intelligence. Considering Mist Jonin AO possessed a Byakugan from the Hyuga clan, Uchiha Sanfeng was eager to collect insights for study. Meanwhile, in the dense forests of the east coast, 6 mist ninjas hastened through the underbrush. Suddenly, 2 of them collapsed, clutching their heads, their faces contorted in terror as if faced with their worst nightmares. They had fallen victim to an illusion. The Byakugan activated, Mist Jonin AO scanned the surroundings. In the distance, 2 shadow clones concealed themselves among the trees, while another figure, his eyes swirling with green chakra, represented Konoha's Shursui. Seeing Uchiha Shursui, Mist Jonin AO felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. "We must abandon the mission. The opponent is Shursui of Konoha. We are no match for him. Retreat." Upon hearing this, the remaining 3 mist ninjas hoisted their comrades affected by the illusion and executed their body flicker technique to escape. On the treetops, Uchiha Shursui closed his Sharingan and murmured, "With this, they should remain subdued for a while." However, the matter was far from over. Uchiha Sanfeng commanded, "Capture them. Do not let them escape." Following the order, the demon squad members began hurling kunai and shuriken, aiming to halt the 6 mist ninjas. The air was filled with a piercing sound as dozens of kunai and shuriken soared from all directions, tracing deadly arcs in the air. As Mist Jonin AO leaped into the air, he formed hand seals, water style, water barrier. A wall of water, several meters high, erupted from the ground, blocking some of the kunai and shuriken. However, the demon squad members were elite Uchiha, and their thrown weapons could collide mid-air, continually altering their trajectories. Consequently, many kunai and shuriken bypassed the water wall, targeting the concealed mist ninjas behind it. 2 agonizing cries erupted as 2 mist ninjas were struck in their legs by kunai and shuriken. Gritting his teeth, Mist Jonin AO ordered, "The enemy outnumbers us. Abandon the injured. If we can save one, it's worth it." His heart bled for his elite comrades who had fought alongside him for years. With that, he abandoned his teammates and fled. Uchiha Sanfeng appeared like a specter next to Shursui on the treetops, a cold smile gracing his lips. Thinking of escaping? Not a chance. Uchiha Shursui frowned. The war has dragged on long enough, and too many have perished. They are no longer a threat. Why continue this meaningless conflict? Bang! Uchiha Sanfeng landed a heavy punch in Uchiha Shursui's abdomen, causing him to bend over in pain. Slap. Immediately following, he delivered a resounding slap to Shursui's right cheek. The suddenness of these 2 assaults left Uchiha Shursui dazed, causing him to tumble from the tree. Uchiha Sanfeng looked down at him with disdain, scolding, "Your 3,000 men faced the mist forces, and over 2,000 perished." Kimogakure and Shiratoricho were ravaged by the mist village, resulting in the deaths of countless civilians from the land of fire. On what grounds do you claim this is a meaningless conflict? Having delivered his reprimand, he felt unsatisfied. He leaped down from the treetop, seizing Uchiha Shursui by the collar. "Or do you believe that in your eyes, the lives of these people are utterly insignificant? That no matter how many of these ants perish, it will not stir a single ripple in your heart? I have never thought that way." Uchiha Shursui gasped, his right cheek throbbing painfully, making it difficult for him to articulate. Every word spoken by Uchiha Sanfeng pierced his heart like a dagger. He recalled the comrades who had perished on the battlefield and the innocent civilians slaughtered by the mist ninjas. He had never underestimated any life. It was precisely this reverence for life that fueled his yearning for peace. Uchiha Shursui spoke with great difficulty. I have never. Silence. Your naivety will lead to the demise of even more. Uchiha Sanfeng abruptly released his grip, turning to command his team of elite ninjas. Pursue. Spare not a single one. As he watched the Uchiha elite scatter in pursuit, Shursui closed his eyes in anguish. The stark contrast between his ideals and the hatred of his clan was suffocating, a tearing sensation that nearly choked him. Alas, it is all the fault of Sarutobi Hiruzen, that old beast, who sent you innocent children to the battlefield. You are merely 9 years old. It is natural that you cannot discern right from wrong. Shursui, you must understand. Excessive tolerance is the indulgence of evil. Principleless kindness is mere folly. Upon hearing these words, Uchiha Shursui fell into deep contemplation. If we do not punish the ninjas from the Mist Village, we essentially encourage them to conduct further plunders, resulting in even more casualties. Thus, we must impose severe punishment upon these invaders, allowing them to feel pain and recognize the wrongness of their actions. Only then can we halt the war and save more lives. Chapter 39. The Byakugan of Ao. The battle in the forests of the East Coast did not endure for long. All 6 Mist ninjas had been captured by the Uchiha's elite team. The Byakugan of the Mist Jonin Ao had been extracted and placed in a nutrient jar. Ao, enduring excruciating pain, lifted his head, blood seeping continuously from his eye socket. Uchiha, you will not succeed. Our Mist Village will make you pay dearly. A member of the elite team, utilizing the body flicker technique, hurriedly approached, saying, Captain, the clan leader requests your immediate presence in the meeting room. Uchiha Sanfeng gently shook the glass jar, observing the Byakugan swirling in the liquid, finally cradling it in his arms. Understood, I will head over now. Ensure these captives are well guarded. Noticing that he had been ignored, Mist Jonin Ao changed his strategy. Gritting his teeth against the pain of his removed eye, he implored, Could you please tend to my team's wounds? If this continues, they will die from excessive blood loss. Since you have captured us alive, I trust you do not wish for a corpse, do you? Uchiha Sanfeng did not turn back, merely gesturing dismissively. Just give them basic first aid. Don't let them die. The elite team member, Uchiha Yakumo, patted his chest confidently, grinning, Brother Sanfeng, I will handle it well. You may rest easy. Inside the high-level meeting room, 2 Uchiha guards immediately opened the door upon seeing Sanfeng. As the door swung open, the cacophony of intense arguments surged forth. Akimichi Dingzai pounded the table, causing it to tremble. Fugaku, you Uchiha have received 300 billion ryo in reparations from the Iwa village. Do you intend to swallow the rich bounty of the Mist Village all for yourselves? Nara Shikaku cleared his throat and stood, his expression grave. Allow me to remind everyone. Our Inuzuka, Akimichi, and Nara clans have fought valiantly alongside Lord Minato on the battlefield against the Cloud Village for many years, suffering heavy losses. And we have yet to see a single coin. Meanwhile, the Mist Village has stolen over 300 billion ryo from Bear City and more than 100 billion from Whitebird City, totaling over 400 billion ryo. When did the Inuzuka, Akimichi, and Nara clans grow so bold as to covet a share of the Mist Village? Uchiha Sanfeng's voice, though soft, silenced the entire meeting room instantly. What if we Uchiha and the Arima clan remain behind to guard while you go to attack the Mist Village? Nara Shikaku's smile faltered, and he awkwardly scratched his chin. Captain Sanfeng, you jest. The Uchiha are the most powerful clan in the ninja world now. You captured over 5,000 Iwa ninjas on the battlefield. Such achievements are indeed commendable. Uchiha Sanfeng disregarded Shikaku's flattery and walked directly to the left side of Uchiha Fugaku. Pulling out a chair to sit down, he deliberately tilted the chair back, resting his calves on the meeting table in a nonchalant manner. Does clan leader Shikaku have any vital intelligence to share with us? Shikaku's eyes flickered with caution, but he quickly regained his composure. What does Captain Sanfeng wish to know? The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist have invaded the land of fire, encountering the ever-vigilant Might Guy. As a result, Might Guy unleashed the forbidden 8 gates technique, leading to the death of 4 and the escape of 3 from the 7 ninja swordsmen. Now 4 of those swords are already back in Konoha. Captain Sanfeng, is this intelligence accurate? Inuzuka Tsum interjected, her ninja dog growling softly, as if sensing her agitation. Uchiha Sanfeng sighed lightly. The 8 Gates is an A-rank ninjutsu, with stringent training and usage conditions. When activated, it can unleash combat power exponentially, but the cost is the user's life, as they burn away their entire blood and chakra reserves. Kazami clan leader sneered. No wonder the Inuzuka, Akimichi, and Nara clans have been urging us to attack the Mist Village. It seems they've received some intel. Arima clan leader slammed the table, exclaiming, "Damn it! Why hasn't the village informed us of such crucial intelligence?" Upon hearing this, the gazes of the meeting members shifted towards the 3 clan leaders of the Inuzuka, Akimichi, and Nara clans. Sensing the atmosphere turning sour, Nara Shikaku quickly offered a conciliatory smile. "We have just received this news as well. The Mist Village is currently weakened, yet they possess an abundance of wealth and resources. We should discuss how to seize the Mist Village and share this vast fortune." Uchiha Sanfeng reached into his robe and gently placed the glass jar containing the Byakugan upon the table. "Ladies and gentlemen, before we continue our quarrel, I believe it is prudent to take a look at this." He lifted the glass jar, the white pupil within the eyeball appearing particularly eerie. Hyuga Hizashi narrowed his eyes, the veins at his temples bulging, instinctively activating his Byakugan. "Is this Ao's Byakugan?" Hizashi's voice brimmed with anger. "Indeed. The 6-man team from the Mist has been captured by us, and I have acquired a significant piece of intelligence." Uchiha Sanfeng deliberately paused, drawing the attention of those around him. This afternoon, the Mist Village attempted to seal the 3 tails within the body of Yamanaka Rin, a disciple of Namikaze Minato, and dispatched 50 Mist Umbu Jonin to escort her. However, both Yamanaka Rin and all 50 Mist Umbu Jonin perished. The Mist Jonin AO was sent here to gather relevant intelligence. A collective gasp filled the tent, and Nara Shikaku stroked his chin, shrewdness gleaming in his eyes. The death of the 3 Tails Jinchuriki, the loss of over half the 7 ninja swordsmen, and the demise of 50 Mist Umbu Jonin. Alongside the capture of Jonin AO, this was likely the weakest moment for the Mist Village. The Arima clan leader stood, excitement radiating from him. "Fugaku, given the current situation, we must seize this opportunity to launch an attack on the Mist Village." Yamanaka and Noichi frowned slightly. "If our Inuzuka, Akimichi, and Nara clans join the fray, the defenses of Konoha's headquarters will be severely compromised. What shall we do about the rearguard?" A fresh round of debate erupted, primarily divided into 2 factions, one led by Uchiha Fugaku, and the other consisting of reinforcements from the IWA battlefield, centered around the Inuzuka, Akimichi, and Nara clans. Uchiha Sanfeng observed these so-called dignitaries haggling over interests like merchants in a marketplace, a cold smile creeping upon his lips. Watching the crowd grow heated, Uchiha Shursui wore a worried expression, declaring, "I am willing to stay behind and take on the defense." Hearing Shursui's statement, Uchiha Fugaku felt displeased. This was a pivotal time to secure the clan's interests. Yet, continuing to bicker proved futile, so he cleared his throat to draw attention. "Silence. It is now late at night. Everyone should return and rest well. We will discuss again in the morning." Chapter 40. The Byakugan and Uchiha Mikoto as dawn broke. A slender beam of pale golden sunlight filtered through the gaps of the paper window, casting elongated shadows on the floor. Uchiha Sanfeng had already awakened, his eyes tightly shut, yet his consciousness was immersed in a system interface visible only to him. Basic Vortex Sage Body, for 75500, only 25 experience points remaining. Uchiha Sanfeng opened his eyes. The 3 Tomo Sharingan glimmered with a dark red hue in the morning light. Turning to his side, he beheld Uzumaki Kii, who was still fast asleep. Her soft reddish hair cascading around her, breath steady and tranquil. He inhaled deeply and gently placed his hand on Kii's shoulder. "Kii, I need your assistance in my training," he silently urged, leaning down to kiss her. "Sanfeng, how naughty of you so early in the morning." Uzumaki Kii protested in a half-dream state, but her objections were swiftly overwhelmed by his assertiveness. With their unspoken connection, Uchiha Sanfeng felt a familiar warmth circulating within him. The system notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Host and partner. Uzumaki Kii engage in dual cultivation, earning 25 experience points for basic Vortex Sage Body. Chakra limit increased by 3. Yang attribute 0. 01 Ding. Upgrade conditions met. Basic Vortex Sage Body successfully upgraded. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the intermediate Vortex Sage Body. In an instant, an unprecedented surge of power erupted within him like a flood. Every cell rejoiced, as though the parched earth had finally welcomed the long-awaited rain. Blood surged through his veins, and chakra flowed through his meridians at more than triple the previous speed. Uchiha Sanfeng gritted his teeth, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, feeling the transformation of his body nearly overwhelming him. Bloodline limit. Intermediate Vortex Sage Body. 500-2000. Attributes. Lifespan 20 years. Life 1200. Chakra 1000. Life recovery 10 hours. Sharingan experience 20 days. When the tempest of energy finally subsided, he could hear the rustling of leaves 50 meters away outside the window, even feeling the steady, powerful rhythm of his heartbeat, more robust than before. Is this the power of the intermediate vortex sage body? Uchiha Sanfeng mused softly, excitement evident in his voice. He eagerly summoned the complete system interface. Host. Uchiha Sanfeng Strength. Kage level lifespan. 17121 partner. Uzumaki Ki. Affinity. 100. Aoyama Yui. Affinity. 60. Life. 2815-2815 chakra. 2766-2766 eye power. 1598-1598 bloodline limit. Intermediate vortex sage body. 500-2000 bloodline limit. 3 Tomo Sharingan. 7300-1000 Kage level. Uchiha Sanfeng clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within him. The average Jonin possesses around 600 chakra. I now have 2,766 points. A staggering 45 times that of a typical Jonin. At this moment, I feel somewhat akin to Jeriah, albeit without the ability to perform sage arts. What thrilled him most was that the intermediate vortex sage body could automatically increase Sharingan experience by 20 points daily. Only 2,700 experience points remain for the upgrade to the Mangekyo Sharingan, which, at this rate, would take 135 days. For a ninja, 135 days is not a long time. But for one who yearns for power like Sanfeng, each passing day is an agonizing wait. His gaze fell upon the partner section of the system interface, and a bold idea surfaced in his mind. If he could find a woman from his clan with the 3 Tomo Sharingan to cultivate with, the speed of experience acquisition would surely increase significantly. However, reality quickly doused his enthusiasm. Women possessing the 3 Tomo Sharingan were exceedingly rare, and the most accessible among them was Uchiha Makoto, wife of Uchiha Fugaku. This poses quite a challenge. Uchiha Sanfeng furrowed his brow. Uchiha Fugaku was not only the clan leader, but also the captain of the Konoha police force, his strength unfathomable. Targeting his wife would be tantamount to courting death. Sanfeng, what are you thinking? Uzumaki Kii's voice pulled him back to reality. Kii, help me transplant this Byakugan. I wish to test its capabilities. Uchiha Sanfeng declared, retrieving a nutrient jar from his ninja tool pouch, within which floated a pure white eyeball. Uzumaki Kii's brow immediately furrowed. Have you lost your mind? The Byakugan belongs to the Hyuga clan. If discovered, Uchiha Sanfeng interjected, it won't be discovered. It's merely an experiment, and I'll return it soon. Besides, with my current strength and status, even if I were to flaunt myself before the Hyuga clan, they would not dare to say anything. Seeing the determination in his eyes, Uzumaki Kii knew she could not dissuade him. With a sigh, she accepted the nutrient jar. Lie down. Uzumaki Kii's hands glimmered with medical ninjutsu, the distinctive green chakra illuminating the room. A sharp pain surged through Uchiha Sanfeng as he clenched his teeth to stifle any sound. He felt his left eyeball carefully extracted and placed into another nutrient jar. Soon after, a chilling sensation enveloped him as the Byakugan was implanted into his eye socket. Uzumaki Kii's voice trembled. All right, try to inject chakra. Uchiha Sanfeng gradually directed chakra towards his left eye. Byakugan, activate. In that instant, his vision underwent a dramatic transformation. The world he once knew was replaced by a peculiar perspective, revealing the corridor beyond the walls of the room, extending further out to the stones and trees in the courtyard. Wait. Uchiha Sanfeng suddenly froze, his gaze inexplicably penetrating the walls of Uchiha Fugaku's home, discovering someone bathing. Uchiha Makoto, 27 years old, in the prime of her femininity, droplets of water cascading down her curvaceous form, her dark hair clinging to her fair back. Uchiha Sanfeng felt parched, silently chanting, I didn't mean to, yet unable to avert his gaze. No wonder Sarutobi Hiruzen favored using telescopic techniques to observe women secretly. Who are you spying on? Uzumaki Kii's furious voice accompanied by the agonizing pain from his left eye, jolted Uchiha Sanfeng back to reality. She endured her frustration, tears welling in her crimson eyes. And no one. Uchiha Sanfeng stammered, hastily formulating a strategy. Suddenly, inspiration struck him. He formed hand seals and utilized the rewriting seal to seal the Byakugan's ocular power into his right eye's 3-tomo Sharingan. This way, even without the Byakugan, he could still wield its abilities. It was merely an experiment, truly. Please help me remove the Byakugan. As Uzumaki Ki continued the eye transplantation procedure, she retorted angrily, "You better explain clearly what you were just looking at." After the surgery, it took Uchiha Sanfeng a full 12 minutes to assuage her anger slightly. Nevertheless, even as she left, the force with which she slammed the door indicated that her ire had not fully dissipated. Left alone in the room, Uchiha Sanfeng fell into deep contemplation. Bloodline limit. 3-tomo Sharingan. 730010000. Recalling the images he had seen through the Byakugan, he resolved that he must save Mikoto in the future. If only he could bring Uchiha Mikoto home. Chapter 41. Esteemed Ones. Konoha requires a new leader in the Konoha command room. Smoke filled the air. Uchiha Fugaku sat at the head of the table, hands clasped beneath his chin, his crimson Sharingan slowly sweeping over the seated clan leaders. Esteemed Ones. The Mist Village has plundered 40 billion Ryo from the Land of Fire. Now, their military strength is depleted. This is our prime opportunity for a counterattack. Akito Dingo snorted derisively, his corpulent figure leaning slightly forward. Counterattack? Clan leader Fugaku. Your Uchiha have already reaped ample rewards from the Iwagakure battlefield, and now you wish to monopolize the wealth of the Mist Village? Uchiha Sanfeng chuckled softly, a glimmer of derision flickering in his eyes. Leader Dingswa, if your clans, Boar, Deer, and Butterfly, are truly capable, why not seek reparations from Yuin Village? Nara Kakehisa narrowed his eyes, lightly tapping his temple. Captain Sanfeng, such words are inappropriate. Our Boar, Deer, and Butterfly clans are tasked with containing the main forces of Yuin. Otherwise, how could Uchiha seize the opportunity to display their prowess on the IWA battlefield? The leader of the Arma clan scoffed. Contain? I heard the AB team from Yuin nearly breached your defenses. The atmosphere in the conference room instantly became tense. Hyuga Hizashi observed coldly, finally interjecting. This bickering serves no purpose. The pressing question remains. Who will assault Kirigakure, and who shall remain to defend? The Kazami clan leader immediately responded, naturally. The strongest clan should take the lead. Our Kazami clan excels in tracking and must participate in the offensive. Yamashiro Hachi slammed the table. Nonsense. How many members does your Kazami clan even have? Our united Boar, Deer, and Butterfly clans can easily sweep away the remnants of Kirigakure. Uchiha Fugaku's Sharingan subtly shifted, causing the temperature in the room to drop. In truth, there was no need for such contention. Everyone paused, their gazes fixed upon him. Uchiha Sanfeng spoke slowly. We currently have over 7,000 members, while the invading ninjas from Kirigakure number around 2,000. Instead of squabbling over who goes and who stays, it would be wiser to disperse our forces and eradicate the Kirigakure remnants within 3 days. And then, Kakehisa narrowed his eyes. Sanfeng's lips curled into a slight smile. All Genin will remain behind, while Chunin and Jonin will advance to assault Kirigakure. Hyuga Hizashi frowned. Genin staying behind. That contradicts the regulations. Given the Hyuga clan's proficiency in reconnaissance, many surviving Genin were naturally reluctant. Sanfeng scoffed coldly. Regulations? The casualty rate for Genin during the Third Shinobi World War was 786. Sending them to Kirigakure to die is far less prudent than allowing them to guard our home. The conference room fell into a brief silence. Uchiha Fugaku finally nodded slowly. Sanfeng's suggestion is indeed reasonable. First, we will eliminate the internal enemies, then concentrate our elite forces to attack Kirigakure. I concur. The Arma clan leader immediately echoed his agreement. Kakehisa pondered for a moment before nodding. Agreed, but the distribution of spoils must be predetermined. Sanfeng remarked coolly, the spoils will be allocated based on merit. Those who slay more enemies will receive more. Inazuka Zaku grunted disdainfully. Your Uchiha Sharingan certainly enhances your efficiency in killing far beyond ours. Observing the clan leaders, who were flushed with excitement over the distribution of spoils, Uchiha Sanfeng slowly rose to his feet. Gentlemen, since everyone desires greater spoils, how about we propose a trade? Inazuka Zaku's Ninkin growled softly, her eyes narrowing. A trade? What kind? Sanfeng smiled subtly, his tone calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. Provided that after the war, you support our leader Uchiha Fugaku as the fourth Hokage, then the distribution of spoils shall be negotiable. The conference room was suddenly enveloped in silence. Hyuga Hisashi's pupils constricted slightly, the veins on his forehead becoming apparent as he activated his Byakugan, seemingly to confirm he had not misheard. The leaders of the boar, deer, and butterfly clans exchanged glances, and Kakahisa's fingers lightly drummed on his temple, his eyes glinting with calculation. Sanfeng lightly chuckled. I am merely stating a fact. Konoha presently requires a formidable leader, and our clan leader is undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. Akimichi Dingswa leaned forward slightly, his tone grave. The selection of the fourth Hokage should be decided by the village's higher-ups, not through the exchange of war benefits. Sanfeng raised an eyebrow mockingly. Higher-ups? Are you referring to Sarutobi Hiruzen and his advisory council? Or have your boar, deer, and butterfly clans already predetermined that Namake's Minato will be the choice? Kakahisa's expression hardened. Captain Sanfeng, please watch your words. Throughout the discussion, Uchiha Fugaku remained silent, yet his Sharingan continued to rotate slowly, observing everyone's reactions. Hisashi suddenly spoke. If we support Fugaku, how does Uchiha plan to allocate the spoils? Sanfeng shook his head. The spoils will first cover the casualties sustained in the battles against Yuin and Kirigakure, with the remainder distributed according to merit among the clans. The conference room once again fell into silence. This condition was far more generous than they had anticipated. Kakahisa pondered for a moment before slowly responding. This matter is not for us clan leaders to decide alone. The appointment of the Hokage requires a vote from the Jonin and even the approval of the daimyo's office. Sanfeng fixed his gaze upon him. So, do your boar, deer, and butterfly clans support or oppose this? Kakahisa did not respond immediately, but glanced at Yamashiro Hachi and Akimichi Dingswa. Their exchange of glances lasted but a moment. Yet it was enough for Uchiha Sanfeng to detect their hesitation. We need time to deliberate, Kakahisa finally stated. Sanfeng smirked coldly. War waits for no one. Kirigakure is currently vulnerable. This is the optimal moment. Delaying further, he intentionally left his sentence unfinished, the implication clear. The longer they waited, the more variables would arise. Ultimately, the Kazami clan leader broke the silence first. If the distribution of spoils is as you say, I support Fugaku. The Arma clan leader nodded in agreement. The strength and accomplishments of the Uchiha indeed merit the position of Hokage. The boar, deer, and butterfly clans remained silent. Yet their stance had shifted. Uchiha Fugaku rose, his Manjikyu Sharingan slowly rotating, his voice authoritative. Gentlemen, Konoha requires a new leader. I am capable of guiding the village towards a stronger future. Moments later, Kakahisa exhaled slowly. We will deliberate cautiously. Sanfeng nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. Then the plan to eliminate the remnants of Kirigakure is settled. As the meeting concluded, the clan leaders departed in succession. Over 7,000 Konoha ninjas surged forth like a tide, launching an offensive against the remnants of Kirigakure within the Land of Fire. The outcome was inevitable. The morale of the Kirigakure ninjas was already low, and faced with an enemy 3 times their number, they were powerless to resist. 3 days later, battle reports arrived, 731 slain, 409 captured, with the remaining remnants fleeing to the Land of Water. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen's pipe flickered with embers, casting shadows upon his uncertain visage. Mito Kazahana and Uchiha Komatsu sat on either side, their expressions grave. Shamura Danzo stood by the window, his single eye fixated on the distant Uchiha clan territory. He lightly tapped his cane, seemingly preparing to plot against the Uchiha once more. Mito Kazahana spoke heavily. The boar, deer, and butterfly clans have completely sided with the Uchiha. Over 7,000 Konoha ninjas are encircling the 3,000 invading Kirigakure ninjas, leaving only about 1,000 to escape to the Land of Water. Uchiha Komatsu huffed disdainfully, slamming his teacup onto the table. Do they still view the Hokage as relevant? Their only concern is their own interests. From the shadows by the window, Danzo's cane suddenly struck the ground with a dull thud. A dangerous glint flickered in his eye. The boar, deer, and butterfly clans are no longer reliable. The Hyuga clan also seems to lean towards the Uchiha. The war will soon conclude. Will you truly abdicate, Sarutobi? Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a plume of smoke, which twisted into the shape of a fan in the air. It's too late to discuss this now. The question is how to halt them. Danzo turned, his single eye glimmering ominously. What if we encourage Kirigakure to surrender? We still have high-level spies in their midst. Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow and inquired, what does that mean? Shimizu Danzo replied slowly, we have spies within the Hidden Mist Village. They will make contact with the higher-ups there to propose terms for negotiation. Nara Shikaku asked with a hint of confusion, what terms? Danzo responded calmly. The return of a portion of the plundered wealth, a public apology, and a commitment not to infringe upon the Land of Fire again. If the Hidden Mist Village is willing to bow down, we can justifiably declare the war over. Sarutobi pondered for a moment. And if the Hidden Mist refuses? Danzo's voice turned icy. Then we will have our spies sow rumors within the Hidden Mist, claiming that Uchiha Fugaku intends to annihilate both the Hidden Mist Village and the Land of Water. The office fell into a heavy silence. Ultimately, Sarutobi nodded slowly. Danzo, proceed as you see fit. In the conference room of Nansha City, Uchiha Sanpaku slammed the battle report onto the table. The figures on the parchment stung everyone's eyes. 731 killed, 407 captured. Nearly half of the enemy had fled, with 3 times our forces surrounding them. Do you not find this result suspicious? Uchiha Sanpaku's Sharingan slowly rotated, scanning each clan leader present. The Karasuma clan leader quietly activated an illusion barrier, shielding them from external scrutiny. Kazami clan leader suddenly stood up. Are you suggesting that someone at a high level is sabotaging us? Uchiha Sanpaku retrieved a confidential letter from his robe. Not just that. We've just intercepted intelligence indicating that the Hidden Mist has sent envoys to Konoha. The Karasuma clan leader narrowed his eyes. Captain Sanpaku, speak plainly. Uchiha Sanpaku's fingers tapped the table gently, his tone low and menacing. We are risking our lives here. While some, like that individual in the Hokage tower, are likely busy negotiating in secret with the Hidden Mist. Kazami clan leader's pupils constricted. Are you implying that Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo allowed the Mist ninjas to escape intentionally? Uchiha Sanpaku scoffed. What other explanation could there be? The Hidden Mist is currently in a weakened state, making it the perfect opportunity for us to strike. But if the higher-ups suddenly call for negotiations, all our achievements and interests will evaporate. The Inuzuka clan is crucial at this moment. You must express your stance. The members in the conference room turned their gazes towards the Inuzuka clan, the atmosphere growing tense. Nara Shikaku remained silent for a moment before finally sighing. The Inuzuka clan supports the Uchiha. The war had persisted for too long, and the losses for the Inuzuka were significant. Sarutobi's influence was waning, while the Uchiha rose powerfully on the battlefield, compelling everyone to reassess their positions. Uchiha Sanpaku nodded in satisfaction, then shifted the conversation. Then, Shikaku, what would you recommend as the best route for attacking the Hidden Mist Village? Nara Shikaku traced a path on the map with his finger. The Hidden Mist excels in water ninjutsu and naval warfare. Crossing from the Land of Waves or the Land of Hot Water is too risky. The most secure route is through the Land of Whirlpools. Hyuga Hizashi frowned slightly. The Land of Whirlpools? That would take an additional 2 days. Uchiha Sanpaku remarked meaningfully. That is of no concern. We have time to spare. I wager the Hidden Mist will soon send envoys seeking peace, and Sarutobi will undoubtedly comply. Nara Shikaku, undoubtedly a highly intelligent individual, pinpointed the crucial point. Thus, we must invade the Hidden Mist before negotiations commence. Uchiha Sanpaku rose, a glimmer of cold light passing through his eyes. Furthermore, send word to seal off all routes leading to Konoha. Any envoys from the Hidden Mist are to be executed without exception. 3 days later, the Konoha ninja army infiltrated the Land of Water's borders via the coastline of the Land of Whirlpools. The waves crashed against the rocks as Uchiha Sanpaku stood at the cliff's edge, gazing into the distance at the Land of Water shrouded in a bloody mist. He whispered, Fugaku, once we breach the Hidden Mist Village, the power dynamics in Konoha will be irrevocably altered. Uchiha Fugaku's Mangekyo Sharingan rotated slowly in the shadows. How can you be so certain? Uchiha Sanpaku leaned closer, speaking softly. Everything has been arranged. I have even dealt with our spies in the roots. Just last night, 3 Hidden Mist envoy teams were intercepted at the borders of the Land of Fire, with no survivors. Even 2 teams of Konoha ninjas sent to the Land of Water were eliminated. Uchiha Sanpaku's voice was cold and resolute. Without envoys, there can be no negotiations. We shall emerge as the heroes who end this war. Uchiha Fugaku remained silent for a moment before nodding. Let us proceed. The waves surged as 4. Konoha ninjas advanced like a black tide towards the hidden mist village. Meanwhile, in the distant Konoha village, within the Hokage's office, an umbu suddenly appeared. Report. All liaison teams sent to the hidden mist have gone dark. Shimizu Danzo exclaimed furiously, "Damn it, it must be the Uchiha's doing. They dare to kill even Konoha's envoys. They are truly rebelling." Sarutobi Hiruzen's pipe extinguished silently in his hand as he sighed heavily, gazing out the window as if he could already sense the approaching storm. Chapter 43. Terumi Mei, let me hear you call me master. At the coastline before dawn, a faint blue light glimmered as 1,000 elite Uchiha lined up along the shore, clad in matching black combat attire adorned with the red and white fan emblem. Uchiha Sanpaku stood at the forefront, his three-tomo Sharingan glowing ominously in the morning light as he surveyed the indistinct outline of the hidden mist village. An unnatural fog began to spread ahead, a technique favored by the ninjas of the hidden mist. Unfazed by their actions, he amplified his voice with chakra. Form the hand seals. His voice resonated clearly in the ears of every clan member, and 1,000 Uchiha ninjas raised their hands in perfect unison as if they were one. Chakra surged through the air, creating visible ripples, and an unsettling aura churned. Demon transformation. The 1,000 Uchiha clan members instantly entered a dual-headed, four-armed battle form. But that was not all, for 1,000 arms swiftly changed, completing a second set of hand seals, and 2,000 Uchiha heads rose simultaneously. Fire style, Grand Fireball Jutsu. Wind style, Great Breakthrough. 1,000 fireballs, each exceeding 8 meters in diameter, erupted from the mouths of the Uchiha, their flames intensified by the wind. A wall of fire soared to the heavens, rapidly expanding into a blazing barrier nearly 20 kilometers long. The sea reflected the flames as if it were molten lava, and towering waves of fire surged upward. The mist summoned by the hidden mist ninjas vanished in an instant, and the first 300 hidden mist ninjas charging forward fell into a hell of flames. The shrieks of terror echoed, "Ah, help! What is this monster?" One hidden mist Jonin's legs trembled uncontrollably. His water barrier evaporated upon contact with the flames. The heat distorted the air, making the sight of the Uchiha's dual-headed, four-armed figures appear as if they were demons from hell. In the heart of this inferno, Uchiha Fugaku's Mangekyo Sharingan spun rapidly. A surge of green chakra shot into the sky, coalescing into a towering green Susanoo over 70 meters high. It leaped out of the flames and charged forward, wielding a death scythe over 60 meters long, aimed at the fourth Mizukage. Quick! Protect Lord Mizukage. A dozen hidden mist umbu simultaneously formed hand seals. Water style, Water Dragon Bullet. A dozen water dragons, each with a diameter of over 40 meters, surged upward but were cleaved in half by the scythe. The fourth Mizukage, Kuratsuchi Yagura, brandished his coral staff, erupting with blinding blue light. Water style, Great Waterfall Jutsu. The colossal wave collided head-on with the Susanoo, forcing it back several steps, causing Uchiha Fugaku's eyes to bleed. As the wave receded, it struck the hidden mist's umbu members. Kuratsuchi Yagura, in terror, realized that the Susanoo remained unscathed, while many of his umbu had already fallen. Retreat. Immediately retreat. Kuratsuchi's voice trembled in fear. On the shoreline, Uchiha Sanpaku dispelled the demon transformation state, coldly observing the remnants of the hidden mist's fleeing forces. His Sharingan clearly captured the image of Terumi Mei, the long-haired girl with reddish-brown locks, being assisted by two mist ninjas as they retreated, her emerald eyes filled with resentment. In truth, Koyomi Mei is here, little beauty. You cannot escape my grasp. He activated the body flicker technique and swiftly pursued her. At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku's voice resonated across the battlefield through chakra. Within 3 days, I demand to see the Mizukage kneeling before me. The ninjas of the Mist Village hastily prepared for battle, yet faced with the formidable elite of Konoha. Their resistance appeared feeble and ineffectual. Soon, the ninjas of Konoha chorused, "Surrender, and return the 50 billion ryo looted from the Land of Fire. And we shall withdraw our forces. Otherwise, the Mist Village shall meet its doom today." The morale of the Mist ninjas visibly plummeted, leading to a number of them capitulating. Perhaps this was the after-effect of the Blood Mist policy. The onslaught from Konoha's ninjas continued unabated, showing no signs of waning. The fourth Mizukage stood atop the high tower of the Mist Village, his expression grim. Uchiha Fugaku of Konoha was even more terrifying than the rumors suggested. He gritted his teeth. Previously, he had clashed with Fugaku twice, each time being suppressed by those Sharingan eyes. Had it not been for the desperate rescue from the Mist Umbu, he would have long since perished on the battlefield. Lord Mizukage, our casualties are increasing, if this continues. A low-voiced Miss Jonin murmured. The fourth Mizukage, Hiragane Yashiro, clenched his fists, his nails digging deeply into his palms. The Mist Village could no longer endure. Uchiha Sanfeng was aware that in the future, Obito would control the fourth Mizukage, purging the bloodline clans of the Mist Village, which led him to discreetly plot certain schemes. He dispatched trusted subordinates to engage with several bloodline clans of the Mist Village. Konoha is willing to accept you, as long as you are willing. You can become a part of Konoha and enjoy its protection and resources. The leaders of these clans, upon hearing this news, did not immediately respond, but fell into a contemplative silence. However, the wavering in their eyes could not be concealed. Evidently, this proposal held considerable allure for them. Yet, they could not ascertain whether it was a trap, thus they remained hesitant. At this juncture, Uchiha Sanfeng also took note of the Yuki clan, renowned for their beauty. This clan possessed the ice-release bloodline limit, and the women within were strikingly beautiful and possessed gentle temperaments. However, the Yuki clan did not acquiesce to his plan of relocating to Konoha. Fortunately, he had captured Koyomi Mei, which served as a small psychological consolation. Presently, Koyomi Mei stood at 162 meters tall and could only utilize the boil-release bloodline limit. Little beauty, how has your day been? Uchiha Sanfeng appeared outside the iron bars, playfully toying with a translucent ice crystal necklace, a craft of the Yuki clan. In the cell, Koyomi Mei huddled in the corner. Her long reddish-brown hair disheveled, her emerald eyes filled with vigilance. She instinctively recoiled, exclaiming, "Get away, you lecherous scoundrel." Uchiha Sanfeng's three-tomo Sharingan slowly rotated, and an illusion was instantly cast. Koyomi Mei beheld the harrowing sight of her kin being mercilessly slain, her mother pierced through the chest by a kunai, while her father's head rolled at her feet. "You bastard demon!" Koyomi Mei screamed, clutching her head, and when the illusion dissipated, she found herself pinned by Uchiha Sanfeng. The sharp sound of a slap echoed in the cell, the stinging pain causing her to bite her lower lip. "You are merely a pawn sent by your family for a marriage alliance. Don't be ungrateful. If you provoke me, I might just erase your consciousness or obliterate your clan." The devilish voice reverberated within the room, causing Koyomi Mei to tremble, tears blurring her vision. "Come now, Koyomi Mei, call me master so I can hear." "Master, I can't hear you." "Say it again." "Master." This time, her voice was slightly louder, yet the light in her eyes dimmed a fraction. After repeated education, Koyomi Mei gradually settled down, though a hint of fear lingered in her gaze. 3 days later, the Mist Village was crumbling from within, their resistance utterly collapsed. The fourth Mizukage, Hiragane Yashiro, stood before the Konoha camp, his complexion ashen. "We surrender, but the 50 billion Ryo is not negotiable. This is a compensation of 40 billion Ryo for war damages." Uchiha Fugaku received the scroll, his Mangekyo Sharingan slightly rotating to confirm its accuracy before he nodded slowly. "Very well, the war is over." Chapter 44. Are you serious? Hey, stop pretending to sleep. I know you're awake. Koyomi Mei felt someone teasing her nostrils with a blade of grass, causing an unbearable itch. Reluctantly, she opened her eyes, only to be met with a pair of amused black eyes. Uchiha Sanfeng snapped his fingers, revealing a brilliant smile. "I have good news for you. The war is over, and your Mist Village has surrendered." Koyomi Mei instinctively reached for her waist, only to find that her ninja tool pouch had already been confiscated. Uchiha Sanfeng, as if performing a magic trick, produced her kunai from behind his back, expertly twirling it on his fingertips. "Looking for this? Your weapon is temporarily under my custody. Bastard, give it back." Koyomi Mei lunged to snatch it, but stumbled due to her leg injury, falling into Uchiha Sanfeng's embrace. He caught her effortlessly, whispering mischievously in her ear, "Wow, so you're this eager. But I'm afraid I have no interest in little girls." Koyomi Mei's face instantly flushed crimson as she pushed him away. Who is interested in you? Arrogant fool. Get lost." Uchiha Sanfeng was unfazed. Instead, he burst into laughter. He positioned himself in front of Koyomi Mei and suddenly shifted the conversation. "Your Koyomi clan is rather intriguing. The war has just concluded, and they're hastily sending you over for a marriage alliance." Koyomi Mei froze, disbelief etched across her face. "What marriage alliance are you talking about?" Uchiha Sanfeng pulled out a scroll from his robe, waving it before her. The war is over, and your mist village will soon enter a period of weakness. Your father signed an agreement with me, using you as leverage for protection and a way out. He scrutinized Koyomi Mei, perhaps because you were captured by me. Your family decided to use you as a bargaining chip. Honestly, for a marriage alliance, I would prefer a more mature and beautiful one from your clan. Koyomi Mei trembled with rage, not due to her father's decision, but because of the disdainful attitude of the young man before her. Suddenly, she formed hand seals and spat out a plume of scalding mist. Boil release, skillful mist technique. Uchiha Sanfeng didn't even activate his Sharingan. He casually formed hand seals. Wind release, great breakthrough. A gust of wind dispersed the mist she had just conjured. Koyomi Mei attempted to form seals again, but Uchiha Sanfeng seized her wrists. He lifted her as if she were a kitten. Save your strength, little wildcat. Come back to my tent. We have serious matters to discuss. Inside the Konoha camp's tent, Uchiha Sanfeng sat cross-legged opposite Koyomi Mei, playing with her kunai. He tossed one into the air and caught it. You have two choices. First, obediently return with me to Konoha and become a little wife of the Uchiha clan. Second, write a letter home, asking Yuki Chihiro to replace you in the marriage alliance. In this book's setting, Yuki Chihiro is the mother of Haku, and judging by Haku's appearance, one can tell she is exceptionally beautiful. Koyomi Mei's eyes widened in astonishment. How do you know Sister Yuki? He suddenly leaned closer to her. Close enough to count her eyelashes. Yuki Chihiro, 18 years old, possesses the ice release bloodline limit, has never had a boyfriend, gentle and caring personality. The perfect candidate for a wife, and importantly, she is far more beautiful than you. You bastard, stay away from me. Koyomi Mei attempted to slap his face, but was easily caught by him. Uchiha Sanfeng nonchalantly released her. Little wildcat, you have quite the temper. But I can understand. After all, being married off to an unfamiliar man. Who would want to marry you? Koyomi Mei grabbed a water jug from the ground and hurled it at him. Uchiha Sanfeng dodged the jug with a lean, laughing cheerfully. Could it be you have developed feelings for me? Is that why you don't want Yuki Chihiro to replace you? Koyomi Mei's face flushed with anger, her hair almost standing on end. Go dream on. Narcissist. Idiot. Pervert. Uchiha Sanfeng clutched his chest, feigning injury, and spread his hands wide. How unfair. I am undeniably handsome, and countless young ladies wish to marry me. Look at you. You lack physique, charm, and your looks cannot rival those of Yuki Chihiro. Tommy Mei couldn't contain herself any longer and lunged forward, biting his arm. Uchiha Sanfeng exaggeratedly cried out, ouch. You truly are like a wildcat. Your temper is fierce. Releasing her grip, Tommy Mei gazed at the bite mark on his arm with a smug expression. So what if I bit you? If you have the ability, let me go? Thanks to the sage body of the Uzumaki clan, Uchiha Sanfeng's recovery was quite remarkable. He gently rubbed his arm, and the bite mark began to fade. The bleeding stopping. Your family has a marriage alliance with the Hokage clan, and you share a good relationship with Yuki Chihiro. You should know that she is a lover of peace, unlike you, who revels in battle. She wishes to live a prosperous and tranquil life in Konoha. If she does not substitute for you, in a few years, when you grow up, you will have to marry me and bear my children. Tommy Mei hastily turned away, stammering in protest, you idiot. Who would want to marry you? Who would want to have your children? Uchiha Sanfeng burst into laughter, suddenly reaching out to tousle her hair. Your angry expression is truly adorable. Tommy Mei cast a furtive glance at the youth beside her, whose profile was clean-cut, with long eyelashes casting a delicate shadow beneath his eyes. She had to admit, he was indeed quite handsome. Noticing her gaze, Uchiha Sanfeng struck a pose he deemed charming. With a smile, he said, Are you captivated? Enjoy it. I am simply this dashing. Tommy Mei quickly averted her eyes. Who is captivated by you, narcissist? Don't touch me. She swatted his hand away, but realized she no longer felt the same aversion to him as before. Observing her reaction, Uchiha Sanfeng felt hopeful and glanced at the system. Partner, Uzumaki Hui, affection level, 100, Aoyama Yui, affection level, 60. Seeing that Tommy Mei's information was absent, Uchiha Sanfeng frowned slightly, pondering, must it require proximity? But that seems too beastly. I wonder if kissing is permissible? Thus, he stepped in front of Tommy Mei, who appeared lost in thought, and leaned down to kiss her forcefully. Taken by surprise, Tommy Mei bit down on his tongue and refused to let go. The nerves in the tongue were numerous, and biting it was excruciatingly painful. Uchiha Sanfeng, in pain, wrapped his arms around Tommy May, squeezing her tightly until she finally released her grip. Ding. Partner, Tommy May's affection level increased by 19. Current affection level is 63. You lecherous fiend. Go die? Ouch. That hurts. Are you serious? Tommy May stomped on Uchiha Sanfeng's big toe with considerable force. Chapter 45. Sarutobi Hizashi, simply traitorous. The sea breeze, laden with a briny scent, swept across the deck. Uchiha Sanfeng leaned against the ship's railing, his fingers anxiously tapping against the wooden handrail. The 17-year-old genius ninja furrowed his brow. Entirely devoid of the calm demeanor he typically exhibited on the battlefield. Hey, your tapping is annoying me. Tommy May appeared at his side, her chestnut hair billowing in the wind. Crossing her arms, her emerald eyes brimmed with impatience. My apologies. Uchiha Sanfeng ceased his actions, forcing a smile. Tommy May, piercingly observant, smirked mockingly as she scrutinized him. Is it because you're about to see your girlfriend? Uchiha Sanfeng shrugged dejectedly. How did you know about Huei? Tommy May rolled her eyes. Your subordinates were gossiping loudly without even bothering to lower their voices. She mimicked the Konoha ninja's tone. Lord Sanfeng is going to have a headache when he returns. The legitimate girlfriend and the fiancé are meeting. Uchiha Sanfeng feigned annoyance. Damn it, why are they so gossipy? Suddenly, Tommy May leaned closer, lowering her voice. So, that Uzumaki Huei, is she really your main wife? Uchiha Sanfeng's expression remained unchanged. Don't use such terms. Then you admit it? Tommy May stepped back, her expression inscrutable. Seagulls circled overhead, screeching harshly. Uchiha Sanfeng took a deep breath, deciding to confess. After the destruction of the Uzumaki clan, life has been difficult for them. I rescued Uzumaki Huei from the land of grass, and we have been together since. Tommy May scoffed. At 17. You have a main wife and are already eyeing a secondary one. With your character, who knows how many women you'll have in the future? Uchiha Sanfeng responded calmly. In this feudal era, it is common for powerful men to have multiple wives. Isn't that a usual occurrence? Tommy May turned to leave. Just shut up. I'm going to find something to eat, which is far better than listening to your excuses. Uchiha Sanfeng watched her retreating figure, letting out a helpless sigh. In the distance, the 4 islands of the Land of Waves gradually came into view, standing sentinel upon the surface of the sea. He touched the pouch of ninja tools at his waist, where Huei's protective talisman lay, gifted to him during their last parting. An Uchiha clan member approached, bowing respectfully. Lord Sanfeng, Lord Fugaku requests your presence at the meeting. On the eastern watchtower of the Mist Village, 2 mist ninjas were monitoring the departing Konoha fleet through binoculars. Confirmed. The last batch has left our territorial waters. The older ninja lowered his binoculars, exhaling deeply. The younger ninja wiped the sweat from his forehead. I didn't expect Uchiha Fugaku to lead so many Konoha ninjas into our territory. This is Konoha's first invasion of another nation. If Uchiha Fugaku becomes Hokage, the future of the ninja world will be hard to fathom. The other young ninja remarked. I've heard that Uchiha has contacted several major clans. Some ninja clans seem to want to break away from the Mist Village. I wonder if there is any truth to that. The older ninja leading the group scoffed. Those matters are none of our concern. If you wish to live long, you should avoid discussing such topics. In the distance, the Konoha fleet had dwindled to mere black dots, gradually vanishing on the horizon. In the main conference room of the Konoha flagship, Uchiha Fugaku stood before the tactical map. His long black hair meticulously tied back, his sharp gaze sweeping over every seated jonin. His voice was deep and powerful, each word striking like a nail into the hearts of the audience. The Tsunade has withdrawn its troops and has proactively proposed an alliance. Sarutobi Hizashi has already agreed. When we return to Konoha, the war will truly be over. In a corner, Uchiha Sanfeng propped his chin on one hand, unconsciously rubbing the protective talisman beneath the table. Sanfeng. It wasn't until Uchiha Fugaku raised his voice a second time that Uchiha Sanfeng snapped back to reality, reflexively standing up. Present. A few chuckles echoed in the meeting room, but Uchiha Fugaku's piercing gaze silenced them instantly. Uchiha Fugaku commanded, Sanfeng, analyze the current situation. Uchiha Sanfeng took a deep breath. Quickly organizing his thoughts, he approached the tactical map, pointing at the location of Kikyo Mountain. Tsunade has invested heavily in attacking Konoha. They have even pushed the front line near Kikyo Mountain, plundering 5 cities in our Land of Fire. According to previous intelligence, the total value of the grain, medicinal herbs, and precious metals they have looted is estimated to exceed 800 billion ryo. Gasps of astonishment echoed in the conference room, and it took a while for the murmurs to settle. Uchiha Sanfeng continued, they have had their fill in this battle. Their current withdrawal and proposal for an alliance are driven by two reasons. First, they fear our retaliation. Second, they wish to evade war reparations. Hinata Hayashi furrowed his brow and interjected, Sarutobi Hizashi has accepted the alliance. What should we do next? Uchiha Sanfeng interrupted him, a glint of sharpness in his eyes. That is precisely the issue. The Wind Country relies on our imports for 60% of its grain, and most of the looted supplies belong to the nobility. After the war ends, the Wind Country will undoubtedly face a fierce backlash from our noble class. The economy of the Land of Wind will undoubtedly face significant repercussions. Hence, the fourth Kazekage will not have an easy time upon his return. In the original text, it states that following the Third Shinobi World War, the daimyo of the Land of Wind drastically reduced the funding for Tsunade, leading to a deteriorating relationship between the two parties. Uchiha Fugaku subtly nodded, his tone resolute. Sarutobi Hiruzen fears our potential for further military achievements, hence his hasty agreement to Tsunade's request for peace. However, this move is utterly reprehensible. The conference room erupted into a cacophony of discussions. Uchiha Sanfeng surveyed the crowd, raising his voice slightly. We have retrieved 30 billion ryo from Awagakure and 40 billion ryo from Kirigakure. The compensation for the casualties from the battlefields of Iwa, Humo, and Kiri will be dispersed in a lump sum. Yet the battlefield of Suna remains neglected. Can you imagine how the families of those who have lost loved ones feel? What about our comrades who are severely injured or disabled? Hyuga Hizashi clenched his fists, striking the table with force. Sarutobi Hiruzen's actions are nothing short of treachery. His anger stemmed from the fact that many of the Hyuga clan's ninjas had been dispatched to the Tsunade battlefield to support Orochimaru. Yet now they were facing difficulties in receiving compensation, leaving him with a sense of betrayal. Uchiha Sanfeng scoffed. Ironically, who is the commander of the Tsunade battlefield? It is none other than Orochimaru, a disciple of the third Hokage. Meanwhile, the commander of the Kumo battlefield is his own student, Minato Namikaze. And neither battlefield has yielded favorable results. He deliberately left his statement unfinished, yet everyone present understood his implication. The other battlefields were under Uchiha leadership. A glimmer of appreciation flashed in Uchiha Fugaku's eyes, though he quickly regained his authoritative demeanor. Enough, Sanfeng. Your analysis is astute. All units are to retreat as planned. We must arrive at the Land of Whirlpools before dawn. This meeting is adjourned. The Jonin began to leave the conference room, but Uchiha Sanfeng was retained. At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku's expression softened considerably. You articulated that very well. It seems the position of the fourth Hokage is destined for me. Chapter 46. Concerning my little wife, the dilapidated gates of Nansha City exuded an air of desolation, the cracks in the walls still not fully repaired, and a faint melancholy lingered in the air. Uchiha Sanfeng stood before the city gates, his fingers subconsciously adjusting his collar, his gaze occasionally darting toward the interior of the city, betraying a hint of anxiety. Terumi Mei stood beside him, her arms crossed, regarding him with an expression of disdain. What are you so nervous about? Weren't you just so arrogant a moment ago? Uchiha Sanfeng cast her a sidelong glance and lowered his voice. You don't understand. Uzumaki Hai usually remains calm, but when angered, she can be quite formidable. Just as Terumi Mei was about to retort, a clear female voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. Sanfeng. Fiery red hair blazed like flames as Uzumaki Hai dashed through the throng. The 17-year-old girl moved with grace, her fair cheeks flushed from running, her red eyes sparkling with joy. Uchiha Sanfeng instinctively opened his arms, only to hesitate at the last moment, his gesture freezing in midair. Uzumaki Hai keenly noticed his awkwardness and gradually slowed her pace. She halted just a step away, her gaze sweeping over Terumi Mei beside Sanfeng, tilting her head slightly. Welcome back. And this is... The surrounding chatter abruptly quieted, and Uchiha Sanfeng felt his throat tighten, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Terumi Mei stood tall, unflinching as she met Hai's inquisitive gaze. Uchiha Sanfeng swallowed hard, his voice slightly hoarse. This is Terumi Mei, a friend I met in Kirigakure. Uzumaki Hai's smile faltered, and the once bustling sounds faded into a suffocating silence. The next moment, Uchiha Sanfeng. Come here this instant. She seized his left hand, tugging him aside. Hey. Hi, slow down. Uchiha Sanfeng laughed awkwardly, feeling like a wayward child despite being a distinguished Uchiha Jonin. Terumi Mei remained in place, observing the two as they argued softly not far away. Uzumaki Hai's expressions of anger and resignation, along with Uchiha Sanfeng's flustered explanations, were vividly captured in her eyes. Strangely, she found herself feeling less angry than she had anticipated, instead experiencing a sense of inexplicable relief. Moments later, the two returned. Uzumaki Hai's eyes were slightly reddened, yet her expression had calmed. She approached Terumi Mei, extending her hand. Let us get acquainted again. I am Uzumaki Hai, this idiot's girlfriend. Terumi Mei hesitated for a moment before shaking her hand, a faint smirk gracing her lips. I am Terumi Mei. Rest assured, I have no interest in your big wife position. He suggested I take the role of little wife. A dangerous glint flickered in Uzumaki Hai's eyes as she burst into laughter. Big wife? Is that how he introduced me? She took hold of his hand, asserting her claim, and asked, Is this what you call a friend? Uchiha Sanfeng hastily waved his hands. It's a misunderstanding. All of it is a misunderstanding. Uzumaki Hai linked her arm with Terumi Mei's while holding onto his right hand. All right, let's head home. As for you, you'll face punishment tonight. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the shadows of the three youths stretched long. Entering Nansha City, remnants of war were still visible along the streets. The collapsed buildings remained unrepaired, and occasionally, bandaged ninjas hurried past. Uchiha Sanfeng's expression grew serious. What has become of those children now? Due to the urgency of the conflict, Konoha's higher-ups had allowed many young children to graduate prematurely. These children, who should have been learning shuriken throwing in school, were instead dispatched to the most brutal battlefield of Kirigakure. Uzumaki Hai paused momentarily, her demeanor turning somber. They are no longer in mortal danger, but the scars on their souls will be difficult to erase in the short term. A shadow crossed Terumi Mei's dark eyes, for she was a citizen of Kirigakure, belonging to the invading side of the Land of Fire. Uchiha Sanfeng silently clenched his fists, murmuring, The war is over. I will take you back to Konoha tomorrow. Uzumaki Hai nodded yes. I understand. Uchiha Sanfeng lifted his head. His eyes rekindled with determination. The psychological scars can be treated with jinjutsu, while physical disabilities require research into cloning techniques, which necessitates substantial funding. However, I will find a way. Uzumaki Hai blinked in surprise, then offered a gentle smile. You are still the same, always seeking to resolve everyone's problems. Terumi Mei stood nearby, quietly observing the side profile of Sanfeng. The setting sun cast a golden hue over his handsome features, and the steadfast flame of determination flickered in his dark eyes. This carefree individual, who often wore a smile, possessed a side that was deeply earnest. As night fell completely, they arrived at a temporary medical facility. In the innermost bed, a black-haired boy lay still. His right sleeve was empty, and his dark eyes stared blankly at the tense ceiling, void of emotion. Uzumaki Hai softly called to him, but the boy remained unresponsive. Uchiha Sanfeng crouched beside the bed, gently placing his hand on the boy's forehead. Does it hurt? The boy slowly shook his head, his voice hoarse. It doesn't hurt. I just can no longer be a ninja. Uchiha Sanfeng's hand trembled slightly, and the three tomo in his red eyes began to rotate slowly. The Sharingan Jinjutsu initiated a mental healing. The boy's gaze gradually focused, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly, as if he beheld a beautiful vision. The flickering light of the oil lamp danced in his dark eyes, igniting a spark of life anew. Uzumaki Hai stood at the door, her fingers tightly clutching the hem of her clothing. Terumi Mei noted the glimmer of tears in her ruby-like eyes. This technique can only provide temporary relief. True healing requires time. As they exited the medical facility, the night sky was adorned with countless stars. The ruins of Nansha City appeared particularly desolate under the moonlight, yet they also exuded an inexplicable sense of hope for renewal. Tomorrow morning, we shall set off back to Konoha. Hi. You will be responsible for arranging the transfer of the injured. Terumi Mei, you will accompany me to procure some medicinal herbs. Hui suddenly grasped Uchiha Sanfeng's right hand, exclaiming, Do not think this will allow you to evade responsibility. We shall settle the matter concerning the little wife upon our return. Hui, do not be angry. Uchiha Sanfeng forcibly embraced her. As he observed their playful banter, Koyomi Mei's lips involuntarily curved into a smile. The night breeze caressed her chestnut-brown hair, imbued with the unique freshness of early spring. Perhaps accompanying this man to Konoha would not be such a misfortune after all. Chapter 47. After all, Sarutobi is about to step down. The Hokage's office was thick with the acrid scent of tobacco as sunlight filtered through the blinds, casting mottled shadows across the desk. Sarutobi Hiruzen nudged the crystal ashtray towards the edge of the table, revealing the financial report beneath it. The edges of the paper were already curled and yellowed, with ink stains bleeding into patches of blue, reminiscent of dried blood on a battlefield. Sarutobi Hiruzen moved to the window, the smoke from his pipe swirling in the morning light. His gaze suddenly froze upon the sight of a dozen villagers clad in mourning attire, gathered silently on the stone steps before the Hokage building, each holding a portrait of a fallen ninja, their silence akin to that of stone statues. The frown on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face deepened as he recalled the recent incident where thousands of villagers had besieged the Hokage building, with furious relatives nearly storming into his office. That uproar had left 17 Umbu severely injured, a disgrace that the higher-ups in Konoha were loath to discuss. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice echoed in the spacious office. Summon the advisors and Elder Danzo for an urgent meeting. In less than 15 minutes, the four highest authorities of Konoha convened around the round table. Sunlight streamed through the blinds, casting shadows on their faces. How dire is the situation? Inuzuka Komatsu, eager and dressed in formal advisor robes, posed the question as she took her seat, though her eyes betrayed her fatigue. The number of grieving families gathered below had swelled to over 90, their white banners fluttering ominously in the morning breeze. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a puff of smoke. The issue of compensation for the casualties from the Sand Village battlefield is escalating, with numbers continuing to rise. A brief silence enveloped the office, interrupted only by the cawing of crows outside, a portent of ill fortune. Inuzuka Komatsu traced her fingernail along the final line of the list from the Sand Village battlefield. Konoha has suffered 823 fallen ninjas and 598 severely injured. The total compensation required amounts to 176.8 billion ryo. Sarutobi Hiruzen's fingers absently rubbed the edge of his pipe as he suddenly inquired, how much remains in the treasury? Mizutani, poring over the ledger, adjusted his glasses and replied, the treasury currently holds 31.4 billion ryo. Inuzuka Komatsu's fingertips drummed lightly on the table, producing a dull thud. We cannot even afford a fraction of the 176.8 billion. A cold smile crept across her lips as she cast a significant glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Bang! Danzo Shamura's cane struck the marble floor, the sound echoing sharply in the confined office. The bandage over his right eye appeared particularly sinister in the shadows. Given the current circumstances, the likelihood of Uchiha Fugaku becoming the fourth Hokage is substantial. We could create some complications for him. Inuzuka Komatsu contemplated before replying. Then let us allocate 3 billion ryo to silence the families of the casualties. The remaining funds can be portrayed as installment payments. After all, Sarutobi is about to step down. Let the fourth Hokage deal with the aftermath. Danzo Shamura's voice hissed like a viper, deliberately stretching out his words. That is an excellent plan. We shall declare it payable within 2 years. If Uchiha Fugaku fails to meet this obligation, we can unite with those bereaved families to impeach him and force his resignation. The smoke from Sarutobi Hiruzen's pipe obscured his expression as he turned it between his teeth. Let it be so. His voice bore the weight of exhaustion, yet hinted at a sense of relief. As Uchiha Sanfeng entered the main street of Konoha, accompanied by over 1,000 ninjas returning from the South Sand City, he spotted a dark crowd gathered before the Hokage building from a distance. Curiously, the anticipated chaos did not materialize. The thousands of bereaved families from the Sand Village battlefield stood in orderly lines, each clutching a numbered tag. His keen eyes scanned the sides of the main street, observing 2 Umbu stationed every 10 meters, a number thrice that of the previous incident. A smirk graced Uchiha Sanfeng's lips, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his ebony eyes. Sarutobi Hiruzen, this old man has indeed wised up. He gestured for the line behind him to halt and advanced alone. Turning around the last corner, the scene upon the platform caused his pupils to constrict. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, donned in the familiar Hokage cloak, was bowing to the people. Beside him, Mizutani held a scroll. His voice amplified to fill the square. The first installment of 30 billion ryo in compensation for the casualties will be distributed. Subsequent payments will occur over the next 2 years. Uchiha Sanfeng's fists clenched tightly within his sleeves, his nails digging into his palms. He scoffed quietly. his voice barely above a whisper. Installment payments? What a cunning scheme. With the war now concluded, Sarutobi Hiruzen is on the verge of stepping down. And the Elder Council of Konoha is likely to change as well. Their intention is to deplete the village's treasury, leaving a mess for clan leader Fugaku to contend with. His gaze, sharp as that of a hawk, swept over each window of the Hokage building. Suddenly, a figure flitted past one of the fourth-floor windows, a bandaged silhouette he would recognize even in ashes. Danzo Shamura, who had been imprisoned after Sarutobi Hiruzen shifted the blame for the premature graduation of students onto him, had evidently been released. His voice trembled with suppressed rage. I did not expect that just a few days later, that old wretch would be set free. On the distant platform, Sarutobi Hiruzen was handing compensation to an elderly woman who had lost her son. The trembling hands of the old woman juxtaposed with Sarutobi Hiruzen's feigned sorrow painted a picture of bitter irony. Uchiha Sanfeng understood that beneath this facade of harmony lay a far more sordid political struggle. He turned to rejoin the waiting line, contemplating to deal with Sarutobi Hiruzen. I must first find a way to eliminate Danzo Shamura and his rude organization. For now, I shall complete my mission, then return to the clan to discuss matters with Uchiha Hakadai. In the hall of the mission handover, Uchiha Sanfeng stood at the forefront of the line. Sarutobi Izumi spoke monotonously, the Adam's apple bobbing awkwardly. The mission in South Sand City has been verified. Wages will be disbursed once the daimyo allocates funds. Please wait at home for notification. A murmur of discontent rippled through the hall. Uchiha Tetsuhiko slammed his palm against the counter. This is absurd. The daimyo has never delayed wages. Otherwise, how could we expect ninjas to risk their lives on the front lines? Uchiha Sanfeng raised his hand. Silencing the agitation of his clansmen, Tetsuhiko, there is no need to argue. Complete the verification of the mission and return to the clan. His voice was calm, yet laced with a murderous intent. Upon meeting his elder brother's gaze, Uchiha Tetsuhiko instantly grasped his brother's intention. It seemed Sanfeng intended to take lethal action, though he could not ascertain which unfortunate soul would be the target. Chapter 48. These scoundrels deserve to die. Within the Uchiha clan's ancestral hall, the family crest on the wall appeared particularly solemn in the dim light. Uchiha Sanfeng's fingers grazed the kunai at his waist. Lowering his voice deliberately, though unable to mask the sharpness within, he addressed Uchiha Hakadai. Elder, I have uncovered some intriguing information. Uchiha Hakadai slowly set down the scroll in his hand, the parchment rasping against the wooden surface. His fingers lightly tapped the edge of the scroll, betraying his inner turmoil. Uchiha Sanfeng slid a document across the table. Sarutobi Hiruzen's so-called installment payments are nothing but a trap. They have already drained the village's treasury, awaiting clan leader Fugaku to take over and shoulder this burden. Uchiha Hakadai's fingers trembled slightly upon touching the document. As he comprehended the figures inscribed upon it, 823 fallen ninjas, 598 severely injured, and a staggering compensation shortfall of 176. 8 billion ryo. The teacup shattered in his hand. Scalding tea splattering across the table. These vermin. How dare they take the hard-earned money of our fallen comrades? The three-tomo Sharingan of Uchiha Sanfeng glimmered ominously in the shadows. Since the adversary has made their move, we must retaliate. I propose we uproot Konoha and Shamura Danzo, exposing their darkness to the world, clearing the path for Fugaku to ascend as Hokage. Uchiha Hakadai's neck veins throbbed, his eyes ablaze with fury. Sanfeng, what is your plan? Uchiha Sanfeng's gaze was icy, his voice disturbingly calm. Many of the root members are orphans of war. Their parents perished for Konoha. Yet their children not only received no compensation, but were forcibly conscripted into root at the age of 56. According to my intelligence, since Sarutobi Hiruzen assumed the role of Hokage, 132 children have been sent to root. Currently, there are only about 100 members left, meaning the casualty rate exceeds 90. Uchiha Ryowo suddenly slammed his fist against the pillar, seething with rage. These scoundrels deserve death. Uchiha Sanfeng paused deliberately, gauging the reactions of those present before continuing. I have also discovered that Root is clandestinely experimenting with Hashirama's cells. Danzo has not only transplanted those cells into his right arm, but has also grafted several three-tomo Sharingan, including one in his bandaged right eye. Uchiha Hakadai abruptly slammed his hand on the table, causing the tea set to clatter. His Sharingan activated uncontrollably, the three-tomo spinning wildly. Damn it. They dare to assassinate even our Uchiha kin. What else are they capable of? Danzo must die? Uchiha Yosuke questioned, perplexed. Wait, when outsiders transplant our Sharingan, they cannot deactivate them and continuously drain chakra. Why would Danzo implant so many? Uchiha Sanfeng sighed slightly. Because he has mastered our forbidden technique, Izanagi. Moreover, Hashirama's cells generate copious chakra and are highly voracious, necessitating the use of 3 Tomo Sharingan to suppress them. Uchiha Hakadai paced restlessly within the shrine, the sound of his footsteps echoing in the silence. His right hand rested instinctively on his ninja tool pouch, a habitual gesture signaling his readiness for action. Damn it! Danzo must die? Sanfeng, tell us how to deal with him en route. Uchiha Sanfeng tapped his fingers lightly on the table, the rhythm steady, as if calculating something. We can promise that once Fugaku becomes the 4th Hokage, we will offer Hinata a position as an advisor in Konoha, enlisting the Hyuga clan's assistance in surrounding Root, especially since their Byakugan can see through illusions. Additionally, given that Root now has members who can utilize wood release, I will also reach out to the Senju clan. Though few in number, their influence is significant, and their involvement would be invaluable. Uchiha Ryowo interjected. Root has even developed wood release? What is their strength? Uchiha Sanfeng smiled slightly. Rest assured, that individual is only 9 years old, of Chunin rank, and in terms of true combat ability, weaker than Kakashi Hitaki. Uchiha Ryowo visibly relaxed. That is a relief. Uchiha Hakadai returned to his seat, slowly sitting down. His eyes narrowed slightly, his tone resolute and unyielding. Sanfeng, when will you commence the operation? Uchiha Sanfeng stood, his hands pressing firmly on the table as he spoke gravely. I will contact the Hyuga and Senju clans shortly. I need Yosuke to compile the data on Root and Danzo's crimes into pamphlets. Uchiha Yosuke protested suddenly. I refuse to be a mere errand boy. I want to assault the Root base. A single glance from Uchiha Hakadai made Yosuke wilt like a deflated balloon. Fine, I'll go print the pamphlets. Observing Yosuke's demeanor, Uchiha Sanfeng chuckled. Tonight, we will capture Danzo. I want Ryowo to lead the team, collaborating with the Hyuga and Senju to attack the Root base in the Forest of Death. Once successful, we will signal for help. I intend for the villagers of Konoha to witness the atrocities committed by Root. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Hakadai suddenly stood, his gaze unwavering as he addressed the assembly. His voice chillingly cold. I have but one demand. Even if Sarutobi Hiruzen himself intervenes, Danzo must die. Uchiha Sanfeng nodded solemnly. Danzo must perish, and Root must be exposed. I will inscribe the names of Hiruzen and the other high-ranking officials upon Konoha's pillar of shame. Moments later, Uchiha Sanfeng emerged from the home of Hinata Hizashi, his demeanor buoyant, indicating a successful negotiation. He then made his way to the Senju clan's territory. What? Say that again. The voice of Senju Akamatsu trembled. Uchiha Sanfeng replied calmly. The live experiments with Hashirama's cells and Root have yielded successful cases. 9 years old, male, previously known as Yamato before entering Root. Senju Akamatsu's chakra surged uncontrollably, causing the table to tremble. That was my nephew, who went missing in the village 3 years ago. And I never imagined he ended up en route. Uchiha Sanfeng allowed a moment of silence, granting him time to absorb this information. Conditions? Senju Akamatsu finally spoke, his voice hoarse. Tonight, your Senju clan must send personnel to assist us and the Hyuga in attacking the root base. Once successful, this child will be returned to the Senju clan, and of course, I hope the Senju will support our Fugaku in becoming the 4th Hokage. Senju Akamatsu's shoulders trembled slightly, but he eventually calmed. Tonight, 40 members of the Senju clan will assist you, but I must personally kill Danzo. Killing Danzo is not feasible. You cannot defeat him. He has not only transplanted Hashirama's cells, but also several 3-tomo Sharingan. Chapter 49. The death of Shamura. Danzo. The bamboo curtain of the hot spring inn on the commercial street fluttered in the brisk wind, the steam rising as 2 elders from the Shamura clan luxuriated in their massage. Uchiha Yakumi's bitter kunai silently pressed against the nape of the masseur's neck, a mere glance rendering the individual limp upon the ground. Shamura Musashi, Shamura Tani, you two have committed offenses. The security department requests your company for some tea. The elder Shamura Musashi began to form hand seals, only to find his fingers unresponsive. Unbeknownst to him, his chakra network had been sealed. The younger Shamura Tani attempted to leap up, only to be ensnared by suddenly appearing chains that coiled around his ankles, sending him crashing onto the hot spring stones. Splashing water everywhere. Uchiha, are you attempting to rebel? Shamura Musashi roared, but Uchiha Yakumi swiftly knocked him unconscious with a chop. As the two elders of the Shamura clan, clad only in yukatas, were dragged from the hot spring inn, Uchiha Sanfeng leaned against a cherry blossom tree outside the door. He plucked a cherry blossom and softly remarked, "Rest assured, you will soon meet Danzo." At this moment, it was 7 p.m. The villagers of Konoha had just finished their dinner and were idly milling about. Seeing numerous people rushing towards the Konoha square, they began to join in, soon gathering thousands in the square. In the center, two Shamura elders were bound to stakes, perspiration pouring down their faces. Suddenly, a dozen root ninjas began to materialize from various directions. In the crowd, a path opened, and Shamura Danzo's figure slowly emerged, his cane striking the ground with authority. "Uchiha, release them immediately." Uchiha Sanfeng stood atop a platform, a smirk playing on his lips. "Why, Danzo, you old hound, you've come in person? Such a delight." Taken aback by such insolence, Danzo furiously raised his left hand and commanded, "Attack." Instantly, several root members charged toward the two Shamura elders. Uchiha Sanfeng signaled, and Uchiha Shirsue's three-tomo Sharingan began to whirl. Danzo's single eye momentarily lost focus as he fell victim to Shirsue's Jinjutsu. Uchiha Sanfeng executed the body flicker technique. A glimmer of cold light flashing by. Danzo's right arm was severed at the shoulder, blood splattering onto the sandy ground of the square. Immediately, his fingers plunged directly into Danzo's right eye beneath the bandage, forcefully extracting the still twirling Sharingan. A horrified scream escaped Danzo's lips, startling the birds within a 100-meter radius. Upon arrival, Sarutobi Hiruzen witnessed this gruesome scene, causing his pipe to clatter to the ground. His voice resonated like thunder. "Uchiha Sanpaku, release Danzo at once." 12 Umbu operatives simultaneously drew their weapons, the glint of kunai forming a menacing array. The villagers at the edge of the square began to stir, with a few timid souls retreating, necks withdrawn. Unfazed, Uchiha Sanpaku pressed his long blade against Danzo's throat, drawing a line of crimson. Observing this, Uchiha Ryoke, accompanied by members of the Guard Division, distributed leaflets detailing the crimes of Shamura Danzo, along with the recruitment processes of Root and a list of children who had joined over the years. Crime 1. Shamura Danzo headed the Umbu Training Division, known as Root, where the majority of members were orphans of war, compelled to join at the age of 6, and required to master basic assassination techniques before turning 10, with a staggering elimination rate of 90. According to the Guard Division's investigation, a total of 132 war orphans were forced into Root, resulting in over 300 children perishing during training. Root training process. 1. To render the members heartless, during graduation, they must personally kill a peer or family member. 2. Survivors would be marked with a curse seal to prevent them from divulging any information regarding Root. Disobedience would lead to self-destruction via the seal. 3. Daily. They endure 20 hours of intense training, including a. Endless assassination drills. Before graduation, trainees must ambush one another, with severe injuries commonplace. B. Poison resistance tests. Trainees are coerced into ingesting deadly toxins and must concoct their own antidotes. Failure results in death. C. Survival through starvation. For a week, they go without food, relying solely on theft or consuming the remains of fallen comrades. 4. Should a trainee be eliminated, they become test subjects for Root's human experiments, with a mortality rate approaching 100. Crime 2. To seize the bloodline limits of the Konoha clans, Danzo captured villagers for human experimentation. In an effort to acquire the Uchiha Sharingan and forbidden techniques, he assassinated several high-ranking Uchiha shinobi. Evidence. Danzo's right arm was implanted with Hashirama cells and multiple Sharingan. Beneath the bandage on his right eye lay another Sharingan. Crime 3. Instigating war during the Second Shinobi World War. The arrogant Danzo provoked Hanzo of the Salamander in the Rain Village, resulting in a severe injury to his right arm and the blinding of his right eye. Seeing the weakness of Konoha's elders, Hanzo declared war, leading to the deaths of thousands of Konoha ninjas. The thousands of Konoha villagers, witnessing Danzo's heinous acts, erupted in cries of "Danzo deserves to die. Kill him! Kill him!" As the crowd's fervor swelled, Uchiha Sanpaku's voice rose, echoing throughout the square. "Do you know why Danzo committed such atrocities without anyone daring to expose him? Because the one shielding him is none other than the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. With that, his blade pointed menacingly at Hiruzen. The square erupted into chaos, as Hiruzen felt cold sweat trickling down his back. Among the crowd, several clan leaders exchanged meaningful glances. Hiruzen feigned calmness, exclaiming, "Absurd. When have I ever shielded Danzo? I am unaware of his deeds." Uchiha Sanpaku retorted with a cold smile. The official name of Root is the Umbu Training Division, directly under the Hokage. The funding for Root bears your signature. Now you claim ignorance of it? Grasping Danzo's bloodied, severed arm, he displayed the Sharingan-embedded portion to the crowd. Where did these eyes come from? And how did this arm, infused with Hashirama's cells, come to be? Suddenly, an elderly woman with white hair surged from the throng, her trembling finger nearly poking Hiruzen's face. On the day my grandson was taken, I clearly saw Umbu agents take him away. An old farmer, donning a straw hat, trembled as he accepted a leaflet, tears staining the paper. My grandson said he was going for Umbu selection and never returned. He's gone. From within the crowd, heart-wrenching cries erupted. This is my little Ryota. His name is on that list. Upon reading the part about surviving by consuming the remains of comrades, a burly man hurled a kitchen knife toward the platform, embedding it deeply into Danzo's thigh. Hiruzen's lips quivered as he surveyed the scene, met with expressions of fury and betrayal. Even the most loyal Umbu lowered their weapons. Hiruzen's voice faltered, now laden with age. I had no knowledge of this. Danzo, enduring the pain, suddenly erupted into laughter. The wicked Uchiha? All of this is unrelated to Sarutobi. Everything I did was for Konoha. At these words, Uchiha Sanpaku's murderous intent flared, and he swung his blade, slicing through the air. Danzo's head soared high, blood gushing from his neck. His eyes filled with disbelief. He was indeed about to meet his end. Chapter 50. The uprising and the fall of the Shamura clan. Danzo's head rolled onto the stone surface of the square, his perpetually sullen face frozen in a mask of incredulity. The entire square fell into a chilling silence, only to erupt into deafening cheers. Well done. Well done. Danzo deserves to die. Danzo deserves to die. The cheers surged like waves, drawing in more and more onlookers. In the blink of an eye, rooftops and tree branches were filled with spectators, numbering in the thousands. Danzo, a senior advisor of Konoha, held a position nearly equivalent to that of the Hokage. To think that in mere seconds, he was beheaded on the streets. Hiruzen pushed through the crowd, pale-faced, gazing down at his old friend and rival, now a headless corpse. Disbelief etched in his features. Uchiha Sanpaku, do you realize what you have done? Uchiha Sanpaku disdainfully replied, I wield the blade for justice, bringing down a man who deserved his fate. Hiruzen pointed an accusatory finger at Sanpaku, shouting, even if Danzo is guilty, he should face trial. As Konoha's senior advisor, he deserves a dignified execution. How dare you take the law into your own hands? Uchiha Sanpaku placed the extracted Sharingan into a nutrient jar, then stowed away Danzo's severed arm. Finally, he turned to face Hiruzen, contempt evident in his gaze. Behold, this is the true face of our Hokage. He believes that those in power deserve a dignified death. They fail to consider the thousands of children at the root base, laid upon the operating table, disemboweled, witnessing their own entrails being extracted in despair and helplessness. Yet when it comes to their own kind, they demand trials and dignity. Tell me, am I wrong to have killed? Kill, kill, kill. These scoundrels deserve death. The cries grew louder as the surrounding Konoha villagers transformed into a frenzied mob. Hiruzen's expression darkened. Looking around, he saw that Uchiha Sanpaku was flanked by Hinata Hizashi, Senju Akimichi, and others, realizing that he was powerless to reverse the situation. Observing Hiruzen's pale countenance, Uchiha Sanpaku swaggered forward, spitting on the ground at Hiruzen's feet. Ha ha ha, you dare call yourself the strongest Hokage, you worthless trash? If you have the courage, let us duel. Given your age of 55, I shall refrain from delivering a fatal blow. Come, let us face off. At this moment, Uchiha Sanpaku was the epitome of arrogance. Standing opposite Hiruzen, constantly provoking him, intent on dragging Hiruzen's dignity through the mud. Several fervent supporters of Sarutobi Hiruzen were eager to rush forth and teach Uchiha Sanfeng a lesson, but they were swiftly halted by the surrounding guards. Hiruzen's complexion shifted from pale to ashen, yet he regained his composure, letting out a cold huff. We shall depart. No sooner had he spoken than a dozen ANBU members and Hiruzen vanished in a flash of body flicker technique. At that moment, A brilliant flare emblazoned with the Uchiha clan's emblem erupted in the sky above the death forest. Uchiha Sanfeng glanced upwards, a slight smile gracing his lips. He was aware that the root base had been completely secured. He turned to the villagers around him and declared loudly, "Fellow citizens of Konoha, who among you wishes to accompany me to the root base and uncover the hidden dark truths?" The crowd erupted in an even more fervent response, beginning to shift en masse. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood in the Hokage's office, a wave of powerlessness washing over him. He understood that the power structure of Konoha was on the verge of a cataclysmic transformation. Damn it, what should I do? Quickly summon Tsunade and Mito. Deep within the death forest, at the entrance of the root base, the crowd surged like a tidal wave. Uchiha Sanfeng's voice, amplified by chakra, resonated throughout the area. "Everyone, please brace yourselves. You are about to witness the darkest truths of Konoha village, all under Sarutobi Hiruzen's protection." As they beheld the gaping entrance of the base, the villagers hesitated for a moment before gradually stepping inside. The interior of the base was brightly lit, with remnants of a recent battle evident on the walls. Every few steps, subdued root ninjas could be seen, bound by special sealing techniques. "What is this?" Her voice trembled slightly. The crowd surged forward, soon erupting into panicked screams. In the spacious laboratory, dozens of 2-meter-high transparent incubation tanks stood in neat rows, each containing a floating child aged 5 to 7. "God, that's Ryota, who went missing 2 years ago." A middle-aged woman suddenly lunged toward one of the tanks. Her trembling fingers pressed against the cold glass, tears streaming down her face. He was only 5 at the time. The EMBU said he was abducted by enemy ninjas. "This is one of our Senju clan's missing children." A ninja from the Senju clan recognized another figure in a different tank. The walls of the laboratory were adorned with detailed experimental records, coldly documenting the extraction of organs from these living bodies, as well as the testing of the rejection response of the Hashirama cells. A senior member of the Senju clan slammed his fist against the wall, causing the sturdy stone to crack under the explosive chakra. "Monsters! They actually used our children for such experiments." Anger spread like a contagion among the crowd. Some began to weep, others stood frozen in shock, while more ignited with flames of hatred in their eyes. Uchiha Sanfeng raised his voice. "Everyone, please remain calm. This is merely the first layer. There is more beneath." Before he could finish, a furious roar erupted from the crowd. "Those wretched Shamura bastards. They all deserve to die?" Like a spark igniting a fuse, the crowd erupted in fervor. The villagers ceased their exploration and turned to rush outward, shouting cries of vengeance, tears mingling with their rage. On Konoha's commercial street, the enraged masses surged toward the shops operated by the Shamura clan. "Smash it!" A father who had lost his son raised a stone from the roadside and smashed it against the window of the Shamura medicine shop. The sound of shattering glass served as a signal, prompting dozens to surge forward. Shelves toppled, precious herbs were trampled, and counters were reduced to splinters. The owner of the neighboring Shamura weapon shop, witnessing the chaos, hurriedly tried to shut his door, but it was too late. "What are you doing? This is private property." A ninja from the Shamura clan attempted to intervene, but was immediately surrounded by the enraged crowd. Fists rained down like a storm, and he was killed on the spot. Thousands of villagers gathered outside the Shamura clan's estate, hurling Molotov cocktails. The exquisite traditional buildings soon ignited in roaring flames, black smoke billowing into the sky. Inside the estate, the Shamura clan members scrambled in panic, gathering their belongings to flee through secret passages. An elder of the Shamura clan cursed incessantly, "These ungrateful peasants. Danzo has sacrificed so much for Konoha." His words were cut short as a shuriken flew from the shadows, piercing his throat with deadly precision. The elder's eyes widened in shock as he collapsed, never understanding who had struck him. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen's fingers trembled, ashes falling into the ashtray. "Danzo lies before me, his head severed by Uchiha Sanfeng." That boy acted without a moment's hesitation. Mito pushed her crooked glasses up and remarked, "The root base has been breached, its secrets laid bare. The people of Konoha have lost their trust in us." The office fell into a heavy silence, the ticking of the wall clock suddenly becoming disconcerting. Tsunade broke the silence. "Hiruzen, what are your thoughts?" Hiruzen abruptly opened a drawer and retrieved a scroll emblazoned with a flame emblem. "The Uchiha will surely make further moves. We must prepare our escape route. The 12 guardians of the hidden leaf plan proposed by the daimyo 3 months ago is now our moment to act." Tsunade frowned. Hiruzen, you previously dismissed the daimyo, claiming he sought to strengthen his ninja forces to counterbalance Konoha. Now, after 3 months of delay, would he still agree? Hiruzen rubbed the scroll with his fingers, interjecting, times have changed. The Konoha of the future is no longer ours to dictate. I have decided to include Asuma in the 12 Guardians and have him lead some members of the Sarutobi clan to align with the daimyo as an act of atonement. Tsunade and Mito exchanged a brief, knowing glance before nodding in agreement. Mito adjusted his glasses. We concur. In fact, I too wish to send some clan members to ally with the daimyo. Hiruzen made a decisive declaration, his voice laced with unusual urgency. Let it be done. We shall depart tonight to avoid further complications. Mito lowered his voice. What will be our route? Hiruzen tapped the table with his pipe. We will gather at 3 a.m. and exit through the secret passage of the Sarutobi clan. In the study of the Sarutobi estate, 13-year-old Asuma kicked over a low table. The tea set shattered, hot tea flowing across the floor. I won't go? Why should I be part of the 12 Guardians? The boy stubbornly held his head high, his messy hair reflecting his rebellious spirit. Hiruzen furrowed his brows, his expression tightening. Asuma, this is not up for discussion. It is an order. Asuma scoffed. That old bastard Shamura Danzo deserves to die? I haven't wronged the Uchiha. Hiruzen slammed his palm against the wall, causing the entire door to tremble. Enough. Do you believe this is merely a game of ninjas? Uchiha Sanfeng could slay a council elder in the streets today and annihilate the Sarutobi clan tomorrow. For a moment, Asuma was taken aback by his father's fury, but his adolescent defiance quickly resurfaced. Then let my brother go. Isn't he always bragging about how powerful he is? Shin Nosuke has other missions. You are the most suitable choice. Hiruzen's gaze flickered momentarily, his voice dropping to a low tone. Asuma keenly sensed his father's hesitation. I don't want to leave Kairin. I promised to be with her and share Dango with her tomorrow. Hiruzen crouched down, meeting his son's eyes. Asuma, listen to me. Our clan is on the brink of annihilation. By going to the daimyo, you can at least ensure a flicker of hope for our family. Asuma Sarutobi pressed his lips together, his eyes shimmering with stubborn tears. What about Red? Sarutobi Hiruzen forced a smile, reaching out to ruffle his son's tousled hair. We will be fine. Once the situation stabilizes, you can return at any time. By then, you may very well be the leader of the 12 Guardians of the Land of Fire. And that girl, Yugao, will surely see you in a new light. Upon seeing Asuma turn his face away but refrain from arguing further, Hiruzen understood that his son had compromised. Go gather your things, taking only what is absolutely necessary. We will convene at the family shrine at 3 in the morning. Remember, do not inform anyone, not even Red. Asuma nodded silently and exited the room. At 3 in the morning, Asuma carried a small bundle on his back, flanked by over 20 members of the Sarutobi clan. The Uzumaki clan and the Mito clan each brought along 21 members as well. Hiruzen slipped a sealed letter into Asuma's inner pocket. Do you remember the route? Exit through the secret passage and head straight to the small river to the east. There will be people waiting for you. You must reach the Lord's estate within a day and deliver this letter in person. Asuma nodded, his throat tightening. At that moment, he truly realized the weight of his family's future resting upon his shoulders. His father, Hiruzen, gently patted Asuma's back, suppressing the sting in his nose. Go, and let the name Sarutobi thrive in the Lord's estate. With the sound of mechanisms activating, the shrine's floor slowly shifted to reveal a dark opening. Asuma cast one last glance at his father and the familiar shrine before stepping into the secret passage. Over 60 individuals followed closely behind, quickly vanishing into the darkness. As the floor sealed shut, the crowd gradually dispersed. From the shadows emerged a figure, Sarutobi Shinjiro, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Father dotes on my younger brother so much that he would let him escape while leaving his eldest son to face death? I always thought you were simply strict with me. Now I realize you never regarded me as your heir. Observing his disappointing eldest son, Hiruzen rebuked, foolishness. Have you ever considered how the clan would view you as the heir if you abandoned them in their time of peril? Would you still be worthy of inheriting the clan? Shinjiro's voice grew increasingly shrill. That's merely your excuse. You must be deceiving me. Witnessing his eldest son's folly, Hiruzen felt an overwhelming fatigue. He sighed. The village now has only 208 ninjas. Our Sarutobi clan, along with the Uzumaki, Mito, and Nara clans, totals 695 ninjas. If all our clans are wiped out, Konoha would be left with just over 6,000 ninjas. would we still be able to protect the land of fire? I am sending Asuma to convey to the Lord that our situation is dire and that we require his support. At just 24 years of age, Shinjiro could not fathom the intricacies of the situation. He lowered his head, a look of grievance crossing his face. Father, I was wrong. Hiruzen intended to strike Shinjiro, but upon hearing his apology, his hand fell helplessly to his side. His heart was filled with sorrow. Shinjiro, my foolish son. You lack Asuma's talent and sharpness. How could I entrust the Sarutobi clan to you? Do not blame me. This is all fate. Chapter 52. Extortion of Orochimaru. Morning mist enveloped Konoha village, the air thick with dampness and sorrow. Uchiha Sanpu stood beside a freshly dug grave, watching as small coffins were gently lowered into the earth. These were the children discovered in the root base, their frail bodies marred by needle marks and stitches, some even altered beyond recognition. 137. Uchiha Sanpu murmured, his nails digging deeply into his palm. His gaze drifted over the mourning crowd, landing on Orochimaru, who stood alone in the distance, coldly observing the funeral with no hint of compassion in his golden-slit pupils. Just then, a small figure darted from the crowd, black hair fluttering in the morning breeze. 5-year-old Uchiha Itachi, clad in formal black attire, ran straight towards Orochimaru. His voice, though youthful, resonated with unusual steadiness. Lord Orochimaru, why do you not mourn alongside everyone? Orochimaru looked down at the child, a sardonic smile creeping across his lips. Mourning for the dead is meaningless. It is only when they can be utilized that they hold any value. Itachi blinked his large, dark eyes, clearly taken aback by this response. Then what is the meaning of life? He asked, his voice imbued with a child's unwavering curiosity. Orochimaru's golden pupils locked onto Itachi's gaze. It is devoid of meaning. Once a person dies, everything fades away. Only eternal life holds significance. With that, his voluminous sleeves billowed in the wind as he turned and walked away alone. Itachi stood frozen in place, his small figure appearing particularly desolate. Uchiha Sanpu approached gently, placing a hand on Itachi's head. His eyes were resolute, his tone soothing. Because human life is fleeting, we must strive to accomplish meaningful deeds within our limited time. A person's birth is akin to a blank canvas. Whether it becomes marred with chaos or transformed into a beautiful masterpiece depends on one's choices and perseverance. Itachi looked up, conflict evident in his eyes as two contrasting ideologies clashed within him. Sanpu smiled softly before hastily pursuing the direction Orochimaru had taken. After traversing several patches of forest, Orochimaru deliberately increased his footsteps' weight, arriving at a secluded area. You seek me for something? Uchiha Sanpu replied calmly. All the data regarding your human experiments at the root base has been secretly preserved. Orochimaru's pupils narrowed into thin slits, a murderous intent lurking in his gaze. Are you threatening me? Sanpu produced a sealing scroll from his robe. No, it is a transaction. I possess much information, such as your laboratory in the land of water and your quest for eternal life. This scroll contains a piece of intelligence. With the secret treasure, the cursed heart, one can live forever by continuously replacing their heart. The current user is already 75 years old, having implanted 5 hearts. Only by destroying all 5 can one truly kill him. At these words, Orochimaru's breath quickened momentarily. What do you desire? Sanpu's confidence returned as he smiled. The complete research data on the Heaven and Earth Curse Seal, including all failed cases and optimization processes. An eerie silence enveloped the air, as if the atmosphere between the two had solidified. Orochimaru suddenly laughed, though his voice was hoarse. Interesting. When did the Uchiha clan become interested in my research? Sanpu did not directly respond. Orochimaru, your talent is extraordinary. Naturally, it warrants our Uchiha's attention. Orochimaru extended a pale hand. Throw me the scroll. I want to inspect the goods first. Sanpu tossed the sealing scroll to him, which Orochimaru caught deftly. After swiftly reviewing its contents, he produced a damp scroll from his mouth and tossed it back. Pleasure doing business. With the transaction completed, Orochimaru turned to leave. Sanpu quickly called out, Wait, Lord Orochimaru. I know you are determined to leave Konoha, and we Uchiha will not obstruct you, but I wish for you to improve the impure world reincarnation. The current time frame of this narrative is set in the first month of the 49th year of Konoha. This period was chosen for Orochimaru's defection because, in the original work, a young Tenzo was tasked by Shamura Danzo to assist Orochimaru in his escape. At this moment, Tenzo is merely 9 years old, a fitting representation of his youthful self in the anime. Had Orochimaru chosen to defect after October of the 51st year, Tenzo would have been over 11, nearing 12, making his appearance inconsistent. Orochimaru glanced back, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. Although my improved Edo Tensei is not yet perfected, your offer is insufficient. Uchiha Sanfeng pondered for a moment. In the original narrative, it appeared that the funding for Orochimaru's human experiments was provided by Danzo's roots. Given that Danzo has now been eliminated, Orochimaru's future experiments will undoubtedly lack financial support. Thus, he smirked and said, I understand, Orochimaru, that you enjoy conducting research. The Uchiha clan can provide funding without interference, with the sole condition that you share the research outcomes with us. Orochimaru weighed his options and summoned a scroll, tossing it towards Sanfeng. Remember your promise. Should you fail to deliver, I shall collect interest. After reaching their respective destinations, the two parted ways. Upon returning to the Uchiha clan grounds, the family's core members had gathered within the Uchiha shrine. Uchiha Fugaku sat solemnly in a chair, stating, Sanfeng, you are late. Uchiha Sanfeng inclined slightly, his long black hair cascading over his shoulders. Clan leader, I just met with Orochimaru, hoping to persuade him to stay. But he is adamant about leaving Konoha. Uchiha Hokage slammed his palm on the table, expressing his anger. We have concealed his involvement in the human experiments, yet he still intends to depart. The shrine erupted with hushed discussions. Uchiha Ryuho, Uchiha Yosuke, and other high-ranking Uchiha exchanged worried glances. Uchiha Fugaku raised his hand for silence. His voice steady as iron. We have underestimated him. A powerful individual like him would never allow their weaknesses to remain in others' hands, even if we promise not to exploit them. Chapter 53. The tumor families of Konoha inside the Uchiha shrine. The flickering candlelight illuminated the serious faces of those present. Uchiha Sanfeng scanned the assembly and began. Orochimaru's departure from the village may be advantageous, as clan leader Fugaku's candidacy for the 4th Hokage now faces one less formidable opponent. His words tightened the atmosphere in the shrine. The election for the 4th Hokage was crucial for the Uchiha clan to break free from the upper echelon suppression. Furthermore, Inaba, have you prepared the lists I requested? Uchiha Sanfeng's gaze shifted to Uchiha Inaba, who rose and produced several sheets from a document pouch, distributing them to each core member present. These are the casualty statistics from various battlefields during the Third Shinobi World War. The assembly lowered their heads to examine the papers, the figures glaringly shocking. Uchiha Shirsui's Sharingan involuntarily began to spin. The sight of those numbers evoked the scent of blood from the battlefield. The casualty rates were as follows. 1. The Mist Battlefield, Commander, Hyuga Hayato, casualty rate, 796, participants, 3,000, killed, 2247, severely injured, 142. 2. The Sand Battlefield, Commander, Orochimaru, casualty rate, 677, participants, 7,000, killed, 4264, severely injured, 479. 3. The Cloud Battlefield, Commander, Namikaze Minato, casualty rate, 585, participants, 5,500, killed, 2860, severely injured, 359. 4. The Rock Battlefield, Commander, Uchiha Fugaku, casualty rate, 451, participants, 8,000, killed, 3226, severely injured, 378. Uchiha Shirsui furrowed his brows, sighing. The high casualties in the Mist Battlefield can be attributed to the fact that most of the 3,000 participants were students who graduated early. However, why was the casualty rate in the Sand Battlefield so devastating? Uchiha Sanfeng scoffed. Because the Inazuka, Nara, Akimichi, and other clans were all dispatched to the Cloud Battlefield by Sarutobi Hiruzen to bolster the Golden Flash's achievements. The Sand Battlefield, aside from 1,500 Hyuga and 300 Senju, consisted of 5,200 common ninja. For Orochimaru to endure that long is already a miracle. Haha. Uchiha Yakumi raised the papers, laughing aloud. He increased his volume to mock. The Hyuga clan has suffered immensely. They placed their bets on Orochimaru, only to lose 893 of the 1,500 dispatched to the Sand Battlefield, with 94 severely injured. Sarutobi Hiruzen, in his pity, assigned them as the Mist Battlefield's commander, resulting in 243 dead and 42 severely injured. Upon hearing such casualty data, Uchiha Hokage also chuckled. The Hyuga clan, a millennia-old family, faced a significant downturn, with a total of 2,166 ninjas, of which 1,136 had perished and 136 severely injured, suffering losses exceeding half their strength. It would take them over a decade to recover. In response, cold laughter rippled through the shrine. The proud Hyuga clan had been severely weakened due to their misaligned allegiances. Uchiha Sanfeng's expression turned grave as he continued. The rock battlefield's lower casualty rate was due to our Uchiha, Kurama, and Kazami clans standing at the forefront, thus controlling the losses among common ninjas. Yet, this also resulted in 1,277 Uchiha casualties in the rock battlefield, 122 in the mist battlefield, and 63 during the assault on the mist village. In total, 1,462 Uchiha lost their lives, with 175 severely injured or disabled. The gravity of such losses rendered the shrine silent. Uchiha Sanfeng slowly rose, his Sharingan gleaming with a cold light. I have compiled the casualty data into 2 lists, the Konoha Heroes family list and the Konoha Tumor family list. I plan to release both lists publicly. The assembly observed the contents of the 2 lists. On the Heroes list, 1. Uchiha clan, total ninjas, 3819, total participants, 3819, killed, 1462, severely injured, 175. 2. Hyuga clan, total ninjas, 2166, total participants, 2000, killed, 1136, severely injured, 136. 3. Kurama clan, total ninjas, 1244, total participants, 1200, killed, 568, severely injured, 113. On the tumor list, 1. Sarutobi clan, total ninjas, 1644, total participants, 1100, killed, 54, severely injured, 11. 2. Nara clan, total ninjas, 848, total participants, 800, killed, 16. Severely injured, 2. 3. Shamura clan, total ninjas, 616, total participants, 600, killed, 27, severely injured, 3. Since the data was collected by Uchiha Inaba, he stood to explain. The tumor list primarily records families that employed underhanded tactics during the war. For instance, the Sarutobi clan had 1644 ninjas, but only dispatched 1,100 to battle, with 500 managing logistics and 600 stationed in safer zones. Throughout the conflict, they repeatedly abandoned their comrades, resulting in a mere 54 deaths. The same applies to the Shamura, Nara, and Mito clans, whose casualty rates are appallingly low. Uchiha Sanfeng clapped his hands to regain attention. I intend to print 80,000 copies of these lists, ensuring that every villager in Konoha is aware of who truly protected them on the battlefield, and to make those families sacrificed by the upper echelons understand the cost of Sarutobi Hiruzen's decisions. Only in this way can clan leader Fugaku secure enough support in his candidacy for the 4th Hokage. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku stood up, filled with excitement. He crossed his hands, his kaleidoscopic Sharingan slowly revolving. The battle of public opinion has commenced, yet mere words are insufficient. We require allies. The Hyuga, Senju, and Inuzuka clans are all fitting partners we ought to strive to gain. Uchiha Sanfeng nodded in agreement, stating, I previously promised the Hyuga clan a position for a council elder. They are willing to support us. Prior to clearing the root base, I spoke with Senju Akiji, and they too are inclined to offer their backing. In this war, the Inuzuka clan has significant grievances against Sarutobi Hizashi, hence we should also seek their allegiance. As for the civilian ninjas, once they peruse the list we distribute, they will discern who genuinely wishes to protect them. During the Third Shinobi World War, the Uchiha clan endured tremendous losses while also achieving notable feats. Uchiha Fugaku's gaze swept over each clan member present. From this day forth, the Uchiha clan formally enters the race for the position of the 4th Hokage. I implore you all to unite in this endeavor. Uchiha Hakudai also rose, raising his right arm fervently and proclaiming, at last, the Hokage position is to be ours, the Uchihas. Chapter 54, Blood-Sucking Parasites of Konoha Before Dawn. The Uchiha clan premises buzzed with activity. 1,000 Uchiha members, clad in uniform black combat attire, clutched thick stacks of flyers in their hands. Uchiha Sanfeng's voice resonated with confidence and power. Remember, we do not provoke trouble, yet we do not shy away from it. We merely allow the truth to speak. Should the Umbu attempt to obstruct us, do not hesitate to call for reinforcements and confront them directly. 1,000 heads nodded in silent agreement. Subsequently, the 1,000 Uchiha ninjas simultaneously formed hand seals, and the chakra of the body flicker technique reverberated through the air. In an instant, they surged like a black tide into every corner of Konoha. Soon, 80,000 flyers were distributed throughout the village. What is this? A vegetable vendor bent down to retrieve a sheet that had fluttered at his feet, squinting through his blurred vision. The Konoha hero clan list documented the families that suffered the most during the Third Shinobi World War. The Konoha parasite clan list unveiled those who profited from the war while remaining safely ensconced in the rear. The old farmer's hands began to tremble. His son had perished on the battlefield of the mist, and the cold figures on the list starkly revealed that some had not even dared to fight. Is this true? His voice was hoarse, and his eyes instantly reddened. A nearby vendor leaned in, glanced at the list, and his expression shifted dramatically. It's true. This is a Uchiha flyer. They would not fabricate such information. Before long, more flyers appeared in every nook and cranny of Konoha, affixed to bulletin boards, wedged into shop doorways, and even drifting into the ninjas' dormitories. The 80,000 flyers ignited the fury of the entire village like sparks catching fire. In the commercial district, the crowd swelled. A civilian ninja, gritting his teeth, pointed at the list. Look, this is the contribution of the Sarutobi clan. 644 ninjas, and they only sent 1,000 to battle, with 500 assigned to logistics, leaving the remaining 500 to hide in the safe zone, claiming 54 casualties? Another shouted in anger. Now look at the Uchiha clan. 162 dead. The Hyuga clan. 136 dead. They are the ones who truly fought on the battlefield. Nonsense Hokage. Nonsense upper echelons. A retired ninja, having lost his left arm, kicked over his fruit stall, apples rolling across the ground. My brother died on the battlefield of Tsunade, and I cannot even recover his body. I was gravely injured and retired. Now I can only earn a living selling fruit. While these bastards are counting money in the village, the flames of outrage spread like wildfire, and soon more scandals were unearthed. Within the Nara clan's domain, Shikaku stood in his living room, his expression as dark as the stormy sea. His voice was icy. The three of us clans have always been regarded as Sarutobi Hizashi's confidants. Yet what are the results? We sent 830 men to battle, suffering 768 deaths and 84 severe injuries, nearly decimated. He slammed the flyer onto the table. Meanwhile, the Sarutobi, Nara, Mito, and Shamura clans, responsible for logistics, only delivered supplies every 7 days, making just 4 trips a month, resting for the remaining 26 days in the village. Yamanaka Kaiji smirked coldly. Our clan's pharmacies have procurement records from Nara Shokin. She required a 30 kickback on every medicinal item she purchased. For this war, 17 billion ryo worth of medical supplies were procured, netting her a profit of 1 billion ryo. Akimichi Dingzai smashed his fist onto the solid wood table. The Mito clan has been selling explosive tags and sealing scrolls at inflated prices, while the Shamura clan even fabricated lists of the deceased to embezzle supplies for the black market. All these dark secrets must be exposed. Shikaku's voice was resolute. Soon, more scandals surged forth like a flood. The Sarutobi, Nara, Mito, and Shamura clans, responsible for logistics, only delivered supplies every 7 days, making just 4 trips a month, resting for the remaining 26 days in the village. Over 1,000 members of the Sarutobi clan never saw combat, remaining in the village to craft explosive tags. A ninja tool shop owner whispered to the crowd, "The price of explosive tags has doubled." The civilian ninja wearing a forehead protector sneered, "The price of a low-ranked explosive tag, normally 600 ryo in peacetime, now sells for 200 ryo during war." The mid-ranked ones are even more outrageous, priced at 600 ryo each. A low-ranked ninja can craft 15 tags a day, netting a pure profit of 400,000 ryo a month. The mid-ranked ninja even more exaggerated, 20 tags a day, netting 6 million ryo a month. A mysterious figure emerged from the shadows. I heard that during the war, the Sarutobi clan produced 72 million low-ranked explosive tags and 71 million mid-ranked explosive tags, selling a total of 236.8 billion ryo. This money was directly siphoned from the war allocations granted by the daimyo. The crowd erupted in outrage. Some shouted, "They are draining our lifeblood." Others cried, We must demand accountability. Soon, the angry populace began to gather in front of the Hokage building, their voices rising in a crescendo. Inside the Hokage's office, the air felt thick with tension. Tens of thousands surrounded the Hokage building for the second time. Sarutobi Hizashi's pipe had long extinguished, grayish tobacco scattered across the table. His fingers trembled slightly, knuckles white as he clutched a crumpled Konoha parasite clan list. Nara Shokun's face was as pale as a sheet, her lips quivering. The news cannot be suppressed any longer. Even the village children are now singing songs mocking us. Mito Monin's glasses reflected a cold light as he wiped the cold sweat from his brow. The Uchiha must be behind this. They seek to force us from power through public opinion. At that moment, the office door burst open. A Sarutobi clansman stumbled in, kneeling on one knee, breathless. Clan leader. Something has happened in the commercial district. Calm down, explain clearly. Sarutobi Hizashi sprang to his feet, his chair scraping loudly against the floor. The Sarutobi clansman trembled. All the shops of the 4 clans have been vandalized. Someone has led a boycott, even throwing shuriken and explosive tags into the shops. Now all the stores are closed, and even our Sarutobi clan's shop has been splattered with red paint, inscribed with, what does it say? Sarutobi Hizashi's voice was low and terrifying. It says blood-sucking parasites of Konoha. A heavy silence fell over the office. Sarutobi Hizashi slowly closed his eyes, feeling as though the world was collapsing around him, pondering how much easier it would have been if Danzo were still alive to take the blame for this incident. He took a deep breath, his voice hoarse. This cannot continue. We must speak with Uchiha Fugaku. He desires the Hokage position. We will offer him the position of council elder in exchange for our surrender. Upon hearing of the offer to relinquish the council elder position, Nara Shokin and Mito Monin also stood up. There is no need for the Sarutobi to give up the council elder position. Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a deep sigh, feeling an overwhelming sense of exhaustion. Do you still not comprehend? The Uchiha clan is intent on extermination, and you cling to power as if it were a lifeline. How foolish. The group, who had grown up together, now in their 50s, had never witnessed Hiruzen so enraged and powerless, leaving them momentarily flustered and hesitant to speak further. I utilized reverse summoning to inform Asuma to relay to the daimyo that our 4 clans seek to ally with him. This is our only path to survival. Chapter 55. Fugaku, congratulations on becoming the 4th Hokage. In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen's fingers tightly grasped the daimyo of the Fire Country's reply. The letter, emblazoned with the Fire Country's emblem, bore a clear and authoritative script. Permission is granted for the Sarutobi, Nara, Akimichi, and Hyuga clans to relocate to the daimyo's residence, henceforth under the direct protection of the Fire Country. Hiruzen exhaled a sigh of relief, the tension in his shoulders finally easing. He gazed out the window at the thousands of villagers surrounding the Hokage Tower, their presence suffocating. He called out in a low voice, "Summon Uchiha Fugaku, the leaders of the Nara, Akimichi, and Hyuga clans, and have them convene at the Hokage Tower immediately." In the conference room of the Hokage Tower, Uchiha Fugaku sat composed at one end of the long table, flanked by Uchiha Sanjuro and Uchiha Hakudai. Opposite them were the clan heads of the Nara, Akimichi, and Yamanaka clans, Nara Shikaku, Yamanaka Inoichi, and Akimichi Choza. To the side stood Hinata Hizashi and the leader of the Kurama clan. Hiruzen's face appeared haggard, the lines around his eyes deeper than usual. "Esteemed colleagues, I have summoned you here today for the future of Konoha." The room fell silent, every gaze fixed upon him. Hiruzen inhaled deeply and suddenly bowed deeply. "First, I must apologize to all ninjas and villagers of Konoha. During the Third Shinobi World War, the Sarutobi, Nara, Akimichi, and Hyuga clans failed to fulfill their responsibilities and, in pursuit of personal interests, harmed the village's welfare. As Hokage, I bear the blame." Expressions varied among the attendees, but none interrupted. Hiruzen straightened and continued. "Thus, I have decided. First, I will immediately dismiss Nara Shikaku and Akimichi Choza from their positions as advisory elders. Second, I hereby resign as Hokage and nominate Uchiha Fugaku to succeed me as the 4th Hokage." The moment he finished speaking, a murmur of low discussions erupted in the conference room. Hiruzen did not pause. He retrieved a document sealed with the daimyo's emblem from his robes. Additionally, the Sarutobi, Nara, Akimichi, and Hyuga clans will completely withdraw from Konoha to serve at the daimyo's residence. This is the daimyo's authorization letter. The document circulated among the attendees. and Nara Shikaka glanced at it, a faint smirk playing on his lips. Uchiha Sanjuro shook his head lightly, letting out a sigh. Oh, they are quite swift in their retreat. The Kurama clan leader's voice was somber. The withdrawal of the 4 great clans from Konoha is beneficial. But how will the remaining positions be distributed? When the document returned to Hiruzen, the discussions in the room had yet to cease. Uchiha Sanjuro snorted coldly. The crux is that the village's finances have been depleted. During the war, they siphoned off a great deal of resources, and now they wish to leave without consequence? The Kurama clan leader slammed the table in anger. Hiruzen listened to the accusations with a calm demeanor, though a flicker of suppressed anger glinted in his eyes. He bowed deeply once more, his tone almost pleading. Esteemed colleagues, before our clans depart Konoha, we are willing to donate all our shops and properties to the village as compensation. We only ask that clan head Fugaku protects our clansmen, allowing us to leave with our personal belongings safely. Uchiha Sanjuro's voice was sharp as a blade, interrupting. No, the ninja salaries from last month have yet to be dispersed. The village's finances are at least 17 billion ryo in deficit. The Sarutobi, Nara, Akimichi, and Hyuga clans must leave behind all embezzled funds. His Sharingan fixed on Hiruzen, the 3 tomos slowly rotating. Otherwise, you shall not leave in peace. Watergate stood on Hiruzen's left and abruptly slammed his hand on the table, his face pale with fury. Uchiha Sanjuro, do not push your luck. On Hiruzen's right, Nara Shikaku's piercing voice echoed in the conference room. Konoha currently has only 208 ninjas, while our 4 clans combined have 695. If we leave, you will be left with just over 6,000 ninjas. Rising from her seat, her eyes gleamed with a hint of menace. If we serve at the daimyo's residence, we will still be a force of the Fire Country. If you insist on a total rupture, can you truly defend the Fire Country's territory? The temperature in the conference room seemed to plummet, plunging into an icy silence. Nara Shikaku's gaze flickered between Nara Shikaku and Uchiha Fugaku, as if calculating something. Hiruzen maintained his bowing posture, though his back had stiffened. Uchiha Fugaku remained silent for a moment, uncertain of how to proceed. He then exchanged a glance with Uchiha Sanjuro. Uchiha Sanjuro stood and spoke. Ninjas earn money quickly and spend it even faster. The economy of the ninja village revolves around them. The issue is, before the Third Shinobi War, Konoha had 163 ninjas, yet now there are only 208. After the departure of your 4 clans, only over 6,000 ninjas will remain, and Konoha's economy will dwindle to a mere quarter of what it once was. Many present were clan leaders of ninja clans, although they may not have understood economics. Such analysis caused them to gasp in shock. Uchiha Sanjuro paid no heed to the reactions around him and continued. Due to the significant population decrease, property values will undoubtedly plummet. The shops and properties owned by your 4 clans, once valued at around 160 billion ryo before the war, now amount to at most 40 billion ryo. Thus, we face a shortfall of 130 billion ryo. Should your 4 clans gather this sum, you may leave safely. Hiruzen, filled with rage, straightened. To relinquish our shops and properties is already our bottom line. Should you refuse, we will be compelled to fight. Uchiha Sanjuro leaned forward, hands braced on the table. Hiruzen, I have long known that you have purchased considerable properties and lands at the daimyo's residence, hoping to enjoy luxury there. Dream on. The atmosphere in the conference room became tense. As the situation escalated, Uchiha Fugaku furrowed his brow and spoke slowly. I agree. Your 4 clans may leave Konoha with your personal belongings safely. Uchiha Sanjuro, incredulous, exclaimed, Clan head, how can you agree to this? They have governed Konoha for 32 years and have embezzled at least over 100 billion ryo. Even if they spend a large portion, producing 20 billion ryo should not pose a problem. Hearing the dissent, Uchiha Fugaku's expression soured. Sanjuro, I am the clan head. At this, Hiruzen's tense body finally relaxed. He smiled and said, Fugaku, congratulations on becoming the 4th Hokage. As the meeting concluded, 2 Umbu ninjas emerged, holding a freshly printed announcement. The crowd outside began to stir, villagers straining to catch a glimpse of the thin sheet of paper. As the throng grew, one Umbu cleared his throat and proclaimed loudly, effective immediately. Sarutobi Hiruzen resigns from the position of 3rd Hokage, and Uchiha Fugaku becomes the 4th Hokage. Nara Shikaku and Akimichi Choza are relieved of their advisory elder duties. The Sarutobi, Nara, Akimichi, and Hyuga clans will all withdraw from Konoha, with their properties and assets being confiscated. Beginning tomorrow, the members of these 4 clans must leave Konoha with their personal belongings. As the announcement concluded, the crowd first fell silent before erupting into cheers. Wonderful. They are finally leaving. Uchiha Fugaku as the 4th Hokage is truly splendid. Uchiha Sanjuro privately lamented, foolish Fugaku, being the 4th Hokage is no easy task. I will take good care of Mikoto. Chapter 56. Long live Lord Uchiha Fugaku. At noon, the Hokage's office now boasted a new occupant. Uchiha Fugaku gazed down at the bustling Konoha village below. The streets bustled with activity as ninjas hurriedly navigated through the crowds. Civilians haggled at the marketplace, and children chased each other in playful abandon. He exclaimed with excitement, "Is this what it feels like to be Hokage, now that the transfer of power has been completed?" Uchiha Sanfeng replied with a serious demeanor, "With the departure of the Sarutobi, Uchiha, Mito, and Shamura clans, there are too many vacant positions. Have you considered how to allocate them?" Upon hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku approached the Hokage's desk and took a seat. At that moment, his spirits were high. The minister of the guard would be held by Hokage, while Sanfeng would serve as the deputy minister. Ryuo would join the Umbu, and Minato Namikaze would become the principal of the Ninja Academy. Uchiha Sanfeng furrowed his brow and interjected, "Forgive my candor, but is it not a waste to send Minato to the Ninja Academy to retire? He is far too valuable." Uchiha Fugaku raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Sanfeng, what do you propose?" With a serious expression, Uchiha Sanfeng responded, "The village's number of ninjas has drastically decreased, necessitating sufficient deterrence. The Hokage is too busy to attend to every matter personally. With Orochimaru having defected again, it would be a grave mistake to let a powerhouse like Minato sit idly by. He should be appointed as the minister of the Umbu." Uchiha Ryuo shook his fist. "So you mean for me to serve as the deputy to that blonde-haired kid?" Uchiha Sanfeng quickly waved his hands, a sly grin appearing on his face. "Don't be angry, Ryuo. I'm considering what's best for the village. When it comes to strength, Minato truly surpasses you." "Ha." Uchiha Ryuo interrupted impatiently, shooting him a glare. All right. That kid is indeed strong. I don't mind being his assistant. But, Sanfeng, let us train later." Observing the interaction between the two, Uchiha Fugaku couldn't help but smile. He turned to Hokage and asked, "What do you think of this arrangement?" Hokage stroked his beard and nodded slowly. "It's acceptable. But I suggest that the logistics and finance departments must remain under our control. I will serve as the finance minister. Sanfeng will be confirmed as the minister of the guard, and the logistics department will be entrusted to the Kurama clan leader." Uchiha Fugaku's gaze shifted between the two before he nodded. "It's settled then. Sanfeng, the guard department is now in your hands." Uchiha Sanfeng exaggeratedly dropped his face. Does that mean I won't have any time to slack off?" Uchiha Ryuo chuckled. "Serves you right." Laughter erupted in the meeting room, filling it with a light-hearted atmosphere. However, what about the medical department? With the position of Tsunade's replacement vacant, and currently, there was only Hinata Hizashi as the elder advisor, additional personnel were needed. Uchiha Sanfeng immediately chimed in. Princess Tsunade could take Tsunade's place as the medical minister and can currently serve as an elder advisor. Nara Shikaku could also serve as an elder advisor. His wisdom and connections would help us stabilize the village swiftly. Uchiha Fugaku raised an eyebrow. That's feasible, but will Tsunade be willing to return? Remembering Tsunade, Uchiha Sanfeng suddenly had a bold idea. With confidence, he declared, "I am certain I can persuade her to come back to Konoha." Upon hearing Sanfeng's assurance, they no longer dwelled on the matter. As the meeting concluded, Uchiha Ryuo playfully hooked his arm around Sanfeng's neck. "Let us go, eloquent minister of the guard. We're headed to the training ground." Uchiha Sanfeng chuckled nervously. "Ryuo, I was wrong." Later, when the brand new Hokage cloak was finally completed, Uchiha Fugaku stood before the mirror, donning the red and white ceremonial robe. An indescribable emotion surged within him. Perhaps feeling a bit anxious, he suddenly asked, "Sanfeng, what should I say in my speech?" Uchiha Sanfeng's eyes darted. "Speak on the issues that concern the villagers most. The overdue ninja salaries, post-war medical care, and education for children." The Uchiha clan members had already lined up outside, their eyes glimmering with pride. A resounding voice echoed, "Congratulations, clan leader Fugaku, on becoming the 4th Hokage." Uchiha Fugaku took a deep breath and stepped onto the platform in Konoha Square. The square was teeming with villagers, all surging towards the central podium. "Look, That's Lord Fugaku. Who would have thought a Uchiha would become Hokage? Shoo, keep it down. I heard he personally put an end to the corruption among the high-ranking officials like Sarutobi Hiruzen. Listening to the praises around him, Uchiha Fugaku couldn't help but feel a mix of pride and daze. Note: Sanfeng is uninterested in the Hokage position. He aspires to become the daimyo, enjoying a life of luxury. Uchiha Fugaku paused for a moment and took a step forward. Suddenly, the entire square fell silent, with thousands of eyes fixated on him. Fellow citizens of Konoha, today I stand here not as the leader of the Uchiha clan, but as your Hokage. Uchiha Sanfeng began to lead the applause, and soon, a resounding wave of clapping filled the air. For over 30 years, our village has been plagued by greed. Those who should have fought on the front lines have instead profited from the war in the shadows. Funds meant to support the families of fallen heroes have been funneled into the pockets of the corrupt. But from this day forward, all that will change. I announce 3 new policies that will take immediate effect. First, all overdue ninja salaries will be paid in full within 3 days. Second, medical expenses will be permanently reduced by half. All ninjas injured in the war will receive lifetime free treatment. Third, I plan to establish a cultural school to ensure that all eligible children, regardless of their ninja lineage, can attend school for free. At this moment, the villagers erupted into enthusiastic applause, their cheers nearly shaking the square. A small girl in patched clothing tugged at her mother's sleeve. Mom, can I really go to school? Yes, the Hokage promised to build schools for you. Long live the 4th Hokage. Long live Lord Fugaku. On a distant rooftop, Minato Namikaze gazed with a complicated expression, which ultimately softened into a relieved smile. Chapter 57. All of the dirty wealth will be exposed. Clan leader, trouble. They have activated a barrier around the clan territory, sealing it completely. We cannot leave. Sarutobi Hiruzen closed his eyes and frowned slightly. I understand. He stepped outside and noticed that barriers had also risen around the Uzumaki clan on the left and the Mito clan on the right. Such a development was not covered in their previous agreement. Sarutobi Hiruzen approached the entrance of the clan territory, angrily scolding, You Uchiha, do you intend to go back on your word? Uchiha Sanfeng lounged in his chair, crossing his legs. You may take your wealth, but according to regulations, kunai, explosive tags, and other ninja tools are classified as strategic materials and are prohibited from being taken outside the village. Non-ancestral ninjutsu is considered the village's common property and must be reviewed before sealing memories. Uchiha Sanfeng's plan, to intentionally allow them to take their money, intending to confuse them. He aims to let them lower their guard while he collects evidence before settling the score. Given the current situation, with the enemy strong and them weak, Sarutobi Hiruzen had to suppress his anger. We have many possessions and require some storage scrolls for transport. Uchiha Sanfeng chuckled. That's not possible. If we discover you carrying storage scrolls, they will be confiscated. However, I permit your clansmen to transport their belongings back and forth multiple times. Remember, after today, everything within will no longer belong to the Sarutobi clan. Sarutobi Hizashi's voice was surprisingly calm. Uchiha Sanfeng, we have conceded. Why must you be so ruthless? Uchiha Sanfeng snapped his fingers, and over 20 Uchiha ninjas stepped forward, each with the gleaming light of the 3-tomo Sharingan in their eyes. Beside them were more than 20 Hyuga clan members. There be a Kugan activated. We, the Uchiha, along with the Hyuga clan, will assist you in inventorying your assets. So do not attempt to conceal any items that should not be carried. Anything deemed inappropriate will be confiscated. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hizashi's complexion turned pale. He finally comprehended the malevolence of the Uchiha scheme. Not only were they forcing them to leave Konoha, but they were also compelled to expose all their ill-gotten wealth under the scrutiny of many eyes. Damn it, the wicked Uchiha. My mentor was indeed not mistaken. Amidst countless curses, Sarutobi Hizashi retreated to his secret chamber, gazing at the mountain of cash and treasures. He bit his finger and slammed it on the ground, summoning technique. But alas, there was no response whatsoever. At that moment, he recalled the black patterns surrounding the barrier, resembling a contract seal. Sarutobi Hizashi cursed inwardly once more. Damn it. They have embedded the contract seal into the barrier. No wonder even the summoning technique cannot be utilized. Just then, a member of the Sarutobi clan outside the door shouted anxiously, Leader, it's bad. The secret passage has been discovered by the Hyuga clan. They collapsed the entire tunnel with their gentle fist. Our escape route has been blocked. An uproar arose within the Sarutobi clan. Seeing Sarutobi Hizashi return, Sarutobi Shino hurriedly approached. Father, we've tried, and even the summoning technique is ineffective. What should we do now? Sarutobi Hizashi clenched his fists tightly within his sleeves, his nails digging into his palms. Let some of the commoners take their possessions and leave Konoha to test whether they will truly let them go. The Sarutobi clan still boasted 590 ninjas and 808 civilians. Thus their numbers were considerable. Uchiha Sanfeng flicked his fingers, and the barrier cracked open with 20 openings. 20 Sarutobi civilians, burdened with their packages, cautiously stepped out. The more than 20 Hyuga clan members promptly activated their Byakugan to scrutinize whether they were concealing any items. After confirming their honesty, Hyuga Hayashi nodded slightly. Subsequently, 20 Uchiha clan members activated their 3-tomo Sharingan and employed Genjutsu to interrogate them, probing for any illegal conduct. In this era, which revered martial prowess, even the commoners of the Sarutobi clan faced considerable hardships. After hearing them spit out some words, the 20 individuals were easily released. Following the departure of several hundred Sarutobi civilians, Sarutobi Hizashi's tense demeanor gradually relaxed. Shortly thereafter, they attempted to have Sarutobi civilians carry some storage scrolls in hopes of deceiving their captors, but all were discovered by the Hyuga clan, resulting in the confiscation of the scrolls while allowing the individuals to leave. Soon, only a large group of ninjas remained within the Sarutobi clan. Sarutobi Hizashi pondered and selected 20 ninjas with relatively clean backgrounds for a trial run. They cautiously emerged from the Sarutobi territory. The questioning of the Genin and Chunin proceeded swiftly, while the Jounin took a little longer. Uchiha Tetsuhana read aloud. Registered. Sarutobi Gansuk, Jounin, carrying 3 billion ryo in cash, numerous gold and silver ornaments. The crowd of onlookers erupted in astonishment. 3 billion? How could a Jounin possess such wealth? I could never earn even a fraction of that in a lifetime of missions. Sarutobi Gansuk held his head high, seemingly striving to maintain a semblance of dignity. This is all I earned over 20 years of life and death missions. Uchiha Ryohana activated his 3-tomo Sharingan, casting Genjutsu as he interrogated. How did you accumulate this wealth? Did you employ any underhanded methods? Sarutobi Gansuk replied in confusion. I earned it over 20 years of missions. There are members of our Sarutobi clan at the task distribution center. Every time I completed a mission, I would receive a sum of money from them. So for relatively safe, high-reward tasks, they would always assign them to me. Uchiha Ryohana continued his inquiry. Have you learned any ninjutsu not belonging to the Sarutobi clan? Sarutobi Gansuk blankly stated. I know Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique, Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bullet, Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall, Earth Release, Earth Flow, Great River, and Shadow Clone Technique. After the interrogation, it was clear that he had learned several techniques not belonging to the Sarutobi clan, so he was taken aside for memory sealing. Ultimately, he was allowed to leave with his 3 billion ryo, though due to the large amount of money, he had to make multiple trips. Registered, Sarutobi Miyaki. 29 years old, Jounin, carrying 5 billion ryo. Under the influence of Genjutsu, Sarutobi Miyaki honestly confessed, I embezzled logistical supplies 3 times, hoarding 20,000 explosive tags. And I secretly learned the Uchiha clan's Fire Release, Great Dragon Fire Technique. The Uchiha ninja in charge of recording swiftly wrote this down. And upon hearing about the Fire Release, Great Dragon Fire Technique, 2 members of the Yamashiro clan immediately stepped forward to drag the dazed Sarutobi Miyaki to the ceiling platform. Yamashiro Hachi formed hand seals. Press his temple, heart-turning memory seal. Sarutobi Miyaki let out a pained howl, veins bulging on his forehead. 3 minutes later, he collapsed to the ground like a rag doll, drooling. Registered, Sarutobi Yoshiko, 20 years old, Jounin, carrying 4 billion ryo. Sarutobi Yoshiko's gaze became hollow. I monopolized the assets of 7 fallen Jounins through sham marriages. The surrounding villagers gasped in shock. Even women are this greedy. I have seen the earrings she wears, valued at 3 million ryo. The necklace she wears is worth 12 million ryo. Chapter 58. The truth in the staggering amount of illicit wealth. Seeing the amounts of money possessed by Sarutobi Gansuk, Sarutobi Miyaki, and Sarutobi Yoshiko, although some were questionable, they were not confiscated. The remaining Sarutobi ninjas immediately felt relieved and began lining up for registration and inspection. Soon, Over 1,000 Sarutobi ninjas had their assets tallied and passed the Jinjutsu interrogation. Box after box of wealth was transported out of the Sarutobi territory. The crowd of Konoha villagers grew larger, their expressions shifting from shock to anger to hatred. Uchiha Tetsahana read loudly. Registered. Sarutobi Tojo, Jounin, carrying 14.3 billion ryo. Numerous gold and silver ornaments. Sarutobi Tojo, head of the task settlement department, embezzled 17.4 billion ryo. A limping Jounin pointed at the boxes in the Sarutobi clan's possession, shouting angrily, "Some of that is my money. I executed several S-rank missions on the battlefield, and they cut my compensation in half." Uchiha Kawamo read aloud. Registered. Sarutobi Aiki. Jounin, carrying 15.3 billion ryo, numerous gold and silver ornaments. Sarutobi Aiki, head of the logistics department, embezzled 23.4 billion ryo. An elderly woman trembled as tears streamed down her face. "They said the finances were tight and only gave me 30% of my son's compensation." "Kill them," someone shouted, picking up stones to throw. These Sarutobi clan members were all Jounin and easily dodged the thrown stones. Then, Sarutobi Aiki sneered and said loudly, "What? You lowly peasants think you can lay hands on me?" The Uchiha guards quickly moved forward, blocking the enraged villagers. "Uchiha, are you shielding them? They embezzled our money. Why are they allowed to leave?" Uchiha Sanfeng sternly replied, "They have already submitted to the daimyo. We cannot attack them indiscriminately. Moreover, during the Third Shinobi World War, we lost 12,597 ninjas. If we were to endure another civil war, the four great nations might once again ignite war. At that time, not only would Konoha be unable to survive, but even the land of fire could face annihilation. Therefore, we must ask everyone to endure. We will deal with them when the opportunity arises." Uchiha Sanfeng took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the anger within. Continue with the registration. Upon realizing that Uchiha dared not take action, Sarutobi Inji grew increasingly arrogant. "Uchiha Sanfeng, you are nothing but this," he added disdainfully, "and as for you lowly commoners, my acceptance of your money is merely an acknowledgement of your existence." With a resounding thud, Sarutobi Inji was sent flying several meters. "Ah, that hurts. Uchiha Sanfeng, how dare you strike me?" Yet, being a jonin, this blow merely inflicted minor injury upon him. Uchiha Sanfeng cast a cold, murderous glance in his direction. "Take your filthy money and get lost. Speak another word, and I shall leave you crippled." Seeing the seriousness in his opponent's demeanor, Sarutobi Inji summoned a dozen clan members to assist in transporting the ill-gotten gains. Glancing at Sarutobi Shinichiro, who was embracing his lovely wife from a distance, Uchiha Sanfeng waved his hand and quietly instructed, "Bring Kakashi to me." In just 3 minutes, Kakashi was brought forth. "Kakashi, you have been a part of the Umbu for quite some time. I trust you have encountered failures in your missions. Pray tell, why did you not take your own life?" Kakashi, visibly angered, retorted, "Uchiha Sanfeng, what are you trying to imply?" With a slight smile, Uchiha Sanfeng replied, "If you did not resort to suicide, why do you presume your father's choice to do so was justified?" Kakashi's expression immediately turned cold. "Do not jest about my father's situation. Kakashi, you have taken many lives. You must understand that a wound to the abdomen is not immediately fatal. Thus, seppuku is a slow death. Your father truly loved you. To avoid disturbing you, he endured hours of excruciating pain in silence until he bled to death." Kakashi's eyes reddened. "What exactly are you trying to convey, Uchiha Sanfeng? Shamura Danzo tarnished your father's honor due to mission failures, yet your father dismissed it. However, when someone threatened your father's life, it led to his suicide. If you wish to uncover the truth, assist me in eliminating 2 individuals shortly." At this moment, the usually cold Kakashi felt tears streaming down his face. "Who must I kill?" Uchiha Sanfeng whispered, "Tsunade Shozo and Mito Kaze." "Very well, I accept," Kakashi replied expressionlessly. "Your father was a hero of the Second Great Ninja War and served as the head of the Umbu, thus qualifying him as a candidate for Hokage. His existence obstructed many. Additionally, he undertook numerous unsavory tasks for Sarutobi Hiruzen, thereby recognizing the precariousness of his situation. Ultimately, he traded his life for a deal, resulting in the 16-year-old Sarutobi Shinichiro replacing your father as the new head of the Umbu, while you, who eventually became a Chunin, were incorporated into the lower ninja team of Minato Namikaze." Kakashi, filled with resentment, questioned, "Is it Sarutobi Shinichiro?" Uchiha Sanfeng calmly responded, "It is Sarutobi Hiruzen, after all." He fulfilled his agreement with your father, thus you cannot eliminate him, lest you tarnish your father's honor. The figure of Sarutobi Shinichiro emerged, 24 years old, a jonin, possessing a staggering 31 billion ryo. The villagers watching gasped in astonishment. 31 billion? How old is he? The Hokage's son is indeed exceptional. Uchiha Ryuka's 3-tomo Sharingan spun, causing Sarutobi Shinichiro to tremble uncontrollably. Subsequently, he began to uncontrollably confess. I altered 77 mission reports, inflated the number of fallen Umbu, embezzled the compensation for Umbu members. As the two were about to continue their argument, the atmosphere abruptly fell silent. Sarutobi Hiruzen himself emerged, personally escorting the final batch of assets. The Uchiha clan member responsible for the registration trembled as he spoke. Sarutobi Hiruzen, 55 years old, a shadow-level ninja, carrying 24.7 billion ryo, 110,000 gold coins, 159 million silver coins, and numerous gold and silver ornaments. A deathly silence enveloped the entire venue. The figure of 24.7 billion echoed in everyone's minds. Uchiha Sanfeng slowly rose, approaching the mountain of cash, and casually picked up a stack. He shook the bills in his hand. Sarutobi Hiruzen, I recall that last year when the village was reconstructing the orphanage, you claimed there were financial constraints and withheld a single coin? And the year before, during the expansion of the Ninja Academy, you stated budget difficulties, forcing parents to raise 30 million ryo on their own? Voices of anger began to rise from the crowd. Beast, my son is in that school. I donated 50,000 ryo. That was all my savings. Uchiha Sanfeng turned to face the increasingly agitated villagers, his voice booming. Do you all see clearly? This is our esteemed former Hokage. This is the one who has consistently condemned the Uchiha as evil. The tide of anger swelled, with some beginning to hurl rotten eggs and vegetables at Sarutobi Hiruzen, while others picked up stones to throw. Chapter 59. Die, Sarutobi Hiruzen, you old beast. Die, Sarutobi Hiruzen, you old beast. A black-haired youth suddenly broke through the security line, brandishing a kunai as he charged directly at Sarutobi Hiruzen. In that critical moment, Uchiha Sanfeng swiftly intervened, seizing the boy's wrist. With tears streaming down his face, the boy cried out, "Let me go. He killed my entire family." Uchiha Sanfeng's Sharingan locked onto the boy. Today, you cannot act. Why? Because you are too weak to defeat him. Upon hearing this, the boy collapsed onto the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Someone, take him away. Uchiha Sanfeng removed the forehead protector from his brow, revealing a devilish smile. Sarutobi Hiruzen, I am now a temporary rogue ninja. Whatever I do has nothing to do with Konoha. Either you defeat me, or you leave behind 20 billion ryo. Of course, even if you lose, I will still demand 20 billion ryo. I hope you don't die in our battle. Otherwise, it would be quite troublesome for me. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression twitched. As expected of the wicked Uchiha, you can casually spout such excuses as a temporary rogue ninja. He had collected intel on Uchiha Sanfeng, recognizing him as clever and cunning, with a penchant for strategy. His specialty was a transformation jutsu that could morph him into a two-headed, four-armed form, allowing him to effortlessly execute combined wind and fire techniques. What was his goal this time? 20 billion ryo? To defeat me or to kill me? Yet, even should I hand over 20 billion ryo, I would find it hard to accept. It seems we must engage in battle. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen's complexion had grown somewhat pallid. He coldly declared, since you seek death, I shall grant it. Uchiha Sanfeng remained unfazed. After all, there is no one left in the Sarutobi clan. Let us fight within the barrier. The barrier surrounding the Sarutobi clan opened, and Uchiha Sanfeng stepped inside, leaping onto the highest rooftop. Sarutobi Hiruzen, frowning, followed suit, landing on a slightly lower rooftop where the two locked eyes. Hundreds of guards tightened their formations, while many villagers from Konoha gathered at the perimeter to observe the battle. With so many people approaching, the remaining 24 Sarutobi Jonin activated a tri-seal barrier to protect the 24.7 billion ryo and a heap of gold and silver. Uchiha Sanfeng's eyes narrowed as he activated his 3-tomo Sharingan, his expression turning solemn. Sarutobi Hiruzen assumed he was about to strike. He clasped his hands together. Shadow Clone Technique. The Shadow Clone Technique, developed by the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, was specifically designed to counter the Uchiha, as shadow clones were immune to the Sharingan's Jinjutsu and could utilize ninjutsu, proving to be strategically effective. 4 shadow clones of Sarutobi Hiruzen dispersed, charging toward Uchiha Sanfeng from 4 different directions. Observing the summons of 4 shadow clones, Uchiha Sanfeng analyzed. Sarutobi Hiruzen possessed around 600 chakra by summoning 4 shadow clones. Each clone had just over 100 chakra. In order to ensure caution before the impending battle, he instinctively glanced at the system panel. Host, Uchiha Sanfeng, Strength, Shadow Level. Lifespan, 17, 121, Romantic Partners. Uzumaki Hui, Affinity, 100, Terumi Mei, Affinity, 63, Aoyama Yui, Affinity, 60, Life, 29, 802, 980, Chakra, 28, 582, 858, Eye Power, 16, 301, 630. At just over 17 years of age, his body was still developing, resulting in an increase in his attributes. After reviewing his stats, he commenced hand seals, rat, snake, pig, invoking the technique of shadow clone in the form of a 2-headed, 4-armed deity. Suddenly, 16 shadow clones of Uchiha Sanfeng appeared and swiftly dispersed to attack the shadow clones of Sarutobi Hiruzen. The 4 shadow clones of Sarutobi Hiruzen, upon seeing this, began to rapidly form hand seals, their movements so swift that they appeared as mere afterimages. The first shadow clone performed one-handed seals, rat, horse, dragon, earth release, earth dragon bullet, and rat, horse, snake, fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. A 3-meter-long dragon had continuously shot forth clods of earth, which, upon passing through the flames of the fire bullet, transformed into burning fireballs. This was the combined ninjutsu of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Earth Dragon Flame Flow. The second shadow clone also employed one-handed seals, tiger, ox, monkey, water release, water dragon bullet, and monkey, rabbit, rooster, lightning release, thunder roar. A water dragon, over 30 meters in length, unfurled its body as a bolt of lightning coursed through it. In an instant, the entire water dragon became a dazzling dragon of lightning. This was Sarutobi Hiruzen's combined ninjutsu, Thunder Water Dragon Bullet. The third shadow clone executed one-handed seals, rat, horse, snake, fire release, fire dragon flame bullet, and monkey rooster, dog, wind release, vacuum wave. A fire dragon, also over 30 meters long, was enhanced by the vacuum waves, culminating in a fiery whirlwind. This was Sarutobi Hiruzen's combined ninjutsu, explosive wind flame flow. The fourth shadow clone unleashed an A-rank ninjutsu, Shuriken Shadow Clone, hurling a gigantic shuriken forward, which then transformed into dozens of shuriken shadow clones for a continuous assault. In the 2-headed, 4-armed form, Uchiha Sanfeng remarked with a cold smile. Sarutobi Hiruzen possesses many ninjutsu, yet the mastery of each is lacking, rendering them somewhat flamboyant. All 16 deity shadow clones of Uchiha Sanfeng simultaneously displayed sinister grins. With 32 mouths and 64 arms, they formed seals together, fire release, great fireball technique, and wind release, great breakthrough. Though both techniques were of C rank, Uchiha Sanfeng had perfected them to an extraordinary level. Gigantic fireballs, each with a diameter of 15 meters, were propelled forward by fierce winds, transforming into 16 torrents of flame, each measuring 15 meters wide and over 50 meters long. Such was the spectacle, a conflagration measuring 16 by 15 by 50 meters. The ninjutsu employed by Sarutobi Hiruzen's shadow clones appeared as fish swimming upstream against the fiery waterfall, quickly vanishing from sight. Outside the barrier, gasps akin to a tsunami erupted, painting the faces of onlookers crimson with the glow of the flames. Is this truly the power a mere human can unleash? A certain elder from the Akimichi clan dropped his skewers in astonishment, muttering, "Why do I feel that this boy is more terrifying than Uchiha Fugaku?" Suddenly, a snotty little brat screamed, "Mom, look! That old man's water dragon has been evaporated." Bang! 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 All 4 of Sarutobi Hiruzen's shadow clones vanished within the torrent of flames. Realizing the strength of his opponent exceeded his expectations, Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his left hand and cried out, "I concede." Chapter 60. The crowd's attention, exposing Sarutobi Hiruzen's dark deeds. As he witnessed the 16 deity shadow clones charging towards him, Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart swelled with anger and dread. Damn it. I explicitly declared my surrender and offered to hand over 20 billion ryo, yet his shadow clones still advance. Does he intend to kill me? Damn it. I should have never trusted that boy. I've fallen into his trap. Cursing under his breath, he turned to flee, desperately seeking an escape route, only to find the black patterns on the barrier had vanished. Realizing the contract seal had dissipated, Sarutobi Hiruzen bit his finger again and slammed it onto the ground. Invoking the summoning technique, King of Monkeys, Susanoo. From the white smoke emerged a towering 2-meter-tall white ape. Susanoo transformed into the adamantine staff. Susanoo shifted form, becoming a stout rod black in the middle with golden ends. Grasping one end, Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted, "Susanoo, extend." The adamantine staff immediately began to elongate, propelling Sarutobi Hiruzen toward the barrier's weak point. Uchiha Sanfeng's shadow clones quickly deduced his intentions. 10 deity shadow clones formed hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. 10 fireballs, each with a diameter of merely 3 meters, were launched, swiftly striking the adamantine staff, with flames clinging to the black rod. With chakra depleted, the 10 deity shadow clones dissipated into clouds of smoke. Just as the adamantine staff neared the barrier's edge, it too transformed into smoke and vanished. Sarutobi Hiruzen heard Susanoo apologize before plummeting from the sky. Seeing this, the remaining 6 deity shadow clones rushed forward. A powerful fist struck Sarutobi Hiruzen's face, sending him flying. Soon, the onlookers from Konoha witnessed Sarutobi Hiruzen collide with the barrier. His left cheek swollen and blood streaming from his nose, silence fell outside the barrier. "Well done! Well done!" Cheers erupted all around. A limping retired ninja pounded his cane against the ground, tears of murky joy welling in his single eye. "This punch is for the 96 corpses of the Shinmukabashi." A flower-selling girl tossed her entire basket of blooms into the air, petals raining down upon the frenzied crowd. She knew nothing of politics, but had heard many declare Sarutobi Hiruzen a villain, believing he deserved the beating. "This punch is for the land of whirlpools and the Uzumaki clan." Bang! Sarutobi Hiruzen's nose shattered. "This punch is for the Senju clan." Crack! Sarutobi Hiruzen's ribs splintered. "This punch is for Hitaki Sakomo." Spurt! Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed up blood. "This kick is for the students you sent to the mist battlefield, who graduated prematurely." "Ah, my hand." Sarutobi Hiruzen's left hand was crushed. "This kick is for the citizens of Konoha who suffered losses due to your corruption." "Ah." Sarutobi Hiruzen's right hand also succumbed to the same fate. At this point, Sarutobi Hiruzen lay limp, drenched in blood, lacking even the strength to rise. Subsequently, like a pile of mud, he was dragged from the barrier. The thousands of Konoha villagers watching gradually quieted down, all eager to witness the unfolding events. The remaining 24 Sarutobi ninja attempted to rush in for a rescue, but were deterred by a single glance from Uchiha Sanfeng. "Leave behind 20 billion ryo, and you may now remove the rest of your gold, silver, and cash from Konoha." Sarutobi Hiruzen must undergo interrogation and sealing of his ninjutsu memories. Once concluded, "You may take him away." The remaining Sarutobi ninjas exchanged glances, confirming their intentions before beginning to transport the gold, silver, and some currency. The crowd parted to clear a path. An elderly vegetable vendor suddenly laughed through tears. "So it turns out that so-called great figures can grunt like pigs when struck." Uchiha Sanfeng slapped Sarutobi Hiruzen's right cheek. In pain, Sarutobi Hiruzen opened his eyes to find a pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan staring back at him. Sharingan Jinjutsu interrogation. Upon seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes morph into the shape of 3 Tomo Sharingan, Uchiha Sanfeng exhaled in relief. As Sarutobi Hiruzen was a shadow-level powerhouse, his resistance to Jinjutsu was formidable. Uchiha Sanfeng could not guarantee control over the Jinjutsu, so he opted to deplete Sarutobi Hiruzen's chakra through combat, preventing him from breaking free from the Jinjutsu's grasp. The first question: describe the process by which you forced Hitaki Sakomo to his death. Sarutobi Hiruzen's mouth opened uncontrollably. "I dispatched Hitaki Kakashi to the Hidden Cloud Village to carry out a mission, intending to eliminate him through the Cloud Ninja. But he returned alive. Danzo spread rumors about his failure, and I subtly hinted to him. That night, he used the shadow clone technique to seek me out and expressed his disinterest in becoming Hokage. I merely replied, 'Kakashi is a genius and will one day inherit the will of fire.' Ultimately, he took his own life." Uchiha Sanfeng, perplexed, inquired, "Why did you say Kakashi is a genius and will inherit the will of fire, leading him to commit suicide?" Hitaki Kakashi stated he did not wish to become Hokage, and I refrained from answering directly, indicating my rejection. I mentioned that the 5-year-old Kakashi was a prodigy, using Kakashi's life as leverage against him. My words about inheriting the will of fire implied that Kakashi would eventually become a disciple of the Hokage lineage. It was a transaction. Having followed me for over a decade, Hatake Kakashi understood my intention, and thus, he took his own life. Upon hearing this, Kakashi's Raikiri flickered to life in his hand, only to be forcefully restrained by Uchiha Ryuo. The second question, what role did you play in the destruction of the land of whirlpools? Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression twisted, seemingly struggling against something. Because the war concluded over a decade ago, the Senju clan had regained its power, bolstered by Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jeriah coming of age. The Senju clan sought to reclaim the position of Hokage. Uzumaki Mido, being the first Hokage's legitimate wife and the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, was exceptionally powerful. Her presence in the Senju clan instilled considerable pressure in me. I discreetly disseminated information regarding the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques capable of controlling tailed beasts to the other 4 great shinobi villages. The Wagakure, Kimogakure, and Kirigakure were tempted and launched an assault on the Uzumaki clan. Faced with the pleas for aid from my ally, the Uzumaki clan, under immense pressure, refused to provide assistance. The Senju clan, being kin to the Uzumaki, could not hold back and dispatched 1,000 ninjas to support the Uzumaki clan. Ultimately, the land of whirlpools fell, and the Senju clan suffered severe repercussions. Hearing the tale of the Uzumaki clan's annihilation, Uzumaki Hiwai could not help but shed tears. Uchiha Sanfeng sighed heavily and said, Ryuo, you take over the interrogation. Afterward, ensure that Sarutobi Hiruzen's ninjutsu memories are sealed. He possesses quite an array of techniques. After speaking, he moved to Hiwai's side and offered her gentle comfort. Chapter 61, Shoju and Kato-dan. After soothing Uzumaki Hiwai, Uchiha Sanfeng returned to continue the interrogation of Sarutobi Hiruzen. This once mighty third Hokage, now ensnared by Jinjutsu, wore a vacant expression, resembling a soulless puppet. Is Shoju's death connected to you? Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils dilated. Yet his voice remained unnaturally clear. Due to Tsunade's disinterest in becoming Hokage, the hopes of the Senju clan were placed upon Shoju. At merely 12 years of age, he successfully ascended to Chunin and had begun to pose a threat to me. Aware of Danzo's intense desire to become Hokage, I deliberately engaged him in discussions concerning the Senju clan and Shoju, knowing Danzo would not tolerate Shoju's existence. After Shoju's 12th birthday, I arranged for him to undertake a mission at the border of the Hidden Cloud, intentionally leaking this information to Danzo. Danzo set up a trap targeting Shoju on his path, resulting in Shoju being obliterated by explosive tags. The citizens of Konoha erupted in chaos. This was the true cause of Shoju's demise. No wonder he met such a tragic end with Orochimaru's protection. It was all due to traitors within. Danzo Shamura deserves death. Sarutobi Hiruzen deserves death. Uchiha Sanfeng waved his hand, amplifying his voice with chakra. Silence. I must continue the interrogation. At his command, the surrounding clamor ceased instantly. Is Kato-dan's death also related to you? Sarutobi Hiruzen, with his vacant gaze, mechanically replied. Kato-dan was an elite jonin, proficient in S-rank spirit transformation techniques. A highly dangerous individual. Moreover, he was Tsunade's boyfriend and aspired to become Hokage, presenting a significant threat to me. Should he marry Tsunade, he would gain the support of the Senju clan, so I relayed his information to Danzo. I then dispatched him on a mission, with Danzo placing 2 root members as his teammates. When Kato-dan utilized the spirit transformation technique, his soul detached from his body, leaving him unaware. It was then that the 2 root members seized the opportunity to extract his innards. Once again, a traitor had caused the demise of a powerful figure within the village. Hatake Kakashi was one such case. Kato-dan, too, met the same fate. Uchiha was correct. These clans are a cancer to Konoha. Henceforth we shall refer to Sarutobi Hiruzen as the king of Konoha's cancer. Indeed, the king of Konoha's cancer, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uchiha Sanfeng gazed upon the fervent crowd, devoid of any victorious elation, recalling an old adage, is delayed justice still justice? These truths should not have been concealed for so long. These lives should not have been so easily extinguished. He turned to Uchiha Ryuo beside him and softly remarked, Ryuo, you may continue the interrogation. I will return to rest. Ensure they do not beat Sarutobi Hiruzen to death, otherwise, it will be difficult to explain to the daimyo. Uchiha Ryuo nodded, excitement glimmering in his eyes, Sanfeng, how do you wish to handle the 20 billion Ryo retrieve from Sarutobi Hiruzen? Uchiha Sanfeng scanned the surrounding crowd and raised his voice. Firstly, the compensation for casualties on the battlefield in Tsunade is still lacking 146.8 billion Ryo. We will first allocate this amount to the families of the deceased. A cheer erupted from the crowd. Many families who had lost loved ones in the war were moved to tears. He also noticed a ninja who had lost his left arm, raising his right hand in salute. Secondly, the ninjas who have been to the battlefield have yet to receive their wages from last month, totaling 3 billion Ryo. We shall settle this amount for them as well. Over 10,000 ninjas finally breathed a sigh of relief, raising their right hands in salute. Lastly, the remaining 23.2 billion Ryo shall be awarded as bonuses to the ninjas returning from the Tsunade battlefield. The casualty rate from the Tsunade battlefield had reached 67.7, placing immense pressure on them. Upon returning to the village, it became apparent that ninjas from other battlefields had already received full compensation for their losses, while they had only received 17 of theirs, fostering a sense of abandonment. Now, they could finally exhale. Uchiha Sanfeng, Uchiha Sanfeng, Uchiha Sanfeng. The ninjas of Konoha continuously called out Uchiha Sanfeng's name. Uchiha Sanfeng smiled slightly and amplified his voice with chakra. I just had a confrontation with Sarutobi Hiruzen and am somewhat fatigued. I will now hand the interrogation over to Uchiha Ryuo. You may continue to listen. I shall take my leave. With that, Uchiha Sanfeng utilized the body flicker technique and vanished from his position. On the path below, several members of the Uzumaki clan were accompanying Uzumaki Highway toward the Uchiha clan's territory. Uchiha Sanfeng leaped gracefully, the breeze from his body flicker technique stirring a few fallen leaves. In the next moment, he stood before Uzumaki Highway, causing the Uzumaki clan members to tense up. Highway, I must step out for a while. Before Highway could speak, Terumi interjected. Where are you going? Are you off to find a woman? It must be said that sometimes a woman's intuition is remarkably accurate, even though Terumi was still a mere child. Uchiha Sanfeng's expression momentarily froze. He cleared his throat to mask the fleeting awkwardness. After the deaths of Tsunade's brother Shoju and her lover Kato Dan, she left the village citing hemophobia, spending her days wandering taverns and gambling houses. Due to her poor luck at gambling, she has accrued a mountain of debts, resulting in her current state of wandering. The village has tasked me with bringing Tsunade back to serve as an elder advisor and manage the medical department. Uzumaki Chikage displayed a sympathetic expression. I hadn't realized Princess Tsunade's circumstances were so tragic. She sighed softly and added, You should hasten to bring her back to Konoha. Vortex Huei silently gazed at him, her crimson eyes seemingly capable of penetrating the depths of one's heart. Sanfeng, when are you departing? I shall leave shortly. Uchiha Sanfeng succinctly replied. Huei's fingers tightened around her garment. Tsunade smirked, appearing as though she wished to say something further, but was silenced by a mere glance from Huei. Be cautious on your journey, and return soon, she uttered, a mere 8 words that conveyed much more through her expressive gaze. Uchiha Sanfeng felt a deep gratitude for Huei's gentle consideration and nodded slightly, foregoing any elaborate farewells. He employed the body flicker technique and vanished in the blink of an eye. Although Tsunade was currently a woman disheartened, he held a steadfast confidence that he could persuade her to return to Konoha. The village's silhouette receded into the distance, yet Sanfeng's heart grew increasingly animated. Tsunade, you cannot escape my grasp. I desire your assistance in my training. One day later, at Shortes Street, this town, renowned for its hot springs and casinos, was enveloped in the warm glow of the setting sun, the air thick with the peculiar aroma of mingling alcohol and sulfur. Dressed in a traditional black robe, Uchiha Sanfeng ambled through the bustling streets. Intelligence indicated she had been sighted in this vicinity. His gaze swept over the casino signs lining the streets. Following the information provided by the underground currency exchange, Tsunade had recently accrued a substantial gambling debt in Shortes Street, and her creditors were scouring for her whereabouts. An elderly man selling dumplings cast a wary glance his way. Sanfeng approached, placing a silver coin on the counter. Pray tell, have you seen a striking woman with golden hair, approximately 163 meters tall? The elder accepted the coin, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his murky eyes. Are you referring to that legendary cash cow? She lost everything yesterday at the Golden House Casino. I hear her creditors have sent many collectors after her. However, an hour ago, I saw her fleeing toward the hot spring street. Frowning slightly, Uchiha Sanfeng hastened in the direction indicated by the elder. The hot spring street was notably quieter than the main thoroughfare, the wooden structures appearing hazy and warm in the twilight. With the enhancement of his mid-level vortex sage body, Sanfeng's perception had significantly sharpened. Suddenly, a familiar surge of chakra emanated from a hot spring named Matsunoyu ahead. He silently leaped onto the roof, activating his Sharingan to survey the layout of the inn from above. In the outdoor hot spring area at the back, steam wafted up, revealing a golden-haired woman reclining by the edge of the pool. Her skin blushed slightly from the heat of the springs, and the diamond mark on her forehead accentuated her unique beauty. Peeking at a lady bathing is hardly a commendable habit, young Uchiha, Tsunade suddenly remarked, her eyes still closed but a smirk curling at the corners of her mouth. Uchiha Sanfeng emerged from the shadows, maintaining a respectful distance from the hot spring. Princess Tsunade, it is an honor to finally meet you. Tsunade lazily opened her eyes and replied, if you're a negotiator sent by Konoha, you can leave. Sanfeng smiled and said, Shamura Danzo has been eliminated by my hand, and Uchiha Fugaku has ascended to the position of 4th Hokage. The Sarutobi, Naramido, and Shamura clans have been ousted from Konoha. Just the other day, I apprehended Sarutobi Hiruzen for a public trial. The causes of the deaths of Ketsuki and Kato have been traced back to Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shamura Danzo. Tsunade's expression momentarily froze before erupting into laughter. Are you attempting to amuse me, Uchiha? Sanfeng stepped into the hot spring, stating, the information I possess will soon send ripples throughout the shinobi world. I have no reason to deceive you. They wish for you to return as a consultant elder and manage the medical department. She seized a sake bottle from the tray and gulped it down. Yet, the fury in her eyes gradually yielded to a profound sorrow. Even if what you said is true, what does it matter? The dead cannot be revived, and what purpose would my return serve? Sanfeng did not respond immediately. Instead, he retrieved a sealed scroll from his robe and placed it on the tray by the pool. This is the appointment letter for the Hokage's advisor and the head of the medical department. The village will also settle all debts you owe as a form of compensation. Tsunade's smile vanished in an instant. Do you think mere money will coax me back? Sanfeng grinned mischievously. In truth, the reason for my visit is to request that you become my woman. Upon hearing this, Tsunade froze, spitting out her drink in shock. Do the young ones today not know how to engage in conversation subtly? I possess the perfect method to resurrect Ketsuki. After revival, he will be indistinguishable from the living. Capable of marriage and fatherhood, I can even grant him wood release. However, this comes with a condition. You must sincerely become my woman. Tsunade's pupils dilated, clearly impacted by his words. Her chakra began to surge, her fists clenching tightly. Uchiha, you'd best clarify your intentions. Undeterred by her formidable aura, Uchiha Sanfeng boldly approached her. Allow me a kiss, and I shall reveal the method of resurrection, not the impure reincarnation type, but one that is flesh and blood, alive. As the audacious young man drew nearer, Tsunade's fists tightened, yet she refrained from striking. She noticed the young rogue was bleeding from his nose. Tsunade's fear of blood began to surface, causing her body to lose strength rapidly. A bloodied kiss landed on Tsunade's lips, and the audacious boy continued for over 5 minutes. Just then, a cacophony of footsteps and shouts erupted from outside the inn. A gruff voice bellowed, that golden-haired woman is inside. She must repay her debts today. Uchiha Sanfeng growled in frustration. Damn it. Why do they have to show up now? He formed hand seals, summoning a shadow clone that dashed toward the entrance. Outside the corridor, 5 burly men were preparing to kick the door down. The shadow clone opened the door in an instant, delivering a fierce blow to the leader's scarred face, sending him flying. The 4 lackeys attempted to rush in to assist, but were swiftly dispatched as well. The shadow clone unleashed a powerful aura of menace. Get lost. If you seek repayment, go to Konoha and find Tsunade. I'll ensure your entire family pays the price. The overwhelming presence terrified the 5 hulking men, who fled the corridor in a panic. Looking at the furious Tsunade nearby, Uchiha Sanfeng shamelessly remarked, Tsunade, your kiss is truly sweet. It leaves one craving for more. Surely you have heard of the Rinnegan, which possesses 6 types of ocular techniques. The Outer Path Rinne rebirth technique can summon the King of Hell to resurrect the deceased. Tsunade raised an eyebrow, seemingly having forgotten the earlier offense. Are you speaking the truth? Indeed, but you would do well to use Hashirama's cells to clone a body for Ketsuki. This way, upon revival, he will possess wood release. Uchiha Sanfeng gazed deeply into Tsunade's eyes, his own burning with desire. After a moment of silence, she sighed heavily. Give me a night to ponder this. I shall provide you with my answer by tomorrow morning. The Sharingan can evolve into the Mangekyo, which can further evolve into the Rinnegan. The conditions for utilizing the Rinnegan are stringent, and its natural revival comes with a backlash that often results in death. Tsunade's eyes widened in astonishment. Why are you divulging all this to me? Uchiha Sanfeng spoke earnestly. Because you have captivated me. I have shared the Uchiha's most significant secret with you. Tsunade, are you prepared to become my woman? A hand gently caressed her abdomen, sealing away her chakra. Tsunade exclaimed in alarm. What are you trying to do? Uchiha Sanfeng wore a mischievous grin. Konoha Tsunade, I implore you to assist me in my training. Dings echoed. The host engaged in a dual cultivation with his partner, Tsunade, gaining a favorability of 12, chakra limit of 4, and a yang attribute of 001. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the bloodline limit. Incomplete Senju Sage Body. Another ding announced. The host's favorability with Tsunade had decreased to 10. Chapter 63. Tsunade, fierce as a wolf. In the early morning of Shorut Street, sunlight streamed through the paper window into the room. Uchiha Sanfeng slowly opened his eyes, realizing the space beside him was already empty. He propped himself up, rubbing his sore waist. Tsunade's fervor from the previous day had left even him, a shadow-level powerhouse, somewhat overwhelmed. As the saying goes, a woman at 30 resembles a wolf. And at 40, a tiger. Tsunade at 37 embodied both ferocity and grace. Sanfeng murmured to himself, a smile creeping onto his lips. The two had engaged in dual cultivation from the previous afternoon until deep into the night, even achieving a mid-level Senju Sage Body. Bloodline limit. Mid-level Senju Sage Body. 520-2000. Attributes. Life 1500, Chakra 1200, Life Recovery 15 hours, Sharingan Experience 20 days. Sanfeng intended to check his attributes when the door swung open. Tsunade entered gracefully, bearing a lavish breakfast. Clad in a white silk outfit, her golden hair cascading loosely, she exuded an air of elegance, completely contrasting with her wildness from the night before. Raising an eyebrow, she teased, awake at last? I thought you might sleep until afternoon. Uchiha Sanfeng cleared his throat, feigning composure as he accepted the tray. Thank you. Tsunade sat across from him, resting her chin on one hand, observing his expression with keen interest. Weren't you quite eloquent last night? Why the sudden shyness? Sanfeng looked up to meet her gaze, noticing the playful spark in her eyes, clearly intending to provoke him. Tsunade elegantly poured deep red wine into a glass, the liquid swirling gently, releasing an alluring aroma. She filled another glass for him and presented it with a flourish. Seated opposite each other, each held a glass of wine. Tsunade gazed into his eyes, softly inquiring, Sanfeng, given our age difference, what is it that you truly like about me? For a moment, Sanfeng was taken aback, but then a radiant smile graced his face. You are beautiful, elegant, and more gentle than anyone else. Tsunade narrowed her eyes. I want the truth. The smile on Sanfeng's lips deepened as he leaned forward, closing the distance between them. Whispering in her ear, he said, you are stunning and noble, igniting a desire to conquer. Your physique is exceptional and flexible, allowing for myriad poses. You possess advanced medical ninjutsu, capable of altering your appearance to match my desires. And so much more. Tsunade's face flushed crimson, her fists clenching tightly. You lecherous little rascal. Yet, before she could finish her scolding, Sanfeng wrapped an arm around her waist, pulling her into his embrace. His lips nearly brushed her earlobe. Moreover, despite being a mature woman, you often display a youthful demeanor before me. That contrast is equally captivating. Tsunade's body stiffened as if enchanted. She could feel his breath, like a soft breeze, caressing her ear, evoking an indescribable tingling sensation. Within that breath, there was a hint of aggression that quickened her heartbeat, as if challenging her inner defenses. Time seemed to freeze in that moment, leaving Tsunade's mind blank. After a brief silence, she finally shattered the suffocating atmosphere. I heard you have a girlfriend named Uzumaki Ki. Your relationship seems quite strong. At her words, Uchiha Sanfeng's actions abruptly halted. The hand that had rested on Tsunade's waist instinctively loosened. Slowly, he raised his gaze to meet hers. In that instant, the air thickened with tension, the atmosphere between them becoming exceptionally delicate. Yet, Sanfeng did not deny it. Instead, he calmly stated, indeed, she is a treasure. And I cherish you both. You are both individuals I wish to hold dear. Tsunade scoffed lightly, turning away to the window. Sanfeng set down his chopsticks and approached her, softly saying, Tsunade, She turned back, a playful smile returning to her face. No need for explanations. I'm not a little girl who would sulk over such matters. In this war-torn era, powerful men often have several women by their side. She stepped closer, gently poking his chest. However, you'd best consider this. If I truly return to Konoha with you, how do you intend to manage our relationship? Sanfeng fell silent for a moment, then replied candidly, I will not forsake you, nor will I abandon her. Tsunade pinched his chin. Since you are so confident, let us see how you handle this. Why not return and tell Uzumaki Ki that you wish to be with me, and observe her reaction? Sanfeng's lips twitched. Tsunade, you are deliberately putting me in a difficult position. Tsunade arched an eyebrow, feigning anger. What's wrong? Are you afraid? Or perhaps, you haven't considered her feelings at all? Sanfeng sighed, his tone serious. I will tell her, but not in such a manner. Relationships are not a game. I do not wish to hurt either you or Ki. Tsunade scrutinized him for several seconds, then released her grip with a soft huff. You possess a measure of responsibility. She moved to the window, her voice subdued. Enough of the teasing. I will return to Konoha with you, serving as a senior advisor and head of the medical department. Sanfeng's eyes brightened. Really? Tsunade raised a finger, her gaze slightly warning. However, let us consider our relationship as that of special friends. I do not wish to be the subject of gossip, labeled as the princess of the Senju clan engaging in a romance with a youth. Sanfeng frowned, taking her hand earnestly. I do not mind your age. Tsunade paused, slightly taken aback, before shaking off his hand, her tone tinged with irritation. Enough. Stop saying such naive things. I am 37, you are 17, that is a 20-year gap. Do you think this is some romantic tale? Her voice carried a hint of self-mockery, even a trace of pain. Sanfeng exuded a strong sense of confidence, declaring, then let us wait a few more years. I will strengthen my abilities to suppress all dissent before I marry you with a grand ceremony. Tsunade's eyes flickered momentarily, but she quickly resumed her languid demeanor. Chapter 64. Why do you carry the scent of Tsunade? On the path outside Konoha village, the setting sun painted the clouds in hues of crimson. The two walked side by side, the distant Hokage rock appearing especially majestic in the twilight. Uchiha Sanfeng looked up at the statues of the Hokage and suddenly laughed. Tsunade, if one day I wish for you to become the 5th Hokage. Tsunade scoffed lightly, her tone laced with self-deprecation. I have no interest in being Hokage. Buried under paperwork all day? How dull. With a glint of mischief in his eyes, Sanfeng elongated his words. Once you become the 5th Hokage, I could proudly declare that my aspiration is to be the man of the Hokage. Having spent time together, Tsunade instantly grasped his implication. He intended to express that his dream was to be the man behind her as the 5th Hokage. Tsunade's face flushed slightly, and she raised her hand to strike him. Sanfeng laughed heartily and dodged, and they began to chase each other playfully along the path to the village, as if returning to their youthful days. Just as they neared the gates of Konoha, a red figure suddenly dashed out from beside the entrance. Sanfeng. Vortex Hui rushed into his embrace like a gust of wind, her slender arms tightly encircling his waist. Her cheek pressed against his chest, her voice brimming with joy. You have finally returned. Uchiha Sanfeng instinctively held her close, his hand gently stroking her crimson hair. Yes, Hui, I am back. In his arms, Vortex Hui took a deep breath, her body suddenly stiffening. She caught a whiff of a faint osmanthus fragrance, reminiscent of the unique allure of the mature Tsunade. She glanced sideways at Tsunade, who, despite being 37, retained the appearance of a 27-year-old due to her sealing techniques. Hui tightly grasped the hem of Sanfeng's clothing, her knuckles whitening from the pressure. A tremor coursed through her heart. Sister Tsunade is so beautiful, with such a perfect figure and immense strength. She is one of the legendary Sannin. I am utterly incomparable. Will Sanfeng ever abandon me? Slowly, she lifted her head, her red eyes glistening with tears, her voice trembling. Sanfeng, why do you smell like Sister Tsunade? Are you two together? Uchiha Sanfeng's expression faltered, unsure of how to explain. Hui, Tears welled in Hui's eyes. Yet she held them back. Sister Tsunade is so perfect, so strong. I am completely inferior. Although she wished to appear more mature and magnanimous, her tears betrayed her, cascading down her cheeks. Sanfeng, will you ever forsake me? Uchiha Sanfeng could not bear to see a woman cry. Her words struck him like a dull knife to the heart. He grasped Hui's hands firmly, his voice deep and resolute. Hui, what nonsense are you saying? How could I ever abandon you? Hui, with her head bowed, let her tears finally fall, splattering the ground and sending up tiny clouds of dust. Yet, Sister Tsunade was so stunning, with such an admirable figure and noble demeanor. If I were a man, I would surely choose her. Standing nearby, Tsunade glanced at her own alluring curves, a subtle smile playing at her lips. Yet inside, she thought, this little one truly has stumbled upon a stroke of luck in finding such an interesting girl. Watching the 17-year-old girl before her, tears hanging in her eyes, Tsunade felt an inexplicable pang of bitterness. What am I doing, competing with a little girl? Taking a deep breath, she stepped forward and gently ruffled Huei's red hair, her tone unusually tender. Silly girl, what are you imagining? Huei lifted her head, gazing at Tsunade with tear-filled eyes. Tsunade smiled softly and continued, I am 20 years older than you. In a few years, I will have wrinkles at the corners of my eyes. While you are still so young, with infinite possibilities ahead. Her voice was soft, as if comforting Huei while also persuading herself. Uchiha Sanfeng observed Tsunade, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. He wiped the tears from Huei's face, speaking earnestly. Huei, you are irreplaceable to me. Huei's tears continued to flow, yet her gaze steadied slightly. Tsunade watched the two of them, suddenly feeling a tightness in her chest. She took a step back, pretending to be casual as she waved her hand. All right, you two take your time to talk. I must report to the Hokage tower. She turned to leave, her high heels tapping sharply against the stone path, casting a long shadow in the sunset that appeared somewhat lonely. Uchiha Sanfeng gazed at Tsunade's retreating figure, words caught in his throat. Huei gently tugged at his sleeve, whispering, Sanfeng, is Sister Tsunade angry? Uchiha Sanfeng paused for a moment, then sighed, tousling her hair. Let's go home. Huei nodded, obediently following him, yet her gaze lingered on the direction Tsunade had departed. Soon, the two returned home. Huei's cheeks flushed slightly as her fingers lightly traced the rim of her teacup, seemingly deliberating her words. Uchiha Sanfeng stood beside her, feeling a bit anxious. Finally, Huei looked up, a playful smile gracing her lips. Sanfeng, how did you manage to charm Sister Tsunade after just 3 days away? Uchiha Sanfeng was taken aback, not expecting her to be so direct. He cleared his throat awkwardly, rubbing the back of his neck. Huei, aren't you upset? Huei tilted her head, her red hair cascading over her shoulder, her tone light. I'm not upset. The fact that you could attract Sister Tsunade just shows how charming my man is. Uchiha Sanfeng found himself at a loss for words, marveling inwardly. Ever since our lives settled down, this girl has become increasingly quirky. He moved to sit beside her, pinching her cheek playfully. Just as you said, I am indeed a very charming man. Huei burst into laughter, a glimmer of complexity in her eyes. She murmured, but Sister Tsunade is so exceptional. Won't you prefer her more? Uchiha Sanfeng gazed at her, silence stretching between them before he drew her into his embrace. Resting his chin atop her head, his voice was low and sincere. Huei, you are different from her. I like you for who you are, not in comparison to anyone else. Huei leaned against his chest, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, an involuntary smile gracing her lips. She softly asked, and what about Sister Tsunade? Uchiha Sanfeng hesitated, then finally sighed. She is special too. Once again, she caught the scent of Tsunade on him. Huei wrinkled her nose in distaste. Sanfeng, you smell of sweat. Go take a shower. Uchiha Sanfeng tugged at her hand. Why not shower together? Chapter 65, Fugaku's Incompetence. Shall I bring him down? Dear readers, please understand the author's struggles. Kindly leave a review and a 5-star rating for this book. After defeating Sarutobi Hiruzen, the minister's office of the security department had become noticeably more luxurious. Genuine leather chairs, mahogany bookshelves, and even the teacups had been replaced with exquisite porcelain. These changes silently underscored Uchiha Sanfeng's rising status within the village. His desk, though cluttered with various documents, mostly required only his signature to resolve. He rested his chin on his hand, gazing out at the bustling streets of Konoha, his thoughts drifting away. These days are so dull. Should I hire a couple of female secretaries? Having secretaries for work is one thing, but for leisure, how could I entertain such lewd thoughts? Just as he indulged in this amusing notion, there was a hurried knock at the office door. Uchiha Sanfeng lazily called out, Come in. Uchiha Inaho pushed the door open, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Minister, there's been an incident. Uchiha Sanfeng raised an eyebrow, his pen spinning faster between his fingers. Inaho, what has you so flustered? Inaho took a breath, swallowing hard. The Sarutobi, Shamura. and Nara clans arrived at the daimyo's residence a couple of days ago. However, due to Sarutobi Hiruzen's injuries, they only recovered yesterday, leading the daimyo to host a banquet for them last night. Uchiha Sanfeng leaned forward slightly, his pen halting midair, and then Inaho lowered his voice. After the banquet, Nara Shikamaru and Mido-kun were ambushed on their way home, killed by Kakashi. A flicker of interest flashed in Uchiha Sanfeng's eyes. Oh, how intriguing. In truth, Kakashi's assassination of Nara Shikamaru and Mido-kun was ordered by him. He just hadn't expected Kakashi to be so reckless and create such a commotion. Inaho wiped his sweat. Now, the daimyo has lodged a stern protest with Lord Fugaku, who has declared Kakashi a rogue ninja. Uchiha Sanfeng snorted coldly, slamming the pen down on the desk. Those two old fools had long been exposed for their corruption, and many in the village were eager for their downfall. Kakashi's actions would surely be met with applause from many. Uchiha Inaho nodded, acknowledging the truth of the situation. The village was bustling with people pleading on Kakashi's behalf. What does Lord Fugaku intend to do? He inquired. Uchiha Inaho hesitated for a moment, then continued. He plans to convene an emergency meeting. It seems he is willing to sacrifice Kakashi to quell the daimyo's wrath. Fugaku truly proved himself a foolish ally. Uchiha Sanpaku, filled with indignation, rose abruptly, declaring, "Let us proceed to the conference room. I wish to witness how they intend to deal with the son of Konoha's White Fang." Inside the Hokage building's conference room, the atmosphere was exceedingly tense, rife with discordant murmurs. The higher-ups of Konoha whispered among themselves, their voices a cacophony of speculation. Uchiha Fugaku rapped his knuckles on the table, his tone as cold as ice. "Gentlemen, Kakashi has committed a grave offense by assassinating Tsunade's Koharu and Mido's inn, which has thoroughly enraged the daimyo. Now, he demands an explanation." An immediate hush fell over the room, each individual holding their breath. In a corner, Senju Kamiki suddenly let out a derisive laugh. An explanation? Where was the demand for accountability when those two pests were embezzling? Fugaku erupted with chakra, seemingly attempting to intimidate the assembly with his prowess. "The majority of our village's missions are commissioned by the nobility. If we incite the daimyo's ire, the volume of missions will drastically diminish, directly impacting our revenue." The atmosphere within the conference room grew increasingly stifling. Several representatives from smaller clans began to perspire. Uchiha Sanpaku leaned back in his chair, a flicker of scorn in his eyes. "I ponder whether Fugaku's incompetence warrants his removal." Seeing no one oppose him, Uchiha Fugaku nodded with satisfaction. "In that case, we shall maintain the original verdict. Kakashi Hitaki will be designated an A-rank rogue ninja, and a bounty placed on him across the ninja world." "I object." Uchiha Sanpaku's chilling voice shattered the silence of the conference room. Fugaku furrowed his brow, visibly displeased. Taken aback by Sanpaku's audacity to lead the opposition, he narrowed his eyes, suppressing his anger, and asked, "Sanpaku, what are your thoughts? Feel free to share." Uchiha Sanpaku rose slowly, his expression impassive, yet his gaze held a glimmer of wisdom. The Sarutobi, Shamura, Tsunade, and Mido clans collectively possess 556 ninjas, requiring substantial resources, over 1 billion ryo monthly, to sustain them. However, merely receiving funds without undertaking missions will trouble even the daimyo. The newly appointed advisor, Nara Shikaku, adjusted his glasses and added, "I concur with Sanpaku. These 4 clans, having aligned with the daimyo, will inevitably siphon a significant portion of our missions. The outcome would remain unchanged even without Kakashi's incident." The room fell into a profound silence, with even the sound of breathing becoming distinctly audible. Fugaku's expression darkened further. "Are you suggesting?" Hyuga Hayashi surveyed the room and tactfully interjected, "The deaths of Koharu and actually serve the daimyo's interests, facilitating his control over these clans. His insistence on severe punishment for Kakashi is merely to appease them." Fugaku regarded the assembly, tapping his fingers on the table, a faint smile betraying his satisfaction with Hayashi's analysis. Hayashi continued, "As long as we provide the daimyo with a graceful exit, preserving his pride, this matter will essentially resolve itself. The lack of punishment for Kakashi will ultimately be inconsequential." Whispers began to ripple through the assembly, various perspectives intertwining, with the majority agreeing with Hayashi's assessment. After a moment of reflection, Fugaku methodically tapped his fingers on the table, contemplating the situation. After a brief pause, he spoke. "Advisor Hayashi's suggestion is commendable. How shall we proceed with this matter?" Recognizing his proposal gaining traction, the demeanor of the Hyuga clan leaders subtly shifted. Hayashi nodded slightly, scanning the expressions of his peers, relishing his unspoken triumph. We will publicly declare Kakashi Hitaki an A-rank rogue ninja. Thus, the daimyo's honor is preserved. In reality, we will grant Kakashi a temporary alternate identity, such as Kakashi Kaido, and once the storm passes, we shall restore his true identity. The atmosphere in the conference room shifted imperceptibly with Hayashi's words. Fugaku's furrowed brow eased as he straightened his posture and solemnly declared, I find Advisor Hayashi's plan excellent. He shall oversee this matter. If there are no further discussions, we shall adjourn. The attendees exchanged glances before gradually rising and exiting the conference room. Just as Uchiha Sanpaku was about to depart, Fugaku called after him. Sanpaku, please come to my office later. I wish to discuss something with you. Chapter 66. This young man is even more perilous than I envisioned. In the Hokage's office, sunlight streamed through the half-open blinds, casting dappled shadows upon the floor. Uchiha Fugaku sat behind an expansive desk, his fingers lightly drumming on the surface. His voice was subdued and restrained, as though he were suppressing a tumultuous emotion. Sanpaku, you are the most exceptional genius among the Uchiha. I have high hopes for you, which is why I promoted you to the head of the security division. He gradually rose, placing his hands on the desk, his tone growing increasingly frigid. However, your conduct during today's meeting has left me profoundly disappointed. Publicly opposing me only serves to project discord within our Uchiha clan, undermining our authority. Uchiha Sanpaku remained composed, his black uniform accentuating his tall stature. He met Fugaku's gaze unwaveringly, exuding no hint of retreat. I possess compelling reasons to object. Fugaku's pupils constricted slightly, the veins in his forehead throbbing visibly. What reasons? Sanpaku's voice was calm and clear. It was I who instructed Kakashi to assassinate Koharu and En, thus I must protect him. The air became instantly charged. Fugaku's expression darkened abruptly, his fingers tightening fiercely, causing the teacup on the desk to rattle. Liquid splashed onto the documents, spreading a dark stain. His voice emerged. Almost a growl. What did you say? Sanpaku's demeanor remained unflappable. I said that Kakashi's actions were under my directive. Such placid defiance only intensified Fugaku's fury. His breath quickened, his voice trembling. Why would you do this? Why did you not discuss this momentous decision with me beforehand? Sanpaku replied coolly, because I knew you would not approve. Thus, I acted first and informed you later. You. Fugaku slammed the table, scattering documents across the floor. He inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure, though his gaze remained razor-sharp. Now tell me, why did you order their deaths? Sanpaku's eyes were as sharp as blades as he began to elucidate. First, before the Third Great Ninja War, Konoha boasted 163 ninjas, yet now only 652 remain. The shortfall in temporary missions will not substantially affect our standing. Fugaku's brow furrowed deeper, suppressing his rage without interruption. Second, by allowing the Sarutobi, Shamura, Tsunade, and Mito clans to depart with their wealth. I aim to cultivate a reputation for Konoha as a benevolent haven for ninjas. With this reputation, we could easily attract other clans, swiftly restoring our strength. Fugaku rubbed his forehead, contemplating the validity of this rationale. Third, I orchestrated the assassination of Koharu and En to demonstrate that betrayal against Konoha incurs severe consequences. Fugaku's eyes flickered, clearly finding merit in this reasoning. Fourth, I facilitated the departure of the four clans with their wealth, while simultaneously spreading news of their riches throughout the ninja world. The deaths of Koharu and En serve as a signal to the avaricious that such wealth is ripe for the taking. Uchiha Fugaku furrowed his brow, contorting into a shape reminiscent of a river, and his breath momentarily faltered. Prior to the establishment of the ninja villages, ninjas merely served as the covert enforcers for the nobility, acting solely on command. However, following the formation of the ninja villages, ninjas banded together into military factions, prompting the feudal lords to instinctively reject us. His intent to ally with the Sarutobi, Shamura, Uchiha, and Mito clans was solely to suppress Konoha. Uchiha Sanfeng's voice suddenly became as frigid as ice. I ordered Kakashi to eliminate them, precisely to demonstrate to the feudal lord that the individuals he selected are utterly unreliable. Upon hearing Uchiha Sanfeng articulate such a plethora of rationalizations, Uchiha Fugaku felt a wave of irritation wash over him. His gaze became complex, and his voice weary and resigned. Enough, Sanfeng. Let us conclude this matter here. Uchiha Sanfeng gave a slight nod, his expression grave. Yes, Hokage-sama. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes deepened with a hint of admonition. Should there be any such plans in the future, inform me beforehand. Understood. After delivering this, Uchiha Sanfeng slowly exited the room, gently closing the door behind him, leaving Fugaku alone. He gazed at the spilled tea, murmuring softly, Sanfeng, this boy is far more dangerous than I had anticipated. The fourth Hokage, Uchiha Fugaku, commanded, declare Hatake Kakashi as an S-rank rogue ninja, to be hunted throughout the ninja world. This news swiftly reached the feudal lord's mansion. Within the resplendent council chamber, the feudal lord of the Land of Fire reclined languidly on a soft couch, idly toying with an exquisite jade fan. Before him knelt several ninjas, representatives of the Sarutobi, Shamura, Uchiha, and Mito clans. An elder from the Uchiha clan spoke with indignation. My lord, the clan heads of the Uchiha and Mito clans have met a gruesome end at the hands of the rogue ninja Kakashi. We implore you to deliver justice. The feudal lord lazily lifted his eyelids, tapping his palm lightly with the jade fan. Oh? Hasn't Konoha already designated Hatake Kakashi as an S-rank rogue? A member of the Mito clan gritted his teeth. Yet that is far from sufficient. Uchiha Fugaku is clearly being dismissive. He harbors no true intent to punish the culprit. The feudal lord chuckled lightly, surveying the assembly. What do you wish me to do? Deploy troops to assault Konoha? The room fell silent, a palpable tension hanging in the air. The feudal lord closed his fan, his tone leisurely. Since you four clans have chosen to ally with me, you must understand that I require pieces capable of alleviating my burdens, not mere liabilities who can only lament. Sarutobi Hizashi stood silently in the corner, his injuries still unhealed, his complexion pale. Yet, his eyes shone with clarity beyond that of anyone present. He inwardly scoffed. The feudal lord cares not for their lives. His only concern is how to exploit them to restrain Konoha. Within the temporary encampment of the Shamura clan, the atmosphere was heavy as the leaders of the Shamura, Uchiha, and Mito clans gathered in a dimly lit room. An elder from the Shamura clan slammed his hand on the table in fury. The feudal lord is utterly unreliable. We must seek an alternative path. An elder from the Uchiha clan sighed bitterly. What other path remains? We cannot return to Konoha, and even the feudal lord is unwilling to advocate for us. The previously silent Mito elder suddenly spoke. No, we still have an opportunity. As long as Sarutobi Hizashi remains, we still hold value. From this day forth, our three clans must closely align with Sarutobi Hizashi. Only by uniting the four clans can we have a voice before the feudal lord. The others exchanged glances, a hint of astonishment evident on their faces. Chapter 67. Impure World Reincarnation of Senju Hashirama. The dungeons of the Konoha Guard are situated 30 meters underground. The further one descends, the more oppressive the air becomes. Uchiha Sanfeng made his way down the staircase, the flames casting flickering shadows on the walls. On the third underground level, the iron door bore the marks of desperate clawing, remnants of a previous inmate's anguish. With a loud clank, the heavy iron door creaked open, boots echoing against the damp ground, producing an unsettling squelching sound. Before cell number 44, Uchiha Sanfeng halted. The death row inmate, Matsui Shurjin, was gnawing at the sleeve of his prison garb, where a festering wound oozed pus. Matsui Shurjin, a jonin, standing at 198 meters, specializes in taijutsu, with chakra pathways 17 times wider than that of an average person. Uchiha Sanfeng's Sharingan subtly shifted, absorbing the physical data of his counterpart. Matsui Shurjin looked up warily, unease flickering in his eyes. It's not mealtime, Uchiha brat. What do you want? Uchiha Sanfeng offered no reply. His three-tomo Sharingan spun violently, illusionary restraint technique. In an instant, Matsui Shurgin's body froze, his spirit ensnared within a realm of illusion, impaled by 5 massive iron nails, rendering him immobile. In the physical realm, Uchiha Sanfeng had already utilized a special key to unlock the triple-locked cell door. The experimental subject's state confirmed, he was deemed suitable for impure world reincarnation. Uchiha Sanfeng murmured to himself, retrieving 5 crystal syringes from his ninja tool pouch. For contained a faintly glowing green liquid, flowing rhythmically in the dim light, while the last was a deep crimson, viscous as congealed blood. He swiftly performed hand seals, summoning 2 shadow clones beside him. The first clone extracted a precise syringe, expertly piercing Matsui Shurgin's abdomen. As the needle made contact with the muscle, the red liquid began to flow in unbidden, Ah! Matsui Shurigen's body convulsed, and the consciousness sealed within the illusion exhibited signs of struggle. Uchiha Sanfeng frowned, his Sharingan spinning again, raising the illusion's intensity by 30%. The second shadow clone began disinfecting the limbs of the experimental subject, subsequently inserting the 4 syringes. As the green liquid coursed through his limbs, Matsui Shurigen's back arched violently, the vertebrae cracking ominously. Chakra levels surged to an astonishing 165, 278, 598, 921. Uchiha Sanfeng's gaze remained fixated on the bulging skin beneath the experimental subject's surface, where Hashirama cells proliferated uncontrollably. The chakra levels breached critical thresholds. Suddenly, the experimental subject's right arm inflated like a balloon, the surface of his skin developing bark-like patterns. The rejection response was more intense than anticipated, but remained within manageable limits. He diligently recorded the data, simultaneously dispatching 5 chakra threads from his fingertips to stabilize the convulsing limbs of the experimental subject. Note: the power of the resurrected body in impure world reincarnation is heavily reliant on the strength of the sacrificial offering. The stronger the offering's physique, the greater the chakra reserve, thus enhancing the strength of the reincarnated entity. Orochimaru's sacrificial offerings during the Chunin exams were mere genin from the Sound Village, resulting in the weakened reincarnations of Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama. As Matsui Shurigen's chakra reached that of an average jonin at 1312, his physical form began to disintegrate. Uchiha Sanfeng initiated the hand seals, slapping his palm onto the ground. Snake, rat, monkey, boar, tiger, impure world reincarnation technique. The dungeon trembled violently, dust cascading from the brick seams. Countless paper-like substances erupted from the ground, wrapping around the experimental subject's body as if alive. This process was swift yet excruciating. Matsui Shurigen broke free from the illusion's grip, letting out his final anguished wails. Ah? The paper swiftly enveloped his head, distorting his features as his body underwent transformation. Ultimately, as the dust settled, a man with flowing black hair and clad in crimson armor from the Warring States period stood before Uchiha Sanfeng. Senju Hashirama blinked, perplexed as he examined his arms. This is impure world reincarnation. Uchiha Sanfeng bowed respectfully. Greetings, Lord Hashirama. I am Uchiha Sanfeng, the head of the guard department. I apologize for summoning you through impure world reincarnation, but there is a matter I require your assistance with. Observing the respectful Uchiha youth, Senju Hashirama smiled. Oh, young Uchiha, what is it that you wish to discuss? Pray, speak forth. Uchiha Sanfeng presented a stack of documents with utmost respect, detailing the actions of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shamura Danzo, Tono Koharu, and Mito Gate. Upon receiving the scroll, Senju Hashirama's fingertips trembled ever so slightly. The truth behind the nation-slaying war and the annihilation of the Uzumaki clan caused Hashirama's grip to tighten, warping the edges of the scroll. As he delved deeper into the contents, the gentle expression of the first Hokage gradually contorted. His breath grew heavy as he witnessed the decline of the Senju clan. Upon reading the investigation report into the death of Senju Tobirama, the red armor around him stirred as if stirred by an unseen wind, and a terrifying chakra surged forth like a tsunami. Boom! The violent fluctuation of chakra soon alerted the guards, and several Uchiha clan members rushed in. Minister, what has happened? Uchiha Sanfeng calmly waved his hand. It's nothing. I am merely experimenting with a new ninjutsu. You may leave. The Uchiha ninjas exchanged odd glances, refraining from further inquiry as they quickly retreated. Hashirama's voice, once filled with cheer, now resonated with a thunderous fury. How dare they? Uchiha Sanfeng swiftly formed hand seals to establish a soundproof barrier, yet the shockwave left his eardrums ringing painfully. Photographs slipped from the pages, revealing a clandestine laboratory where dozens of child corpses floated in incubation tanks, each labeled for experiments on would-release cell compatibility. Root had caused the demise of over 1,300 children, conducting human experiments upon them. Sarutobi Hiruzen forced students from the Ninja Academy to graduate early, resulting in 389 child casualties. The corruption of Tono Koharu and Mito Gate was laid bare. The actions of the 4 clans, Sarutobi, Shamura, Tono, and Mito, were deeply offensive to Hashirama, who had 3 major taboos. Firstly, the village of Konoha. For its sake, he would betray his dear friend Uchiha Madara. Secondly, the protection of children. His brothers had perished before they could truly live. Thus, he and Madara established the ninja village to ensure the safe growth of children, which later evolved into a quest for peace. Thirdly, as the former head of the Senju clan, he bore the responsibility of its continuation. Now, the transgressions of the four clans, Sarutobi, Shamura, Tono, and Mito, directly affronted Hashirama's three major taboos, igniting a fierce aura of killing intent within the seemingly amiable first Hokage. Bending down to pick up the photographs, he gritted his teeth. Are these truths? Uchiha Sanfeng pointed to the last few pages. The root base has been unveiled, and Tsunade has been invited back to Konoha. As for the rest, you may utilize your shadow clones to inquire around Konoha. The answers will reveal themselves. Hashirama's gaze transformed entirely. Damn Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi, Shamura, Tono, and Mito all deserve to perish. Within the office of the guard minister, the reincarnated Hashirama had transformed into an ordinary Konoha ninja, with brown hair and an unremarkable visage. The only unchanged aspect was the depth of his eyes. Uchiha Sanfeng retrieved extensive records of the wealth and signed documents from when the four clans departed. He presented the documents to Hashirama, his voice low and restrained. Sir First Hokage, please examine these. This is the inventory of assets and confirmation signatures from when Sarutobi, Shamura, Tono, and Mito left Konoha. Hashirama took the documents, feeling a chill as his fingers brushed the paper. His gaze swept across the first page, densely packed with neatly arranged entries. The Sarutobi family has 373. 6 billion Ryo in cash. The Tono family 137. 8 billion Ryo. The Shamura family 195. 3 billion Ryo. And the Mito family 129. 8 billion Ryo, totaling an astounding 836. 7 billion Ryo. Each sum bore a signature from a ninja, their handwriting bold and arrogant. As if mocking something, Uchiha Sanfeng stood beside Hashirama, pointing to a specific line. This serves as evidence of their betrayal against Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen alone documented 24. 7 billion Ryo, 110,000 Ryo in gold, and 59 million Ryo in silver. However, through gambling, I managed to reclaim 20 billion Ryo from Sarutobi. He retained the rest. All this wealth was embezzled from Konoha's public funds. Hashirama's brows knitted tighter, a vein throbbing at his temple. Upon flipping to the last page, the total amount caused the temperature in the office to plummet. Why allow those toxic families to depart? Wouldn't it be simpler to execute them and reclaim Konoha's assets? Hashirama's voice, once gentle, was now laced with repressed killing intent. Uchiha Sanfeng shook his head with a bitter smile, moving to a corner of the office to retrieve a thick casualty roster. Sir First Hokage, do you know how much combat power Konoha retained after the Third Shinobi World War? He opened the roster, the names densely packed like ants. 597 ninjas perished, leaving only 652 remaining. Meanwhile, the combined strength of the Sarutobi, Shamura, Tono, and Mito clans numbers 556, exceeding half of Konoha's current combat capacity. Had we forcibly initiated conflict then, Konoha would have been reduced to ruins. Worse still, spies from Kumogakure, Iwagakure, Kirigakure, and Suna are lurking around the Land of Fire, waiting for us to descend into chaos before invading again. The office fell into a brief silence. Hashirama approached the window, gazing at the Hokage rock in the distance, where his own statue stood beside the faceless effigies of the second and third Hokage. He murmured softly, weariness lacing his tone. In every era, war is inevitable. Had I agreed to Madara's plan, perhaps the outcome would have been different. Uchiha Sanfeng returned to the desk, retrieving a scroll of blueprints. This is not the time for such discussions, Sir First Hokage. Please examine this. It is the new design for Konoha, labeled as the Konoha Cloning Center, alongside detailed architectural structures and medical equipment lists. With over 2,000 ninjas left permanently disabled post-war, traditional medical ninjutsu cannot restore them to life. Through the study of cloning technology, we might enable them to stand once more. Hashirama scrutinized the blueprints, his expression gradually softening. Uchiha Sanfeng produced several more documents. This is the plan for a cultural school, allowing children without chakra to receive an education. This outlines a construction plan for an orphanage and a nursing home. However, all of this requires funding. He pressed his finger heavily upon the stack of asset inventories, and that wealth is currently being squandered by those traitors, reveling in luxury at the daimyo's estate. Hashirama set the blueprints down, his gaze sharpening. What is your plan? Just then, Uchiha Sanfeng gestured towards the main thoroughfare outside. Lord Hashirama, do you sense it? Tsunade has just finished her day. Would you like to meet her? Hashirama abruptly turned, his powerful sensory abilities locking onto a figure several hundred meters away. Through the window, he saw a blonde woman crossing the street, her white medical ninja coat fluttering in the wind, a green crystal pendant glimmering in the sunlight. The disguised visage of Hashirama revealed a genuine emotional shift. Little Tsunade has grown so much. Uchiha Sanfeng stood quietly beside him. Tsunade has endured much hardship over the years. After the deaths of her brother Tobarama and her lover, Kato Dan, she left the village, living amidst alcohol and gambling. Her luck has been poor, accumulating a mountain of gambling debts while wandering. I only recently managed to bring her back to the village. She is now a senior advisor and serves as the medical minister, though the wounds in her heart still require time to heal. On the street, Tsunade paused, seemingly sensing something, and looked up towards the window of the guard office. Kashu Hashirama instinctively took a step back, evading her gaze. Uchiha Sanfeng cast a suggestive glance at Tsunade and whispered, deep down, Tsunade still longs for you. Hashirama inhaled deeply, and when he spoke again, his tone turned icy. Take me to the daimyo's residence. I can no longer contain my desire to punish those scoundrels. Uchiha Sanfeng's expression turned serious. Lord Hashirama, we must devise a plan. The daimyo's residence is heavily fortified, and we must also consider the political ramifications. A direct assault could provide the four great nations with a pretext, potentially igniting a war. Hashirama halted, his brow furrowed. Seizing the opportunity, Uchiha Sanfeng continued. The four clans can be eradicated at any time, but we must currently utilize their strength. I propose a covert operation, disguising our identities to infiltrate the daimyo's residence, to subdue all the clan's ninjas and reclaim their embezzled wealth. Outside, dark clouds obscured the sun, plunging the office into shadow. After a moment of contemplation, Hashirama finally nodded. Do you have a specific plan? Uchiha Sanfeng exhaled in relief and quickly retrieved a meticulously drawn map from the bookshelf, spreading it across the desk. During the Third Shinobi World War, the Hidden Mist and Hidden Sand villages invaded the Land of Fire, pillaging 7 cities and causing significant losses for some nobles. As the saying goes, when the rabbit dies, the fox grieves. The daimyo recruited the Sarutobi, Shamura, Uchiha, and Mido clans. This was both to balance Konoha and to ensure the capital's safety, so he stationed the 4 clans at the 4 corners of the daimyo's residence. Chapter 69. Plundering the F4 clans late at night. Around 11 o'clock, Hashirama stood atop a tall building, gazing down at the brightly lit daimyo's residence. Compared to 34 years ago, the residence had expanded significantly, bustling with activity and flourishing beyond measure. Reflecting on the present state of Konoha, he noted with dismay that it had changed little since his death. A surge of complex emotions welled within him. While the daimyo's residence had developed so vastly over the past 34 years, Konoha had stagnated. Uchiha Sanfeng calmly remarked, the Sarutobi, Shamura, Uchiha, and Mido clans have been leeching off Konoha, their embezzled funds enough to rebuild 3 Konoha villages. Hashirama succinctly inquired, what is your plan? Uchiha Sanfeng produced a finely detailed map from his robe and laid it upon a rock. We will disguise ourselves as 2 samurai and employ shadow clones against the enemy. We will begin at the Mido clan in the North City and proceed in a clockwise manner. He traced a circle on the map with his finger. Next, we will target the Shamura clan in the West City, the Uchiha clan in the South City, and finally the Sarutobi clan in the East City. The old Sarutobi Hizashi must be left for last. Subsequently, he retrieved 2 sets of pre-prepared samurai armor from his storage scroll. Shortly thereafter, they donned black iron armor, equipped with sharp, long swords, their faces concealed by dragon-shaped iron masks, rendering their true identities unrecognizable. Uchiha Sanfeng quietly cautioned, Lord First, we are not here to kill, so you must control your strength. We only need to seize their wealth. Perhaps I may return for their services in the future. Hashirama touched the black samurai sword. Rest assured, I shall spare their lives. After all, death would be too merciful for them. Under the cover of night, the 2 stealthily infiltrated the Mido clan's estate in the North City. This estate sprawled across several acres and was surrounded by a faint blue barrier. Uchiha Sanfeng perched on a cherry blossom tree outside the wall, his Sharingan subtly rotating. A standard alert barrier, triggered by alarms. 2 patrol teams, each consisting of 5 members. Exchange duties every 15 minutes. Hashirama closed his eyes to sense the situation. There's no need for such complexity. I shall handle the barrier. With his hands pressed together, he gently tapped the barrier. The faint blue barrier rippled slightly before returning to its original state, albeit with altered properties. Hashirama explained, it will no longer trigger an alarm. And I have added a temporary silencing effect. No matter how raucous our activities within, they will not be heard outside. Uchiha Sanfeng nodded slightly and followed Hashirama into the barrier. Hashirama clapped his hands, generating 800 shadow clones that densely populated the surrounding area. These clones then swiftly charged in every direction. Fighting alongside the god of shinobi, Hashirama, was an exhilarating thought. Uchiha Sanfeng took a deep breath, clasped his hands, and summoned 300 shadow clones to follow suit. According to previous intelligence, the Mito clan, while possessing 552 ninjas, only had 2 elite jonin, 9 jonin, and 31 special jonin. The rest were chunin and genin. Faced with the shadow clones of Hashirama and Uchiha Sanfeng, the Mito clan's ninjas barely had time to raise an alarm before being incapacitated by a swift strike from a clone. 2 elite jonin burst forth from the main house only to freeze in place at the sight of countless clones filling the courtyard. Who are you? And what do you want here? The new Mito clan leader murmured. Without uttering a word, dozens of clones utilized body flicker technique, rapidly closing the distance. Damn, such speed. Be careful. The new clan leader, Mito Hirota, shouted, only for the new deputy clan leader, Mito Hiroki, to be taken down almost immediately. Before long, the two were dragged to the center of the courtyard. Upon witnessing the fallen Mito clan members scattered across the ground, Mito Hirota's pupils constricted. What do you intend to do? Hashirama crushed his leg bone with a kick. His tone frigid. I have heard that you have brought a considerable sum of money from Konoha. We are here to collect protection fees. Uchiha Sanfeng produced a piece of paper, stating, the substantial fortune belonging to Mito Munin should be divided between you two, correct? Hand it all over obediently. Or else the Mito clan will face annihilation tonight. Both Mito clan leader and deputy, Hirota and Hiroki, knelt on the ground. The cold blade of the samurai pressing against their necks, instilling immense pressure upon them. Do not kill us. We will pay. Cries of anguish echoed as Hashirama and Uchiha Sanfeng's clones swiftly searched the entire estate. They unearthed a total of 136.9 billion ryo, surpassing the initial target of 129.8 billion ryo by 7.1 billion ryo, indicating that the Mito clan indeed possessed considerable wealth within the daimyo's residence. Soon, all Mito clan members were rendered unconscious, and the 136.9 billion ryo in cash was sealed in 10 scrolls. The Shamura clan in the West City boasted even more formidable defenses than the Mito clan, with a greater number of patrolling ninjas and even sensory-type ninjas stationed. However, against absolute strength, all precautions proved futile. Shadow clone technique. Bang, bang, bang. In the inky darkness of the night, the legion of shadow clone samurai reappeared. The Shamura clan's ninjas barely caught a glimpse of their assailants before being vanquished by a torrent of sword strikes. One elite jonin from the Shamura clan roared, damn. How can these samurai utilize shadow clones? Just as he attempted to perform hand seals, he was simultaneously struck by 3 clones, instantly losing consciousness. Within a mere 15 minutes, all 586 ninjas of the Shamura clan were obliterated. Uchiha Sanfeng, grinning broadly after counting the cash, discovered a total of 146.1 billion ryo, exceeding the original goal of 137.8 billion ryo by 8.3 billion ryo. The Uchiha clan in the South City, boasting a larger number of ninjas, had 830 members organized into a semblance of defense. Yet, it was to no avail, as over 1,000 shadow clones swiftly overwhelmed them. The clones quickly gathered the collected cash, culminating in a total of 205.7 billion ryo. Uchiha Sanfeng could hardly contain his joy. These clans certainly knew how to amass wealth, having increased their assets by several billion ryo within just a few days of arriving at the daimyo's residence. Shortly thereafter, 1,000 black-clad samurai appeared at the Sarutobi clan's estate. As he observed the continuous fall of Sarutobi ninjas, Sarutobi Hizashi's pupils constricted, and he began to retreat. The shadow clone technique is absurd. How can samurai possess such power and chakra comparable to tailed beasts? Who are you? Chapter 70. Sarutobi Hiruzen, battered and bruised. Shadow clones of the enemy surrounded him, and the inherent weakness of these clones lay in their feeble resistance to damage. Sarutobi Hiruzen swiftly formed hand seals, his chest swelling with determination. Wind release, great breakthrough. This expansive wind technique was precisely the tool needed to obliterate the shadow clones. Observing this, the shadow clones of Senju Hashirama could only retreat hastily. However, 4 of them launched assaults against the nearby walls, instantly shattering them into fragments. 2 clones, one to the south and one to the north, each lifted a substantial section of the wall and hurled it at Hiruzen. The scene resembled a pair of colossal hands attempting to swat away a bothersome mosquito, aiming to crush Hiruzen into oblivion. With a resounding crash, the 2 walls collided, forcing Hiruzen to stagger backward, narrowly evading the onslaught. Cursed be this overwhelming chakra. Its power and speed are unparalleled. How could such a master exist within the daimyo's domain? Hiruzen grimaced, biting his thumb, allowing blood to trace a line across his palm before slapping it against the ground. Summoning technique. King of Monkeys, Enma. In a burst of white smoke, a towering white ape, over 2 meters tall, materialized beside him, restoring a semblance of security to Hiruzen. Is this? Enma's voice brimmed with caution. There's no time for explanations. Transform into the adamantine staff. Enma pivoted, morphing into a black staff over 2 meters long, which flew into Hiruzen's grasp. The staff elongated, 20 meters, 40 meters, 60 meters, as Hiruzen swung it forward, obliterating several houses in its path. Observing from a distance, Uchiha Sanpu remarked calmly, this technique is effective for demolition, but too slow for combat. The 4 shadow clones of Senju Hashirama leaped onto nearby rooftops, collecting tiles to hurl at Hiruzen. The deluge of tiles cascaded down like a torrential rain, sending shivers down Hiruzen's spine. Their speed rivaled that of cannon fire. Many tiles struck the nearby walls, creating numerous gaping holes. In that moment, Hiruzen moved with the agility of a monkey, deftly dodging and using the adamantine staff to deflect the incoming tiles. Yet, prolonged defense leads to inevitable failure, especially against 4 opponents. As Hiruzen felt the pressure mounting, he threw the adamantine staff into the air, shouting, Enma, adamantine prison. Instantly, the staff multiplied into dozens of staffs, forming a protective barrier around Hiruzen. True to its indestructible nature, the myriad tiles struck the adamantine staff, producing a sound akin to rain on banana leaves, shattering into fragments, yet failing to inflict any harm. Who are you? Hiruzen gasped, his face flushed from oxygen deprivation. Sensing his vulnerability, the shadow clones of Senju Hashirama swiftly altered their strategy. 2 of the clones charged toward the perimeter of the staff defense. With their right fists raised high, they simultaneously struck the ground. Boom. The ground trembled violently as their monstrous strength resonated beneath, causing the earth within a 10-meter radius to shake violently. The stone slab beneath Hiruzen suddenly collapsed, sending him plummeting downward. Extend. At the critical moment, one adamantine staff rapidly elongated, embedding itself deep into the uncollapsed earth. Hiruzen grasped it tightly, pulling himself out of the pit just in the nick of time. Beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead, and his hands trembled from exertion. The remaining 2 shadow clone warriors each seized a stone lion weighing several tons, spinning their bodies before launching the lions at the airborne adamantine staff. Just as Hiruzen's breathing had not yet stabilized, the sound of slicing air approached ominously. Crash! The first stone lion smashed violently against the adamantine staff, the tremendous impact bending it slightly. Boom, boom, boom. The second, third, and fourth stone lions followed in rapid succession, causing the adamantine staff to quiver before dissipating into a cloud of smoke. Hiruzen fell from the sky but executed a flip, landing firmly on the ground. He continued to pant heavily, sweat dripping from his brow. Perhaps we can negotiate. However, it was in vain. 2 of Senju Hashirama's shadow clones utilized body flicker technique to close the gap, striking Hiruzen alternately on his left and right cheeks. Soon, Hiruzen's visage was unrecognizable from the relentless onslaught. Watching the brutal confrontation, Uchiha Sanpu inhaled deeply. This is utterly ruthless. Hashirama can finally vent his frustrations. Tonight, he has witnessed the most authentic combat of the Warring States era. There are no rules, no boundaries, utilizing every available resource to slay the enemy. Only survival and death exist. As Hiruzen began to retreat, the resistance from the Sarutobi clan dwindled. A multitude of shadow clones began to converge, tallying bags of cash amounting to a staggering 391 billion Rio, surpassing their previous embezzlement by 17.8 billion Rio. Naturally, Hiruzen's 110,000 Rio in gold and 1,590,000 Rio in silver could not escape the clutches of Uchiha Sanpu, who collected it all. Securing the final sealing scroll, Uchiha Sanpu spoke softly. "It is time for us to depart." Senju Hashirama nodded, and the two vanished without a sound. Yet, the entire daimyo's estate erupted in chaos. For the Sarutobi clan was the last standing family, and thus, Hashirama refrained from employing a soundproof barrier. The aftermath of the battle at the Sarutobi estate soon attracted a gathering of onlookers. As more information surfaced, everyone within the daimyo's estate learned that the 4 ninja clans recently recruited by the daimyo had been robbed by 2 individuals disguised as warriors. This revelation underscored a stark reality. The power upon which the daimyo relied was insignificant in the presence of true strength. Consequently, discussions erupted among the personnel of the daimyo's estate. Within the study, the daimyo of the Land of Fire shattered his most cherished teacup. "Useless. A bunch of useless fools." His furious roar echoed within the chamber. Hiruzen maintained his composure, but the other 3 clan leaders cowered, unable to meet his gaze. Over 3,000 from the 4 ninja clans were utterly powerless against 2 individuals. "What good are you to me?" Upon hearing this, the newly appointed clan leaders of the Uzumaki, Mito, and Shamura trembled in fear. Observing their quaking forms, the daimyo sneered. "Ninjas who cannot protect themselves are not worth the exorbitant salaries I provide. The stipends for the 4 clans shall be halved, with their livelihoods at stake." Hiruzen felt compelled to interject. He spoke gravely. "I have engaged the enemy. Their strength is formidable. Even the tiles they casually tossed could punch holes through walls. And they could hurl several tons of stone lions over 70 or 80 meters. Such adversaries can produce 1,000 clones, which is why we suffered defeat." Upon hearing this, the daimyo finally grasped a semblance of understanding regarding the might of the 2 mysterious individuals. Chapter 71. Your sage body has unexpectedly advanced. Dear readers, I kindly request your evaluations of this book. A 5-star rating would greatly encourage the author. With your support, the author can strive for 3 updates daily. The morning breeze atop Hokage Rock carried the chill of January. The golden rays of the rising sun cascaded upon the 4 statues. The first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. The second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. The remnants of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. And the newly completed statue of the 4th Hokage, Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Sanpu's black hair danced lightly in the morning breeze. This wealth is sufficient to develop the Hidden Leaf Village. First Hokage, do you wish to meet Tsunade? She must be eager to see you. Senju Hashirama stood beside him, his reanimated form appearing somewhat ethereal in the sunlight. He gazed toward the Hidden Leaf Village, pausing in silence. "Let us wait for the day when the leaf truly resurrects. I am but a dead man, unfit to interfere in the lives of the living." Uchiha Sanpu offered no further persuasion, merely nodding. "Then I shall summon you once the Hidden Leaf Village is rebuilt, allowing you to witness its rebirth firsthand." Senju Hashirama smiled gently, offering no response. In the next moment, the technique of impure reincarnation began to dissolve on its own, and his body gradually disintegrated into countless tiny scraps of paper, scattering in the breeze. The corpse of Matsui Ishigen was revealed, its flesh and blood rapidly petrifying, and within moments, it transformed into a towering tree. Uchiha Sanfeng ran his hand over the rough bark, murmuring, "Now there's no need to deal with the body. The original wood release is indeed quite convenient." As dawn broke over Konoha village, it gradually became lively. Early rising merchants began to set up their stalls, while ninjas made their way in small groups to the mission assembly hall. Uchiha Sanfeng formed a hand seal and summoned a shadow clone. He instructed the clone, "Go to the security department to handle daily affairs, and contact me only if something important arises." The shadow clone nodded and vanished in an instant. Uchiha Sanfeng, meanwhile, stretched his limbs and made his way toward the Uchiha clan compound. The night's activities had left him somewhat fatigued. What he needed most now was a hot bath and a soft bed. Passing through the bustling streets, he soon arrived at the Uchiha compound. Upon pushing open the large door of his home, the aroma of frying eggs greeted him immediately. Uzumaki Hai emerged from the kitchen, carrying breakfast. Her vibrant red hair was tied up high, and a white apron was cinched around her waist, presenting a picture of warmth and competence. However, when her gaze fell upon Sanfeng, her gentleness swiftly transformed into irritation. She quickly approached, grasping both of his hands with a grip that was neither too tight nor too loose, her eyes soft, yet seemingly filled with grievance. "Where on earth did you run off to last night? Another night away from home. Which woman was it this time?" Uchiha Sanfeng chuckled helplessly, gently rubbing her hands. "Hi. It was official business. I don't believe you." Uzumaki Hai stamped her foot, causing her apron to sway slightly with her movement. Uchiha Sanfeng patted her shoulder, saying, "Hi. You should know that ninjas have confidentiality agreements. Some things are not meant to be asked." Uzumaki Hai narrowed her eyes, resembling a vigilant cat as she leaned closer. Sniffing intently, her delicate nostrils flared slightly, and then she disdainfully released his hands. "Sweat, blood, and wood shavings? It seems you really weren't out looking for women. Go take a bath. I'll fetch you some clean clothes." Uchiha Sanfeng rubbed his reddened ears and walked toward the dining table. "Let's eat breakfast first. I'm starving." The table was set with fried fish, stir-fried bok choy, pan-fried lean meat, seaweed egg drop soup, and 2 bowls of rice. Simple, yet heartwarming. Uchiha Sanfeng devoured his meal with evident hunger. Uzumaki Hai sat across from him, resting her chin on her hands, her face brimming with curiosity. "What exactly did you do last night?" Uchiha Sanfeng swallowed his food and looked up at her. "I was handling some official matters." Uzumaki Hai pouted, clearly unconvinced. But recognizing that he did not wish to share, she respected his reasons. "Hai, you possess the sage body of the Uzumaki clan, and there is still much potential within you that remains untapped. I want to take you to Tsunade's place to learn medical ninjutsu and strength techniques, which should elevate your abilities to that of a jonin swiftly." Uzumaki Hai blinked, then feigned anger. "You want me to seek out that old woman because you think my skills are lacking? I know you have a thing with her, so I won't go." Uchiha Sanfeng set down his chopsticks, speaking earnestly. "Fine, then I'll have Karui learn from her. After all, Tsunade knows the Ein seal. Once you master it, you'll preserve your youth eternally." Uzumaki Hai paused, but still couldn't bring herself to relent. "I'm not going." Seeing her throw a small tantrum was rather endearing. Uchiha Sanfeng smiled. "The Ein seal is originally a secret technique of your Uzumaki clan. You really want to learn it?" Uzumaki Hai turned her face away, her voice noticeably softening. "Since it's a secret technique of our clan, I naturally must learn it." She now held the position of a senior advisor and head of medical affairs in Konoha. Where would she find the time to teach others? Uchiha Sanfeng finished his breakfast hastily. Setting down his bowl and chopsticks, he remarked, "Tsunade used to have a mountain of gambling debts, so she sold off the properties of the Senju clan. She currently resides at the Konoha Inn, and around lunchtime, she should be at the tavern. I'll accompany you then." Uzumaki Hai placed her chopsticks down, sighed, and said, "All right, I'll go with you. Sanfeng, go take a bath. I'll get you some clean clothes." In the bathing room, the sound of trickling water filled the air. Uzumaki Hai, holding a pile of clothes, called through the door, "Sanfeng, I've left your clean clothes outside. Hai, come in and help scrub my back." Uchiha Sanfeng deliberately raised his voice. The door creaked open gently, and Uzumaki Hai entered, blushing. "You really are." Before she could finish her sentence, Uchiha Sanfeng pulled her into the shower. Uzumaki Hai let out a startled cry, but did not truly resist. "Ah, Sanfeng, what are you doing? You've soaked my clothes." Uchiha Sanfeng embraced her, whispering in her ear, "Hai, I want you to assist me in my training." Amidst the warm flow of water, their figures gradually intertwined. "You naughty boy." At that intimate moment, a familiar system prompt resonated in Uchiha Sanfeng's mind. Ding. The host and partner, Uzumaki Hai, are engaging in dual cultivation. Intermediate Uzumaki Sage Body Experience 25, Chakra Limit 3. Yang Attribute 001. Ding. The host and partner, Uzumaki Hai, are engaging in dual cultivation. Ding. The host and partner, Uzumaki Hai, are engaging in dual cultivation. Ding. Partner, Uzumaki Hai's Sage Body has advanced to Advanced Uzumaki Sage Body. Suddenly, faint red patterns emerged on Uzumaki Hai's skin. An unprecedented surge of energy erupted from within her. She gently clenched her fist and struck out, producing a booming sound in the air. "Sanfeng, it seems my chakra has multiplied several times, and my physique feels significantly stronger." Uchiha Sanfeng smiled broadly. "Hai, your sage body has unexpectedly leveled up." Uzumaki Hai gazed down at her hands, a soft chakra aura emerging from her palms. Is this the power of the advanced sage body? Hi, let us do it again. I want to experience how it feels for you to be stronger. Sanfeng, you're such a rascal. Ding. The host and partner, Uzumaki High, are engaging in dual cultivation. Intermediate Uzumaki Sage Body Experience 50. Chakra Limit 5. Yang Attribute 001. Indeed, the stronger the dual cultivation partner, the greater the benefits reaped afterward. Chapter 72. For his woman, he is willing to spend money. The fried fish on the dining table had grown somewhat cold, its edges tinged with a faint golden brown. The oil from the stir-fried bok choy had congealed into a translucent film at the bottom of the plate. Only 2 or 3 pieces of pan-fried meat remained, lying alone in the dish. With a crunch, Karui-Mei used her chopsticks to pick up the last piece of fried meat and popped it into her mouth. Her deep brown hair was tousled, clearly just having risen from bed. The loose, pale pink pajamas hung askew on her, revealing a glimpse of her fair shoulder. Her bright green eyes were filled with grievance, and she mumbled indistinctly, "You didn't even leave me any good food." At that moment, the door to the master bedroom creaked open. Uchiha Sanfeng emerged, holding Uzumaki High's hand, both of their faces flushed from vigorous activity. Uzumaki High's red hair was slightly disheveled, and the collar of her light purple loungewear was slightly open, revealing a hint of her collarbone. With a bang, Karui-Mei slammed her hand on the table, causing the dishes to rattle. Her voice, laced with evident jealousy, rose in indignation. "Why didn't you wait for me to have breakfast together?" Uchiha Sanfeng frowned, casting a sweeping glance over Karui-Mei. "Who told you to sleep in so late? Besides, you're a girl. Why not put in a little effort to look presentable? Your hair is a mess, and you're still in your pajamas. What sort of appearance is that?" Karui-Mei's eyes reddened, and she twisted the hem of her pajamas, her voice filled with grievance. "Who told you not to come home last night? I stayed up late with Sister Hai, and only went to bed very late. You're bullying me." As she spoke, she suddenly pointed at Uzumaki Haya. "Furthermore, how could you indulge in such shameless activities so early in the morning?" Uzumaki Haya's face flushed crimson, her hands fidgeting as she attempted to tidy her collar, trying to conceal the ambiguous marks. She shot an annoyed glare at Uchiha Sanfeng, silently reprimanding him for his excessive antics. Uchiha Sanfeng, however, remained unfazed, raising an eyebrow at Terumi-Mei. "So, you were eavesdropping?" Terumi-Mei was momentarily at a loss for words, her gaze darting, her ears tinged with a faint blush. "I was not eavesdropping. It's just that you two were making too much noise. The whole courtyard could hear." Uzumaki Haya, overwhelmed with embarrassment, felt as if she could sink into the ground. Her neck turning pink, she discreetly pinched Uchiha Sanfeng's arm, eliciting a knowing smile from him. Uchiha Sanfeng, with an impassive demeanor, approached the dining table and poured himself a cup of tea. "You slept in so late, leaving Haya to prepare breakfast alone, and you still have the audacity to complain?" He took a sip of tea, gesturing to the bowls and dishes on the table. "After you finish eating, make sure to clean up the utensils and the kitchen." Terumi-Mei's eyes suddenly sparkled, akin to a little fox that had found its prey. She bounced over to Uchiha Sanfeng, extending her delicate hand. "Sure, but you have to pay me." Uchiha Sanfeng furrowed his brow. "Did I not just give you 500,000 Ryo a few days ago? Have you spent it all already? I'm a girl. It's normal for my expenses to be higher." Terumi-Mei replied with conviction, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. The air in the restaurant went still, and Uzumaki Haya inhaled sharply, nearly dropping her teacup. Uchiha Sanfeng set down his cup, observing the bold girl before him, extending her hand for money. "Terumi-Mei, you must understand that an average chunin works tirelessly for a month to earn over 400,000 Ryo. I give you 500,000 Ryo, and you spend it in just a few days?" Terumi-Mei found no fault in her reasoning, defending herself vigorously. "I just arrived in Konoha. It's only natural for me to spend more. Bedding, clothes, shoes, skincare products imported from the land of water, accessories." Suddenly, her demeanor shifted as she clung to Sanfeng's arm, tilting her face up to him with a pout. "Brother Sanfeng, please give me another 500,000 Ryo. I'm begging you." Her voice was sweet to the point of being cloying, as she playfully rubbed her cheek against his arm, resembling a kitten seeking food. Uchiha Sanfeng was left speechless. Uzumaki Haya sighed in exasperation, placing a hand to her forehead. "Mei-chan, you can't spend money so recklessly." Terumi-Mei immediately shifted her attention, pouncing on Uzumaki Haya. "Sister Haya, you're the best. Look, my hairpin is old. I want to get a new one. And that dessert shop on the corner has a new trio of dumplings I heard are absolutely delicious. And Uchiha Sanfeng watched this scene, rubbing his temples. Under the blazing noon sun, the bustling izakaya echoed with familiar shouts. Tsunade seemed to be in a foul mood, banging the table and exclaiming, "Another jug." Uchiha Sanfeng, holding Uzumaki Haya with one hand and Terumi Mei with the other, approached Tsunade's table. Tsunade, her gaze somewhat hazy from intoxication, looked up and surveyed the trio. "Sanfeng, you really know how to have fun, bringing two little girlfriends along?" Uzumaki Haya's face flushed slightly. Terumi Mei, on the other hand, puffed out her chest proudly, linking her arm with Uchiha Sanfeng's. Uchiha Sanfeng seated himself opposite Tsunade. "I would like to ask you to teach them the sealing technique." Tsunade spat out a mouthful of alcohol, sizing up the two girls. "I won't teach it. The sealing technique is an S-rank sealing technique that takes a long time to learn, and I don't have that much time." Uchiha Sanfeng produced a sealing scroll, placing it on the table. The price for S-rank ninjutsu is approximately 60 million ryo, and for S-rank sealing techniques, it's even higher, around 80 million ryo. This scroll contains 1.6 billion ryo, which will serve as their tuition. Upon hearing the amount contained within the scroll, Terumi Mei's eyes lit up, her mouth forming an O shape. Uzumaki Haya, however, nervously tugged at Sanfeng's sleeve, signaling that it was far too expensive. The mention of such a sum caused Tsunade's drunken stupor to fade slightly. Uchiha Sanfeng spoke earnestly. "Tsunade, do not refuse me. I know you sold the Senju clan estate and are currently residing in the Konoha Inn. With this money, you can repurchase your ancestral home." Tsunade's gaze flickered, clearly intrigued. Uchiha Sanfeng lowered his voice. "Moreover, property values in Konoha are currently declining, but they will surely rise in the future, so I hope you will acquire more properties. Additionally, the 2 billion ryo for establishing a cloning center has already been transferred. You will also need some personnel to assist." At these words, Tsunade's pupils constricted sharply. She understood the implications behind Sanfeng's words. Reviving Shoju would require cloning a body for him, and establishing a cloning center was the first step in that plan. It seemed he was willing to spend money for the sake of his women. Ultimately, Tsunade raised her cup and downed the contents in one go. Seizing the sealing scroll, "Kid, 8 o'clock tonight, Konoha Inn." In the private room of Konoha's izakaya, sunlight streamed through the half-open window, casting mottled shadows on the table. Tsunade sat alone in a corner, several empty sake bottles before her, a cup of clear sake in hand. She gently swirled the cup, the amber liquid shimmering within, reflecting her somewhat fatigued visage. What a dreadful day. Since returning to Konoha, her life had not improved. The once Grand Senju ancestral home had long been sold to settle debts, and now she resided in the Konoha Inn, lacking even a proper home. What troubled her further was that her newly acquired boyfriend had 2 legitimate girlfriends. As for her, she could only play the role of the hidden mistress. How ironic. She tilted her head back, downing the drink in one gulp. The sharp liquid slid down her throat, failing to alleviate the turmoil within. Uchiha Sanfeng sat across from her, his expression complex. He wished to share a few drinks with her, but a faint sound came from behind. Uzumaki Haya stood quietly behind him, her eyes dimmed. Meanwhile, Terumi Mei sported a mischievous grin, sticking out her tongue at him, wearing an expression that seemed to say he was in trouble. Uchiha Sanfeng felt a stirring in his heart. He needed to send the two away to have time with Tsunade. With a sigh, he finally bowed slightly. "Lady Tsunade, we shall take our leave for now." Tsunade did not raise her head, merely waving her hand dismissively, as if even the effort to speak was too much to bear. After Uchiha Sanfeng left with Uzumaki Haya and Terumi Mei, she sat by the window, gazing at the street outside, her emotions tangled. What am I doing? She clearly did not wish to comply, yet reviving Shoju had been her long-held obsession. As Uchiha Sanfeng exited the izakaya, a gentle breeze brought a hint of coolness. Terumi Mei, with her unique status, was idle in Konoha. She bounced over, her eyes sparkling. "Brother Sanfeng, give me some money." Uchiha Sanfeng chuckled helplessly, retrieving a stack of bills from his pocket. 500,000 ryo. Make sure to spend it wisely. "Wow, Brother Sanfeng is the best," Terumi Mei exclaimed joyfully, snatching the money and eagerly counting it. Uchiha Sanfeng ruffled Uzumaki Haya's hair and pinched Terumi Mei's cheek. "Haya, I have official duties to attend to. I'm heading to the security department first. Keep an eye on Terumi Mei and make sure she doesn't squander her money." Uzumaki Haya's gaze wavered slightly, but she ultimately nodded in agreement. Inside the security department office, his shadow clone was reviewing documents. When the original entered, the clone looked up briefly before dissipating into a cloud of white smoke. Memories surged back, and today, there were indeed no significant matters in the security department. Uchiha Sanfeng's lips curled into a slight smile as he summoned another shadow clone, continuing to delegate tasks to it. In room 306 of the Konoha Inn, he stood before the door, clutching a bouquet of roses. Taking a deep breath, he gently knocked. "Who is it?" came Tsunade's impatient voice from within, laced with a hint of inebriation. "Room service," he replied in a deliberately low tone. The door opened a crack, revealing Tsunade's hazy gaze. Upon recognizing him, her expression darkened instantly as she seized his collar and yanked him into the room. "Huh, why are you here to see this old woman instead of your two little girlfriends?" Tsunade pushed him against the wall. Sanfeng raised his hands in surrender. "I noticed you seemed upset, so I thought I'd keep you company." The room was modest yet tidy. With a half-full bottle of sake sitting on the coffee table by the window, Tsunade's steps were unsteady, clearly having consumed quite a bit. Sanfeng paused momentarily before stepping closer and gently embracing her from behind. "I'm sorry, it's my fault. Please forgive me." Tsunade interrupted him, her tone weary. "Enough. I'm just a miserable woman. You've already coerced me regarding Shinjutsu. Why must you toy with me like this?" Sanfeng sighed and stepped in front of her, meeting her gaze earnestly. "Tsunade, I simply want you to know that I truly care for you. If you truly care, then stop playing these games." Her voice softened at last. Sanfeng smiled faintly and leaned down to plant a delicate kiss on her forehead. "Come, let us share a drink," she exclaimed, grabbing the sake bottle and taking a swig. "You've had enough already." Sanfeng frowned, attempting to stop her. In response, Tsunade snapped, "If you want tea, drink with me. Then you might as well leave." Reluctantly, Sanfeng picked up a glass and toasted 3 times. "These 3 glasses are my apology for earlier." Tsunade gripped his collar. "You're willing to spend 1.6 billion for those 2 little girlfriends? You're making me jealous." Sanfeng didn't resist. Instead, he wrapped his arms around her waist. "That 1.6 billion was meant for you. I spent 2 billion to establish a cloning center to revive Shinjutsu." Tsunade stiffened momentarily before releasing her grip, wrapping her arms around his neck instead, burying her face in his shoulder. Her voice muffled with a hint of nasal congestion, she murmured, "You little lecher. I should reward you." Observing her increasingly bold actions, Sanfeng chuckled. "Aside from the first time I was more proactive, you've been the one taking the initiative." With her intoxicated gaze locked onto his, Tsunade smirked dangerously. "Little lecher, kiss me." Sunlight streamed through the curtains, casting a golden line across the floor. Sanfeng lay on the bed, quietly watching the sleeping Tsunade in his arms. Her breathing was steady, long lashes fluttering, a hint of satisfaction gracing her lips. In his mind, the system's notifications echoed repeatedly. Ding, host and partner. Tsunade engage in dual cultivation, affection level 12, intermediate Senju Sage Body Experience 88, chakra limit 5, yang attribute 001. Ding, host and partner. Tsunade engage in dual cultivation, affection level 12, intermediate Senju Sage Body Experience 100, chakra limit 5, yang attribute 001. Ding, partner. Tsunade's affection level reached 100. Congratulations, host. You have gained 1 skill fusion opportunity. Sanfeng gently caressed Tsunade's smooth back, feeling the surging chakra within him. Bloodline limit. Intermediate Senju Sage Body, 708, 2000. Attributes. Life 1500, chakra 1200, life recovery 15 hours, Sharingan experience 20 days. Indeed, the benefits of dual cultivation with a woman of greater strength were substantial. If he engaged in dual cultivation with Tsunade 13 more times, he could elevate to the advanced Senju Sage Body. Watching Tsunade lost in sweet dreams, he abandoned the thought of continuing their dual cultivation and resumed inspecting the system. Host, Uchiha Sanfeng Strength, Kage level lifespan, 17121 partners. Uzumaki Ki, affection level, 100. Tsunade, affection level, 100. Terumi Mei, affection level, 63. Aoyama Yui, affection level, 60. Life, 59805980 chakra, 42584258 eye power, 18601860 bloodline limit. Intermediate Uzumaki Sage Body, 6252000 bloodline limit. Intermediate Senju Sage Body, 708, 762000, Bloodline Limit, 3 Tomo Sharingan, 7620100000, with the intermediate Senju Sage body. His chakra surged again, now exceeding 8 times that of an ordinary Jonin. Moreover, with the enhancements from the Uzumaki and Senju Sage bodies, he could gain 40 points of Sharingan experience daily, anticipating to unlock the Mangekyo in about 60 days. Naturally, if he upgraded the Uzumaki and Senju Sage bodies to advanced levels, the time could be further shortened. In the office of the guard minister, Uchiha Sanfeng's slender fingers lightly tapped on the window frame. Sunlight cast a brilliant glow on his handsome features. Just 13 more dual cultivation sessions with Tsunade, and I will ascend to the advanced Senju Sage body. Sanfeng took a deep breath, calming the restlessness within him. He then formed hand seals, leaving a shadow clone to work. His original self transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing from the window. At the Senju clan's estate, Tsunade's residence was surrounded by lush trees and blooming flowers. In this serene atmosphere, several shadow clones of Tsunade busily flitted about. Some were meticulously polishing the window frames to restore their luster. Others wielded scissors, trimming the weeds in the courtyard for a tidy appearance. Meanwhile, the real Tsunade stood in the master bedroom, focused on arranging the space. Her golden locks were casually tied into a ponytail, with bangs slightly damp from sweat. Just then, a male voice broke the silence. "Tsunade, you shouldn't waste precious time on cleaning." Tsunade raised an eyebrow slightly. "Stop with the sarcastic comments. This is my home. Of course, I'll do it myself." Sanfeng approached leisurely, the unique fragrance of a woman wafting through the air. Tsunade's shirt was slightly open at the collar, revealing a glimpse of her alabaster shoulder. Now that the war has just ended, Konoha's economy is struggling. Many are unemployed. Would you rather toil alone than give your clan members a chance at work? Tsunade paused, a flicker of uncertainty crossing her eyes. "Since when did you care so much about the Senju clan?" Sanfeng stepped forward suddenly, stating, "I care about many people, especially you. You have always been on my mind." His palm rested against her lower back, feeling the warmth of her skin through the thin fabric. Tsunade's eyes widened slightly, but before she could respond, he pressed her against the wall behind her. "You," Tsunade huffed, ready to retort, but suddenly sensed something amiss in his demeanor. His gaze burned more intensely than usual, and his breath came in quickened gasps. Sanfeng, have you overdone it with the tonics? You seem a bit too fiery." Before she could finish, Uchiha Sanfeng had already wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling her into an embrace. His lips descended upon hers with an irresistible force. Tsunade's eyes widened, but soon, her fingers clenched his collar in response to the kiss. "Hey, Tsunade, I'm here." The voice caused the entwined pair to freeze simultaneously. Uchiha Sanfeng slowly raised his head and beheld Jeriah's comically irritating face peering in through the window. The white-haired ninja's iconic grin froze upon witnessing the scene inside, his mouth twitching absurdly for a moment. Jeriah, trembling with disbelief, pointed a shaky finger at them, his eyes wide as saucers. His gaze flitted between Tsunade's flushed cheeks and the intimate demeanor of the two, his complexion shifting from crimson to pallid and then to an ashen hue. With a thud, Jeriah tumbled off the windowsill, followed by a crash that seemed to shatter something in the courtyard. Uchiha Sanfeng sighed, glancing down at Tsunade in his embrace. "Do you need me to take care of this?" Before Tsunade could respond, a hand suddenly appeared at the window frame. Jeriah clumsily climbed back up, leaves clinging to his forehead. His expression resembled that of someone who had just swallowed a whole lemon. "Uchiha Sanfeng, how could you be with Tsunade?" Uchiha Sanfeng narrowed his eyes, his arms still firmly around Tsunade's waist, showing no intention of releasing her. He lazily replied, "The ever-peeping Jeriah, Tsunade is now my woman." Jeriah's face instantly flushed with rage. He certainly recognized Uchiha Sanfeng, the one who had achieved great feats during the Third Great Ninja War and recently defeated Sarutobi Hiruzen. Jeriah's voice boomed, startling the birds in the courtyard. "Uchiha Sanfeng, don't you have a girlfriend from the Uzumaki clan? Tsunade, don't be fooled by this scoundrel. He's nothing but a fickle rogue." Tsunade adjusted her disheveled collar and coldly retorted, "Jeriah, my personal matters are none of your concern." Jeriah, in a fit of agitation, jumped up and down. "Tsunade, you two have a 20-year age gap. It won't end well." Tsunade clenched her fists in anger. "Jeriah, you jerk." Uchiha Sanfeng tightened his hold on Tsunade, his gaze turning perilous. "Jeriah, are you jealous of me?" He deliberately pulled Tsunade closer and pressed a kiss to her lips. Is it because I win Tsunade's affection more than you do? Jeriah's fists cracked ominously. But he ultimately refrained from striking. Uchiha Sanfeng, I will say this one last time. Stay away from Tsunade, or every time I see you, I will hit you. Uchiha Sanfeng then clenched his own fist. That suits me just fine. With the war over, Konoha's economy is in decline. I intend to hold a competition next Sunday to attract wealthy spectators and stimulate the economy of Konoha. With our combined renown, we should be able to generate substantial revenue for the village. Jeriah glared at him, his chest heaving. This venture would benefit the village and provide a legitimate reason to confront this brat. Thus, Jeriah gritted his teeth and nodded. Fine, I agree. Watching Jeriah storm off in a huff, Uchiha Sanfeng closed the window. The room fell silent once more, leaving only the sound of their breathing. Tsunade leaned against the wall. Her golden hair tousled about her shoulders. The blush on her cheeks had yet to fade, and her breaths came quicker than usual. Was that intentional? Uchiha Sanfeng untied his ninja headband, grinning mischievously. Or perhaps, Lady Tsunade, you are feeling shy? Tsunade huffed, yet did not push him away. Her gaze fell upon the open collar of Sanfeng's uniform, where a faint scratch marked the spot she had left earlier in a moment of passion. Uchiha Sanfeng's fingers caressed Tsunade's earlobe, gliding down her jawline, finally resting at her slender neck. He could feel the rapid pulse beneath his fingertips, quickening with each passing moment. Tsunade grasped his restless hand, her breaths coming in quick succession. Not like this. Jeriah hasn't gone far. With his hearing, he will hear us. Uchiha Sanfeng smirked and raised his voice deliberately. Then let him learn a thing or two. Meanwhile, outside in the courtyard, Jeriah remained rooted in place. His extraordinary hearing absorbed the intimate sounds from within, the rustle of clothing, the hurried breaths, and Tsunade's suppressed moans. As a seasoned veteran, Jeriah understood well what transpired within, and he slammed his fist into a nearby tree trunk, sending leaves cascading to the ground. His face darkened like a pot's bottom, and he grit his teeth, forming a hand seal. Damn it. Body flicker technique. In a puff of smoke, Jeriah vanished from sight. Chapter 75. Which ninjutsu should I choose? On Friday evening, in the Hokage's office, financial reports spread across the desk detailed Konoha's recent fiscal deficits. 7 high-ranking officials gathered around the conference table, their expressions grave. The fourth Hokage, Uchiha Fugaku, spoke in a low, somewhat disheartened tone. According to the latest data from the finance department, the economic situation in Konoha is quite bleak following the war. Recently, housing prices have plummeted by 52%, commercial street revenues have decreased by 48% year-on-year, and the volume of mission requests stands at a mere 42% of pre-war levels. Uchiha Sanfeng's fingers lightly tapped the table. Before the Third Great Ninja War, Konoha had 163 shinobi, but now that number has dwindled to just 652. This means our high-spending shinobi demographic has shrunk to merely 27.5 of what it was. The atmosphere in the meeting room grew increasingly somber as everyone realized the economic decline of Konoha had become an unavoidable reality. At that moment, Uchiha Sanfeng abruptly stood up. We need to implement some changes. We must host a sensational event to recapture the attention of nobles and wealthy merchants from various nations. Hyuga Hizashi narrowed his eyes, seemingly contemplating the deeper meaning behind Sanfeng's words. What do you mean? Uchiha Sanfeng flashed a confident smile. I propose we hold a competition. Jeriah, one of the legendary Sannin, against the strongest of the new generation, Uchiha Sanfeng. We can use this opportunity to reactivate Konoha's economic chain. As soon as he finished speaking, a wave of murmurs rippled through the room, clearly piquing everyone's interest. Nara Shikaku whispered, Minister Sanfeng, Jeriah's whereabouts are unpredictable. It might be difficult to find him. Uchiha Sanfeng smiled mysteriously, recalling that he had seen Jeriah that afternoon, though their interaction had not been pleasant. Jeriah has returned to the village. And I've already discussed this with him. He has agreed. Nara Shikaka nodded. Since Jeriah has agreed, we can give it a try. Uchiha Fugaku tapped the table. As for the location, we could choose the Valley of the End. It allows us to control the flow of people while utilizing the natural terrain for protection. The logistics minister, Kurama Tenzo, readily nodded. The logistics department will fully support the ticket sales and renovations for the event. A mysterious smile crept across Uchiha Sanfeng's lips. Not long ago, the 4 ninja clans, Sarutobi, Shamura, Yamanaka, and Mito, were raided, and the feudal lord of the Land of Fire is actively recruiting strong individuals. He certainly wouldn't miss the chance to witness a battle between true powerhouses. Nara Shikaku calculated silently and said, based on the previously mentioned ticket prices, along with revenue from nearby dining and gambling, the expected daily earnings could reach between 300 to 600 billion ryo. This influx of funds could significantly alleviate Konoha's current economic pressures. Suddenly, Uchiha Sanfeng had a thought. Since it is a competition, there should be a prize. Based on ticket sales, the winner receives 10, while the loser receives 3. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Hakadai furrowed his brow. Sanfeng, are you confident you can defeat Jeriah? Uchiha Sanfeng remained calm and collected. I have a 60 chance of winning, at the very least, a draw. As the morning mist had yet to dissipate, a crowd had already gathered in front of the Konoha bulletin board. The early spring sun illuminated a massive poster, vividly depicting the two ninjas. Look, it's Lord Jeriah. Lord Sanfeng is so handsome. I'm in love. On the left side of the poster, Jeriah stood proudly atop the head of Gamabunta, his white hair billowing in the morning breeze, a signature bold smile on his face. On the right side, Uchiha Sanfeng donned a black high-collared uniform, the three-tomo Sharingan in his eyes radiating an undeniable authority. In the center of the poster, in striking gold lettering, it boldly announces, Legendary Duel. One of the three sages. Jeriah vs. the mightiest new star, Uchiha Sanfeng. Next Sunday at the Valley of the End, limited seats on sale. This news spread like wildfire throughout the Land of Fire and neighboring nations. Some held unwavering confidence in Jeriah's strength, believing he would easily triumph over Uchiha Sanfeng. Others recognized Sanfeng's rise and speculated he might defeat Jeriah. In front of the Konoha ticket booth, the line stretched 2 streets long. A merchant from the Land of Thunder wiped his brow, counting the banknotes in his hand. I'd like a ticket for the wealthy section at 2 million ryo. This is a splendid opportunity to impress the daimyo. In a corner, several young ninjas huddled together. Calculating. The cheapest ticket for the wealthy section costs 1 million ryo but allows 5 people to enter. If we gather 5, it should be better than the regular section. In a hot spring inn on Shorset Street, Jeriah gazed at the latest promotional brochure, where he posed in an exaggerated manner on the cover. Gritting his teeth, he hurled the pamphlet into the hot spring, watching it quickly become soaked. Do these scoundrels truly see me as a mere performer? He fumed. Yet, winning should yield ticket sales worth several 100 million ryo. With that fortune, I could indulge in the pleasure houses for quite some time. Ah, the beauties. At this moment, Uchiha Sanfeng embraced Tsunade, pondering over Jeriah's intelligence. Jeriah's trump card was undoubtedly Sage Mode. Should Jeriah successfully enter Sage Mode, the battle would become exceedingly challenging. He opened his eyes, a hint of concern creasing his brow. Jeriah is backed by Fugaku and Shima, both formidable toads of true shadow-level power, making it equivalent to facing 3 shadows simultaneously. In terms of chakra, Jeriah excels in prolonged battles. If it turns into a war of attrition, victory is indeed hard to predict. A 60% chance of victory? Perhaps I am being overly optimistic. Fortunately, he had the system, which should provide him with some assistance. System, I wish to fuse skills. Ding. Detected. B-rank fire release. Great fire dragon technique. B-rank shadow clone. B-rank demonic transformation. All at maximum proficiency. Fusion simulation can proceed. Ding. Preliminary simulation complete. Please select a simulation direction. Flame Demon. A rank ninjutsu. When in a 3-headed, 6-armed state, this technique summons a flame demon shadow clone standing 60 meters tall, capable of absorbing flames to replenish itself, possessing a vestige of immortality, meaning it does not dissipate under typical attacks. Weakness. Vulnerable to water and ice-based ninjutsu. Blazing Angel. A rank ninjutsu. Transforms the user into a blazing angel form, wielding a flame spear, allowing for the casting of B-rank or lower fire ninjutsu without hand seals. Equipped with 3 pairs of fiery wings, enabling rapid flight. 100 Birds to the Phoenix. A rank ninjutsu. Summons a fiery phoenix and hundreds of firebirds that automatically attack surrounding enemies. The fiery phoenix is a special shadow clone with a degree of consciousness, capable of continuously summoning firebirds. Which ninjutsu should I choose? Uchiha Sanfeng pondered deeply. Chapter 76. Blazing angel form moonlight streamed through the gauzy curtains, casting fragmented light upon the bedroom floor. Uchiha Sanfeng lay quietly on the bed, Tsunade's golden hair cascading over his chest, rising and falling with her steady breaths. He gazed at the ceiling, yet his thoughts lingered on the system interface in his mind. System, select, Blazing Angel. Ding. Fusion simulation commencing. Analysis of Blazing Angel form underway. Flight module loaded. A torrent of unfamiliar memories erupted within his mind. The frequency of the wing beats of fiery plumage, the control of air currents during aerial combat, and the energy output curve of the flame spear. These insights were imprinted in his neural pathways as if innate, causing his temples to throb. At the outermost edge of the Death Forest, beyond Konoha's perceptive barrier, it was safe to test ninjutsu here. Uchiha Sanfeng stood atop a millennia-old tree. Swiftly forming hand seals, Blazing Angel, activate. A dazzling golden radiance erupted instantaneously. 3 pairs of flowing golden flame wings unfurled with a resounding crackle, each feather adorned with molten patterns. A flaming, gilded mask enveloped his face. A blazing white halo spun slowly behind his head, scattering sparks like celestial embers, instilling a profound sense of reverence. Tentatively, Uchiha Sanfeng flapped his wings, propelling himself into the sky. The sudden acceleration took his breath away, followed by a burst of exuberant laughter. Is this the feeling of free flight? Ha ha ha, splendid. The flight techniques imparted by the system seamlessly melded into his muscle memory, as if he were born to soar through the heavens. He extended his right hand, and the flame spear materialized before him. The shaft spiraled with golden engravings, sparks erupting from its tip. B-rank ninjutsu, fire release, great fire dragon technique. With a casual sweep, chakra flowed through the spear as if it were an extension of himself. 3 fire dragons roared forth, crashing into a distant cliff, creating a deep crater with a diameter of several dozen meters, startling flocks of birds into the air. 2 days swiftly passed, during which Uchiha Sanfeng frequently found solace in Tsunade's home, providing great satisfaction to both her body and mind. Suddenly, she flipped out of bed, grabbing a robe strewn on the floor, loosely tying the belt. I heard your odds for the upcoming match have risen to 133. That's quite enticing. I still have 50 million Ryo left. Let me bet it all on your victory. A flicker of exasperation crossed Uchiha Sanfeng's eyes. No way. I do not trust your gambling luck. Have you forgotten your earlier streak of 99 losses on Shorset Street? Tsunade's fists cracked ominously. That was merely a stroke of bad luck. Uchiha Sanfeng dodged the oncoming punch, effortlessly pulling Tsunade into his embrace. He leaned down, whispering in her ear, his warm breath grazing her sensitive skin. Listen, I had my shadow clone bet 200 million Ryo. If we win, you'll get half. Tsunade's struggles lessened. Really? Uchiha Sanfeng's fingers traced the sensitive nape of her neck. Of course, but we have something more important to attend to. Tsunade seemed to sense something, her brow furrowing. What is this more important matter? Uchiha Sanfeng chose not to elaborate, capturing her lips in a kiss, pressing her back onto the tatami mat. I still have quite the fiery energy. I need your assistance in training. Little temptress. Tsunade's protests were thoroughly silenced. Ding. The host and partner. Tsunade engage in a dual cultivation, intermediate Senju Sage Body Experience 100, Chakra Limit 5, Yang Attribute 0. 01 Ding. Upgrade conditions met. Intermediate Senju Sage Body, upgrade successful. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have attained the Advanced Senju Sage Body. Bloodline Limit. Advanced Senju Sage Body, 2008500. Attributes. Life 4500, Chakra 3600. Life recovery 40 hours, Sharingan experience 60 days. Upon upgrading to the Advanced Senju Sage Body, an unusual sensation stirred within his body, as if something were awakening. He quickly opened the system panel. Host, Uchiha Sanfeng Strength, Shadow Level Lifespan, 17121 Partner, Uzumaki High, Affection, 100, Tsunade, Affection, 100, Terumi Mei, Affection, 63. Aoyama Yui, Affection, 60, Life, 104, 801, 0480 Chakra, 800, 8800, 8I Power, 2000, 2000 currently. His chakra level was over 13 times that of a Jonin, his vitality remarkably robust. And he could sense the 3-tomo Sharingan beginning to stir, indicating that evolution was imminent. In the Konoha gambling house, the atmosphere buzzed with excitement, as the odds on the electronic display fluctuated, accompanied by beeping notifications. Terumi Mei tugged at Uzumaki High's wrist, skillfully navigating through the crowd. Make way! Make way! Terumi Mei's clear voice stood out amidst the cacophony of the gambling house. Vortex Huei was dragged forward unsteadily, her red hair disheveled from the crowd. With a resigned sigh, she said, "Ming-chan, slow down." The two finally squeezed to the front of the betting booth. The electronic screen flickered with the latest odds. Jeriah win 117. Uchiha Sanfeng win 134. Draw 125. Terumi May pulled out a purse embroidered with water patterns from her ninja tool pouch and poured a pile of silver notes onto the counter. Excitedly, she exclaimed, "I want to bet 450,000 Rio. Lord Jeriah will win." Vortex Huei's crimson eyes flashed with displeasure. "Ming-chan, do not spend money recklessly." Terumi May persisted, "Sister Huei, place a bet with me." Left with no choice, Vortex Huei took out an exquisite silk pouch. "Then I shall bet 1,000,000 Rio on Uchiha Sanfeng winning." Terumi May's eyes widened. "Sister Huei, are you out of your mind? Lord Jeriah is a legendary Sannin." "Which bastard?" A deep, magnetic voice came from behind, causing both girls to freeze. Terumi May's delicate face turned pale as she mechanically turned around. "Brother Sanfeng." Uchiha Sanfeng lightly tapped her forehead. "Did you not just call me a bastard? Your allowance for next month is gone. Stingy." Terumi May stomped her foot, the sound of silver bells ringing. "Who told you to go out and fool around these past few days? Sister Huei has been waiting for you every day." Vortex Huei's face turned slightly red as she hurriedly tugged at Terumi May's sleeve. "Ming-chan, stop it." Uchiha Sanfeng maintained a calm expression as he walked towards the counter. He retrieved a sealed scroll from his bosom, and with a soft command, "Release," a thick stack of silver notes appeared on the table. "This is 200 million Rio. I bet on Uchiha Sanfeng winning." Upon seeing him produce such a substantial sum, Terumi May's eyes immediately sparkled. Her expression shifted faster than a page turned as she clung to his sleeve. Pouting, "Brother Sanfeng, I know I was wrong. You're the best. Please give me some pocket money." Uchiha Sanfeng disdainfully retracted his sleeve. "You spend money on everything but betting on me to win. Giving you anything is a waste." As she realized she wouldn't get any money, Terumi May angrily shouted, "Stingy. You have no sense of masculinity at all." Chapter 77. The Sarutobi Clan. The Pariahs of the Street. As dusk enveloped the Konoha commercial street in a warm orange glow, Sarutobi Isuma, adorned in the dirt-streaked uniform of the Fire Country's noble guard, felt the weight of his lineage. Once the son of the third Hokage, he was well known among the villagers of Konoha, but now get lost. "You dog of the Sarutobi clan." A rotten tomato splattered at his feet, juice staining his fine leather boots. Isuma looked up in shock to see an elderly woman selling dumplings at the street corner, wielding a rolling pin, her face etched with deep lines of fury and hatred. Faced with this sudden onslaught of insults, Isuma could only flee, humiliated by the laughter of the crowd. He had intended to seek out Yuhi Kurenai to share his feelings of longing, but fate seemed to enjoy mocking him. Just as he was nearing her home, he unexpectedly encountered her father, Yuhi Shinku. "Uncle Shinku, I'm innocent. I truly care for Kurenai." Yuhi Shinku's expression remained impassive, his eyes cold enough to send a shiver down Isuma's spine. "Isuma, I warn you, keep your distance from my daughter." Isuma opened his mouth to defend himself, but Yuhi Shinku's voice grew even colder and more severe. "If I find you harassing her again, I will break your legs." Seeing the anger etched onto Yuhi Shinku's face, Isuma fled like a frightened rabbit. Gazing at the sky, he could not comprehend how, in such a short time, the Sarutobi clan's standing in Konoha had plummeted to that of a pariah. "I'm sorry, this inn is full." The proprietress of the Eighth Inn shouted through the gap of the closing door, her voice tinged with anxiety. Isuma pressed his shoulder against the door. "I saw you have vacancies." The plump owner wiped the sweat beading on his forehead, his gaze darting nervously. "Young Master Sarutobi, you know, the villagers have strong objections to your family. Just last week, someone threw rotten eggs at the old residents of the Uchiha clan." Having grown up in Konoha, Isuma was well acquainted with its streets. The sign of the Konoha Inn swayed in the wind, and just as he raised his hand, the door slammed shut with a bang. The proprietress's sharp voice pierced through the gap. "We do not accept dirty money from the Sarutobi clan." He stared at the new insults carved into the door. "Sarutobi, go die." Taking a deep breath, Isuma inhaled the smoke from his cigarette, allowing the nicotine to temporarily numb the ache in his chest. Since going to the noble estate, he had developed an addiction to smoking, especially when he missed Kurenai. As he turned the corner, his steps suddenly halted. The silhouette of a girl in front of the flower shop was so familiar, her black hair shimmering with a purplish hue in the sunset. The 13-year-old Yuhi Kurenai was selecting white lilies, her delicate fingers brushing against the petals, reminding Asuma of the times they had picked wildflowers by the river together. Kurenai. Asuma hurried forward, instinctively reaching out to grasp her wrist. Kurenai, however, retreated a step like a startled deer, the bouquet in her arms rustling softly. Her voice was much lower than he remembered. Please do not call me that. Asuma. Let us pretend we do not know each other. Asuma's hand froze in midair, his knuckles whitening from the strain. What my family has done has nothing to do with me. And Kurenai, you know how much I have suffered just to see you. Kurenai's gaze fell on the exquisite Fire Country emblem on his uniform sleeve, a bitter smile tugging at her lips. Nothing to do with you? Then why did you leave without a word? Why do you return dressed in the noble's attire? Seeing Kurenai turn to leave, Asuma, in a moment of desperation, grasped her wrist tightly. Wait, Kurenai, we grew up together. You know what I have done. You understand my feelings. Let go of me, Asuma. Kurenai raised her voice, drawing the attention of several passers-by. A clear voice called out from across the street, release that lovely girl. From a lavishly adorned carriage emerged a young man clad in emerald green satin, the Fire Country noble's jade pendant clinking at his waist as he moved. Nichikawa Hidetaka, 18 years old, heir to the Nichikawa clan, inserted himself between them with an air of composure, his slender fingers lightly resting on Asuma's wrist. Sir, forcing a lady is not the behavior of a gentleman. Nichikawa Hidetaka's tone was gentle yet firm. As he placed his hand on Kurenai's, a fire ignited in Asuma's eyes. The humiliation he had endured at the noble estate, the resentment at being implicated by his clan, and his frustration at Kurenai's indifferent demeanor coalesced into chakra that surged in his palm. Get lost. This is our business. A whirlwind punch, accompanied by a howling wind, struck directly at Nichikawa Hidetaka's face. Though the noble youth reacted quickly, tilting back to avoid the blow, he was still grazed by the punch, sending him crashing into a fruit stall on the street. Apples and oranges rolled across the ground as Nichikawa Hidetaka curled up in pain. He's killing him. The Sarutobi brat is silencing him. Villagers in Konoha cried out in alarm. Sarutobi Asuma, stop right now. 3 figures flashed into view. 2 Uchiha clan members, adorned with guard insignias, seized Asuma's shoulders, their Sharingan spinning wildly. A member of the Hyuga clan crouched beside Nichikawa Hidetaka, veins bulging around his Byakugan. Hinata Homan, he stated, applying pressure to Nichikawa Hidetaka's chest to stanch the bleeding, his voice solemn as he announced, 3 ribs fractured, minor internal bleeding of the spleen, immediate medical attention is required. Uchiha Tetsuka skillfully sealed Asuma's chakra, then fastened handcuffs around him, the cold metallic clink echoing ominously. Sarutobi Asuma, you are under arrest for assaulting a noble, he declared, his voice tinged with undeniable schadenfreude. Asuma struggled, defiantly yelling, Uchiha Tetsuka, I am a guardian of the daimyo. You have no authority. Uchiha Tetsuka scoffed, applying more pressure to Asuma's head, forcefully pinning it to the ground. Even Sarutobi Hisashi dares not set foot in the village, yet you have the audacity to return. Regardless of your status as a guardian, causing harm in Konoha warrants judgment. He cast a glance at Nichikawa Hidemasa, who was being lifted onto a stretcher, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Moreover, you attacked a noble, they are our esteemed guests. On the stretcher, Nichikawa Hidemasa wiped the blood from his nose. His once handsome features twisted in pain. His voice, strained by rib injuries, faltered as he exclaimed, Sarutobi Asuma, your family has been cast out of Konoha, reduced to a pack of mangy dogs, relying on pathetic groveling to align with the daimyo. Blood spattered from Nichikawa Hidemasa's mouth as he declared, I swear. In the name of the Nichikawa family heir, you will pay for this. Chapter 78. The incompetent Uchiha Fugaku at 3 in the afternoon, the guard at Konoha's eastern gate. Yamashita Kenta was roused by a commotion. A line of villagers stretching for hundreds of meters had formed, reaching the horizon. Nobles, dressed in lavish garments, lounged in opulent palanquins, impatiently waving their folding fans. Merchant caravans, their horses snorting, bore heavy loads. There were even representatives from small nations, their forehead protectors glinting in the morning light. What time is it? Yamashita Kenta fumbled through the registration book, only to find the ink had dried. He hastily called to his companions. Quick! Notify the guard department. Why should they be allowed in before us? Do they know who my master is? A relative of the Fire Country's daimyo. Step aside. We are nobles with priority passes. The entryway was packed with nobles, merchants, and ninjas from various nations. Yet, Konoha's main thoroughfare was already congested, the air filled with a cacophony of disputes. The chunin from the guard department sweated profusely as he tried to maintain order, his uniform thoroughly soaked. At the corner, the owner of Ippudo Ramen wiped his forehead, bowing repeatedly to the waiting customers. "I apologize, everyone. We have run out of tonkatsu broth." Before he finished speaking, an irate noble youth overturned the table before him, exclaiming, "Do you know who I am? My father is." Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky, landing firmly atop the overturned table. Uchiha Tetsuka's icy voice silenced the bustling street. "Regardless of who you are, in Konoha, one must adhere to Konoha's rules." Inside the Hokage's office, the atmosphere was palpably tense. The fourth Hokage, Uchiha Fugaku, stood by the window, gazing at the bustling crowd below, his brow furrowed. He slammed his fist onto the desk, causing the teacup to jump, deep green tea splattering across the open map. Uchiha Fugaku turned sharply to glare at the logistics minister, Kuruma Tenzo. "How did you assure me 3 days ago that all noble needs would be met? And yet, this is the outcome?" The head of the Kuruma clan, head bowed, sweat trickling down his nose, dared not speak. 3 days prior, a noble had complained to the fourth Hokage about Konoha's poor accommodations. In response, Uchiha Fugaku ordered the logistics department to procure high-quality household items. However, the nobles, in their relentless competition, proved difficult to satisfy. They continually approached Uchiha Fugaku with complaints, leading to an incessant cycle of extravagant purchases that swiftly depleted the 30 billion ryo budget. Kuruma Tenzo then requested additional funds from Uchiha Fugaku, who approved it. But the finance department, led by Uchiha Hakadai, was already out of funds. The thick stack of procurement lists in Tenzo's hands was crumpled. "Hokage-sama, I did indeed procure high-end household items as per your request. However, the nobles keep comparing their acquisitions. Today, a family replaced their silk curtains. And tomorrow family demands gold thread embroidery. Some even criticize the craftsmanship of beds and cabinets. And now we are out of money." Finance Minister Uchiha Hakadai cleared his throat. "As you know, the village's finances have already been exhausted by Sarutobi Hizashi and his ilk. The 30 billion ryo for logistics was diverted from the profits of gambling and ticket sales. The village genuinely has no funds left." Narashikaku rubbed his temples, pushing a document to the center of the table. "Recent statistics show that over the past 5 days, 518 people have flooded in, and we expect around 30,000 more in the next 3 days. The village's capacity for hosting visitors has reached its limit. Finding accommodations for these additional 30,000 will be a formidable challenge." Hyuga Hayashi's Byakugan flared, veins bulging. "I have dispatched all available Hyuga clan members, but due to accommodation issues, at least 7 or 8 conflicts are brewing on the streets." The meeting room erupted into a cacophony of bickering. Solutions were possible, yet they were thankless tasks, and thus no one wished to shoulder the responsibility. Uchiha Fugaku felt somewhat helpless and exchanged glances with Uchiha Sanpaku. Though reluctantly, Sanpaku stood up. "I have a proposal." His voice, though soft, brought an instant hush to the noisy meeting room. "First, starting now, we suspend civilian entry. Temporary living quarters will be established on the northern and southern outskirts of the village, providing affordable lodging and meals. Second, there is a 13-year-old boy among the former root ninjas named Yamato, who can use wood release to construct homes for the nobles and wealthy merchants. Third, on the day of the competition, we will reopen with limited tickets, allowing entry to the village only with a ticket." Seeing someone step forward, Narashikaku quickly agreed. Streamlined management is indeed feasible. However, the construction of temporary living quarters outside the village requires substantial manpower and resources. Logistics Minister Kuruma Tenzo added, "After the war, many military tents remained. They could meet the needs of the civilians for affordable lodging. As for meals, many villagers can provide food for sale." Uchiha Fugaku pondered for a moment before decisively stating, "Let it be so. Narashikaku will oversee the planning, Kuruma Tenzo will execute it, and Sanpaku will manage security." After the meeting concluded, Uchiha Sanpaku had just exited the Hokage building when Uchiha Tetsuka hurried over. "Minister, Sarutobi Isuma has injured a noble and has been apprehended." Uchiha Sanpaku's brow furrowed slightly. "What is the status of the injured?" Uchiha Tetsuka handed over a brief report. "A noble from the Fire Country, Nichikawa Hidemasa, aged 18. 3 ribs fractured, mild splenic hemorrhage. He is currently receiving treatment at Konoha Hospital. Uchiha Sanpaka scoffed. Where is Asuma now? Confined in the guard department's interrogation room. Just then, Uchiha Tetsuka rushed in. Minister, the Nichikawa family has reported to clan leader Fugaku, demanding severe punishment for Asuma. However, clan leader Fugaku stated that Asuma was sent by the daimyo to inspect the safety of the temporary quarters and requested that we release him. What should we do? Uchiha Sanpaku frowned slightly. How many individuals did the daimyo send to inspect the safety of the temporary quarters? Uchiha Tetsuka thought for a moment and replied. A total of 24 individuals, 12 ninjas, and 12 samurai. Uchiha Sanpaku chuckled lightly. What is there to worry about? Lock Asuma in the dungeon and ensure he is closely monitored. As for clan leader Fugaku, just inform him that the daimyo sent 24 individuals. Losing one Asuma is of no consequence. Chapter 79. The glory of Uchiha. On a midday in February, the weather in Konoha was not excessively warm. The convoy of the Fire Country's daimyo, akin to a golden dragon, wound its way along the road leading to the village. At the forefront stood a ceremonial guard of 30 riders on pure white steeds, clad in crimson battle robes adorned with a flame emblem, their swords glinting with a cold light in the morning sun. A mid-ranking ninja atop the watchtower called out, "The daimyo of the Land of Fire has arrived." Uchiha Fugaku adjusted the collar of his Hokage cloak, gazing beyond the grand procession. 300 guards were arranged into 3 formations. The outermost comprised heavily armored warriors. The middle was filled with archers, and the innermost circle contained 32 masked ninjas. Over 200 servants bustled about, some carrying food boxes, others lifting palanquins, while a few were tasked with scattering flower petals to clear the path. Uchiha Sanfeng whispered, "This display resembles that of a wealthy household." Uchiha Fugaku's Sharingan subtly shifted, locking onto the hunched figure wearing a monkey mask among the throng. The individual walked alongside the daimyo's palanquin, appearing humble, yet unable to conceal the familiar chakra fluctuations. Begin the music. With the official's command, 24 musicians simultaneously blew their golden horns. The gilded palanquin bearing the daimyo gradually halted before the welcoming party, and 16 maidens promptly advanced to draw back the curtain embroidered with golden phoenixes. "We welcome your excellency, the daimyo." Uchiha Fugaku, leading the senior officials of Konoha, bowed slightly, catching a glimpse of the masked figure gazing upward at the spot where the statue of the third Hokage once stood, now merely an unsightly pit. "Rise." The daimyo languidly waved his peacock feather fan, the jewels embedded in its frame refracting dazzling light. "Fugaku-kun, I hear you have detained my newly appointed captain of the guard?" Uchiha Fugaku maintained a courteous smile. "Sarutobi Asuma is implicated in the assault of a noble of the Land of Fire, with irrefutable evidence." The daimyo abruptly snapped his fan shut, lightly tapping the masked figure beside him with the tip. "The child is ignorant. For my sake, would you consider releasing him?" A flicker of light crossed Uchiha Fugaku's eyes, yet he quickly regained his composure. "If it pleases your excellency, I shall notify the security department to release him." Within the Hokage's office, the dying rays of the sun streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a crimson hue over the room. Uchiha Fugaku's fingertips rhythmically tapped the table, each soft sound resonating like a warning bell. The figure in the monkey mask stood before the window, the sunset elongating his hunched shadow, perfectly overlaying the defaced photograph of the third Hokage on the wall. The name Sarutobi Hiruzen had been violently scratched out, leaving only a grotesque scar. Uchiha Fugaku seemed to mock. "Do you know how that hole on Hokage Rock came to be? It was not through ninjutsu. It was carved out by the villagers, each blow of their hammers resonating with their disdain. They said." He slowly raised his head, his 3-tomo Sharingan fixed on the mask, because they could no longer bear to see the face of a thief. The masked man's breath caught. A trembling hand, marred with age spots, slowly lifted to remove the monkey mask, revealing a face lined with deep wrinkles. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the former third Hokage, now appeared a decade older than when he had left Konoha. At present, Hiruzen was merely 55 years old. When he had departed from the village, he had still possessed a head full of black hair. Yet, in just over a month, he was now entirely gray, his formerly erect posture now stooped. Only his eyes retained their former sharpness. Hiruzen placed a sealing scroll on the table, his bony fingers leaving sweat marks on its surface. "This 30 million ryo is meant as a gesture of apology from Asuma." Uchiha Fugaku let out a cold laugh, refraining from touching the scroll. "Money stolen from Konoha?" Hiruzen's voice was hoarse and terrifying. as if he had not spoken properly in ages. "This is my salary, as the instructor for the guard at the daimyo's estate." His sunken eyes scanned every corner of the office, finally resting on the defaced photograph on the wall. "This is all I have left." At the training grounds of the security department, Uchiha Inahoko plunged his kunai fiercely into a target bearing the name Sarutobi Hiruzen. Gritting his teeth, he exclaimed, "Another delay in salary. It's all those parasites' fault for running off with our money." Uchiha Taihoko glanced around warily. "Keep your voice down. The current Hokage is our clan leader, Fugaku." An older Uchiha, Yaoi, lowered his voice. "I heard even the salaries of the Umbu are being covered out of Fugaku's own pocket." Uchiha Inahoko, agitated, raked his fingers through his hair. "What are we to do? My wife is about to give birth. Perhaps you could borrow some from Minister Sanfeng. I hear he is quite wealthy." Their conversation abruptly halted. Uchiha Sanfeng had appeared at the edge of the training ground, his crimson Sharingan quietly observing them. The younger members of the Uchiha clan quickly gathered around, expressing their grievances in a cacophony. "Minister Sanfeng, lend me 200,000 ryo. I can barely afford my rent. My father is ill and needs medicine. It's all that damned Sarutobi Hiruzen's fault." Uchiha Sanfeng's gaze swept across each anxious face. "Didn't you receive a substantial bonus after the war? Have you exhausted it already?" Silence fell over the crowd. Most lowered their heads, unable to meet his gaze, the air thick with embarrassment and shame. Uchiha Taihoko, with a glint of mischief, leaned closer. "Sanfeng, do you have any insider information about the upcoming match? I haven't placed my bets yet." Uchiha Sanfeng did not respond, but slowly produced a betting slip from his robe, unfurling it before everyone. The amount written on it caused a collective gasp, betting on Uchiha Sanfeng to win 200 million ryo. Uchiha Sanfeng's voice turned icy. "How many of you placed your bets on Jeriah?" 7 or 8 young Uchiha lowered their heads in shame. Some spoke in choked voices. "We were wrong. We shouldn't have believed that lecherous sage could win." Uchiha Inahoko, furious, kicked over a training dummy. "Traitors, you value money more than Uchiha's honor, don't you? Do you deserve Minister Sanfeng's trust?" The training ground fell into a heavy silence, punctuated only by the sound of labored breathing. Uchiha Sanfeng pocketed the betting slip and, as he turned to leave, uttered a final remark. "Fools." The setting sun cast long shadows over the training ground, reminiscent of the inescapable greed and regret that lingered. Chapter 80. Jeriah vs. Uchiha Sanfeng. The daimyo of the Land of Fire stood atop Hokage Rock, gazing down at the village of Konoha. He leaned on a staff adorned with gemstones, the sunlight reflecting off the gems, casting a blinding light that seemed to emphasize his authority. Surrounded by over 30 guards and servants, some held umbrellas for the daimyo, others presented platters of fruit, while some knelt to serve as footstools. At this moment, the daimyo caressed his chin, his voice laced with deliberate disdain. "Is this the so-called Konoha? More shabby than the daimyo's estate from 30 years ago. It feels rather like a rural backwater." In truth, the daimyo was the same age as Sarutobi Hiruzen, both 55, yet he bore no signs of aging. His youthful visage only amplified his arrogance. For elite jonin from Konoha stood not far off. Upon hearing these words, their expressions shifted, yet none dared to voice a rebuttal. The fourth Hokage, Uchiha Fugaku, stood beside the daimyo, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. As the daimyo's gaze turned toward the Valley of the End, his well-maintained fingers suddenly clenched the staff tightly. The two towering stone statues cast lengthy shadows in the setting sun, as if silently narrating the splendor of the ninja era. His throat constricted, and he forcefully struck the staff against the ground. "Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, is it? Upon my return, I shall construct an even grander statue, one that resembles my own likeness." At the bottom of the Valley of the End, Uchiha Sanfeng and Jeriah stood on opposite banks of the river, the rushing waters splashing at their feet. In the realm of confrontation, the two individuals simultaneously formed their seals and swiftly retreated. Uchiha Sanfeng currently possesses a chakra reserve surpassing that of Jeriah. Thus, he had already prepared several strategic approaches. Primarily, the shadow clone technique stands out as an exceptionally efficient ninjutsu, capable of rapidly depleting the enemy's chakra. With a swift clap of his hands, he invoked Shadow Clone Jutsu. Boom, boom, boom. 72 shadow clones erupted like fireworks, each landing precisely in optimal tactical positions. Sarutobi Hiruzen's pipe slipped from his lips as he murmured, "It seems Uchiha Sanfeng's chakra is over 4 times that of last time. How is this possible?" Jeriah laughed heartily as he formed his seals. How intriguing. Let's see what this Uchiha brat is made of. Instantly, 72 shadow clones materialized in response. The clones faced each other in the valley, resembling two armies poised for battle. Both warriors excelled in fire techniques. Their expansive attack range rendering the combat scene akin to a miniature war, overwhelming to behold. Fire style, Grand Fireball Jutsu. Fire style, Fire Bullet. Hundreds of fire techniques erupted simultaneously, the collision of flames creating explosions that vaporized the river, shrouding the battlefield in mist. Gasps arose from the spectators, and the fans of several noble ladies fell in astonishment. Perched on a protruding rock, Uchiha Sanfeng observed Jeriah's chakra depleting rapidly. A sense of triumph welled within him. Just as I suspected, Jeriah has fallen into my trap. Realizing that this young lad's chakra exceeded his own, Jeriah recognized the precariousness of his situation. Cunning little Uchiha, he thought, swiftly canceling his shadow clones to conserve chakra before executing the summoning technique. With a thunderous croak, Gamabunta descended from the heavens. Gamabunta, who had known Jeriah since childhood, stood approximately 17 meters tall, skilled in swordsmanship and water techniques. A massive pipe clamped in his mouth released dense smoke, his eyes shimmering with a warrior's resolve. Jeriah, this opponent is formidable. Jeriah bellowed. Bunta, unleash the water style, Great Waterfall Jutsu. Gamabunta opened his enormous mouth, unleashing a colossal wave that swept across the battlefield like a tsunami. The grand entrance of the giant toad elevated the atmosphere of the conflict. Though this toad appeared rather unappealing, its strength was undeniable. Go Jeriah. I bet 1,000,000 Ryo on you. Don't lose. The audience erupted with cheers, though soon received a warning. Uchiha Sanfeng also dismissed many of his shadow clones, retaining only 2 to coordinate on the field. Fire style, Grand Fire Extinguishment. Wind style, Gale Wave. The wind augmented the flames, sending a fire dragon surging upward, forcing the waterfall to bow under its might. The boiling water vapor rapidly diminished visibility on the battlefield. Front row spectators found themselves drenched by the advancing mist, revealing their exquisite curves, pearls cascading to the ground. Uchiha Sanfeng, you are magnificent. Go forth and defeat Jeriah. I've bet 10,000,000 Ryo on you. The crowd's excitement swelled, with fervent declarations from admirers. With the advanced sage body, Uchiha Sanfeng's perception was notably acute. Lion's main technique. Within the dense fog, Jeriah's white hair began to stiffen and elongate, coiling like a serpent as it prepared for a sneak attack. Soon, the white strands ensnared Uchiha Sanfeng, slamming him forcefully into the ground. Yield, boy! Jeriah shouted with exhilaration. Yet, in a twist of fate, the ensnared Uchiha Sanfeng transformed into a wooden stump. Wind style, Great Breakthrough. Uchiha Sanfeng launched a counterattack from the side, the fierce wind dispersing the mist and propelling Jeriah into the air. Suspended midair, Jeriah hastily performed the needle jizo technique, encasing himself in hardened hair for protection. A frown crossed his brow as he realized, I did not anticipate this Uchiha brat would be so troublesome. Upon landing, he promptly bit his finger, summoning technique. With a clap of his hands, he summoned Gamaken and Gamagoro. Now, 3 colossal toads appeared on the battlefield, inciting widespread astonishment among the audience. Gamagoro, adept in water techniques and dual-wielding blades, rained down a flurry of strikes upon Uchiha Sanfeng, cleaving nearby trees and rocks in half. Gamabunta, seizing the opportunity, occasionally struck with his single blade. Gamaken wielded a shield, relentlessly battering Uchiha Sanfeng. The ground trembled, creating a series of deep craters, reminiscent of a minor earthquake. Among the audience were numerous elite jonin, who imagined themselves in such a siege, contemplating their certain demise under such an onslaught. With a swift motion, Gamabunta's short blade cleaved through the air, but Uchiha Sanfeng dodged expertly. Following that, Gamagoro's dual blades whirled like a silver tempest, shattering the rocks in their wake. Gamaken's massive shield crashed down, shaking the entire canyon. Uchiha Sanfeng's evasive maneuvers were executed with impeccable precision, as if this life-or-death battle were merely a leisurely stroll. His spirited performance aimed to captivate the audience's attention, granting Jeriah the opportunity to quietly gather natural energy. Standing atop Gamaken, Jeriah's expression turned grave. What a bothersome young lad. As natural energy amassed, features of a toad began to surface on Jeriah's visage. His eyes transformed into horizontal slits, and bumps appeared on his nose. Instead of seizing the moment to attack, Uchiha Sanfeng crossed his arms, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Sage mode, have you finally taken this seriously? Jeriah, let me witness your full power. Don't disappoint me. Jeriah scoffed, his hands swiftly forming a seal. Such arrogance from a Uchiha brat. Sage art, 5 right gate. Flames unleashed by the great sage ignited the heated oil Jeriah expelled, while the sage of deep-rooted lineage summoned a furious whirlwind, expanding the range of his sage arts. Boom. The three forces merged, quickly transforming into a torrent of flaming oil, over 30 meters wide and exceeding 170 meters in length. It resembled a volcanic eruption. The overwhelming flow of lava instilling a sense of impending doom. The canyon instantaneously morphed into a furnace, the heat distorting the air, causing even the river to boil under the extreme temperatures. As the noble spectators in the front rows were the first to feel the surging heat, panic ensued, prompting them to retreat hastily. The fourth Hokage, Uchiha Fugaku, bellowed, "Barrier squad, deploy defenses." Hundreds of Leaf Village ninjas moved forward, forming seals and slamming their hands to the ground. Chakra barriers rose, shielding the searing waves of heat from the audience. Seeing the intense heat contained by the barriers, the nobles cautiously returned to their seats, though the fear remained etched in their eyes. Young nobles cheered with exhilaration. Is this the true power of top-tier ninjas? It's absolutely thrilling. Uchiha Sanfeng joined in, exclaiming, "Jeriah, this temperature must be at least 1,000 degrees. Truly a perilous ninjutsu." The next moment, a proud smile graced his lips as he leaped backward. Solar angel form. Boom. 3 pairs of flaming wings unfurled behind him, casting a brilliant golden light that illuminated the heavens. He hovered high in the sky, a radiant halo of white flames swirling slowly behind his head, scattering sparks like stars, as if a deity had descended upon the mortal realm. Look, a god has arrived. Some commoners, witnessing this spectacle, even fell to their knees in prayer. Jeriah's pupils constricted. This guy can actually fly? Uchiha Sanfeng offered him no time for contemplation. With a sweep of his fiery spear, a searing chakra coalesced at its tip. Fire release, great dragon fire technique. Fire release, great dragon fire technique. Fire release, great dragon fire technique. With each invocation of the technique, 12 fire dragons emerged. 3 consecutive casts summoned 36 fire dragons, all of which hurtled towards Jeriah, Gamabunta, Gamaken, and Gamagoro. Gamaken raised his immense shield to withstand 1 fire dragon, but the shield turned bright red in an instant. He let out a muffled groan. "No, it's too hot. I can't hold on." Subsequently, he vanished in a puff of white smoke. After using water release, iron cannonball to obliterate 3 fire dragons, Gamagoro found himself encircled by several more. After a brief escape, he shouted, "I'm pulling back too. Be careful." With that, he dispelled the summoning. Gamabunta's water release. Iron cannonball shattered 5 fire dragons, but faced with the remaining 6, he helplessly roared, "Jeriah, this kid's chakra is off. You must be cautious." After saying that, he too retreated in a cloud of smoke. The fire dragons, now aimlessly targeting the ground, wreaked havoc, creating deep craters as if the valley were subjected to a meteor shower, smoke billowing into the sky. Now only Jeriah in Sage mode remained. His speed was already remarkable, and with the enhancement of Sage mode, he easily evaded the attacks of the flaming dragon heads while attempting to counterattack. Jeriah dashed across the ground swiftly, while the 2 toads, Shizune and Jeriah, unleashed Sage Art, Fire Release and Sage Art, Wind Release against the airborne Uchiha Sanfeng. Observing the might of their combined Sage techniques, Uchiha Sanfeng remarked, "The power of Sage techniques is indeed formidable, but it is of no use to me." With a few swift flaps of his fiery wings, he accelerated, leaving the combined techniques far behind. Uchiha Sanfeng, as if toying with them, brandished his spear. Fire Release, Great Dragon Fire Technique. Fire Release, Great Dragon Fire Technique. Fire Release, Great Dragon Fire Technique. 36 fire dragons began a sweeping assault. In a moment of desperation, Jeriah shouted, "I concede." Yet the 36 fire dragons continued their descent. Shizune and Jeriah, the 2 sage toads, quickly formed seals. Water Release, Iron Cannonball. 12 massive water spheres accurately struck 12 fire dragons. The remaining 24 fire dragons still detonated upon the ground. In a critical moment, Jeriah swiftly formed seals, Sage Art, Water Release, Water Barrier. A colossal stream of water surged upward, barely mitigating the residual impact, though he was left panting heavily. Observing the 24 craters around him, Jeriah roared, "Uchiha Sanfeng, do you intend to kill me?" Uchiha Sanfeng hovered in the sky, his flaming wings gently flapping. A mocking smile graced his face. "Lord Jeriah, are you not unscathed? Besides, it cannot end without a grand conclusion." Jeriah's anger caused veins to bulge on his forehead. Damn it, he truly is an evil Uchiha. Uchiha Sanfeng flew towards the noble area, seizing both Uzumaki Ki and Konan in his arms. Then, he laughed triumphantly. "Ha, Lord Jeriah, I am off to the gambling house to collect my winnings. Farewell." This competition had drawn over 100,000 spectators. In front of so many, being held by Uchiha Sanfeng made Konan's face flush like a small apple. She struggled and shouted, Hey, you rascal, put me down." Uchiha Sanfeng ignored her, and with a flap of his fiery wings, he transformed into a streak of light, disappearing into the sky. All that remained was Jeriah, standing amidst the ruins, seething with anger at his retreating figure. That infuriating brat will pay next time. Chapter 82. The Old Fox. When hardness fails, resort to softness. The mist over the valley of the end steamed under the setting sun, the air thick with a tense atmosphere. The nobles sat in the viewing area, their fans fluttering rapidly in a state of shock. Is this truly the power of a top-tier ninja? The daimyo of the Land of Fire slowly rose, lightly stroking the gem on his scepter, his eyes gleaming with complex emotions. That Uchiha is indeed intriguing. His voice was soft, yet it caused his retinue to stand at attention. The captain of his personal guard knelt on one knee, the armor clinking softly. "My lord, shall we summon him?" The daimyo chuckled lightly. Of course, such a powerful individual deserves a grand feast. The captain of the guard bowed his head in acknowledgement, but hesitated before speaking again. "My lord, that Uchiha seems rather difficult to approach." The daimyo turned, his scepter striking the ground with a sharp sound. "Precisely because he is hard to approach. He is of greater value. Send word. At tonight's banquet, I want to see all the important figures from Konoha in attendance." Inside the Konoha gambling house, the clamor nearly shook the roof. When Uchiha Sanfeng kicked open the door, the entire establishment fell silent for a second, only to erupt into an even louder uproar. "It's Lord Sanfeng. He really won. My goodness, the odds." Uchiha Sanfeng strode confidently to the counter. "Boss, the odds were 133. I wagered 200 million Rio. So you owe me 6 billion Rio, right?" The gambling house owner trembled as he took the betting slip, his fingers quivering as he struggled to hold the thin piece of paper. "Lord Sanfeng, could you possibly extend the payment a few days?" Konan crossed her arms and scoffed. "What? The Konoha gambling house can't afford to pay?" Uzumaki Ki gently tugged at Sanfeng's sleeve, whispering, "Lord Sanfeng, won't this be too ostentatious?" Uchiha Sanfeng arrogantly kissed Uzumaki Ki, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. "What's there to fear? The money I won should be claimed openly." The owner's cold sweat soaked through the back of his clothes in an instant. Just as the tension reached its peak, the gambling house door swung open once more. 12 samurai clad in matching uniforms entered in formation, the lead emissary holding a gilded scroll, bowing respectfully under the gaze of the crowd. "Lord Uchiha Sanfeng, the daimyo invites you to attend tonight's celebration banquet in honor of your outstanding performance in the competition." Silence fell over the gambling house, all eyes fixated on this unexpected official invitation. Uchiha Sanfeng raised an eyebrow. "Oh, a banquet from the daimyo?" The emissary maintained a courteous smile. "Yes, the daimyo has prepared a premium seat for you." Uchiha Sanfeng turned and wrapped his arms around the shoulders of the two young women. "Not interested. Let's go get some barbecue." The emissary's smile froze, clearly unprepared for such a direct refusal. "Lord Sanfeng, this is a personal invitation from the daimyo." Uchiha Sanfeng laughed heartily, waving his hand dismissively. "Tell the daimyo, I appreciate his goodwill, but I would much prefer to indulge in barbecue." With that, he sauntered out of the gambling house with the two young women. In the Hokage office, Uchiha Fugaku stood by the floor-to-ceiling window. Narashikaku adjusted his glasses. "Fourth Hokage, the daimyo's emissary has left the gambling house. As you predicted, Minister Sanfeng declined the invitation." Uchiha Fugaku's lips curved into a slight smile, just as expected of a member of the Uchiha clan. Akimichi Choza munched on chips, mumbling indistinctly, "This kid is quite genuine, winning money and heading straight for barbecue, huh?" Narashikaku frowned. "Hokage-sama, could this be too disrespectful to the daimyo?" Uchiha Fugaku turned, a cold glint flashing in his crimson eyes. Respect is mutual. He approached his desk, tapping the surface lightly with his fingers. Continue to monitor the daimyo's movements. His interest in Sanfeng is unlikely to wane. Just then, a knock echoed at the office door. A shadowy ninja knelt on one knee, reporting, "Sir, the Lord has just dispatched the second wave of invitations, specifically requesting to meet you, Lord Minato, and other high-ranking officials from Konoha." Uchiha Fugaku exchanged a knowing glance with Nara Shikaku. Nara Shikaku sighed softly, as expected. Uchiha Fugaku replied nonchalantly, "Prepare the formal attire. We shall meet this arrogant lord." The banquet hall gleamed with opulence, crystal chandeliers casting dazzling reflections. A long table was laden with delicacies, from deep-sea caviar to snowy truffles, each dish showcasing the wealth of the land of fire. As the messenger nervously reported Uchiha Sanpo's response, the lord's glass of crystal liquor momentarily halted in his hand. He expressed a desire for grilled meat. The messenger's forehead glistened with cold sweat. "Why, yes, my lord." The nobles exchanged glances, some showing anger while others could not suppress their laughter. The lord sat at the head of the table, smiling as his gaze swept over the gathered Konoha officials. "Your presence truly enhances my humble abode." Hyuga Hayashi responded with a smile. "You flatter us, my lord. It is our honor to be invited." Uchiha Fugaku calmly remarked, "Surely, the lord has convened this banquet for reasons beyond mere celebration?" Setting down his glass, the lord chuckled lightly. "Indeed, the fourth Hokage is astute. I was simply contemplating how much I admire strong individuals like Uchiha Sanpo." Uchiha Fugaku's expression hardened. Sanpo is straightforward but not disrespectful. The lord smiled knowingly and clapped his hands. A servant promptly presented a gilded scroll. "Is that so? How delightful. In truth, I have summoned you all to discuss an important matter." As the scroll unfurled, it revealed the words, "Special appointment of Uchiha Sanpo as the elder consultant of Konoha village." A hush fell over the room. Uchiha Fugaku rose slowly, his voice calm. "What does this mean, my lord?" The lord smiled slightly. "It is merely a matter of recognizing talent. Such a formidable individual deserves a more significant position in Konoha, does he not?" Uchiha Fugaku regarded the lord for a long moment before suddenly smiling as well. "In that case, I accept this kind offer on behalf of Konoha." The atmosphere in the banquet hall grew subtly tense. Nobles whispered among themselves, while the Konoha officials harbored their own thoughts. In a barbecue restaurant, fat dripped onto the coals, sizzling audibly. Uchiha Sanpo devoured grilled beef with gusto, grease glistening on his lips. Grilled meat truly reigns supreme. Uchiha Mei disdainfully handed him a napkin. "Could you eat with a bit more decorum?" Uzumaki sipped her juice, smiling as she watched the two bicker. The door swung open, and Uchiha Shursui entered briskly, his expression grave. "Sanpo, we have a situation." Without looking up, Uchiha Sanpo tossed him a skewer of grilled meat. "What? You here to mooch off a meal? Did the lord flip the table?" Uchiha Shursui shook his head. "He just nominated you as the elder consultant of Konoha." Uchiha Sanpo's movements froze. "Huh? That cunning old fox. If hard tactics fail, he resorts to soft ones. Even if his scheme fails, he can still sow discord between me and clan leader Fugaku." Chapter 83, 1. 1 billion Ryo. Enough for me to feast on sea cucumbers. Daily morning light streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the Hokage's office, where the core officials of Konoha filled the long table. Uchiha Fugaku, Tsunade, Hyuga Hayashi, Nara Shikaku, Namikaze Minato, and the nonchalantly seated Uchiha Sanpo. Uchiha Fugaku pressed his hands on the table, surveying the assembly. Regarding the Lord of the Land of Fire's appointment of Uchiha Sanpo as the elder consultant of Konoha, Uchiha Sanpo impatiently tapped his fingers on the table, interrupting, "I refuse. That is the Lord's scheme to incite discord between me and the clan leader." His voice was quiet, yet it rendered the Hokage building's conference room instantly silent. Nara Shikaku sighed. "Minister Sanpo, refusing the Lord's appointment is tantamount to slapping his face." Uchiha Sanpo scoffed. "And what of it? Is he going to send troops to attack Konoha? With merely over 500 ninjas and several 100,000 samurai?" The Lord was a relative of Tsunade, who had previously bestowed upon her significant financial aid. With an eye on the familial ties and money, Tsunade narrowed her eyes. "Kid, don't be too arrogant. The Lord controls the financial lifeblood of the Land of Fire." Uchiha Fugaku spoke slowly, his voice grave and authoritative. "Sanpo, this is not the time for recklessness. You are well aware of Konoha's economic situation. We have only recently concluded a war, and our reconstruction funds are limited. The Lord controls the financial allocations of the Land of Fire. Tearing apart our relationship now would not bode well for the village. Seeing Sampo's continued defiance, Uchiha Fugaku felt a twinge of helplessness. He exhaled slowly. Sampo, the elder consultant's monthly salary is 10 million ryo, directly allocated from the Lord's finances. Upon hearing this figure, Uchiha Sampo's eyes lit up. Had I known there was so much money involved, I would have accepted this role long ago. Sitting beside him, Uchiha Ryuho awkwardly adjusted his forehead. Hey, Sampo, your expression is too obvious. The conference room fell into a momentary silence, followed by a wave of disbelief. Just then, Finance Minister Uchiha Hakadai entered, carrying a thick stack of ledgers. He slammed the ledger onto the table, startling the teacups. Everyone, the financial report from the Valley of the End competition has arrived. He opened the ledger and cleared his throat. First, total ticket revenue amounted to 36,968 billion ryo. Gasps of astonishment echoed through the room. Of this, noble tickets sold totaled 1,710, amounting to 21,375 billion ryo. Wealthy merchant tickets sold totaled 4,152, amounting to 8,304 billion ryo. Commoner tickets sold totaled 36,445, amounting to 656 million ryo. Hyuga Hayashi exclaimed in disbelief, 36,968 billion ryo? The competition earned that much? Uchiha Hakadai's expression bore a hint of concealed pain. According to pre-competition agreements, the victor, Uchiha Sampo, receives 10 of the total ticket revenue, which is 369 billion ryo. The loser, Jeriah, receives 3, approximately 1 billion ryo. Hearing this, Jeriah whistled, 1 billion ryo. That's enough for me to feast on sea cucumbers and abalone daily and indulge at pleasure houses for years. Akimichi Chozo muttered, losing yet still pocketing so much money. No wonder he is so happy. Uchiha Hakadai raised his voice, quiet. The main point comes next, the remaining 16 billion ryo. After deducting the venue construction and security costs of over 4 billion ryo, nets approximately 28 billion ryo. Everyone's breath caught simultaneously. But that was not all. Uchiha Hakadai flipped to the second ledger, his voice tinged with excitement. The Konoha gambling house had total bets amounting to 63 billion ryo, according to our agreement. The village can take a 30 cut, which totals 28 billion ryo. Uft. Yamanaka and Oichi, who was sipping tea, suddenly spewed it out, soaking Nara Shikaku across the table. Uchiha Hakadai opened a third ledger, scanning the crowd. Additionally, during the competition, surrounding revenues from hotels, dining, and entertainment amounted to about 8 billion ryo. In summary, the total revenue from this event for our village is 608 billion ryo. The conference room fell into a stunned silence, and after several seconds of quiet, it erupted. Hyuga Hayashi exclaimed, over 600 billion ryo? Even before the war, when the village had 157 ninjas, our annual income was only a little over 10 billion ryo. This competition equates to 6 years' worth of village income. Uchiha Hakadai nodded with a smile. Now the village only has 652 ninjas, so we need not worry about funding for many years. As the meeting concluded, news spread like wildfire. Did you hear? Lord Sampo earned the village 600 billion from a single competition. A vegetable vendor danced with glee, gesturing excitedly to her customers. I have heard that mere days before the competition, Lord Sanfeng of the Uchiha clan wagered 200 million ryo on his own victory. With odds set at an astonishing 133, 200 million ryo could transform into a staggering 6 billion. A recently returned Chunin nearly bit his tongue in disbelief. 600 billion? What a bounty that would be, equivalent to the rewards of countless S-rank missions. Thus, he has been dubbed the god of wealth of Konoha, Uchiha Sanfeng. In taverns, before gambling houses, beside the training grounds of the Ninja Academy, the streets and alleys of Konoha buzzed with this astronomical figure. Children, with chalk in hand, sketched an endless stream of zeros on the ground. Merchants calculated how much stock to hoard for the next competition. Even the usually stern Umbu ninjas, patrolling the rooftops, could not resist discussing this unexpected windfall. In the ninja hospital, several injured ninjas circulated a copy of the Konoha Financial Times, with the headline boldly proclaiming the miraculous figure of 600 billion. We toil through perilous S-rank missions for a mere million ryo, murmured a bandaged Chunin. And yet, He earns 369 billion Ryo from a single brawl. And he has only 17. A jounin, leaning on a cane, chuckled ruefully. I suddenly found the kunai in my hand lacking allure. As a freshly graduated genin stared blankly at his weapon. Soon, on the bustling streets of Konoha, the most conspicuous billboard was erected, featuring an image of Uchiha Sanfeng giving a thumbs up, accompanied by bold red letters proclaiming, God of Wealth of Konoha, let him guide you to fortune. Welcome to the 598 Pleasure House. Chapter 84. The ninja villages stir restlessly again. Inside the office of the Tsuchikage, dawn filtered through granite windows. An unrolled scroll of intelligence lay before him. The central figure circled thrice in vermilion. 600 billion Ryo. After perusing the information, Inoki furrowed his brow. Konoha had recently been full of surprises. 600 billion Ryo. Those rascals from Konoha. They have amassed the equivalent of our 8 years' worth of fiscal revenue from a single competition. Gently sidestepping the chaos strewn about the floor, Loam presented another document. Father, we have received a request for peace talks from the hidden cloud. Inoki's bloodshot eyes suddenly gleamed with a flicker of light. He floated to the sand table of a Wagakure. Proceed with the talks. Relay the message to dispatch 2 squads of ceremonial ninjas in formal attire to escort the body of the third Raikage to the hidden cloud base with dignity. Remember, whenever we speak, let it be known that our Wagakure respects heroes. The third Raikage perished after valiantly battling for 3 days and nights with over 10,000 of our villagers to cover the retreat of his subordinates. Thus, the body of the third Raikage was soon delivered to the fourth Raikage. That night, Iwagakure and Kumogakure signed a ceasefire agreement. As the signing ceremony concluded, Inoki summoned all the elite ninjas of the village. Hovering in the center of the conference room, he excitedly declared, let us immediately prepare for the exhibition match. Third Tsuchikage versus Four Tails Jinchuriki. Ticket prices will be set at 80% of Konoha's. The venue will be the Rock Canyon, and the viewing platform must feature 3 tiers, with a red carpet for the VIP seats. Loam hesitated to speak. Father, the Four Tails Jinchuriki, old Kuro. Inoki did not lift his gaze, but merely scoffed. That stubborn old man? Tell him the appearance fee is 100 million Ryo. Meanwhile, in the Raikage's office of Kumogakure. Bang. Killer B. Prepare for special training. The village needs your strength. The Eight Tails Jinchuriki paused in his impromptu rap, the reflection of the morning light glinting off his sunglasses. Yo, big bro, where we headed? The fourth Raikage, tore off his cloak, revealing his muscular torso. We're also organizing a match. Fourth Raikage versus Eight Tails Jinchuriki Ultimate Showdown. Let the entire ninja world witness true power. Mabu, the secretary, quickly pulled up the financial report. Raikage-sama, how about hosting it at the Komorii Canyon? The audience seating could be. The fourth Raikage interrupted her. No. Let us hold it at the most perilous Raikage cliff. The more thrilling, the better. Instruct the engineering team to construct a suspended viewing platform. Using lightning release chakra for protection. The VIP section should hang off the cliff's edge, utilizing the clearest cloud crystal. The elder advisor, the second Tsuchikage, calculated rapidly on an abacus. In that case, the initial construction funds may exceed 50 billion Ryo. Fourth Raikage, please be cautious. The fourth Raikage waved his hand dismissively. It's fine. Proceed as I have directed. Secretary Mabu contemplated for a moment before stating, I have heard that Iwagakure's ticket prices are set at 80% of Konoha's. The fourth Raikage's lightning release chakra surged once more. No discounts. Our show will be more exhilarating than Konoha's. Raise ticket prices by 20. Prepare special lightning release scrolls as souvenirs, the kind that can unleash small bolts of lightning. In the land of wind, within the office of the Kazakage of Tsunade, a pile of unprocessed documents lay scattered, most of which were protest letters. At the top, one bore the crest of the feudal lord of the land of wind. The fourth Kazakage, Raza, trembled as he held an intelligence scroll, releasing a long sigh. 600 billion Ryo. In the third great ninja war, we lost over 8,000 men just to seize 500 billion. Outside, a sandstorm raged, casting a long shadow over the advisor Chiyo. I suggest we host the fourth Kazakage versus One Tails Jinchuriki exhibition match. The fourth Kazakage, Raza, suddenly looked up, bloodshot eyes wide. The One Tails Jinchuriki, Gara, is my beloved wife. You wish to pit us against each other? Chiyo leisurely rolled up her sleeves. Perhaps that would be more captivating for the village, and we could charge more. Within the office of the Mizukage from Kirigakure, The fourth Mizukage, Karatsuchi, stood by the window, gazing at the intelligence scroll in hand. The number inscribed on it pierced his eyes painfully. He murmured softly, 600 billion ryo is enough to rebuild 6 Kirigakures, yet our current village cannot withstand such upheaval. In the Fire Country's feudal lord's estate, within the Zicheng Hall, the grand chamber supported by 12 ornate dragon-carved golden pillars, the feudal lord reclined on his throne, pale fingers gently tapping the gilded armrest. Before him knelt 3 elderly men, their foreheads pressed to the ground, breathing cautiously. The feudal lord softly repeated the figure, 600 billion ryo. Who could have anticipated that Konoha could amass such wealth from a mere competition? I was remiss. The eldest minister raised his head slightly, sweat beading on his wrinkled face. It is not your fault, my lord. We failed to conduct proper analysis and preparation. The feudal lord suddenly straightened, his eyes gleaming with cold light. What does 600 billion ryo signify? Do you comprehend? It means that Konoha can no longer rely on our financial allocations in the coming years. The 3 ministers shuddered in unison. They understood better than anyone that the most crucial means by which the feudal lord controlled the ninja villages was through economic dominance. Once the ninja villages achieved fiscal independence, would those wielding world-destroying power still willingly accept the feudal lord's rule? Suddenly, 3 figures appeared like phantoms within the hall, kneeling on the gilded carpet. Speak, commanded the feudal lord, not lifting his eyelids, yet his voice was imbued with authority. The mysterious bodyguards whispered, urgent report. 3 days ago, the Wagakure signed a ceasefire agreement with Kumogakure, and they are now fully preparing for the 3rd Tsuchikage versus Four Tails Jinchuriki exhibition match. The feudal lord paused, his expression shifting. Oh? What are the venue and ticket prices? The Wagakure has chosen the Rock Canyon as the site, with ticket prices set at 80% of Konoha's. Kumogakure's 4th Reikage has announced that the 4th Reikage versus 8 Tails Jinchuriki Ultimate Showdown will take place at Reikage Cliff, and construction of the suspended viewing platform is already underway. Tsunade intends to host the 4th Kazekage versus One Tails Jinchuriki exhibition match. As for Kirigakure, there has been no movement yet. Crack. The teacup in the feudal lord's hand suddenly cracked with a fine line. Tea, shimmering beneath the chrysanthemum-patterned gold leaf, silently seeped out, winding its way across the table. The feudal lord's fingers drummed incessantly against the surface, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Good, very good. A group of ninjas has begun to dabble in economics? An elder minister attempted to console him. My lord, perhaps this is merely an accident. The feudal lord exhaled deeply. An accident? Owagakure is already preparing for the match, while Kumogakure and Tsunagakure are following suit. These ninja villages are becoming restless once more. Immediately prepare the ink. I must write to those 4 foolish leaders. Soon. The lords of the land of earth, the land of lightning, the land of wind, and the land of water each received a mysterious letter. Chapter 85. The Tournament of the 3 Great Shinobi Villages, all in ruins. Too many detractors have lowered this book's rating to 64. The author has been saddened for quite some time. Additionally, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your support. I will endeavor to update diligently. The door to the Konoha conference room swung open as Yamashiro Kai hurried in, clutching a stack of scrolls. Beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. He slammed the scrolls onto the conference table. Latest news. The Wagakure, Kumogakure, and Tsunagakure are all preparing to imitate our tournament. The 4th Hokage, Uchiha Fugaku, calmly unfurled the first scroll, swiftly scanning its contents. The Wagakure has chosen the Rock Canyon as its venue, planning a 3rd Tsuchikage versus Four Tails Jinchuriki exhibition match. With ticket prices set at 80% of ours. Tsunade snatched the 2nd scroll, scoffing. Kumogakure is even more extravagant. The 4th Reikage intends to hold an ultimate showdown at the Thunder Cliff and plans to construct a suspended viewing platform. That muscle-bound fool. Does he even understand the concept of audience comfort? Nara Shikaku quietly unfolded the 3rd scroll, his eyebrows gradually raising. Tsunagakure actually aims to host 4th Kazekage versus One Tails Jinchuriki. Wait a moment, isn't that One Tails Jinchuriki's wife, Gaara? Kazami Tomohiko interjected gently. Perhaps a couple's duel is Tsunagakure's selling point? Laughter erupted in the conference room. Uchiha Hakadai quietly stood before the ninja world map. As the laughter subsided, he softly inquired, do you all believe these tournaments will succeed? A cacophony of opinions filled the room. Akimichi Choza, munching on chips, mumbled, it should work. After all, we've made quite a fortune. Hyuga Hizashi's Byakugan shifted slightly. It's uncertain. Each ninja village has its own circumstances. Meanwhile, the young Inazuka Kiba shook his head decisively. No way. After all, they were merely ninjas. Economic matters were not their forte. Thus, all eyes turned toward Uchiha Sanpu, the man who had created a miracle of 60 billion. Uchiha Fugaku quietly asked, "Sanpu, what are your thoughts?" Uchiha Sanpu leisurely rose, approached the map, and gently tapped it. "When we established Konoha, we had Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara with us. So we chose to build our village near the daimyo's estate. The terrain is flat and accessible, and the daimyo's estate is the wealthiest city in the shinobi world, with the highest number of nobles. Nobles, merchants, and commoners come to Konoha for the tournament like a spring outing, which is why we have achieved such success. Now let us examine the other villages. The Wagakure, Humogakure, Sunagakure. When they built their villages, their primary consideration was military attributes, resulting in environments that are more concealed and perilous. This has rendered their transportation exceedingly inconvenient. Even if nobles, merchants, and commoners wish to attend a tournament, they risk their lives on the journey. For instance, from the nearest major city to the venue of a Wagakure, one must traverse 8 mountains. Ordinary nobles require 2 days by carriage. That makes 4 days round trip. How many nobles and merchants would have the leisure to attend a tournament? Commoners need not even consider it. The assembly nodded frequently, beginning to grasp the implications. Uchiha Sanpu pointed again at the map. Humogakure faces similar issues. Transportation is inconvenient. As for the 800-meter-high viewing platform, it is nothing short of absurd. The average person's physique cannot compare to that of a ninja. At such heights, they are prone to altitude sickness and other physical discomforts, ensuring a financial loss. Lastly, let us consider Sunagakure, situated in the heart of the desert. Even those from the land of wind often get lost in that expanse. The desert is scorching by day and frigid by night, making it nearly impossible for ordinary people to survive the journey to the arena. Upon hearing Uchiha Sanpu's analysis, laughter erupted in the conference room. Time passed swiftly, and soon the day of the tournaments arrived for each village. On the day of a Wagakure's match, the rock canyon stood desolate. The VIP seats were empty. The few spectators present were representatives from minor noble families and small merchant guilds. Inoki hovered above the meticulously constructed viewing platform, his expression growing increasingly grim. Veins bulged on his forehead. Why are there so few people? The combined total of nobles and merchants is merely a few hundred. At this rate, we cannot even recoup our costs. An Umbu member replied. Intelligence indicates that many nobles are reluctant to attend due to the poor road conditions, thus lacking interest in coming. Inoki pinched the bridge of his nose. Surrounded by towering mountains, Iwagakure had formidable defenses. However, this very fact now posed the greatest disadvantage. He glanced toward the section for commoners, which was about 30% full. Yet these were merely the residents of Iwagakure. The low ticket prices for commoners could not possibly offset the immense investments made. Inoki looked at the betting station, where the staff were yawning out of boredom. The total betting amount barely reached 1 billion ryo, insufficient even to cover the construction costs. Lord Tsuchikage, should we still proceed with the match? An Umbu Jounin cautiously inquired. Inoki sighed deeply. Let it begin. At the very least, we cannot disappoint those who purchased tickets. Old Z, I am extremely irritated right now. Come let me vent my frustrations. Old Inoki, I shall show no mercy. After the match concluded, Inoki stood atop the highest point of the rock canyon, gazing at the sparse audience, his heart a tumult of emotions. He had thought that imitating Konoha's model would effortlessly yield immense profits, yet he overlooked the fundamental differences between Iwagakure and Konoha. His father, Kuratsuchi, approached him, hesitating to speak. Inoki waved his hand, looking into the distance. I know what you wish to say. We were too hasty. Konoha is situated in the heart of the land of fire, on flat terrain, with convenient transportation and a concentration of nobles. As for us, a gust of wind swept past, stirring the dust at their feet. Inoki suddenly chuckled. However, this failure is not without merit. At least we have learned that mere imitation is insufficient. A similar situation unfolded in Kumogakure, where the fourth Raikage, bellowed in fury. We promised a grand prelude. Why are there so few attendees? Mabui wiped her cold sweat. Several commoners fell from the mountain on their way here. The nobles have declared our village too dangerous. Many have deemed the roads impassable and simply chose not to come. The fourth Raikage stormed to the betting center. Upon inspecting the ledger, his furious voice reverberated through the suspended viewing platform, causing it to tremble. Why is the betting amount so low? It doesn't even come close to Konoha's figures. The surrounding staff, witnessing the Raikage's furious rampage, dared not utter a word. Mabui, wiping her cold sweat, remarked, Lord Raikage, you allocated 50 billion Ryo to construct the suspended viewing platform, and now the village cannot even pay its salaries. You must devise a solution. Meanwhile, Tsunade, having received a collective disinterest from the nobles and merchant guilds of the Land of Wind, ultimately cancelled its tournament. Outside, the sandstorm raged. As if mocking the ineptitude of the fourth Kazekage, Raza. Chapter 86, The Strongest Ninja Tournament. In the daimyo's estate of the Land of Fire. The 12 intricately carved golden dragon pillars of the Zeichin Hall cast imposing shadows in the morning light. The daimyo reclined on the emerald throne, his pale fingers gently stroking the recently delivered scroll of intelligence, which detailed the dismal outcomes of the tournaments in Awagakure, Humogakure, and Tsunade. With a light chuckle, the daimyo mused, as expected, ninjas remain merely ninjas. The 3 elder ministers seated nearby did not dare to lift their heads. The eldest, Tokugawa, pressed his forehead to the ground. Your Highness, those crude individuals could not possibly comprehend the principles of management. Suddenly, the daimyo straightened, his eyes gleaming with insight. No, Lord Tokugawa, they are quite intelligent. They simply lack a broader perspective. Konoha is somewhat of an exception. One minister paused his writing to speak. Your Highness, as per your request, I have organized the strongest ninja tournament regulations. After he spoke, he respectfully handed a piece of paper to the feudal lord of the Land of Fire. The lord perused it briefly, then took a vermilion brush to amend the terms of participation. It was explicitly stated that there would be no restrictions on nationality, and life or death would not be considered. The 3 elderly ministers gasped in unison. The military minister could not help but raise his head. Your Highness, this might provoke the Hidden Leaf Village. The feudal lord suddenly erupted in laughter, his voice echoing through the hall. Provoke? No, I shall present them with an irresistible temptation. 5 slots for the arena masters, each with a participation fee of 300 million Ryo, with additional rewards based on rankings. The financial minister nearly bit his tongue. 300 million Ryo? The lord caressed the family crest on the scroll. You can't catch wolves without letting go of the cubs. The first arena master will be Uchiha Fugaku, the 4th Hokage. The second will be Uchiha Sanfeng. The third will be Sarutobi Hiruzen. That old fellow needs to be rewarded for siding with us, as an example. The elder from Tokugawa suddenly understood. Your Highness is indeed wise. This not only showcases the lord's grandeur, but also. The feudal lord's lips curled into a cold smile. Let us add 2 more slots. The 4th for the Abbot Fahai of the Fire Temple, and the 5th for the advisor Tsunade of the Hidden Leaf. He gazed at the silhouette of the colossal statue being constructed outside the city. The date shall be set for March 3rd, the day my son of heaven statue is completed. In the conference room of the Hidden Leaf's Hokage building, 3 gilded invitations lay quietly on the table. Uchiha Sanfeng trembled slightly as he held the invitation. The lord is indeed willing to spend. Just to make an appearance, he offers 300 million Ryo, with ranking rewards to boot. This old fox is quite generous. Nara Shikaku lightly tapped his temple. 3 of the 5 arena master slots are given to the Hidden Leaf, which essentially aims to silence us. Namikaze Minato gently interjected. Advisor Shikaku is right. The lord likely wishes to use this competition to attract some formidable talents to counterbalance our village. Uchiha Fugaku sat upright at the head of the table. His teacup had cooled untouched. Uchiha Sanfeng suddenly turned to him. Fugaku clan head, will you participate? The room fell silent. Should the 4th Hokage choose to compete, it would signify the Hidden Leaf's public acceptance of the lord's challenge. If he declined, it might precipitate a political crisis. Uchiha Fugaku's voice remained calm and steady. Since the lord has extended an invitation, I shall naturally attend. Uchiha Sanfeng furrowed his brow. Recalling the extensive use of the Mangekyo Sharingan during the 3rd Great Ninja War, which had severely impaired Fugaku's vision, making even figures 5 meters away appear blurry. He feigned a counsel. But you are the 4th Hokage. The village has so many documents awaiting your approval. Uchiha Fugaku gently raised his hand to interrupt. With Shikaku and Hayashi present, there will be no issues. Seeing he could not persuade him, Uchiha Sanfeng turned to Tsunade. Tsunade, will you attend? Tsunade's eyes sparkled with visions of wealth. 300 million Ryo plus ticket shares. Why not seize such a free opportunity? A few light chuckles resonated in the conference room, easing the tense atmosphere. However, Narashikaku suddenly frowned. Why has the Lord set the date for March 3rd? Yamashiro Ichi pondered. The Lord is constructing a 300-meter statue outside the city, expected to be completed next month. Perhaps he wishes to witness the ninjas battle beneath his towering presence during his most glorious moment. Akimichi Choza munched on some chips, such as the wicked whim of the wealthy. In the Raikage's office within the hidden cloud village, an air of anxiety prevailed. The fourth Raikage, A, glared at the latest financial report, veins bulging on his forehead. Mabui was reporting, the fourth Raikage versus. The Eight Tails Jinchuriki event has resulted in a total loss of 3.7 billion Ryo, with 5 billion Ryo spent on the construction of the viewing platform. Enough. The fourth Raikage's fist slammed onto the table, but halted just shy of impact, as even breaking the table now required consideration of expenses. Killer Bee entered, his sunglasses reflecting flashes of lightning from outside. Yo, big bro, don't fret. I heard the Land of Fire is throwing money around. We should go cash in. The fourth Raikage's lightning chakra suddenly calmed. You two have seen that Land of Fire's strongest ninja competition? Killer Bee began to rap spontaneously, starting at 300 million Ryo. If you don't take it, you're a fool. The hidden cloud needs cash. Mabui interjected with concern. Raikage-sama, this could be a trap. The fourth Raikage's muscles tensed. A trap? Then let us see whose teeth are sharper. Send the order down. I shall personally compete. Meanwhile, in the Tsuchikage's office of the Hidden Stone Village, Anoki floated in midair, two documents spread before him. The left was the report on event losses, while the right contained intelligence on the Land of Fire's strongest ninja competition. Father, Loam urged quietly, this is clearly a trap set by the Lord. Anoki gazed down at the empty stone gorge, a cold smile forming. A trap? I have eaten more salt than you have rice. Yet we have lost 2.8 billion Ryo, and this is an opportunity to recoup our losses. As he turned, a cunning glint sparkled in his eyes. Send old Zetsu with me. We must secure at least 2 arena slots to maximize our gains. Loam worriedly suggested. Father, let me take some elite Umbu members to participate in the competition in the Land of Fire. Anoki's beard bristled with anger. You stay in the village. You are not to go out. The fourth Wind Shadow, Raza, reviewed the intelligence on the strongest ninja competition and asked, what are your thoughts on this matter? Advisor Chiyo replied with unusual firmness. I oppose this. During the Third Great War, we plundered 5 cities from the Land of Fire. Competing now would be equivalent to walking into a trap. Ebizo raised his voice. The village is not short on funds at present, but the consequences of losing you would be dire. The fourth Wind Shadow, Raza, frowned slightly. Then let it be. Chapter 87. Awakening the Mangekyo in the Deep of Night. The Hidden Leaf Village was shrouded in mist, the moonlight filtering through the curtains, casting mottled silver rays within the bedroom. Uzumaki Hai nestled against the broad chest of a man, clearly hearing the steady and powerful rhythm of his heartbeat. She gently lifted her head, her beautiful eyes gazing at him, softly asking, Sanfeng, what are you thinking about? Uchiha Sanfeng extended his arms, enveloping Uzumaki Hai in his embrace, as if wishing to meld her into his very being. I am thinking of you, yearning for another round. His voice was deep and magnetic, laced with an undeniable commanding tone. Uzumaki Hai did not push him away. She merely replied sweetly, Sanfeng, you are so naughty. Let me rest a little longer. Don't. Ding. The host and partner. Uzumaki Hai. Engage in dual cultivation. Intermediate Uzumaki Sage Body Experience 50. Chakra Limit 5. Yang Attribute 0. 01 Ding. Level up conditions met. Intermediate Uzumaki Sage Body upgraded successfully. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Advanced Uzumaki Sage Body. Bloodline Limit. Advanced Uzumaki Sage Body. 202-55000. Attributes. Lifespan 60 years. Life 4200. Chakra 3200. Life recovery 30 hours. Sharingan experience 60 days. Watching Uzumaki Hai slowly drift into slumber in his arms, he kissed her forehead and then checked the system panel. Host. Uchiha Sanfeng Strength. Kage level lifespan. 17181 partner. Uzumaki Hai. Affection. 100. Tsunade. Affection. 100. Terumi Mei. Affection. 66. Aoyama Yui. Affection. 60. Life. 156-801. 5680 chakra. 122081. 2208 eye power, 20002000 bloodline limit. Advanced Uzumaki Sage Body, 202-55000 bloodline limit. Advanced Senju Sage Body, 250-85000 bloodline limit. 3 Tomo Sharingan, 996010000. His chakra was now 20 times that of an ordinary jonin. However, his eye power had plateaued once reaching 2,000, indicating he had hit a bottleneck. Nevertheless, the experience for the 3 Tomo Sharingan was nearing completion, and he should soon awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. The question remained, what ocular technique would he manifest? Gazing at the clock on the wall, which read 11:42, he noted that in just 18 minutes, it would be midnight. At that point, his system would update, allowing him to awaken the Mangekyo, making those 18 minutes feel particularly long. As the clock struck midnight, the chimes echoed through the night, heralding the fulfillment of upgrade conditions. The 3 Tomo Sharingan successfully ascended. Congratulations to the host for awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan. The system announced it was matching ocular techniques. The power of the Byakugan sealed within the host's left eye was absorbed by the Mangekyo, thus aligning with insight-based ocular techniques. Congratulations again. For the left eye has acquired the divine ocular technique, the Eye of God, superior vision that pierces through all illusions and falsehoods, endowing the ability to discern good from evil and see the essence of all things. Furthermore, considering the host's grievances prior to awakening the Mangekyo, time was observed to be fleeting, leading to a match with time-based ocular techniques. Congratulations once more. For the right eye has gained the ocular technique of acceleration, capable of enhancing the target's speed in accordance with the invested ocular power. Upon receiving the system notifications, Uchiha Sanfeng sat up in excitement. His sudden movement startled Uzumaki Huei awake, who promptly inquired, "Sanfeng, what is the matter?" With a smile, Uchiha Sanfeng activated his Mangekyo, exclaiming joyfully, "Ha ha, Huei, I have finally awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan." Uzumaki Huei, astonished, cupped his face and examined it closely. "Sanfeng, the pattern of your Sharingan has indeed changed." Employing the divine ocular technique of his left eye, Uchiha Sanfeng felt his perspective elevate, rapidly encompassing the entirety of Konoha. As he infused his ocular power, his vision sharpened, enabling him to penetrate through trees and rocks with clarity. In the bedroom of Uchiha Fugaku, a man lay while a woman engaged in rhythmic motion above him. Uchiha Sanfeng stroked his chin, utilizing the Eye of God to admire the pair's movements. This divine eye was indeed formidable, allowing not only for sight but also for the perception of sound, almost as if experiencing it firsthand. Suddenly, a voice emerged beside him. "Sanfeng, your left eye is bleeding." At this, Uchiha Sanfeng promptly closed his left eye and ceased the ocular technique, watching as the slightly damaged optic nerve began to heal gradually. He reflected inwardly, "How marvelous. My eyes possess the ability to self-repair. Thus, the side effects of gradual blindness from using the Mangekyo technique shall not afflict me." "It's nothing, Huei. I was merely testing the ocular techniques." Worried, Uzumaki Huei replied, "But your left eye is bleeding." Uchiha Sanfeng reassured her patiently. Utilizing the Mangekyo technique can lead to nerve damage, resulting in bleeding and gradual blindness. However, my body's recovery capabilities are quite robust, so there is no need for concern. If you wish, you may use your medical ninjutsu to verify. My left eye has already healed itself. Skeptical yet hopeful, Uzumaki Huei swiftly executed her medical ninjutsu to examine Uchiha Sanfeng's left eye. Moments later, astonishment graced her features. "It's truly healed. Sanfeng, your recovery ability is astounding." Uchiha Sanfeng nodded with a smile. "This matter regarding the Mangekyo must remain a secret between us." Uzumaki Huei gently nodded. "Yes, I understand. I won't tell anyone." He then commenced testing the ocular technique of acceleration with his right eye, channeling ocular power into the wall clock. The second hand began to spin at an accelerated pace, twice. 4 times, 6 times, 8 times. Is this the maximum acceleration of 8 times? Sensing the swift depletion of his ocular power, Uchiha Sanfeng closed his right eye and halted the technique. Wiping away the tears of blood from his eyes, Uzumaki Huei anxiously asked, "Sanfeng, is your eye truly all right?" With a crooked smile, Uchiha Sanfeng replied, "Ha ha, Huei, I feel splendid. I was merely testing the limits of the ocular technique, which caused a slight drain on my power. A moment's rest will suffice for recovery." With that, he affectionately pressed his forehead against Uzumaki Huei's and bestowed a kiss upon her. All right, Huei. Let us retire for the night. It is quite late. Very well. Sanfeng, you're being silly again. Chapter 88. March 3rd. The Dragon Rises. Dear readers, please rate this book. 5-star reviews will greatly encourage the author. Writing does not yield profit, and your support is truly needed. As dawn broke on March 3rd, the colossal figure of the Celestial Guardian cast its shadow over the entire arena. The golden crown, adorned with gilded embellishments, reflected the morning light, blinding any who dared to gaze upon it. From the observation platform, the daimyo of the Land of Fire caressed the gilded railing, looking down upon the ninjas below, who appeared as mere ants. A hint of a smile played upon his lips, his eyes glinting with calculated intent. Shortly thereafter, the daimyo's voice resonated through the valley via a loudspeaker. Welcome, everyone, to the venue of the strongest ninja tournament. Today, the title of the mightiest in the ninja world shall be determined. Let the competition commence. A thunderous cheer erupted from the audience. The earlier matches had been mere trifles. The clashes between Genin and Chunin were but appetizers in the daimyo's eyes. He lounged lazily in his seat until a crimson figure leaped into the arena. The Jinchuriki of the Four Tails from Awagakure, Azuki, boldly challenged the third arena's master, Sarutobi Hizashi. Lava erupted beneath Azuki's feet, fracturing the ground in a web-like pattern as he tore off his shirt, revealing a chest adorned with intricate ceiling patterns. Even more shocking, he spat at Sarutobi Hizashi. Word has it that during your tenure as the third Hokage, you embezzled a significant sum from the villagers of Konoha. Today, I shall seek justice for them. At this declaration, the Konoha ninjas in the audience shot angry glances at Sarutobi Hizashi. Slowly rising, he removed his hat and cloak, revealing armor from the Warring States period. Every scratch on it a testament to countless battles for survival. With a voice that, while not loud, carried clearly to all, Sarutobi Hizashi addressed Azuki, "Young one, do you understand what you are challenging? Let the battle begin." Knowing his opponent was formidable, he swiftly formed hand seals and struck the ground. Summoning technique. King of the Monkey, Saru. As white smoke billowed, the figure of the Monkey King gradually materialized, transformed into the adamantine staff. In an instant, the Monkey King morphed into a black staff, soaring into Sarutobi Hizashi's hand. Azuki erupted into maniacal laughter, his skin bubbling as the orange-red cloak of the tailed beast surged forth like molten lava. First stage of tailed beast transformation. Gasps filled the audience as the transformed staff of the Monkey King collided with Azuki's molten fists, creating a cacophony of sound and a noxious scent. Sarutobi Hizashi's signature beard was singed by the heat wave, causing it to curl. He swiftly retreated, forming hand seals. Fire release. Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. 3 fire dragons surged towards Azuki from various angles, but were swiftly dispersed by 4 protruding lava tails. Azuki's form expanded, and when fully transformed, the 60-meter-tall Four Tails, resembling Sun Wukong, tore through the shadow of the colossal statue. Adamantine Wall. Sarutobi Hizashi summoned 4 golden barriers in an attempt to contain the Four Tails. However, the eruption of lava instantly turned the adamantine staff red-hot, disintegrating it into a plume of smoke. The tail of the Four Tails swept across the stands, leaving spiderweb cracks in the blast-proof glass before the daimyo. Guards rushed forward in alarm, but were halted by a wave of the daimyo's hand. Suddenly, the daimyo stood, applauding. "Marvelous. Truly marvelous. Lord Azuki, congratulations on becoming the 6th arena master. I kindly ask for a truce. As for the 3rd Hokage, his original ranking shall remain intact." Seeing the Monkey King injured, a flash of anger crossed Sarutobi Hizashi's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. When Inoki floated into the arena, the Awagakure ninjas in the audience chanted in unison, calling out the name of the 2 tails, Inoki. Though this 3rd Tsuchikage was diminutive in stature, the oppressive aura he exuded silenced the entire arena. To everyone's surprise, he soared directly toward the 4th arena, Master Fahai of the Temple of Fire. "Do you dare to accept my challenge?" Master Fahai's staff lightly tapped the ground as he leapt onto the arena, the 9 rings clashing together, producing a resonant sound of clarity. This benevolent-looking elder monk smiled and looked up, addressing Inoki. "Your Excellency, the 3rd Tsuchikage, your status is esteemed." Observing Inoki challenge Fahai, the daimyo's expression darkened. Inoki's strength was formidable, while Fahai was one of his own. Should Fahai be harmed or slain, it would be a significant loss. Thus, the daimyo interjected, "Third Tsuchiki Jinoki, you shall be granted a pass," automatically ascending to the position of 7th Arena Master. The dust release of Inoki flickered uncertainly in his palm, a semi-transparent cube brimming with the power to decompose all matter. He cast a cold glance at the daimyo, then let out a disdainful snort as he floated to the 7th arena. The 4th Reikage, leapt down from the shoulder of a colossal statue standing 300 meters high, his lightning chakra igniting a blue-white trail in his descent. The impact upon landing sent shockwaves that overturned the front row seats, causing Uchiha Fugaku's black robe to flap wildly. The 4th Reikage bellowed, "Uchiha Fugaku, the 4th Hokage, let me witness your true strength." In an instant, Fugaku's Mangekyo Sharingan activated, 3 tomo swirling rapidly to form intricate patterns. He utilized the body flicker technique to appear on the arena, narrowly tilting his head to evade the Reikage's fist, which grazed past him and obliterated a stone pillar behind. Lightning release, lightning dance. The 4th Reikage transformed into a whirlwind of lightning, enveloping the entire arena in blue and white electric light. Fugaku retreated in quick succession, hands forming seals, fire release, great fireball technique. A massive fireball, exceeding 10 meters in diameter, soared forth, yet the Reikage charged directly into it, clad in his lightning armor. The clash of thunder and fire erupted in a deafening explosion. Hokage-sama. The Konoha ninjas collectively stood, hands poised on their ninja tool pouches. Fugaku's Mangekyo spun wildly. Susanoo. First stage. A green skeletal figure materialized, though only half-formed. It successfully intercepted the Reikage's lethal blow. The Reikage's thunderous fist collided with Susanoo, leaving only a few cracks on its green frame. Heavy flow burst. Lightning release. Thunderstorm. The 4th Reikage's relentless barrage was akin to a tempest, each strike capable of shattering mountains. Although Fugaku's Susanoo remained intact, his ocular power rapidly diminished, beads of sweat forming on his brow. In a moment of desperation, blood suddenly gushed from Fugaku's left eye. The right arm of the green Susanoo solidified, delivering a punch that sent the Reikage flying out of the arena. Twisted in midair, generating a shockwave beneath him, he ultimately knelt on the boundary line. He looked up at Fugaku, a mixture of astonishment and admiration in his eyes. The daimyo clapped incessantly, a forced flush coloring his face. Splendid. Truly splendid. This battle ends in a draw. Congratulations to the 4th Reikage on ascending to the position of 8th Arena Master. Fugaku retracted Susanoo, discreetly wiping the blood from the corner of his eye. As he returned to the 1st arena. Chapter 89. The Great Mighty Dragon, Lord of the Earth. Killer Bee's rap shattered the brief silence of the arena. The Jinchuriki of the 8 Tails from Kumogakure swaggered onto the stage, rhyming and twisting, eliciting peals of laughter from the crowd. He glanced at the figures on the stage, deliberately excluding Tsunade from his targets, as he refrained from battling women. Upon deciding to challenge Uchiha Sanfeng, the 8-tailed spirit, Gyuki, roared within him, "Killer Bee. Do not engage that Uchiha. He is exceedingly dangerous, twice as perilous as your brother." Hearing Gyuki's warning, Killer Bee quickly changed his tune. "Yo, it is I. Killer Bee. Today, I shall challenge the monk Fahai. Do not hide in the temple." The daimyo's expression soured upon realizing the challenger was Fahai, urging, "Killer Bee. You are the Jinchuriki of Kumogakure. Let this match go, and I will appoint you as the 9th Arena Master." Bee wiggled his index and middle fingers. No. I want to fight. I must battle. It is only right." Master Fahai sighed lightly, planting his staff on the ground as he gracefully leaped onto the arena. He embedded his staff into the earth, hands pressed together. "You may attack, practitioner." Killer Bee suddenly assumed a serious demeanor, drawing 7 blades simultaneously, unleashing his signature 7-sword style. The blades surged like a torrential storm toward Fahai, but were intercepted by the sudden apparition of the 1,000-handed cannon. Gyuki urged from the spiritual realm, "Fool, just transform into your full beast form." As the complete 8 tails emerged, the audience erupted in a tsunami of gasps. The 60-meter-tall beast brandished its octopus-like tentacles, each capable of demolishing a small fortress. Master Fahai finally opened his eyes, a golden glimmer igniting within his pupils. Fierce gaze of the king. The Senjutsu chakra coalesced into the 1,000-handed cannon technique, transforming into the 30-meter-tall fierce gaze king. As Gyuki began to gather the tailed beast bomb, Fahai roared in fury, "How dare you use the tailed beast bomb here?" His hand seals shifted, "Great mighty dragon, Lord of the earth, Prajna Buddhas, Prajna Permitha." Suddenly, a 50-meter-long golden dragon emerged, each scale inscribed with Sanskrit. The dragon charged, colliding with the 8 tails, forcing it to retreat. Before snapping its jaws around the newly formed tailed beast bomb and soaring skyward, a deafening explosion erupted from above, tearing a massive hole in the clouds. Gyuki marveled. This is the senjutsu of humanity. I never imagined that after a millennium, someone still practices this. As the shockwave of the explosion spread, the daimyo, flanked by guards, retreated in panic, his typically composed face now betraying sheer terror. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he stammered, "Killer Bee, let us end the battle here. You are now the 9th arena master." Killer Bee struck a rock and roll pose, leisurely advancing toward the 9th arena. 3 arena master positions remained unfilled, and the surrounding ninjas appeared anxious, though the lower and middle-ranked ninjas refrained from entering the fray. Only a few jonin remained, vying for the remaining 3 titles. As afternoon approached, a figure cloaked in black arrived at the arena. His gaze scrutinized the arena masters, internally calculating their bounties and the rewards of the arenas. Kakuzu's deep voice echoed through the arena. "Sarutobi Hiruzen, who became the 3rd Hokage at 23, with a 32-year tenure in office. Your neglect of combat has led me to question your current strength." Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent, his expression grave. Earlier that morning, his Monkey King had suffered injuries in battle, significantly diminishing his power. Kakuzu struck first, rapidly forming hand seals. Fire release. Head of pain. A colossal wave of fire, 4 times the size of that of an ordinary jonin, surged forth, the heat distorting the surrounding air. Seeing the use of fire release, Hiruzen sought to exploit the elemental advantage. He formed hand seals, casting B-rank ninjutsu. Water release. Water dragon bullet. A water dragon surged forth to confront the fire wave, but it paled in comparison to Kakuzu's inferno, sustaining only 3 seconds before being utterly consumed. Hiruzen was forced to teleport away, narrowly avoiding singeing his clothing. From this initial exchange, he realized the gravity of his situation. After defecting from his village, Kakuzu had become a bounty hunter, battling for 42 years. He was a monster who had perfected 5 elemental releases to their utmost limits. Moreover, he possessed 5 hearts, endowing him with over 5 times Hiruzen's chakra. Hiruzen, after becoming the 3rd Hokage at 23, had spent 32 years in an office, leading to his combat ineptitude, compounded by the injuries sustained by his Monkey King. Thus, in this battle, Hiruzen was at a disadvantage. Kakuzu let out a cold chuckle, forming seals once more. "Sarutobi Hiruzen, you are so weak." Combined ninjutsu, flame wind chaos. A violent hurricane swept through the flames, rapidly expanding to encompass the entire arena, instilling a sense of apocalyptic dread in the spectators. Hiruzen's pupils constricted as he executed his seals with astonishing speed, combined ninjutsu, wind and water dragon tornado. He inhaled deeply, releasing a torrent of water that harmoniously merged with the wind, forming a massive, rapidly spinning water tornado. As water and fire collided, the arena was shrouded in a steamy mist. Kakuzu's voice pierced through the fog. "Is this the strength of the ninjutsu, Professor? 32 years as Hokage has rendered you nothing more than a theoretical waste." He formed seals once more, 2 Earth Grudge Fear masks glowing simultaneously. Combined ninjutsu, lightning water burst. The tempestuous nature of lightning and the surging force of water combined flawlessly, unleashing a colossal water dragon entwined with electricity. Sarutobi Hiruzen deftly evaded while forming hand seals. The combined ninjutsu, Earth Dragon Flame Flow, summoned a dragon of earth from the ground, which was then ignited by a fire release, transforming it into a blazing earth fire dragon. The flaming dragon collided fiercely with the water thunder dragon of the raging storm, resulting in a violent explosion that shook the entire arena. Hiruzen knelt in a corner, gasping for breath, his chakra nearly depleted, while Deidara appeared unfazed. In the stands, the feudal lord of the Fire Nation wore a grim expression, having hoped for Hiruzen to showcase some worth, only to witness him being thoroughly dominated by Deidara. Deidara approached Hiruzen, preparing to deliver the final blow. At that moment, the lord gently interjected, "Congratulations, Mr. Deidara. You have won this battle. And congratulations on becoming the master of the 10th arena. For my sake, Shall we end the battle here? Deidara snorted disdainfully, retracting his clay, and turned towards the 10th arena. Meanwhile, Hiruzen was assisted off the stage by medical ninjas. In the 91st chapter, Uchiha Fugaku Blind? This competition had been meticulously organized by the feudal lord of the Fire Nation for a month, amassing over 70 billion ryo solely from ticket sales. After the match concluded, the third Tsuchiki Jinoki, the four-tails Jinchuriki, and the fourth Reikage stood in a daze at the venue, each holding a sealing scroll filled with 800 million ryo. Big brother, this money came too easily, exclaimed Killer Bee, unusually devoid of his usual rap. The fourth Reikage grunted, stuffing the pouch into his tool bag, then gazed at Inoki, remarking, the profits from a single competition held by the Fire Nation surpass what our entire village accumulates in 7 or 8 years. How can they achieve such wealth? Inoki did not respond directly, but exchanged a meaningful glance with the young Reikage. Their eyes met briefly, sharing an unspoken understanding. This wealth illuminated the affluence of the Fire Nation and ignited their ambitions. In the VIP section of the arena, Tsunade was examining Uchiha Fugaku's eyes. Fugaku, remain calm, she urged, her brow furrowed in concern. Placing a hand on his shoulder, she channeled her light green chakra into his ocular veins, attempting to alleviate the pain. You have overexerted your Mangekyo Sharingan. The ocular backlash has begun to erode your vision. If this continues, you will soon go completely blind. Fugaku's fists clenched tightly. I am the Hokage. I cannot be rendered useless. Just then, there was a knock at the door. A messenger from the Lord arrived with an invitation for the three of them to attend an evening banquet. Shall I escort clan leader Fugaku back to Konoha while Tsunade stays for the banquet? Suggested Uchiha Sunju. Fugaku frowned. No need. My vision is merely a bit blurred. With my other senses, I can handle a small banquet without issue. Within the resplendent palace of the Fire Nation's lord, hundreds of ninjas stood in orderly rows. Many of whom had competed that day, now donned in the Fire Nation's insignia. The lord sat at the head of the table, shaking a golden cup, a triumphant smile gracing his face. Ladies and gentlemen, this tournament has concluded splendidly. Thanks to your participation and trust in me to join the great family of the Fire Nation's Guard. The lord's speech was exuberant. Through this competition, he had recruited 124 jonin and 879 shunin. With the addition of the Sarutobi, Nara, Akimichi, and Mito clans, he now commanded over 5,000 ninjas. Intelligence indicated that Konoha had only slightly more than 6,000 ninjas, which explained the lord's elation. Midway through the banquet, as the attendants served exquisite delicacies, the lord approached. Grinning, how many ninjas does the fourth Hokage of Konoha have? Over 6,000. Fugaku's pupils constricted slightly. Uchiha Sunju interjected with a smile. The number of ninjas in Konoha is classified, but as for those you've recruited, the lord laughed heartily, though his eyes betrayed no mirth. Oh, compared to Konoha's elite, the individuals I have gathered are merely fodder. Suddenly, Fugaku stood. I apologize. I am feeling unwell and must take my leave. Tsunade and Uchiha Sunju exchanged glances and followed suit. In the Hokage's office in Konoha, Fugaku sat at the desk, the documents before him blurring into indistinct black ink. Damn it! He slammed the papers onto the table, scattering them across the floor. The more he strained to see, the sharper the pain in his eyes became, as if countless needles were piercing his eyeballs. That night, at the Uchiha compound, Fugaku pushed open the door. Although the lights were on, his vision remained obscured. Uchiha Makoto emerged from the inner room, carrying a cup of hot tea. Fugaku, you're back? Fugaku's eyes were bloodshot as he coldly grunted. Makoto followed him, softly inquiring, how are your eyes, dear? In a sudden outburst, Fugaku spun around, his emotions boiling over. Don't bother me. Makoto recoiled, startled by his gaze. Her retreat ignited Fugaku's fury. Makoto, do you also think I am useless? He seized her wrist and violently hurled her against the wall. Bang! Makoto crashed into the wall, letting out a muffled groan as she crumpled to the floor, her arm immediately bruising. Mother! Father! Uchiha Itachi rushed out from his room, eyes wide with fright. Fugaku's breathing was heavy, his Mangekyo spinning wildly, yet his vision only grew more indistinct. He could only make out two blurry figures, unable to discern their expressions. Itachi, this is none of your business. Return to your room, he roared. Itachi gritted his teeth, helping his mother up before silently retreating. That night, Fugaku's household felt irrevocably altered. The following morning, He did not report to the Hokage tower, but instead took a leave of absence. On the third day, the situation had not improved. Uchiha Sunju stood by the window of the guard department's office, watching the 5-year-old Itachi as he carried a basket of groceries back home. The basket was nearly as large as the slender boy, yet he walked steadily without a hint of complaint. Sunju furrowed his brow deeply. What has happened to Fugaku? Is he neglecting his family? He closed his eyes and quietly activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. His vision penetrated the walls, revealing Mikoto tidying the room, her arms, back, and waist marred by over 20 bruises. Never would I have imagined Fugaku would strike a woman. Sunju deactivated his ocular technique and instantly appeared beside Itachi. Itachi, why are you out shopping? Where's your mother? Itachi looked down, his voice barely above a whisper. Mother is busy at home. After a moment of silence, Sunju replied, Perfect. I need to check on the clan leader. Itachi hesitated, but ultimately did not refuse. On the way, Itachi suddenly spoke. Uncle Sunju, my father seems to have changed entirely? Sunju gazed into the distance, sighing deeply. Your father's talent is exceptional, just like yours, having grown up amidst the praise of the clan. At the age of 23, he ascended to the position of clan leader. By 28, he had unlocked the kaleidoscope, and at 32, he became the Hokage. In terms of power, his father was the 4th Hokage and the head of a prestigious clan. Regarding wealth, he possessed considerable riches. In terms of strength, he wielded the kaleidoscope Sharingan. In love, he had your mother, Mikoto Uchiha, and in family ties, he was blessed with a son of remarkable talent like you. Thus, the first half of Fugaku's life was exceedingly perfect, with hardly any setbacks, enjoying the pinnacle of privileges. However, now, he faced a troubling issue with his eyesight, leading to a decline in his abilities, a reality he struggled to accept. Itachi Uchiha clenched his fists. Is there a way to cure it? Uncle Sanfeng patted Itachi's head. I am here to resolve this issue. Chapter 91. Uncle Sanfeng is quite nice. A well-known saying goes, a wounded beast is more dangerous. The current Fugaku Uchiha was indeed a wounded beast. He sat in a dimly lit study, his eyes half closed, extending his perception to its maximum. At that moment, an exceptionally powerful chakra was approaching his residence. The chakra of the visitor was more than 10 times my own. Fugaku Uchiha's muscles tensed instantly. Such a level of chakra was exceedingly rare, even among shadow-level warriors. What alarmed him further was the pure Yin release properties contained within this chakra. Has he also unlocked the kaleidoscope? But why was the yang release chakra within him so active? His fingers tightened slightly, knuckles turning white. Who could the visitor be? The door was gently pushed open. Clan leader, you have not visited the Hokage tower for 3 consecutive days. I was concerned, so I came to check on you. The familiar voice rang out, and Fugaku's taut nerves relaxed somewhat, but he quickly grew vigilant again. His perception was infallible. Sanfeng's chakra had far surpassed that of an ordinary ninja, even exceeding shadow level by many multiples. Recalling past interactions, he began to form some conjectures. Sanfeng's rapid increase in strength and profound concealment must harbor some secrets. Fugaku Uchiha slowly opened his eyes. Although his vision was blurred, he still focused intently on Sanfeng. Sanfeng, my eyes are somewhat uncomfortable, so I wish to rest for a few days. Sanfeng Uchiha respectfully bowed. Clan leader, I have devised some methods that may restore your eyesight. Fugaku Uchiha's pupils constricted slightly, fingers subtly clenching. What methods do you have? Sanfeng did not answer directly, but first glanced at Itachi, who was hiding at the kitchen door. Fugaku sensed his gaze and said lightly, Itachi, you may go to the kitchen. Itachi obediently nodded, hastily leaving with a basket of vegetables, only to sneak back shortly, hiding around the corridor to eavesdrop. Sanfeng turned his gaze back, whispering, I will first transplant a pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan to you, addressing the blindness issue. Then, I will clone your kaleidoscope. Once the cloning is successful, you will be able to transplant back the intact kaleidoscope. Fugaku Uchiha fell silent for a moment. As the 4th Hokage, he was well aware that Sanfeng and Tsunade had been researching cloning techniques. However, this technology was still in its infancy, far from maturity. Fugaku furrowed his brow slightly. How long will it take? Approximately 8 to 9 years. Fugaku's brows knitted tightly. That is too long. I cannot wait. He gradually stood up. Despite his blurred vision, his aura remained sharp. Sanfeng, are you hiding something from me? Sanfeng's body stiffened slightly, but Fugaku's voice turned cold. Have you also unlocked the kaleidoscope Sharingan? The air seemed to freeze for a moment. plunging into silence. Sanfeng exhaled softly and nodded. Yes. I only awakened it in recent days. A faint smile tugged at Fugaku's lips, yet his eyes betrayed no mirth, silently lamenting. Indeed, he harbors many secrets. He stepped forward, his voice low and dangerous. Sanfeng, I have treated you well. Do you possess any other methods to restore my eyesight? Sanfeng hesitated for a moment before speaking. Clan leader, do you remember Danzo Shamura's wooden arm? Fugaku's pupils suddenly constricted. You mean the cells of Hashirama? Sanfeng nodded. Hashirama's cells possess formidable vitality, capable of repairing bodily damage and even increasing chakra levels. However, the side effects are severe. They can consume and assimilate the host's cells, leading to a transformation into a tree if uncontrolled. Yet, the Uchiha Sharingan can, to some degree, suppress the side effects of Hashirama's cells. Therefore, a small injection of Hashirama's cells should be able to restore your eyesight. In an instant, Fugaku's mind flashed with the immense chakra he sensed and the unusually active yang release chakra. He immediately deduced that Sanfeng must have injected Hashirama's cells, but, being ever cautious, he sought confirmation. Sanfeng, have you injected Hashirama's cells? Sanfeng, however, shook his head in denial. Clan leader, I have not injected Hashirama's cells. Not receiving the desired answer, Fugaku's gaze turned cold, a decision forming in his heart. He is lying. He gradually sat back down, his voice icy. Sanfeng, I am somewhat fatigued. You may leave for now. Sanfeng Uchiha bowed respectfully. Then, clan leader, I shall take my leave. As his footsteps receded, Fugaku's fists clenched tighter. Itachi, come out. He has gone far enough. Itachi emerged cautiously from the corridor's corner, carefully approaching his father. Father, are you all right? Fugaku did not respond, but instead countered. Itachi, what do you think of Sanfeng? After a moment's contemplation, Itachi replied, Uncle Sanfeng is quite nice. Fugaku let out a cold laugh, cautioning, Itachi, people are complex. He slowly stood, his towering figure casting a shadow across the room. Sanfeng is deeply concealed. 2 months ago, he orchestrated the murder of Danzo Shamura and seized a portion of Hashirama's cells from the root. Itachi's pupils constricted slightly. Fugaku continued, now, his chakra is 10 times mine. And the yang release chakra is extraordinarily active. This aligns perfectly with the characteristics of Hashirama's chakra. Yet, he vehemently denies it and has secretly researched Hashirama cells for over 2 months, only now coming to inform me. He looked down at Itachi, his voice low and frigid. Thus, Sanfeng is a man of considerable self-interest. Itachi remained silent for a moment before nodding. Father, I understand. Fugaku extended his hand, gently grasping Itachi's small hand. Itachi, you are still too naive. His voice carried a certain resolve. Come, I will take you to the root base to witness the darker side of this world. Itachi lifted his head, gazing into his father's blurred yet still sharp eyes, and nodded slowly. The two of them disappeared into the night. Chapter 92. The death of Fugaku pushing open the iron door of the root base. The scent of preservatives surged forth as if tangible. Itachi wrinkled his nose, physiological tears welling in his eyes. At this moment, Fugaku's mind was wholly consumed by thoughts of Hashirama's cells. Moreover, given his character, he would not consider comforting 5-year-old Itachi. Stay close to me. His voice was somewhat cold, and Itachi obediently nodded. His small hand unconsciously tightened around the hem of his father's clothing. Under the dim light, hundreds of cylindrical cultivation tanks stood in neat rows. Within each tank floated the bodies of children, appearing to be around 5 or 6 years old, remarkably similar in size to himself. They closed their eyes tightly, as if in slumber, with tubes connecting their bodies that appeared grotesque, like a spider's web. Witnessing such a scene, Uchiha Itachi's breath slowed. In the third tank of the 7th row floated a girl with a shaved head. The tank's label read, Subject D12, 5 years old. Observing rejection reaction after transplanting the Sharingan. Itachi felt a deep sorrow. She is the same age as I, yet she has already become a lifeless corpse. The specimen room on the 4th underground level was even more suffocating. Floating in formalin were various organs, each glass jar bearing a name label. Brain, Byakugan, Sharingan, heart, spleen, liver, kidney. The tank label read, Hyuga Hatada, male, 7 years old, Byakugan. Another label read, Narasana, female, 6 years old, brain. And yet another read, Yamanaka Niyu, female, 6 years old, heart. Uchiha Itachi's throat tightened, and a wave of acidity churned in his stomach. Sensing Itachi's distress, Uchiha Fugaku coldly commanded, "Hold it in, do not vomit. And do not close your eyes, stay close to me." Thus, Uchiha Fugaku took Itachi's hand and ventured deeper into the root base. Uchiha Tsume was the supervisor here. Bowing respectfully, Lord Clan Leader. Uchiha Fugaku's voice was calm yet icy. "In the past 3 months, has anyone claimed items related to the Hashirama cells?" Uchiha Tsume flipped through the records, his fingertip pausing on one page. January 8, 1925. Minister Mitsumine claimed 5 vials of Hashirama cell culture fluid and a small portion of Hashirama's blood. The corner of Uchiha Fugaku's mouth twitched slightly. "You claim not to have used Hashirama cells, yet you have deceived me." In truth, Uchiha Mitsumine had used them on a test subject and then performed the Edo Tensei on Senju Hashirama. "Bring me 5 vials of Hashirama cell culture fluid." Uchiha Tsume hesitated. "Lord Clan Leader, the dangers of Hashirama cells." "Go get them." Uchiha Fugaku's voice brooked no argument. 5 vials of pale green fluorescent liquid were placed on a metal tray, glimmering ominously under the dim light. Uchiha Fugaku picked up one vial, examining it for a moment, the needle tip glinting coldly in the light. What precautions should be taken when injecting Hashirama cell culture fluid? Uchiha Tsume whispered. "Injecting into the limbs is the safest, but has a slower effect, allowing for timely rescue in case of complications. Injecting into the heart yields the fastest reaction, but comes with the highest fatality rate." Upon hearing this, visions of Shamura Danzo's heavily wood-grained right arm flashed through Uchiha Fugaku's mind, recalling Mitsumine's unfathomable chakra reserves. He abruptly rolled up the sleeve of his right arm, the needle piercing his skin as the pale green fluorescent liquid slowly entered his veins. The Sharingan, the legendary Sage Eye, is inherently linked to the Sage body. When Uchiha Fugaku utilized the Mangekyo Sharingan, his body resembled parched earth, desperately squeezing out the scant moisture it possessed, causing the Mangekyo to progressively impair his vision. Now, with the infusion of Hashirama cell culture fluid, it felt as though the parched land was being nourished with water, filling him with exhilaration. Uchiha Fugaku exclaimed with delight, "Haha, this sensation is extraordinary. I feel rejuvenated." He sensed his chakra surging 15-fold, his vision gradually sharpening, albeit slowly. His laughter echoed throughout the laboratory. Without hesitation, he seized the second vial and aimed it at his heart for injection. Observing Uchiha Fugaku's reckless enthusiasm, the nearby personnel shouted in alarm, "Lord 4th Hokage you." With a swift puncture, the liquid was injected. 40 seconds later, Uchiha Fugaku's eyes shot wide open, the Mangekyo pattern within his pupils spinning wildly. "Itachi, I can see. My chakra has quadrupled." "Haha." Uchiha Itachi managed a strained smile. "Father, that's wonderful. Shall we go home and tell mother?" Uchiha Fugaku did not respond, instead directly reaching for the third vial. Uchiha Tsume hurriedly intervened. "Lord Clan Leader, no more injections. The assimilation and consumption of Hashirama cells is perilous. It can easily transform a person into a tree." "Silence, I have my own judgment." Uchiha Fugaku's Mangekyo bore down on Tsume, the terrifying power causing the latter to stagger back. As the third vial of Hashirama cell culture fluid coursed through his body, Uchiha Fugaku's chakra surged to 6-fold, his vision clearer than ever before. If his previous body resembled a deflated balloon, his current physique felt akin to a fully inflated football, instilling in Uchiha Fugaku a profound sense of strength and fullness. He grasped the fourth vial. Uchiha Tsume's complexion turned pale. "Lord Clan Leader, you have already injected 3 vials. You truly cannot take any more. It will lead to uncontrollable consequences." Recalling Uchiha Mitsumine's chakra, which was 10 times his own, a surge of anger ignited within Uchiha Fugaku. "Be silent, I know my limits. Do not forget, I am the Hokage." As the fourth vial of Hashirama cell culture fluid was injected into his heart, Uchiha Fugaku's chakra escalated to over 7-fold before spiraling out of control. Excruciating pain engulfed him, his skin began to harden into bark, and his fingers contorted grotesquely. The fluid flowing through his veins transformed from blood to a viscous sap. "Why can Mitsumine do this while I cannot?" "Mangekyo Sharingan, suppress me." Uchiha Itachi watched in horror as his father's body gradually became encased in bark. He cried out in terror, "Father!" Uchiha Fugaku shouted in panic. "Why is this happening?" As he felt himself slowly turning into a tree, Uchiha Fugaku cast one last glance at his son, Uchiha Itachi. In his final moments, he extracted his Mangekyo Sharingan, saying, "Soem, preserve my Mangekyo in a nutrient jar. Itachi, this is the final gift from your father. Cherish it, and do not follow in my footsteps. When you possess the Mangekyo, remember to consult the ancestral tablet." His voice gradually faded as Uchiha Fugaku transformed into a tree. Chapter 93. Fugaku's funeral. The light in the root base was pallid, illuminating the tree that Uchiha Fugaku had become. The bark's surface faintly revealed the contours of a human face, and the twisted branches seemed to struggle. The high-ranking officials of Konoha stood around. Uchiha Tsume's forehead glistened with cold sweat, his voice trembling slightly. After injecting the second vial of Hashirama cell culture fluid, the fourth Hokage regained his vision and his chakra surged fourfold. We warned him repeatedly. Yet he became entranced by this newfound power until he injected the fourth vial and completely lost control. His fingers unconsciously traced the record book, which meticulously documented the times, dosages, and the moment of his final loss of control. Uchiha Makoto knelt nearby, tightly embracing Uchiha Itachi. Her tears fell silently, while Itachi's small hand clutched his mother's sleeve. Witnessing his father's death, the 5-year-old Uchiha Itachi awakened his first Tomo Sharingan. Now, he was intently gazing at the tree with his newly awakened Sharingan. Tsunade stepped forward, reaching out to touch the tree's trunk, feeling its rough and cold texture beneath her fingertips. Her brow furrowed deeply. Hyuga Hizashi activated his Byakugan, peering into the tree's interior, and solemnly stated, "The flow of chakra has completely ceased. Indeed, there is no hope." Nara Shikaku rubbed his temples, sighing. Fugaku had only been Hokage for a little over 3 months. This is a significant problem. Uchiha Hakadai's expression darkened. His fists clenched tightly. How could clan leader Fugaku suddenly? Arama Tenzo murmured softly. What will happen to the Hokage position now that clan leader Fugaku has died so abruptly? Uchiha Mitsumine furrowed his brows tightly. Well, the urgent matter is to prepare a funeral for clan leader Fugaku and to select the 5th Hokage. The crowd fell silent. In the Hokage office's conference room, the atmosphere was heavy. The advisory elder Nara Shikaku nodded. According to tradition, a Jounin meeting should be convened to vote on candidates for the 5th Hokage. Uchiha Hakadai suddenly stood up. In terms of strength and qualifications, Uchiha Mitsumine is a suitable candidate for the 5th Hokage. I, the Arama clan, second this proposal. Supporting Uchiha Mitsumine as the 5th Hokage, the Minister of Logistics, Amma Tenzo, promptly expressed his support, as did our Kazami clan. For Uchiha Sanfeng's candidacy for the position of the 5th Hokage, the Minister of Propaganda, Kazami Tomohiko, echoed this sentiment. Within the Hokage Tower's conference room, a chorus of supportive voices arose. Uchiha Sanfeng, however, leaned back in his chair and languidly gestured, "I am grateful for your trust. Yet I recommend Lady Tsunade to assume the role of the 5th Hokage." This statement landed like a block of ice in boiling water, igniting fervor among those present. Tsunade abruptly raised her head, incredulous. What? Uchiha Sanfeng's smile was disarming as he explained, "You are one of the legendary Sannin, the granddaughter of the 1st Hokage, and your prowess and reputation are beyond reproach. Moreover, what Konoha requires at this juncture is stability. Should I become the 5th Hokage, it would convey an image of the Uchiha clan monopolizing Konoha, thereby hindering the village's future development." Uchiha Hakadai, taken aback, questioned, "Sanfeng, why would you choose this path?" To which Uchiha Sanfeng replied, "I shall advocate for the interests of my clan, but only insofar as it does not detract from the village's welfare. I believe that Tsunade's ascension to the role of the 5th Hokage would be advantageous for us, the Uchiha." As a seasoned elder of the hawkish faction, Uchiha Hakadai was dissatisfied with this response. He angrily retorted, "Uchiha Sanfeng, you are not even the clan head. You have no authority to dictate the future of the Uchiha." Listening to their heated exchange, Hyuga Hizashi narrowed his Byakugan eyes slightly. On the day of Uchiha Fugaku's funeral, a somber rain enveloped the Konoha cemetery. Uchiha Sanfeng, holding a black umbrella, stood before Uchiha Fugaku's tomb, internally lamenting, "This unfortunate child, even his funeral, is marred by rain." He cast a glance at Uchiha Makoto, who was weeping to the point of exhaustion, and at the eerily silent Uchiha Itachi, who stood without shedding a single tear. Turning his gaze towards the rain-drenched clan members, Uchiha Sanfeng spoke somberly, "Clan leader Fugaku has succumbed to his old ailments. Let us mourn him." Suddenly, Uchiha Itachi looked up, his gaze piercing through the rain. casting a complex glance at Uchiha Sanfeng, who stood in the back row. After the funeral, the Uchiha clan members gathered in small groups, murmuring about the future. With Lord Fugaku gone, and we hear that Lord Sanfeng does not wish to become the 5th Hokage, what will happen? Could it be that we will face a recurrence of past troubles? Uchiha Sanfeng abruptly clapped his hands, decisively interjecting. Surely you are aware that when clan leader Fugaku became the 4th Hokage, the village faced financial difficulties. Even the ANBU's salaries were dispersed using funds from the clan. The guard division's wages were also delayed by over a month. Ultimately, I organized a competition that generated 60 billion ryo to resolve the village's fiscal issues. My refusal to become the 5th Hokage is grounded in the fact that the village is unable to offer the Uchiha clan greater benefits. Indeed, Lord Sanfeng has a point. After clan leader Fugaku assumed the role of 4th Hokage, our lives did not change significantly. If he had not been Hokage, perhaps the 60 billion ryo earned from the competition would have entirely belonged to us. How unfortunate. I find myself in agreement with Lord Sanfeng. The Uchiha clan members murmured among themselves. Uchiha Sanfeng clapped his hands again, amplifying his voice with chakra. You may disperse. With me here, all will remain as it has been. The Uchiha clan members exchanged glances before gradually departing. Uchiha Itachi approached and inquired, Uncle Sanfeng, why has it come to this? Uchiha Sanfeng replied gently, Itachi, what are you referring to? Uchiha Itachi softly articulated, why does it seem that, despite my father's death, the clan members do not appear to mourn deeply, instead worrying about their own interests? Your father, as I previously mentioned, was both the clan leader and the head of the guards. He lacked nothing in terms of power, status, strength, love, or familial bonds. He lived a life of privilege, fostering a mindset of superiority. He viewed clan members as mere assets, making it difficult for him to empathize with them, which resulted in minimal communication. Observing Uchiha Itachi's bewildered expression, Uchiha Sanfeng affectionately ruffled his hair, saying, You are but 5 years old. There is no need to rush to comprehend this matter. In due time, as you mature, the answers will become clear to you.